In the modern age, female agent Lin Qi suffered a mission failure and unexpectedly found herself transformed into the foolish young master Jing'an, who was compelled to marry Gu Zhijin, the daughter of a chancellor notorious for having caused the demise of 3 previous fiancés. From feigning ignorance to standing alongside her in the court, their journey transitioned from a politically motivated union to a bond of life and death. Jing'an tilted his head in feigned innocence, saying, "My dear, they say I am foolish." Gu Zhijin calmly turned the pages of her book and replied, "Indeed." He leaned in closer and asked, "Then why do you often steal glances at me?" Gu Zhijin, startled, nearly dropped her book, muttering, "I was merely wondering why you haven't become more foolish." Chapter 1. Transformed into a foolish young master. The lingering heat of a bullet grazing his cheek felt vivid as Lin Qi abruptly opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar gauzy tent. "The young master has awakened. Quickly report to the princess." A melodious female voice rang in his ears. "Young master? What young master?" Lin Qi instinctively attempted to rise, only to realize that his body felt weak and unresponsive. No, it should be he now. Looking down at his hands, he found a pair of long, fair male hands. "Have I crossed over?" Lin Qi murmured to himself. His last memories were of being in an abandoned building, his mission a failure, betrayed by an ally, and shot multiple times. Just when he thought he was destined to die, he opened his eyes in this unfamiliar world. "And are you finally awakened?" A beautifully dressed woman rushed in, her eyes glistening with tears. "You've been unconscious for 3 days and nights. My heart nearly shattered." Lin Qi's mind raced. Judging by the surroundings and the titles used, it seemed he had crossed into the body of a young master from an ancient noble family. Moreover, he was called Honor, a rather endearing name. "Mother," he tentatively called, his throat parched. "Quick, bring water for the young master," the noblewoman commanded, then sat beside him, gently caressing his forehead. "The fever has finally subsided. How could you have fallen into the pond? If not for the servants discovering you in time." A pond? It appeared the original owner had drowned, allowing Lin Qi's modern spirit to take over. A maid brought warm water, which Lin Qi accepted, taking a sip while observing his surroundings. The room was opulently adorned yet elegantly arranged, reflecting the esteemed status of its owner. Several maids stood quietly, their expressions a mix of respect and pity. "I'm fine now," Lin Qi stated, mimicking the tone he had seen in period dramas. The noblewoman, now understood to be his mother, the Princess of Jing, expressed surprise, soon replaced by sorrow. "My poor Honor, you must have injured your brain this time. You would always ask for sweets upon waking." Lin Qi's heart sank. It seemed the original owner was not just a young master, but a foolish one. He quickly adjusted his expression, putting on an innocent smile. "Sweets. I don't want sweets." The princess finally relaxed, instructing a servant to fetch some candied treats. While feigning innocence and enjoying the sweets, Lin Qi contemplated, being a foolish young master might not be so bad. At least no one would have high expectations of him, allowing him to gradually acclimate to this new world. "My lady, someone from the palace has arrived with an imperial edict," a butler-like figure hurriedly announced. The princess promptly arranged her attire and urged Lin Qi to get dressed. Quickly, the young master must prepare to receive the decree. After a flurry of activity, Lin Qi was adorned in splendid attire and taken to the main hall to kneel and accept the imperial edict. He mimicked the others, bowing his head, while his ears perked up. "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has come to our attention that Jing Wang's son, Jing'an, has reached the age of marriage. Therefore, he is to wed Gu Mingyuan's eldest daughter, Gu Zhijin, on an auspicious day. This is an edict." "Jing'an? A marriage decree? The daughter of the chancellor?" Lin Qi corrected himself. He was Jing'an now, and his mind buzzed with confusion. Just after crossing over, he was to marry. "Your servant accepts the decree, thanking your majesty for your grace," the princess said, though her expression betrayed no joy. After the eunuch left, an odd atmosphere enveloped the Jing residence. Jing'an seized a seemingly simple-minded servant and feigned ignorance, asking, "I am to marry? Is the bride beautiful?" The servant hesitated, lowering his voice. "Young master, that Gu family's eldest daughter has already brought misfortune upon 3 previous suitors. It is said she carries a husband-killing fate." Jing'an's eyes widened. Husband-killing? 3 suitors? What on earth was happening? Returning to his chamber, Jing'an dismissed the servants and pondered his predicament. To be transformed into a foolish young master was already unfortunate enough. Now he was to wed a daughter rumored to bring death to her husband's? Yet, the imperial edict was not to be defied. He must quickly grasp the rules of this world. As dusk settled outside, Jing'an gazed at the unfamiliar starry sky, his heart a mix of emotions. As a top-tier modern agent, he had mastered 6 languages: combat, assassination, intelligence analysis, and even culinary arts. How could he apply these skills in the guise of a foolish young master? Well, since I'm here, I might as well settle in, Jing'an mused to himself. At least I can live a carefree life, without worries. He stroked his chin, revealing a sly smile. As for that husband-killer fiancé, as long as I continue to feign ignorance, she should have no power over me, right? The news of the impending marriage in 3 days caught Jing'an off guard. However, years of training as an agent quickly steadied him. His primary mission was to gather more information and uncover the true nature of Gu Zhijin, the one who was to be wed to a fool. In the stillness of the night, Jing'an quietly slipped from his room, preparing to investigate the palace's circumstances. Just as he turned a corner, he overheard 2 night watch maids whispering. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Gu family is not only a husband-killer but also frigid, never showing men a kind face. Hush, keep your voice down. But the young master is rather foolish. They say fools have their own fortune. Perhaps he might escape disaster. Jing'an raised an eyebrow. It seemed both parties were reluctant about this marriage. Upon returning to his room, he gazed into the bronze mirror at the unfamiliar face, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a prominent nose, a handsome young man. Unfortunately, the original owner was a fool. From this moment forth, I am Jing'an, and Jing'an is me, he whispered to his reflection. Feign ignorance and observe the changes. Outside, a crescent moon quietly ascended. In 3 days, he would marry the legendary husband-killer daughter. For reasons unknown, Jing'an found himself somewhat eager to meet the composed and formidable Gu Zhijin. *** Chapter 2. The husband-killer daughter and the foolish young master ***. With a sharp crack, a fine porcelain teacup shattered at Gu Zhijin's feet, scalding tea splattering against her skirt. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. The chancellor's face turned ashen as he paced furiously in his study. Is the emperor trying to humiliate my Gu family by marrying my daughter to a fool? Gu Zhijin stood silently, her eyelashes remaining unmoved. She had long grown accustomed to her father's explosive behavior, shattering objects, roaring, and then calming down to devise a plan. Father, calm down, she spoke, her voice as soothing as a gentle stream. The decree has been issued. We cannot bear the crime of defying it. The chancellor abruptly turned, his anger still simmering. Do you even understand who that Jing'an is? He suffered a high fever at 3 years old, leaving him brain damaged. Now at 18, he still chases after maids asking for sweets. My daughter, endowed with both beauty and talent, is to marry such a... Father, Gu Zhijin gently interrupted, pulling a handkerchief from her sleeve and crouching down to gather the shards. I accept this marriage. You. The chancellor was momentarily speechless, staring at her calm profile for a long moment before letting out a heavy sigh. Jeaner, I know you feel wronged. Gu Zhijin carefully wrapped the pieces and set them aside, standing up with the hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. I am not wronged. Marrying a fool is certainly better than causing the death of another promising young man. These words struck the chancellor like a blunt knife, piercing deeply into his heart. He opened his mouth but could not produce a sound. Furthermore, Gu Zhijin approached the window, gazing at the blossoming pear trees in the courtyard. The emperor's intentions are unmistakable. My father has numerous connections in the court, and with my younger sister soon to enter the palace as a consort, should I also marry into a powerful family. Her sentence trailed off, yet Gu Qingxiang comprehended her unspoken words. The emperor was wary of the Gu family's burgeoning influence. By marrying the eldest daughter to a harmless and foolish heir, he preserved both dignity and eliminated future troubles. This is indeed a hardship for you, Gu Qingxiang sighed as he sank into a seat. Gu Zhijin turned, sunlight filtering through the window, casting a mottled shadow on her. I am not distressed, father. Although the young master of Jing'an may lack full faculties, his royal household is affluent, and I shall not suffer. Moreover, she paused, a fool is far easier to manage than those deceitful men. Observing his daughter's demeanor, which was eerily calm, almost apathetic, Gu Qingxiang felt a pang of sorrow. Once, his Zhijin was a girl who laughed and cried, but the grief of 3 betrothals followed by 3 husbands' untimely demises had transformed her into this stoic figure. Please take your leave, he waved wearily, I shall handle the marriage arrangements. Gu Zhiqin bowed respectfully before departing. Her steps were steady, her posture erect, as though the matter at hand was merely trivial and not the course of her entire life. Upon returning to her chambers, Gu Zhiqin allowed her shoulders to slump slightly. Her devoted maid, Shuang, awaited her at the door, eyes swollen with tears. Mississippi, the girl choked. How could this happen? Gu Zhiqin patted her head gently. Do not weep. It is not a death sentence. But that Jing'an young master. Enough, Gu Zhiqin interrupted. Prepare hot water for my bath. As she soaked in the steaming tub, Gu Zhiqin finally permitted her expression to crack. She buried her face in her hands and inhaled deeply. A fool, she murmured, her fingers idly skimming the water's surface. At least a fool will not resent my ill-fated husbands, right? The thought struck her as oddly humorous. A woman cursed with the misfortune of husbands and a foolish heir. What a match indeed. Miss, came Shuang's soft voice from beyond the screen. The Jing royal household has sent the betrothal gifts, the steward says. The offerings are astonishingly generous. Gu Zhiqin closed her eyes briefly, set it aside. I shall review it later. Meanwhile, within the Jing royal residence, chaos ensued. I refuse to marry. I do not want a bride. Jing'an rolled on the floor, embodying the role of a fool to perfection. They say the bride will eat people. Wah! The princess consort wept for her son. Dear Honor, the Gu family daughter is gentle and virtuous. She will not harm you. Lies. Jing'an sat up, his face streaked with tears and snot. Xiaozue said that woman has killed 3 husbands. I am next. The princess consort's expression soured, which Xiaozue dares to spread such rumors. She turned to the matron. Send that gossipy maid away. Jing'an feigned tears while calculating in his mind. Through observations over the past few days, he had discerned the original character's childish mentality. One who loved sweets, feared hardship, enjoyed play, and occasionally threw tantrums. Playing this role was not too difficult, albeit somewhat taxing on his voice. Honor, the princess consort knelt, wiping his face with a handkerchief. Listen to your mother. The Gu family daughter is beautiful, just like your favorite sugar figurines. Jing'an blinked through tearful eyes. Really? Indeed. The princess consort seized the moment, and she will bring you many, many candies. Jing'an rolled his eyes internally, but maintained a naive smile. Then I shall marry her. I want candy. The princess consort sighed in relief, coaxing him a bit more before departing. The moment the door closed, Jing'an dropped the foolish facade and sprang up like a fish leaping from water, elegantly landing on the cushioned bench by the window. A cursed noble daughter matched with a foolish heir. He mused, stroking his chin. The emperor's balancing act is rather impressive. By eavesdropping on the servants' conversations and accidentally coming across letters, Jing'an had gleaned a rough understanding of the court's dynamics. Gu Qingxiang wielded considerable power, and with his younger daughter soon to enter the palace, the marriage of the eldest daughter to another prominent family would undoubtedly provoke the emperor's jealousy. So they're using me, the fool, as a buffer? Jing'an scoffed. How amusing. He approached the bronze mirror, making an exaggerated grimace. The youth in the mirror, with his striking features, should have been a refined gentleman, yet the original character's foolishness squandered such potential. However, in this present moment, Jing'an grinned. There are advantages to being a fool. At least no one would suspect a simpleton. He could eavesdrop, observe, and even engage in some outrageous behavior without fear of reprisal. Such an identity was a divine opportunity for one who needed to swiftly acclimate to a foreign environment. As for his cursed fiancé, Jing'an felt little concern. According to the information, the untimely deaths of Gu Zhiqin's 3 previous betrothed were indeed suspicious, yet could be explained as mere accidents. What power could a sheltered woman possess to orchestrate such tragedies? Most likely, it was a combination of coincidences and rumors spread by those with ulterior motives. However, if she truly possesses such abilities, Jing'an narrowed his eyes. She would be a figure worth watching. News of the impending wedding spread rapidly throughout the capital. Jing'an peered through the window, observing the servants busily decorating, their faces tinged with sympathy. Clearly, no one held high hopes for this union. Young master, a servant called from outside. The prince requests your presence in the study. Jing'an immediately adopted a vacant expression, skipping to the door. Father is looking for me? Is he going to give me candy? The servant stifled a chuckle. I do not know. In the study, the Jing Wang, a stern middle-aged man, was reviewing the list of gifts. Upon Jing'an's entrance, he set the documents aside, his expression complex. Honor, come here. Jing'an feigned shyness as he approached slowly, father. The prince ruffled his hair, sighing, in the blink of an eye, "You are to be wed." His tone was filled with helplessness and pity. Taking advantage of the moment, Jing'an surveyed the study. Maps adorned the walls, and the shelves were lined with neatly arranged tomes, while the table bore not only documents, but also a finely crafted short sword. It appeared this prince was not merely a leisurely member of the royal family. The prince carefully chose his words. "In 3 days, you will marry your bride. Do you understand?" Jing'an nodded vigorously. "I know. Mother said the bride will bring me candy." The prince smiled wryly. "Indeed. The Gu family daughter is a fine girl. You must listen to her, understand?" "Of course." Jing'an clapped and laughed foolishly, though internally he mused. It seems the prince is also dissatisfied with this marriage, but royal edicts are not to be defied. Also, the prince hesitated, lowering his voice. If your bride asks you to do anything strange, you must tell your father. Do you understand?" Jing'an paused, then realized the prince was concerned that the cursed Gu Zhiqin might pose a threat to his son. He found the situation both amusing and absurd, but nodded blankly. "Understood." Leaving the study, Jing'an encountered the elderly steward of the royal household in the corridor. The old man, having watched him grow up, regarded him with love and reluctance. "Young master," the steward offered him a paper-wrapped package. "I secretly brought you some candied fruits." Jing'an exclaimed with delight and accepted it eagerly. The steward, witnessing his carefree demeanor, could not help but well up with tears. Oh, how cruel fate is. Such a splendid young master, and yet. With his mouth full of candied fruits, Jing'an feigned ignorance to the steward's lament. He understood that in front of those who genuinely cared for the original character, he must play his role even more convincingly. Back in his room, Jing'an unfolded the map of the capital he had acquired from the study and began to study it. As an operative, familiarity with the terrain was instinctual. The map indicated that the prime minister's residence lay to the east of the city, separated from the Jing royal household by 3 main streets. Not too far at all. The grand wedding is approaching. Preparations must be thorough, Jing'an mused to himself, only to be struck by a pressing question. What would he do on the wedding night? After all, he was currently in the guise of a fool, and it would be unseemly to appear overly adept. At this thought, Jing'an couldn't help but chuckle. It was utterly absurd that a modern-day elite operative should fret over the intricacies of an ancient wedding night. Never mind, I shall adapt to the circumstances as they unfold, he resolved, tucking away the map and deciding to continue his charade of ignorance to navigate the situation. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the glazed tiles of the royal residence. As Jing'an gazed upon this unfamiliar yet captivating sight, a flicker of anticipation blossomed within him. In just 3 days, he would meet the legendary husband-killing noblewoman. For reasons unknown, he had an inkling that Gu Zhiqin would prove to be a most intriguing individual. Chapter 3. The wedding night, my lord. Do not run away. The auspicious hour is fast approaching. Jing'an, clutching the hem of his bright red wedding robe, darted about the royal garden, evading the frantic pursuit of 7 or 8 breathless maids and servants. He laughed giddily, resembling a panicked red rooster on the run. "I refuse to wear this. It's so heavy. It's so itchy," he shouted, deliberately raising his voice, and seized a handful of flower petals from a nearby bush to scatter at his pursuers. The petals fluttered down like confetti, leaving the maids in a state of exasperation and amusement. The old steward, leaning against the corridor, gasped for breath, exclaiming, "My lord, please have mercy." The palanquin from the prime minister's residence has already arrived at the door. Hiding behind a rockery, Jing'an secretly observed the ensuing chaos. He had fully adapted to the role of the foolish heir over the past couple of days, playing the part with remarkable ease. Today, on the occasion of his grand wedding, he had already resolved to create a spectacle. After all, it would be quite odd for a normal fool to not stir up some trouble at an unexpected wedding. "I've found you." A young maid suddenly poked her head out from the other side of the rockery. Jing'an exaggeratedly gasped, prepared to flee, but unexpectedly tripped over his own robe. Tumbling forward. "Be careful, my lord." Thankfully, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Jing'an opened his eyes to find himself steadied by a burly guard he had never seen before, unlike the usual attendants who accompanied him. "Thank you." Jing'an scratched his head, feigning ignorance. "I am Zhao Feng, newly assigned by the prince to protect you," the guard replied in a deep voice, his muscular arms as solid as iron. Jing'an squinted, realizing the prince was indeed wary of this marriage and had dispatched a trusted aide to keep watch. "Zhao Feng," Quickly take the heir to the front hall, the old steward shouted, as if he had found salvation. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng lifted Jing En as one would a small chick and strode towards the front hall. Jing En kicked and squirmed in midair, protesting, "Put me down, you villain. I will tell my father." The guard paid no heed, directly transporting him to the festively decorated front hall. The gathering of guests burst into laughter upon witnessing the newlyweds' unconventional entrance. Prince Jing sighed with exasperation, while the princess hurried forward, saying, "Honor, stand properly. The bride will be here shortly." Once released, Jing En immediately concealed himself behind the princess, peeking out to survey the surroundings. The hall was awash with the glow of red candles, filled with joy, yet the guests' faces bore a hint of amusement at the unfolding spectacle. After all, a foolish heir marrying a woman rumored to bring misfortune to her husband was a sensational event in the aristocratic circles of the capital. The palanquin from the Prime Minister's residence arrived with a loud announcement, prompting everyone to straighten their postures. The princess nudged Jing En to the center of the hall, while Zhao Feng stood like an iron tower behind him, preventing any further escape. Amidst the sound of drums and music, a splendid palanquin carried by 8 bearers halted before the steps. As the curtain was lifted, the first to emerge was a maid in pink attire, followed by a delicate hand. Jing En instinctively held his breath. The bride, adorned in a magnificent red wedding gown embellished with golden phoenix embroidery, exuded an air of grace. Though her face was obscured by a red veil, her poised stature and serene demeanor captivated everyone present. "Is this Gu Zhijin?" Jing En mused silently, observing that she did not appear to be the harbinger of misfortune as rumored. Supported by the matchmaker, Gu Zhijin advanced gracefully, her jewelry jingling softly, devoid of any vulgarity. As she passed Jing En, she paused momentarily, seemingly appraising her foolish husband through the veil. "Bow to heaven and earth," the officiant called, but Jing En suddenly crouched down, fixated on Gu Zhijin's embroidered shoes. "The bride's shoes have flowers on them. I want those too." Laughter erupted among the guests. Gu Zhijin remained composed, though her maid, Qing Shuang, flushed with anger. The princess quickly approached Jing En, pulling him aside. "Honor, dear, let us pay our respects first. I promise to have you embroidered flowers of an even grander design later." "No, I want them now," Jing En whined, rolling on the ground and wrinkling his wedding robe. The situation grew exceedingly awkward. Guests whispered among themselves, some stifling their laughter while others shook their heads in dismay. The prince's face turned dark, while the prime minister remained impassive. Just as everyone was at a loss, Gu Zhijin, who had been silent till then, spoke up. "Does the heir favor this design?" Her voice was as clear as jade, neither too high nor too low, instantly silencing the hall. Jing En halted his antics, looking up to find Gu Zhijin's gaze directed at him through the veil. "Yes, I like it." He nodded vigorously, continuing his ruse of folly. Gu Zhijin gently lifted her right foot, then "Please observe closely." With that, she delicately pivoted, causing her red gown to blossom like a flower, the golden phoenix shimmering in the candlelight, a sight to behold. Wow! Jing En was truly mesmerized, momentarily forgetting to maintain his facade. The guests murmured in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected display from the notoriously aloof Gu family's eldest daughter on her wedding day. "Shall we proceed with the ceremony now?" Gu Zhijin's voice remained calm, as if the captivating moment had merely been an illusion. Jing En blinked, suddenly intrigued by this bride rumored to bring misfortune. He dusted himself off, stood up, and cheerfully returned to Gu Zhijin's side, exclaiming, "The bride is beautiful. I want to bow. I want to bow." Thus, the wedding ceremony continued. They bowed to heaven and earth, to their parents and to each other. Although Jing En occasionally caused minor disruptions, he ultimately behaved, subdued by Gu Zhijin's unspoken authority. As the officiant concluded the ceremony with a final declaration, Jing En and Gu Zhijin were surrounded by guests as they were led into the newly adorned bridal chamber. According to custom, the groom was to lift the veil, followed by drinking the ceremonial wine, and finally, the wedding night. Standing before the bed, Jing En gazed at Gu Zhijin, who sat poised at the edge, suddenly feeling a twinge of nervousness. Though he had encountered women before, the thought of engaging in such intimate rituals with a woman from a different era presented a psychological barrier. "My lord, please lift the veil." The matchmaker handed him a golden jade rui, whispering a reminder. Jing En took the rui, his mind racing with mischief. He purposely held it upside down, attempting to lift the veil, but misjudged the force, inadvertently poking Gu Zhijin's shoulder instead. "Ouch!" he exclaimed dramatically. "Did I hurt the bride?" The matchmakers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. However, Gu Zhijin calmly raised her hand, gently guiding the Rui. "My lord, it should be held this way." She directed his hand, repositioning the Rui, before helping him gently lift the red veil. As the veil fell away, Jing An's breath caught. In the candlelight, Gu Zhijin's beauty was revealed. Delicate willow-like brows, framed eyes as clear as autumn waters, a high yet gentle nose, lips like petals, and skin as smooth as cream. Most striking was the cool elegance that emanated from her, akin to a solitary plum blossom thriving atop a snow-capped mountain. "She is truly beautiful," Jing An stammered, momentarily forgetting to maintain his act of folly. Gu Zhijin's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing her first genuine smile of the day. "You flatter me, my lord." Seeing the atmosphere turn favorable, the matchmakers promptly presented the ceremonial wine. "Please, newlyweds, partake in the union wine." Jing An took the cup, his eyes twinkling with mischief once more. He deliberately tipped the wine towards his sleeve, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's too spicy. I refuse to drink." The matchmakers panicked, for this was not in accordance with the customs. Yet Gu Zhijin remained composed and took the cup from Jing An's hand. "If the heir does not enjoy wine, let us substitute it with tea." With a glance at Qing Shuang, the maid promptly brought a cup of clear tea. Gu Zhijin tied the red string around her wine and Jing An's teacups, then drank from her cup before offering the tea to him. "My lord, please enjoy." The series of actions flowed seamlessly, adhering to all formalities while accommodating the capriciousness of the foolish young master. Jing An couldn't help but regard his newlywed wife with newfound admiration for her adaptability. He took the teacup, feigning innocence as he drank it all in one go, then stuck out his tongue, exclaiming, "It tastes terrible. I want sweets." Upon realizing that the main ceremony was complete, the attending matrons tactfully withdrew. Soon, only Jing An and Gu Zhijin remained in the bridal chamber. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Jing An stole a glance at Gu Zhijin, who calmly began to remove the hairpins from her head, as if his presence was entirely inconsequential. Bride?" Jing An tentatively ventured, continuing to play the fool. Without turning her head, Gu Zhijin replied, "If the young master is tired, he may rest first. I still have to organize today's gift list." Jing An blinked in surprise. Was that it? No marital rights? However, upon reflection, given that she had married a fool, she probably had no expectation of a normal married life. He feigned ignorance, nodding before clumsily attempting to remove his outer robe, deliberately tying the sash into a tight knot that he could not undo. Gu Zhijin glanced back, sighed, and approached him. "Let me help you, young master." Her delicate fingers deftly untangled the knots, her movements gentle yet devoid of any suggestiveness, as though she were tending to a child lacking in understanding. Jing An caught a faint whiff of plum blossom fragrance emanating from her, inexplicably accelerating his heartbeat. "All done," Gu Zhijin said, assisting him with his robe before hanging it neatly. "You should rest now." Jing An climbed onto the bed, wrapping himself in the quilt and surreptitiously observing Gu Zhijin. He saw her approach the vanity, retrieve a booklet, and indeed begin to verify the gift list. The candlelight illuminated her profile, casting shadows from her long lashes. Her expression so focused, as if this were not her wedding night, but merely a regular workday. "Are you not going to sleep, bride?" Jing An asked deliberately. Gu Zhijin did not lift her head. "You should sleep first, young master. I will be fine shortly." Jing An pouted, turning to face the wall. As a man of modern sensibilities, he certainly did not expect anything to transpire on their first meeting. Yet Gu Zhijin's complete disregard for his presence left him feeling somewhat defeated. "After all, I am quite handsome," he muttered to himself, touching his face. Time passed unmeasured until he heard a soft rustling sound drawing near. He promptly closed his eyes, feigning sleep, breathing evenly. Gu Zhijin stood by the bed for a while, then quietly climbed onto the bed, carefully lying on the outer edge, leaving at least 2 people's distance between them. Jing An cautiously opened a slit in his eyelids to see Gu Zhijin fully clothed, her hands folded neatly over her abdomen, her posture so orderly it resembled that of a funeral attendee. A mischievous impulse struck him, and he rolled over, inadvertently letting his arm rest upon Gu Zhijin. He felt her entire body tense up. Sweets." Jing An feigned sleep-talking, deliberately nudging his arm closer. Gu Zhijin gently removed his arm and got up from the bed. Jing'an thought she was leaving in anger and was about to sneak a look when he felt an extra blanket draped over him. It's chilly at night. Cover yourself well. Gu Zhijin's voice was soft, and then he heard her footsteps retreating as she went to the soft couch outside. Jing'an opened his eyes, gazing up at the canopy, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had expected Gu Zhijin to detest or even loathe her foolish husband, yet despite maintaining her distance, she was considerate in every regard. This contradictory behavior only fueled his curiosity about his new wife. It seemed that this so-called husband-killing daughter was far from ordinary. As he pondered, his eyelids grew heavy. The tense nerves he had held since his arrival in this strange new world unexpectedly relaxed on this peculiar wedding night. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a faint click startled him awake. It was the sound of tiles shifting. As a former operative, he was exceedingly sensitive to such sounds. Someone was on the roof. Jing'an instantly became alert, yet remained still. He held his breath, listening intently to the faint footsteps moving across the roof, finally stopping directly above the bedroom. Gu Zhijin seemed to sense the disturbance as well. He could hear the subtle rustle of fabric from outside, indicating she had also sat up. At the moment the tension reached its peak, Jing'an suddenly feigned awakening, shouting, "There's a ghost!" He then rolled over, purposefully tumbling from the bed and landing heavily on the floor.
Ouch!
That hurts, he cried exaggeratedly. This commotion immediately silenced the noise from above. Gu Zhijin hurried into the room, holding a lamp. "What is the matter, young master?" Sitting on the floor, Jing'an rubbed his backside, which was not actually hurting, with tears in his eyes. "There's a ghost. A ghost walking on the roof." Gu Zhijin's expression sharpened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "You must have had a nightmare. It was merely a stray cat on the roof." She helped him up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Jing'an leaned against her, catching a hint of plum blossom fragrance in her hair, along with an almost imperceptible scent of gunpowder. This revelation made his heart skip a beat. How could Gu Zhijin possibly smell of gunpowder?
Was it possible that?
"Will the bride sleep with me?" He continued to feign ignorance while secretly observing her reaction. Gu Zhijin gently pushed him away. "You are already a big boy. You should sleep alone." With that, she turned to leave the room. Jing'an suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I'm afraid there's a ghost on the roof." This outburst proved effective. Gu Zhijin paused, seemingly torn within herself. Finally, she sighed, "Very well, I will stay here with you." She pulled a chair to the bedside, appearing as though she intended to keep vigil. Seizing the opportunity, Jing'an pressed, "The chair is uncomfortable. The bride should also sleep in the bed." Gu Zhijin shot him a glance, her gaze sharp enough that Jing'an almost felt exposed. Yet ultimately she acquiesced, lying down on the bed while still maintaining a safe distance. "Sleep now," she said succinctly before extinguishing the candle. In the darkness, Jing'an lay wide awake,
His thoughts racing.
everything that transpired that night, from the comical wedding to the undercurrents in the bridal chamber, and the mysterious figure on the roof, revealed to him that this marriage was far more intricate than it appeared. And this bride of his, the so-called husband-killer, was likely no ordinary woman. Chapter 4. A glimpse of truth. Jing'an was startled awake by a series of rustling sounds. Blinking drowsily, he discovered the space beside him was already empty. The sky outside was still dark, likely around 4 in the morning. The bride who had promised to stay with him was nowhere to be found. Up this early? Jing'an rubbed his eyes and quietly climbed out of bed. The sounds were emanating from outside. Barefoot, he crept towards the door like a cat, peering through the crack. Gu Zhijin was bent over a desk, reading documents by the dim light of an oil lamp. She had changed out of her wedding attire, now dressed in plain moon-white attire. Her long hair casually tied up with a few stray strands framing her cheeks, softly illuminated by the lamp's glow. Working on the second day of marriage? Jing'an raised an eyebrow, noting that this workaholic trait seemed rather modern. Just as he was about to retreat to bed and pretend to sleep, he suddenly saw Gu Zhijin cough, her frail body trembling slightly. She quickly pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve to cover her mouth, and moments later, Jing'an keenly noticed a dark red stain on it. Injured? Or perhaps unwell? Jing'an narrowed his eyes. The disturbances on the roof the previous night, the scent of gunpowder, combined with her current bloody cough, only deepened the enigma surrounding this husband-killing daughter. Gu Zhijin tucked away the blood-stained handkerchief and continued to focus on her documents. Jing'an observed for a while, Realizing she was not handling ordinary household matters, but rather reviewing official documents bearing government seals, occasionally jotting down notes in a strong, upright script. How could a lady of the inner quarters have access to official documents? Jing En's curiosity intensified. Just who exactly was Miss Gu? At that moment, Gu Zhijin seemed to sense something and abruptly raised her head towards the direction of the door. Jing En quickly darted behind the wall, holding his breath. A few seconds later, he heard Gu Zhijin softly muttering to herself, "Is it an illusion?" Followed by the sound of papers rustling. Jing En decided to stop peeking and stealthily return to his bed. Not long after he lay down, he heard the sound of documents being organized from outside. He immediately closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and pretended to be fast asleep. The door was gently pushed open, and he could hear Gu Zhijin's footsteps approaching the bedside. Jing En felt as though she stood there observing him for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh and turning to leave. Once he was certain Gu Zhijin had truly departed, he opened his eyes and stared blankly at the canopy above the bed. The sky was beginning to brighten, so he decided to get up and contemplate how to continue portraying this foolish heir. First, he needed to create a commotion. Jing En mused to himself, what would a fool do upon waking up on his second day of marriage to find his bride missing? A mischievous smile spread across his face as he took a deep breath. Oh no, the bride is gone. She's been taken by a ghost. His shout was nothing short of earth-shattering, sending the entire courtyard into chaos. Within 3 minutes, the princess rushed in with a group of maids and servants, followed closely by the visibly displeased Prince Jing. What's wrong, the princess asked, anxiously embracing the still wailing Jing En. The bride is gone. Jing En sobbed, wiping his nose on the princess's splendid sleeve. Does she think I'm foolish and run away?
Boo hoo.
The princess glanced awkwardly at the prince, who coughed heavily, declaring, nonsense. The Gu family has already gone to pay respects to the ancestors. It is a tradition. Really? Jing En blinked through tear-filled eyes. Of course. The princess reassured him. The Gu family is cultured and sensible. How could they do such a thing? Just then, Gu Zhijin appeared at the doorway. She had already refreshed herself, donning a modest light blue dress, her hair impeccably styled, showing no signs of fatigue from a night spent reviewing documents. Daughter-in-law pays her respects to father and mother, she said, bowing gracefully before turning to Jing En. Has the heir awakened? Jing En immediately sprang from the princess's embrace, barefoot, and bounced in front of Gu Zhijin. The bride hasn't he run away? He then hugged her waist, burying his face in her shoulder and rubbing against her. This action left everyone present gasping in shock. Gu Zhijin's body stiffened momentarily, but soon relaxed, gently patting Jing En's head. Heir, would you mind getting dressed first?
No.
Jing En pouted, unless the bride feeds me. The princess quickly intervened. Gu family, heir is simple-minded. Please don't take offense. I understand, Gu Zhijin replied calmly, then looked down at Jing En. What would you like to eat, heir? Jing En's eyes sparkled. Sugar. I want sweet and sour ribs. Sweet and sour fish. Everything sweet and sour. Gu Zhijin's lips twitched slightly. It may not be appropriate to have such for breakfast. How about some sweet porridge first? And we can have sweet and sour dishes for lunch? Just as Jing En was about to protest further, his stomach audibly grumbled, betraying him. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Even the usually stern prince showed a hint of amusement. It's settled then, the prince declared decisively. Bring in the food for the heir and his bride. Breakfast was set in a pavilion in the courtyard. Jing En fidgeted in his chair like a hyperactive child, complaining that the chopsticks were too heavy to lift and that the porridge was too hot and needed to be blown cool. Throughout, Gu Zhijin responded patiently, as if truly caring for a 3-year-old. Bride, feed me. Jing En opened his mouth like a fledgling bird. Gu Zhijin elegantly scooped a spoonful of porridge, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Jing En's lips. He swallowed it in one gulp and then intentionally licked his lips. That's not right. The porridge made by my bride is sweet. Mother said that once the bride sleeps with me, she'll be my wife the next day. Qing Shuang, standing nearby, shot him an irritated glare, but Gu Zhijin remained unfazed, continuing to feed him spoonful by spoonful. As Jing En reveled in the service from the beautiful lady, he secretly observed her fingers, noting the faint calluses, particularly on her thumb and index finger, likely a result of long hours spent writing. But there were also calluses at the base of her thumb, suggesting she regularly gripped something. A knife? A sword? Jing En speculated in his mind. Could this refined young lady also be skilled in combat? After breakfast, according to custom, the newlyweds were to serve tea to their elders. Jing-en, dressed in formal robes, was reluctantly dragged out the door. Can we skip this? He dragged his feet, akin to a prisoner being led to execution. Gu Zhijin walked beside him and softly said, "Heir, please endure for a moment. It will soon be over." Jing-en pouted, suddenly grabbing Gu Zhijin's sleeve. "Then you must hold my hand." Gu Zhijin glanced around at the curious gazes and sighed, allowing Jing-en to tug at her sleeve as if he were a little sloth clinging to his mother. The tea-serving process went relatively smoothly. Although Jing-en occasionally threw a tantrum, he managed to compose himself under Gu Zhijin's silent watch. The elders of the Wang family had little expectation of this foolish heir and instead praised Gu Zhijin's grace and composure. Poor Miss Gu. Yes, marrying such a simpleton. They murmured in hushed tones. Jing-en feigned ignorance, but inwardly he found amusement, wondering what expressions these people would wear if they knew the simpleton they spoke of was actually a modern female agent. In the afternoon, Jing-en was permitted to play in the garden. Yes, play, for the daily routine of the foolish heir consisted of eating, sleeping, and playing. He squatted by the pond, pretending to talk to ants, when he suddenly overheard a conversation between Gu Zhijin and Qing Shuang behind a rockery. "Miss, did you not sleep well again last night?" Qing Shuang's voice was filled with concern. "It's nothing," Gu Zhijin replied nonchalantly. "The military reports from the borders must be dealt with promptly." "But your injury?" Silence. Jing-en perked up at the mention of military reports and injury. Indeed, this young lady, the future heir's wife, was not simple. Just as he was about to inch closer to listen, he accidentally stepped on a twig, which snapped loudly. The conversation behind the rockery immediately halted. Thinking quickly, Jing-en began to speak loudly to himself. Little ant, why aren't you going home? Is it because your lady won't feed you?" He even pretended to sniffle a bit. Moments later, Gu Zhijin emerged from behind the rockery, her expression unchanged. "What is the heir doing?" "Talking to my new friends," Jing-en exclaimed cheerfully, pointing at the ants on the ground. "They say their lady doesn't want them anymore." Gu Zhijin squatted down, observing the ants intently. "Perhaps their lady just had to go out for a bit. She'll return in the evening." Jing-en was taken aback, not expecting Gu Zhijin to play along with his nonsense. He looked up at her. The sunlight filtering through the leaves cast dappled shadows on her face, softening her previously cold demeanor. "Then will you come back to sleep with me tonight?" Jing-en seized the opportunity to ask. Gu Zhijin was clearly caught off guard. Her earlobes, like white jade, faintly flushed. "This heir is already a big child."
I'm not.
"I'm a little baby." Jing-en began rolling on the ground. "I want my bride to sleep with me. Otherwise I'll cry." This tactic evidently had a profound effect on Gu Zhijin. She watched him rolling on the ground, utterly helpless, and finally relented. All right. Heir, please get up." Jing-en immediately ceased his cries, scrambling to his feet, his face devoid of any tear stains. "Really? You're not lying?" "I'm not lying." Gu Zhijin sighed softly, then turned to Qing Shuang. "Go fetch the documents from my study. I'll read them in the pavilion." Thus, Jing-en successfully secured permission to share a bed with her that night, though he knew Gu Zhijin would likely sneak away to work after he fell asleep. In the evening, Jing-en was summoned by the princess, primarily to inquire about his adaptation to married life. Jing-en, feigning innocence, extolled his wife's virtues, claiming she was particularly kind and even treated him to sweets, thereby delighting the princess. On his way back to his courtyard, he passed by Gu Zhijin's study and noticed the door slightly ajar with light emanating from within. Out of professional instinct, Jing-en silently approached and peered through the crack, observing Gu Zhijin meticulously sorting through a stack of documents, deftly categorizing them before placing them into different boxes. Most striking was a detailed map of the border hanging on the wall, adorned with small flags and surrounded by densely written notes. This was no ordinary lady's study. It resembled a military command center, leaving Jing-en astounded. Just then, Gu Zhijin abruptly turned and headed for the door. Jing-en quickly darted behind a pillar, watching as she locked the study and departed with Qing Shuang. Once they were out of sight, Jing-en stealthily made his way to the study window. Though it was locked, this posed no challenge for a skilled agent. He deftly retrieved a slender hairpin from his hair and, in a matter of moments, pried open the window latch. "Let me see what you are up to," Jing-en thought, agilely slipping into the study and heading straight for the desk. The documents had been put away, but he discovered a crumpled draft in the wastebasket. Upon unfolding it, He found it to be a letter addressed to a certain border general, discussing logistics and defensive strategies. The handwriting was bold and authoritative, the analysis astute, far from the work of a mere lady. How intriguing, Jing'an mused, stroking his chin. This husband-killing daughter actually engages in military affairs? He carefully crumpled the paper back to its original state and checked for any other items, ensuring no trace was left behind. During dinner, Jing'an continued his act, playfully scattering food all over himself and insisting that Gu Zhijin wipe his face. Though she appeared exasperated, she obliged, gently cleaning him with a handkerchief. "You're truly beautiful," Jing'an suddenly blurted out, pleased to see Gu Zhijin momentarily pause in her task. "Such flattery from the young lord," she replied, resuming her actions. "It's not flattery," Jing'an insisted loudly. "You are the most beautiful woman in the world. More beautiful than candy." At this, Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. And Gu Zhijin's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth. As bedtime approached, Gu Zhijin kept her promise and did not seek an excuse to leave. Instead, she brought a stack of documents, claiming she needed to watch over the young lord as he fell asleep. Jing'an lay in bed, gazing at Gu Zhijin's focused profile in the candlelight, feeling an absurd yet warm sense of affection for the scene. He deliberately tossed and turned, pulling the blanket tightly around himself and lamenting, "My dear wife, I am cold." Gu Zhijin set down her pen and came over to adjust his blanket. "If the young lord sleeps well, he won't be cold. But you should sleep too," Jing'an insisted, tugging on her sleeve. "What is so interesting about those documents? Look at me instead." Gu Zhijin hesitated, but eventually extinguished the candle and lay down beside him in her clothes. This time, she was closer, yet still maintained a respectful distance. In the darkness, Jing'an could hear Gu Zhijin's breathing gradually steady. He quietly opened his eyes, studying her face in the moonlight. Gone was the cold aloofness of the day. At this moment, Gu Zhijin appeared soft and vulnerable, her brow slightly furrowed, as if troubled even in her dreams. "Who exactly are you?" Jing'an silently pondered. Cautiously, he took her hand and felt the coarse calluses at her thumb, further confirming his suspicions that Gu Zhijin had indeed trained in martial arts, skills that surpassed mere showmanship. A husband-killing daughter, a military advisor, and skilled in combat, Jing'an mentally jotted down the list, realizing that this new bride held more secrets than he had initially imagined. He gently released her hand, deciding to continue his clumsy investigation the following day. For reasons unknown, his interest in this newlywed wife had surpassed his initial wariness and curiosity. Outside, the full moon hung high in the sky. Listening to the rhythmic sound of her breathing, Jing'an slowly drifted into slumber. That night, two individuals, each harboring their own secrets, remarkably found themselves in deep sleep. Chapter 5. Kitchen Shenanigans in the Dead of Night. Jing'an's stomach voiced its protest. He opened his eyes to find the space beside him empty. The moonlight streamed in, suggesting it was well past midnight. Off to work again? He wondered, rubbing his eyes and quietly rising. The outer room was devoid of light, and Gu Zhijin was nowhere to be found. His stomach growled again, reminding him that he had barely eaten during dinner due to his playful antics.
"I am starving,"
he muttered, patting his flat stomach, and decided to venture to the kitchen for something to eat. Barefoot, he stealthily slipped out of his room, moving like a nocturnal creature through the corridor. The prince's residence had guards patrolling at night, but for a modern agent, evading them was a mere trifle. The kitchen was located at a corner of the rear courtyard, and relying on his memory from earlier that day, Jing'an advanced cautiously in the dark. Just as he was nearing his destination, he suddenly heard faint sounds coming from the kitchen. "Is someone there?" Jing'an quickly ducked behind a large tree, holding his breath as he observed. The kitchen window emitted a faint glow, revealing a slender figure busily engaged inside. Jing'an squinted and recognized that it was Gu Zhijin. Up in the middle of the night to cook? He raised an eyebrow. "Is she hungry too?" Just as he was about to greet her, Gu Zhijin abruptly halted her actions and turned toward the window, prompting Jing'an to retreat behind the tree. Moments later, the kitchen door creaked open and Gu Zhijin peeked outside, confirming no one was around before closing the door again. Such vigilance. Jing'an marveled inwardly. She must have undergone professional training. Driven by curiosity, he quietly approached the window and glanced through the gap. He saw Gu Zhijin retrieve a small paper packet from her sleeve, pouring the contents into a simmering medicinal soup. The pot bubbled, releasing a bitter aroma. Poisoning? Jing'an's pupils dilated, then he quickly dismissed the notion. If she meant to poison someone, there was no need for her to sneak into the kitchen at this hour. Gu Zhijin stirred the concoction with a spoon, then ladled a bowl, blowing on it to cool before drinking it all in one go. Afterward, she frowned and immediately pulled a candied fruit from her bosom, popping it into her mouth in a manner that was surprisingly charming. So she's brewing medicine for herself, Jing'an realized. Recalling the conversation he had overheard earlier about her injuries. Just as he contemplated this, Gu Zhijin finished cleaning up the pot and prepared to leave. Jing'an quickly retreated a few steps, hiding in the shadows. Instead of returning to her new room, Gu Zhijin headed toward the study. A workaholic, Jing'an shook his head, and once she was out of sight, he slipped into the kitchen. The scent of herbs lingered in the air. Jing'an examined the medicinal pot she had used, discovering remnants of herbs inside. He sampled a bit and quickly identified several of the ingredients: Angelica astragalus and Nodo ginseng used for treating internal injuries. Narrowing his eyes, he noted that the prescription was quite sophisticated, beyond what an ordinary doctor could concoct. As an agent, a foundational knowledge of pharmacology was essential. This prescription was clearly aimed at addressing severe internal injuries and deficiencies in qi and blood, with several ingredients possessing mild toxicity that required precise dosage. Severely injured, it seems, Jing'an mused, pondering when and how she had sustained such injuries. Just then, his stomach growled loudly again, reminding him of his original intention for entering the kitchen. How stingy is this residence, leaving no leftovers at all. Jing'an grumbled, finding only a few cold buns and a dish of pickles. Just as he contemplated making do with the cold buns, a sudden thought struck him. With sleeves rolled up, Jing'an resolved to start a fire and cook. Although accustomed to modern kitchen appliances, he still retained the basic skills of cooking. However, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching outside. Quick-witted, he hastily returned everything to its place. Crouching in the corner, clutching a cold bun as if caught in the act of stealing, the kitchen door swung open, revealing Gu Zhijin standing at the threshold, a few documents in her hands. Upon seeing Jing'an, she appeared momentarily stunned. "Young lord?" Jing'an was startled, nearly leaping up. "Oh, my lady, please don't hit me. I'm just hungry." Gu Zhijin entered and, upon seeing the cold steamed bun in Jing'an's hand, frowned slightly. "Is this all the heir is eating?" Jing'an nodded pitifully, having not found anything more appetizing. With a sigh, Gu Zhijin set down her documents. "Please wait a moment." She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, and began to skillfully kindle a fire. Jing'an's eyes widened in astonishment. This young lady could cook? Sensing his surprise, Gu Zhijin softly remarked, "I only know how to make a few simple dishes." Soon, a steaming bowl of shredded meat noodles was prepared. Gu Zhijin placed the bowl in front of Jing'an. "Eat while it's hot." Jing'an accepted the bowl, his nose tingling with a sense of familiarity at the aroma wafting from the noodles. He lowered his head and devoured a few bites, mumbling, "The noodles made by my lady are truly delicious. Even better than those from the imperial kitchen." Gu Zhijin smiled faintly. "You flatter me." She sat down across from Jing'an and casually picked up a book to read. As Jing'an ate, he stole glances at Gu Zhijin. Under the dim light of the kitchen, she appeared less cold than in daylight, infused with a touch of warmth. A strand of hair fell beside her cheek, swaying gently with her breath, causing Jing'an to momentarily lose focus. "Would you like to try a bite, my lady?" he suddenly offered, extending his chopsticks toward her lips. Gu Zhijin was taken aback, instinctively leaning back. "No, it's fine. Come on, just eat." Jing'an insisted, nudging the noodles closer to her mouth. "I'll feed you." Reluctantly, Gu Zhijin took a small bite. Jing'an's face lit up. "Is it good?" She nodded gently, her ears tinged with a faint blush. The two enjoyed their late-night meal in silence. Jing'an observed Gu Zhijin's elegant manner of eating, suddenly finding the night quite pleasant. If only there weren't so many unresolved mysteries. While cleaning up the dishes, Gu Zhijin abruptly asked, "Why did you come to the kitchen in the middle of the night?" Jing'an had his answer ready. "I dreamt that my lady no longer wanted me. When I woke up and saw that you were truly gone, I came out to search for you. I got hungry while looking and ended up here. But I couldn't find anything delicious." Gu Zhijin paused, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "If you feel hungry in the future, you can simply wake me." "Really?" Jing'an's eyes brightened. "Does this mean my lady will cook for me for a lifetime?" "You are truly wonderful. I like you so much." Gu Zhijin did not respond, merely reaching out to gently wipe the corner of his mouth. Jing'an noticed her fingers trembled slightly, and her complexion seemed a bit paler than before. "My lady, are you unwell?" he inquired, leaning closer. It's nothing, Gu Zhijin replied, standing up. It's getting late. You should return to sleep. However, Jing'an grasped her wrist firmly. Your hands are so cold. Are you ill? He dramatically pressed his forehead against hers to check her temperature. In that moment, Jing'an noticed that Gu Zhijin's temperature was noticeably low, and her breathing was somewhat rapid. Before she could react, he swept her into his arms. My lady, Gu Zhijin exclaimed, dropping the documents she held. You are sick. You need to lie down, Jing'an declared resolutely, striding purposefully toward the exit. Gu Zhijin stiffened in his embrace. Release me at once.
No.
Jing'an tightened his grip. You are as light as a feather. I can carry you. Besides, you are ill, and I must take care of you. In the dimly lit corridor of the palace, Jing'an carried the struggling Gu Zhijin, resembling a rogue abducting a lady. A few patrolling guards heard the commotion and arrived, pausing in shock at the sight. What are you staring at? Don't look. Jing'an glared at them fiercely. Have you never seen someone carrying their lady? The guards stifled their laughter and moved aside. Gu Zhijin buried her face against Jing'an's chest. Her voice muffled. This is most unbecoming. Put me down. I refuse. Jing'an declared proudly, I will carry my lady back. Do not fear. I am very strong. Upon returning to their room, Jing'an carefully laid Gu Zhijin on the bed, then hurriedly covered her with a blanket. Do not move. I will fetch a doctor. There's no need. Gu Zhijin grasped his hand. It's just an old injury acting up. A bit of medicine will suffice. Old injury? Jing'an feigned innocence. When did you get hurt? Who bullied you? I shall confront them. Gu Zhijin shook her head. It is merely a remnant of a past ailment, a small issue. Nothing serious. As she spoke, she coughed a few times, her complexion growing even paler. Jing'an recalled the prescription he had seen in the kitchen and understood. He poured a cup of hot water from the table and handed it to Gu Zhijin. Drink some water. Gu Zhijin accepted the cup, her fingers accidentally brushing against Jing'an's hand. In that instant, he felt a subtle tremor in her fingertips, as if she were enduring pain. My lady. Jing'an suddenly became serious. If it hurts, you can tell me. Gu Zhijin met his gaze, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. In that moment, Jing'an almost feared she would see through his facade. Yet, she soon regained her composure. You worry too much. I am fine. It's getting late. You should rest. Jing'an knew she would not speak the truth, so he refrained from pressing further. He removed his outer robe, climbed into bed, and, under Gu Zhijin's watchful eyes, carefully lay beside her. Let me warm your hands, he said, gently grasping her icy fingers. My mother once said, I am as warm as a little stove in winter. Gu Zhijin attempted to withdraw her hand, but Jing'an held on tightly. After a futile struggle, she surrendered. You should rest early. Jing'an contentedly closed his eyes, but the warmth from her hand revealed that Gu Zhijin's temperature was indeed abnormally low. In the middle of the night, Jing'an was startled awake by a faint moaning sound. He opened his eyes to see Gu Zhijin curled up, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, her lips turning pale, clearly enduring immense pain. Zhijin? Jing'an gently nudged her, inadvertently calling her name. Gu Zhijin did not respond, seemingly drifting in and out of consciousness. Jing'an touched her forehead, realizing it had become alarmingly hot. This must be a fever resulting from internal injuries. Damn it, Jing'an muttered, quickly hopping out of bed. He expertly rummaged through Gu Zhijin's makeup box, retrieving a small vial of pills he had accidentally discovered earlier that contained medicine for internal injuries. He poured out a pill, propped Gu Zhijin up, and helped her swallow it. Gu Zhijin, half conscious, swallowed and then began to cough violently, a splash of crimson staining her lips. Jing'an's heart tightened as he hurriedly wiped the blood from her mouth with his sleeve. As an operative, he had witnessed numerous injuries, and Gu Zhijin's condition clearly indicated internal damage that had not healed, exacerbated by excessive fatigue. Alas, it seems that even in ancient times, workaholics risked their lives. Jing'an quietly lamented, yet he gently adjusted Gu Zhijin into a more comfortable position. As the medicine began to take effect, her breathing gradually steadied. Jing'an fetched a basin of cold water from outside, soaked a cloth, and placed it on her forehead. Throughout the process, Gu Zhijin remained in a haze, occasionally murmuring disjointed phrases about supplies from the northern border. As dawn broke, Gu Zhijin's fever finally subsided. Jing'an, exhausted, struggled to keep his eyes open, fearing to sleep too deeply lest her condition worsen. He leaned against the headboard, one hand clutching Gu Zhijin's hand. the other poised to change the cloth. Dozing off in a daze. The gentle call of young master abruptly roused Jing En from his reverie. He glanced down to find Gu Zhijin awake. Her gaze filled with a myriad of emotions as she observed their intertwined hands. She has awakened. Jing En immediately donned a silly grin. Are you still feeling unwell? Gu Zhijin shook her head lightly, her voice still somewhat frail. Did you take care of me all night, young master? Indeed. Jing En nodded vigorously. Since my wife is ill, I must take care of her. Mother Empress said that a husband must protect his wife. Gu Zhijin was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickering in her eyes. She slowly withdrew her hand and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master. No need for thanks. Jing En leapt off the bed. I shall fetch breakfast for my wife. Would you like some porridge? The sweet kind. Gu Zhijin nodded slightly, her expression complex as she watched Jing En dash out joyfully. She glanced down at her hand, which had been held throughout the night, and touched the dry cloth on her forehead, murmuring softly, Am I truly foolish, or… Before she could finish her thought, a cough escaped her, prompting her to hurriedly retrieve a clean handkerchief from beneath her pillow to cover her mouth. When she removed it, a stark red stain marred the fabric. Chapter 6. Followed in the market, I am utterly bored. Jing En lay sprawled over the stone table in the courtyard, vocally lamenting to the sky. Ever since Gu Zhijin recovered from her illness, she intensified her watch over him, even sending Qing Shuang to accompany him to the garden. This severely restricted Jing En's freedom to explore the palace discreetly. Young master, please come down. The stone table is cold, Qing Shuang implored with a resigned expression.
No.
Jing En rolled over, stretching out like a salted fish. I want to go out and play. I wish to see the street. I want to watch the acrobatics. Qing Shuang, exasperated, stamped her foot. This requires permission from the young master's wife. Then you go ask for permission. Jing En sat up abruptly, waiting here. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Shuang finally ran off to find Gu Zhijin. Jing En promptly hopped off the stone table, dusting himself off with a sly smile. Finally, he had managed to dismiss her. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and stealthily slipped towards a side entrance of the palace. An old servant dozed at the entrance, and Jing En effortlessly slipped past him, successfully escaping the palace. Breathing in the fresh air outside, he couldn't help but stretch luxuriously. Let me see what the market of this era looks like. Jing En hummed a tune, sauntering down the bustling street. Soon, the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares and the sounds of bargaining enveloped him, the air thick with the mingled scents of food, spices, and unknown herbs. Candied hawthorn. Sweet and sour candied hawthorn. Fine silk, newly arrived patterns from Jiangnan. Fortune-telling. Character divination. No fee if inaccurate. Jing En, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, scanned his surroundings with keen interest. He paused before a stall selling sugar figurines, captivated by the old artisan skillfully crafting various shapes. Old man, please make me a figurine of my wife. Jing En produced a few coins. The artisan looked up. What type of wife would you like, young sir? Jing En pondered. The most beautiful one, with big eyes, a high nose, and a small mouth. Appearing cold but possessing a warm heart. The old man chuckled heartily. Young master must be newlywed. As he spoke, his hands flew, and soon he fashioned a vividly lifelike figurine, bearing a striking resemblance to Gu Zhijin. Jing En beamed as he accepted the sugar figurine, paid, yet hesitated to eat it, carefully tucking it into his bosom. He then wandered to a stall selling cosmetics, selecting a box of delicate scented powder. She would surely appreciate this fragrance, he mused to himself. Just as Jing En was immersed in the joy of shopping, he suddenly sensed someone trailing him. The instincts of a spy heightened his vigilance, yet he feigned ignorance, continuing to browse. Through the reflection in a shop's copper mirror, he spotted a burly man stealthily following him. The man wore the garb of a commoner, yet his gait and watchful demeanor suggested professional training. Who sent you? Jing En pondered. Was it the prince? The prime minister? Or perhaps Gu Zhijin herself? He decided to lure the snake from its den, deliberately walking into a less populated alley. As anticipated, the follower entered behind him. Jing En twisted and turned, ultimately becoming lost in a dead-end alley.
Oh dear.
Where am I? Jing En feigned fear, crouching in a corner, trembling. The pursuer, emboldened, approached. Young master, do you need assistance? Jing En looked up, eyes brimming with tears. I am lost, I want to go home. I'll take you back. The man grinned maliciously. Just tell me what abnormalities have been occurring at the Wang residence recently. Indeed, he was targeting the palace. Jing'an chuckled coldly in his heart, maintaining an innocent facade. Abnormalities? What do you mean by that? The pursuer grew impatient, grabbing Jing'an's wrist. Stop pretending. What are that woman Gu Zhijin's plans? Before he could finish, Jing'an suddenly slipped, lunging forward and accidentally colliding his forehead against the man's nose.
Ah!
The pursuer yelped, blood gushing from his nose.
I'm so sorry.
Jing'an scrambled to his feet, inadvertently stepping on the man's foot, landing right on his toes. The pursuer bent over in pain, and Jing'an seized the opportunity to deliver a precise strike to the back of his neck, sufficient to render him unconscious without causing fatal harm. Is this the extent of your skills to follow me? Jing'an dusted off his hands, contemplating how to deal with this nuisance when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching the alley. He quickly reverted to his foolish expression, turning to find none other than Gu Zhijin. Dressed simply in a blue gown, devoid of her usual luxurious adornments, she remained stunningly beautiful. Qing Shuang trailed behind her, panting heavily. Wife. Jing'an's eyes widened. What brings you here? Gu Zhijin glanced at the unconscious figure on the ground, then at Jing'an, a complex look crossing her features. Why did you leave the palace alone? Jing'an quickly thawed on his feet, pulling out the sugar figurine from his pocket. I wanted to buy this for you. Look, doesn't it resemble you? The figurine had been slightly damaged during the scuffle, but its exquisite outline was still discernible. Gu Zhijin paused, evidently taken aback by his response. Young master, her tone softened. It is dangerous outside. You must not venture out alone in the future. Oh, Jing'an lowered his head, feigning a wrong demeanor, yet internally relieved that Gu Zhijin had not discovered his actions against the pursuer. Gu Zhijin exchanged a glance with Qing Shuang, who promptly approached the unconscious man. Jing'an pretended to have just noticed the presence on the ground, exaggeratedly exclaiming, Wow, there is someone sleeping here. Young master, do not fear. Gu Zhijin calmly shielded Jing'an from the man. He merely drank too much. Drunk? Jing'an blinked innocently, then suggested, Shall we buy him a sugar figurine? Eating it will help him sober up. Gu Zhijin's lips curled slightly. You possess a kind heart, young master, but we should return to the palace first. She took Jing'an's hand and led him away, though he noticed her glance back at the pursuer, her gaze as cold as ice. Meanwhile, Qing Shuang discreetly slipped some coins to a few beggars at the alley's entrance, whispering a few instructions. Were you specifically looking for me, my wife? Jing'an asked, swinging Gu Zhijin's hand. Yes, Gu Zhijin replied succinctly. How did you know I was here? Gu Zhijin continued walking. I guessed. Jing'an was skeptical of this flimsy explanation but refrained from pressing further. The two walked in silence for a while until Jing'an suddenly remembered the scented powder in his pocket, quickly retrieving it. Wife, this is for you. Gu Zhijin accepted the box of powder, opened it, and inhaled, her brows slightly furrowing. Why did you buy this? Because. Jing'an scratched his head. You had a medicinal scent on you, which was unpleasant. This fragrance will mask it. This is indeed the truth. Gu Zhijin, due to her recent long-term medication, always carries a faint scent of herbs. Jing'an initially thought she would be upset, but to his surprise, Gu Zhijin let out a light laugh. Thank you, young master, she said, tucking the fragrant powder into her sleeve. However, I still need to take my medicine. Is my lady unwell? Why must you keep taking medicine? Jing'an feigned innocence as he asked. Gu Zhijin did not answer directly, instead inquiring, Are you hungry, young master? There is a fine restaurant ahead. It was clearly a change of subject, but Jing'an indeed felt hungry, so he went along with her suggestion. I want sweet and sour fish. The three of them arrived at the restaurant, and upon noticing their lavish attire, the waiter promptly led them to a private room. Gu Zhijin ordered several dishes, all sweet in flavor, evidently catering to Jing'an's taste. While waiting for the food, Jing'an leaned against the window, observing the street scene, and suddenly shouted, My lady, look, a street performance. Below, in the open space, several street performers were entertaining the crowd. There were sword swallowers, fire breathers, and even a little monkey doing somersaults. Jing'an watched in rapt attention, exclaiming in wonder. Do you like it, young master? Gu Zhijin asked. I do. Jing'an nodded vigorously. My lady, let us go watch. Gu Zhijin hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right, but you must hold my hand and not run off. Yes. Jing En eagerly grabbed her hand and led her downstairs. A crowd had gathered around the performance, and taking advantage of his height, Jing En quickly pushed his way to the front row, with Gu Zhijin closely following to ensure he did not get lost. At that moment, a fire breather suddenly directed a burst of flames towards the audience. Although they were at a distance, the heat still washed over them.
Wow.
Jing En exaggeratedly jumped back, colliding right into Gu Zhijin's embrace. She instinctively caught him, and their positions resembled a hug. Jing En could feel Gu Zhijin's body tense up, yet strangely, she did not push him away immediately. "You smell so nice," Jing En teased, sniffing her neck and catching a hint of the fragrant powder that masked the herbal scent. Gu Zhijin gently pushed him away. "Young master, mind your manners." "Oh," Jing En pouted, turning back to the performance, but secretly noted that Gu Zhijin did not seem to mind physical contact. After the performance, Jing En, still eager, suggested, "My lady, can we come back tomorrow?" Gu Zhijin replied ambiguously, "If the young master behaves, I might consider it." On their way back to the manor, Jing En skipped ahead, occasionally turning back to chat with Gu Zhijin. Although her responses were brief, her gaze remained fixed on him, as if she were wary of him getting lost again. "My lady, what about that drunkard?" Jing En suddenly remembered to ask as they passed a narrow alley. "He has already been sent home," Gu Zhijin replied. Jing En nodded, pretending to believe her, but he noticed that the alley they had just passed was now completely empty, leaving no trace behind. Such efficiency was certainly beyond an ordinary young lady's capabilities. Upon returning to the royal residence, Jing En was summoned by the princess for a thorough reprimand. He lowered his head, occasionally sneaking glances at Gu Zhijin, who remained expressionless, though there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Mother, I know I was wrong," Jing En pleaded, tugging at the princess's sleeve. "Next time, I'll definitely take my lady along." The princess chuckled at his antics. "You rascal. It's all thanks to the Gu family for bringing you back," she said, casting a grateful glance at Gu Zhijin. During dinner, Jing En noticed several sweet dishes on the table, all his favorites. He secretly glanced at Gu Zhijin, who was elegantly sipping soup, as if nothing had happened. "My lady, eat some fish," Jing En exclaimed, placing a generous piece of sweet and sour fish into her bowl. Gu Zhijin frowned slightly. She typically preferred lighter fare and seldom indulged in such sweet dishes. However, under Jing En's expectant gaze, she took a small bite. "Is it delicious?" Jing En asked, his eyes sparkling. Gu Zhijin nodded reluctantly. Jing En beamed as if he had received the greatest praise in the world, and he continued to pile food onto her plate until it resembled a small mountain. Gu Zhijin sighed softly, looking at the towering heap of food. "You should eat more, young master." She divided half of what was in her bowl and placed it into Jing En's. "My lady is so kind to me," Jing En declared dramatically, causing the nearby maidservants to stifle their laughter. After dinner, Jing En was ordered to return to his room early as punishment for leaving the manor without permission. Lying on his bed, he felt bored and reflected on the events of the day. Who had sent that stalker? How had Gu Zhijin found him? And her adept handling of the situation. This was becoming more intriguing, Jing En mused to himself. Footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Jing En to quickly close his eyes and feign sleep. The door creaked open, and Gu Zhijin entered. She stood by the bedside for a moment, seemingly confirming whether Jing En was truly asleep. He maintained steady breathing, remaining completely still. Moments later, he felt Gu Zhijin gently tuck the covers around him, then quietly depart. Once the footsteps faded, Jing En opened his eyes and touched the neatly arranged covers, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. This reputed cold-hearted noblewoman appeared not to be as heartless as the rumors suggested. The next morning, Jing En was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to find several large boxes in the courtyard. "What is this?" he asked Qing Shuang, who was directing the servants moving items. Qing Shuang smiled and saluted. "Young master, these are items the young lady ordered from the market to amuse you." Jing En curiously opened a box, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of various folk toys, intricate ring puzzles, Diabolo, shadow play props, and even a small juggling set. "Where is my lady?" Jing En looked around eagerly. "The young lady left early this morning," Qing Shuang replied. "She said if you behave and stay in the manor to play with these, she would take you to see the street performers when she returns." Jing En picked up a Diabolo, feeling warmth in his heart. Gu Zhijin had prepared this out of concern that he might be bored and run off again. Though these toys might seem childish to a modern person, the sentiment behind them, "My lady is truly wonderful," he announced loudly, joyfully playing with the Diabolo, deliberately acting as if he were a child with a new toy. However, in reality, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Where could Gu Zhijin have gone so early? Was it related to the stalker from yesterday? It seemed he would need to investigate thoroughly tonight. As he clumsily played with the Diabolo, he plotted his plan for a nighttime exploration of the study. This foolish young master persona was indeed quite convenient. Chapter 7: Night Exploration of the Study on a Moonless Night, perfect for stealthy escapades. Jing'an clung to the wall outside the study like a gecko, his ears perked up, confirming that no one was inside. He skillfully pried open the window with a hairpin and slipped inside. "Let me see what secrets you've hidden," Jing'an rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling in the darkness. The study was eerily quiet, with only the moonlight filtering through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Jing'an navigated his way to the desk, beginning to sift through the documents laid out. Logistics for the Northern Region, Border Defense Troop Rotation Plan. He muttered under his breath. TSK, this is hardly the business of a young lady. He opened a booklet to find Gu Zhijin's handwritten border defense recommendations, her script strong and elegant, with thorough analyses. One page detailed how to utilize the terrain for ambushes, and the tactical thinking bore a striking resemblance to modern special operations theory. This doesn't add up, Jing'an squinted. How could a noble lady possess such knowledge? Just as he was about to search further, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Jing'an promptly extinguished the flame of his torch and swiftly concealed himself behind a bookshelf. The door creaked open, and Gu Zhijin entered, holding an oil lamp, her complexion paler than usual. To Jing'an's astonishment, a figure clad in black followed closely behind her. Gu Zhijin approached the desk and inquired, "What have you discovered?" "The seventh prince indeed has connections with the Northern D. In 10 days, a batch of military supplies will be transported out through the West Gate, disguised as a merchant convoy." Gu Zhijin's fingers lightly tapped the table. "Continue to monitor, but do not raise any alarms." Suddenly, she coughed, pulling out a handkerchief to cover her mouth. Jing'an, peering through the gaps in the bookshelf, noticed the handkerchief was stained with blood. "Master, your injury it's nothing," Gu Zhijin replied, tucking away the handkerchief.
You may leave now.
The man in black bowed and withdrew. Alone at the desk, Gu Zhijin retrieved a small porcelain vial from a hidden compartment and swallowed a pill. Then she unfolded a map and began marking it. Jing'an held his breath, afraid to make a sound. His mind swirled with questions about Gu Zhijin's true identity, her motives for investigating the seventh prince, and the origin of her injury. At that moment, a plump rat suddenly scurried past Jing'an's feet, startling him into nearly jumping up. "Who's there?" Gu Zhijin shouted sharply, her hand instinctively resting on her waist where it seemed she concealed a weapon. Thinking quickly, Jing'an mimicked a cat's meow meow. Gu Zhijin frowned and approached with the oil lamp to investigate. Just as he was on the verge of being discovered, Jing'an burst out from behind the bookshelf and hugged Gu Zhijin's waist. "Wife, I caught a rat." Gu Zhijin stumbled back 2 steps, nearly dropping the lamp. "Young master? What are you doing here?" Feigning innocence, Jing'an replied, "I dreamed that my wife didn't want me anymore. When I woke up and saw you were truly gone, I came out to look for you and then saw a big rat running in here." Gu Zhijin, skeptical, asked, "When did you arrive?" "Just now." Jing'an blinked innocently. "What are you playing with?" "I want to play too." He reached for the map on the table. Gu Zhijin swiftly snatched it up. "Young master, it's late. Let us return to rest."
No.
Jing'an pouted. "I want to see what my wife is drawing." "That is not a drawing." "What is it then?" Jing'an insisted. "If my wife secretly plays without me, I will tell mother." Gu Zhijin sighed in resignation. "This is merely a pattern for embroidery. It's quite dull. You wouldn't like it." "Embroidery?" Jing'an's eyes lit up. "Then please embroider me a pouch. A pair of mandarin ducks." "Very well," Gu Zhijin acquiesced. "I shall embroider it tomorrow. But for now, let us return to sleep." "Shall we?" Jing'an pretended to ponder, then suddenly yawned dramatically. "Well, okay. But my wife must carry me back." Gu Zhijin, "I can't carry you." Jing'an began his performance, squatting down and hugging his knees like an aggrieved large dog. Gu Zhijin rubbed her temples, finally conceding, "Fine." She turned her back to Jing'an and squatted down, allowing him to leap onto her back, wrapping his arms around her neck. Gu Zhijin's back was more delicate than he had imagined, yet surprisingly strong as she effortlessly lifted him. "You're amazing, wife," Jing'an exclaimed, blowing air by her ear. Stronger than Zhao Feng. Gu Zhijin's steps hesitated imperceptibly. You flatter me. On their way back to the room, Jing and deliberately swayed his legs, resting his chin on Gu Zhijin's shoulder. From this angle, he could see her slender neck and slightly reddened earlobes. You smell so good, wife, Jing teased, sniffing the air. Is it the perfume I bought? Gu Zhijin replied curtly. Do you like it? Though her responses remained cool, Jing noticed her ear tips reddening further. With a mischievous intent, he leaned closer, nearly whispering in her ear, Then will you wear it every day? Gu Zhijin quickened her pace. Young master, stop fooling around. Upon entering the room, Gu Zhijin attempted to set Jing down, but he clung tightly to her neck. Wife, sleep with me. Otherwise, I'll have nightmares again. Young master Gu Zhijin tried to pry his hands away.
What?
Wife doesn't he like me? Jing began to feign tears. Wife is rejecting me. Her tactic proved effective. Gu Zhijin sighed, yielding. Fine, I will stay with you. But you must let go. Jing immediately ceased his faux crying and obediently lay on the inner side of the bed, while Gu Zhijin lay on the outer side, keeping a respectful distance between them. Wife, tell me a story. Jing pressed. I don't know any stories. Then sing a song? Then tell me where you went today? Jing finally posed the crucial question. Gu Zhijin paused for a moment. I went to see father. The chancellor? Jing blinked. Is he well? What did you discuss with the chancellor? Gu Zhijin turned to face Jing's sparkling eyes. Why are you suddenly so curious about these matters? Feigning ignorance, Jing replied. Because I want to know more about my wife. Mother says couples should understand each other. Gu Zhijin seemed momentarily taken aback by his response. After a brief silence, she spoke softly. Just some mundane matters. You should sleep now. Realizing he wouldn't glean more information that night, Jing pretended to obediently close his eyes. Before long, he sensed Gu Zhijin quietly rising and stealthily leaving the room. The next morning, Jing was awakened by Qing Shuang. Gu Zhijin had already dressed and was enjoying breakfast.
Good morning, wife.
Jing, with tousled hair, leaped from bed and rushed to the dining table. What are we having today? Gu Zhijin elegantly sipped her porridge. Young master, wash up first.
Oh.
Jing pouted but dutifully went to wash his face. Upon returning, he discovered several of his favorite side dishes had appeared on the table. Wife is so kind. Jing exclaimed cheerfully, starting to eat while sneaking glances at Gu Zhijin. She bore faint dark circles under her eyes, clearly having not slept well again. Did you not sleep well, wife? Jing inquired deliberately. Gu Zhijin set down her chopsticks. I had some documents to handle. Are documents more important than sleep? Seeing Gu Zhijin remain silent, Jing switched topics. Are you going to embroider a pouch today? I want to see. Finish your breakfast first. Jing promptly devoured his food and then stared eagerly at Gu Zhijin. With a sigh, she instructed Qing Shuang to bring the embroidery frame and silk threads. Gu Zhijin's embroidery skills were surprisingly good. Her fingers danced as, in no time, a pair of lifelike mandarin ducks began to take shape. Jing watched in awe. Your hands are so deft, wife. Jing praised sincerely. Can you embroider a little Jing and little Zhijin? Gu Zhijin paused her needlework. What kind do you want? Holding hands with you. Jing grinned. Just like this. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Gu Zhijin's free hand. Gu Zhijin felt an electric shock and instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but Jing held on tightly. They remained in a stalemate for a while, and ultimately, Gu Zhijin relented, allowing him to hold her hand while continuing to stitch with one hand. Your hands are so soft, Jing pressed further, rubbing her fingers. Right here, he pointed to the callus at her thumb. It's so hard. Do you write often? Gu Zhijin responded with a gentle, What about this? Jing touched another callus on her index finger. Is this from wielding a sword? Gu Zhijin's hand suddenly stiffened. She slowly raised her head, her gaze sharp. How does young master know this is from holding a sword? Jing's heart raced, nearly revealing himself. Thinking quickly, he replied, Zhao Feng has one too. I asked him, and he said it's from practicing swordsmanship. Gu Zhijin scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly accepting this explanation. I learned some sword techniques for self-defense. Jing pretended to be naive, nodding along, but secretly thought, self-defense could cause such thick calluses? What a lie! After lunch, an unexpected guest arrived at the Wang residence, Lu Wenxuan, the cousin of Gu Zhijin's third fiancé. I have come to pay my respects to the young master and young mistress. Lu Wenshuan performed his bow with decorum, yet his eyes brimmed with disdain. Jing was reclining in the courtyard's rocking chair, indulging in grapes, and upon noticing the scene, he immediately sprang up and sought refuge behind Gu Zhijin. My lady.
Who is he?
Young Master Lu is. Gu Zhijin began to introduce him, but Lu Wenshuan interjected, I am the cousin of Miss Gu's former fiancé. Deliberately emphasizing the words former fiancé. Jing instantly grasped that this was an attempt to provoke. He blinked and suddenly broke into a grin. Oh. So you're the brother who drowned. Lu Wenshuan's expression stiffened. Your Highness, that statement is erroneous. My cousin was an excellent swimmer. How could he have fallen into the water without reason? He glanced pointedly at Gu Zhijin, implying something deeper. Unfazed, Gu Zhijin replied, What brings young Master Lu here today? I came to congratulate on the news of the young princess marrying into the royal family. Lu Wenshuan feigned a smile. And perhaps to pose a few inquiries to His Highness. Jing, inwardly amused, thought, Is he trying to test me, this fool? He feigned innocence. What questions? I'm exceptionally good at answering. Is it true that His Highness has a penchant for poetry? Lu Wenshuan asked insidiously. How about we compose a verse together? This was clearly a setup for Jing and to embarrass himself. Gu Zhijin's brow furrowed slightly, but Jing was enjoying himself. He continued reciting. The bright moonlight before my bed, 2 pairs of shoes upon the floor. Lu Wenshuan chuckled. Your Highness is indeed unique. A flicker of anger crossed Gu Zhijin's eyes. Yet Jing was reveling in the moment. He persisted. 2 orioles sing amidst the green willows, 1 roasted and 1 boiled. Even the maids nearby couldn't stifle their laughter. Lu Wenshuan struggled to contain his amusement. Your Highness's poetic talent is truly remarkable. I can also craft couplets. Jing boasted, Young Master Lu, please provide the first line. Lu Wenshuan's eyes darted. Very well. My first line is, A foolish person dreams, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. This was a clear mockery of Jing. Gu Zhijin's expression darkened, ready to interject, but Jing had already responded. A foolish pig pushes at the door, leaving behind only filth and urine. Silence enveloped the courtyard, then erupted into uproarious laughter. The maids and servants were doubled over. Even the usually stern Zhao Feng turned away, shaking with mirth. Lu Wenshuan's face shifted between shades of green and white. Your Highness, how did I fare? Jing feigned anticipation, my lady. Am I not impressive? A slight smile graced Gu Zhijin's lips. Indeed. Lu Wenshuan, incensed and humiliated, retorted, vulgar. Indecent. Young Master Lu, Gu Zhijin coldly interjected, Your Highness possesses a child's intellect. Why must you engage with him so seriously? If there is nothing further, please take your leave. Lu Wenshuan inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. I have overstepped. Farewell. He turned to leave, but paused to add meaningfully, By the way, the 7th prince sends his regards to the young princess. Gu Zhijin's gaze turned icy in an instant. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Once Lu Wenshuan departed, Jing immediately sidled up to Gu Zhijin. My lady, who is the 7th prince? One of the princes. Gu Zhijin answered succinctly. Does he have feelings for you? Gu Zhijin was caught off guard by the blunt inquiry. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Jing tilted his head. When that Lu fellow mentioned the 7th prince, he looked so peculiar, as if he were searching for adjectives. Like a child who has stolen candy. Gu Zhijin chuckled softly. Your Highness is overthinking. Go play. I have matters to attend to. Jing understood she would be working late in the study and obediently nodded. Then you must accompany me for dinner tonight. Very well. Watching Gu Zhijin's retreating figure, Jing smile gradually faded. The 7th prince, the Northern D, arms smuggling, and Gu Zhijin's mysterious identity. This seemingly tranquil royal residence was rife with undercurrents. However, glancing at the half-stitched pouch Gu Zhijin had made for him, he smiled again. At least his lady seemed to stand on the side of justice. I must find a way to assist her, Jing murmured to himself. Chapter 8. Past and present. Jing experienced a peculiar dream. In it, he returned to the modern world, standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper. The night wind howled, and the distant city shimmered with lights. Clad in a familiar black combat uniform, he heard his teammates' voices through the communicator. Lin Qi, target locked, prepare for action, a calm female voice relayed. Lin Qi glanced at her hands, calloused and defined. She instinctively reached for the handgun at her waist, her most trusted companion, having accompanied her on countless perilous missions. "Captain, I'm ready," she heard herself say, her voice steady as usual. "Remember, this mission carries a high level of risk. Retreat immediately if anything unusual occurs." The woman's voice softened momentarily, issuing a command. "Understood." The dreamscape abruptly shifted. Lin Shi infiltrated the target's chamber, only to discover it was a trap. Just as she was about to be surrounded, a slender figure burst in. Captain Lin Yi. With astonishing skill, she dispatched most of the enemies. But in a last-ditch effort to protect Lin Shi, she was struck in the chest by a bullet.
Captain.
Jing jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. The sky outside had darkened, and the room was eerily silent, save for his own ragged breaths echoing in the stillness. "Why did I suddenly dream of this?" he murmured, his heart racing. His right hand instinctively reached for his waist, only to encounter the soft fabric of his nightgown. The haunting image of Lin Yi collapsing from the gunshot lingered. Jing rubbed his temples and suddenly realized a terrifying truth. Gu Zijin spoke in an identical manner to Captain Lin Yi. Even her unique intonation and commanding tone were strikingly similar. Impossible. Jing shook his head, yet memories of Gu Zijin's behaviors, her expertise in military tactics, her heightened alertness, the calluses on her hands, and the flavor of the noodles, flooded back. He sat bolt upright. The meat noodles Gu Zijin prepared that night tasted strikingly similar to those Captain Lin Yi had once cooked for him. At the time, he had dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Now, considering the distinctive seasoning, it was undoubtedly Lin Yi's secret recipe. What if? His fingers unconsciously tightened around the bed covers, knuckles whitening from the pressure. At that moment, the door creaked open. Gu Zijin entered, carrying a bowl of sweet water. Upon seeing him awake, she paused slightly. "Your Highness is awake?" Just in time for some sweet water. Jing stared intently at her, searching for traces of Captain Lin Yi within the classical beauty of her face. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows across her profile. "Your Highness?" Gu Zijin approached, reaching out to feel his forehead. "But you have a fever?" When her calloused hand brushed against his skin, Jing could no longer contain himself. He grasped her wrist tightly. "SK." Gu Zijin's hand trembled, nearly spilling the bowl. "What are you saying, Your Highness?" Yet Jing keenly detected the flash of panic in her eyes. "SK Special Forces, Team 7. Jing locked his gaze onto hers, slowly articulating, "Captain Lin Yi." Gu Zijin's complexion drained of color. She yanked her hand back, stepping away, causing sweet water to spill everywhere. Who are you?" Her voice quivered slightly. Instinctively adopting a defensive posture, her right foot retreating, left hand shielding her chest, right hand poised at her waist, precisely the stance favored by Lin Yi. "I am Lin Shi." Jing rose from the bed, performing a gesture known only to their small team, or rather, the Lin Shi residing within him.
Gu Zijin's lips trembled. Impossible.
This cannot be. Yet her gaze began to waver. "That bowl of noodles, it tasted almost identical to the ones you cooked for me before." Jing stepped forward, lowering his voice. "The calluses on your hands are the result of years spent wielding swords and daggers. The tactical analyses in your study are based on contemporary special operations theories." Lin Yi, who perhaps should now be referred to as Gu Zijin, froze. Her fingers suspended in midair. A look of incredulity gradually surfaced to her eyes. "It's truly you, but how could you? After your mission failed. You died 3 years ago. I was betrayed during my own mission and shot multiple times. Upon awakening, I became the foolish heir, Jing, and 3 days later, I married you." Jing forced a smile. "And what about you? When did you arrive?" Gu Zijin paused for a moment before slowly nodding. "Indeed. I crossed over 3 years ago, and became Gu Zijin." She hesitated, walking to the table to pour herself a cup of tea, her fingers still trembling slightly. "And this place is from a novel I read out of boredom while disguised as a librarian during one of my missions." "A novel?" Jing's eyes widened, and then he suddenly realized, "No wonder you are so well-versed in the court's affairs." "Splendid Beauty, an ancient romance novel," Gu Zijin replied, moving to the window with her back to him, her voice low. "I only remember the general plot. In the original, Gu Zijin is a husband-killing noble lady forced to marry the foolish heir, Jing. Later, the 7th Prince rebels, and although Jing is foolish, he dies saving Gu Zijin." Jing gasped. "So, you know some plot developments?" "Yes." Gu Zijin turned to face him, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions. I have always sought to alter the tragic ending of the original story. My investigation into the seventh prince was also because I knew he would rebel. And your injury? 3 months ago, while investigating the seventh prince's connections with Bei Di, I was discovered and severely injured, Gu Jin said lightly. But Jing'an knew it must be life-threatening. His captain was always one to report only good news. Is that why you allowed Jing'an to get close to you? Jing'an felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his voice rising involuntarily. Just because in the original, Jing'an dies saving you? Gu Jin looked at him. A fleeting, elusive emotion crossing her face. To some extent, yes. I feel that since I occupy Gu Jin's body, I ought to do something for her. She paused, her voice barely audible, and I see a hint of familiarity in your eyes. Those words struck Jing, and like a gentle hammer on his heart. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he pulled Gu Jin into his embrace. This hug bore the unspoken regrets of their past life, the joy of reunion in this life, and the longing that transcended life and death. Captain, he whispered in her ear, his voice trembling with excitement. This time, it is I who will protect you. Initially stiff, Gu Jin's body began to relax. She was unaccustomed to physical contact, but eventually reciprocated, resting her forehead on his shoulder. Fool, you are now a foolish heir.
How can you protect me?
Who says I must always act foolish? Jing'an replied with a mischievous smile, his fingers gently combing through her long hair. Besides, even a fool has his advantages. Gu Jin pushed him away. Her expression serious, no. In the original, Jing'an dies saving you. Jing'an cupped her face in his hands, continuing her thought, but now it is different. We are two and we know the plot developments. His thumb brushed away the moisture at the corner of her eye. Trust me, just like in Mozambique. She finally nodded slowly, all right. But you must follow my commands. At your service, Captain. Jing'an saluted with a formal military gesture, then suddenly recalled something, his expression turning quirky. Wait, since you know the plot, how exactly do I die in the original? Gu Jin's expression grew grave. When the seventh prince rebels, he sends someone to capture me. You, Jing'an, die from a rain of arrows while trying to protect me. Her voice caught in her throat. Jing'an whistled softly. Heroic. But this time, it won't happen. He rolled his eyes and leaned closer to Gu Jin. By the way, in the original, did we, haven't you know? He made a suggestive gesture. Gu Jin's face turned crimson, and she swatted his hand away. In the original, Jing'an and Gu Jin are merely nominally married. What a pity, Jing'an grinned, inching closer again. Now we can rewrite the story, can't we? Gu Jin shot him a glare, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Be serious. We have important matters to attend to. Of course, of course. Jing'an raised his hands in surrender, then turned serious. So, Captain, what is the plan next? Gu Jin produced a note from her sleeve. Yesterday, I discovered that the seventh prince will be shipping a batch of military supplies to Bei Di in 10 days. We must intercept this transaction while gathering evidence of his rebellion. Jing'an took the note and glanced at it. This location, the old warehouse in the western suburbs? He rapidly arranged a terrain map on the table using teacups, his fingers tracing the action route. Gu Jin stared at him in surprise. How did you know I wanted to set it up this way? Because I am your most capable teammate, Jing'an replied, winking. Besides, we are the best partners. He mimicked the tone he used in the military. Lin Chi always knows what Captain Lin is thinking. ISNT that what everyone said about me? A glimmer of warmth crossed Gu Jin's eyes. Yes, the best partners. The two exchanged smiles, as if returning to the days when they fought side by side. Though their identities had changed and the times had shifted, that unspoken understanding still lingered. Jing'an couldn't help but reach out, gently grasping Gu Jin's fingers. The sensation was so familiar, yet carried a new thrill due to their altered identities. So, Jing'an stroked her hand gently. What is our relationship now? Captain and teammate? Heir and heiress? Or Gu Jin withdrew her hand, but lightly flicked his forehead. Let us finish the mission first. Yet the blush creeping to her ears betrayed her feelings. Jing'an smiled at her feigned calmness, a surge of tenderness swelling within him. In their past life, he had never dared to overstep the bounds of their superior-subordinate relationship. Now, fate had given them a chance to start anew, and he would not let it slip away. Oh, by the way, Gu Jin suddenly recalled something. Are you comfortable in this body? Her gaze swept over him with a professional appraisal. Jing'an stretched his arms. Aside from waking up every morning due to a certain part, everything else is quite all right. Upon seeing Gu Jin's glare, He quickly added, "My strength is indeed much greater than that of a female body, but I need to readjust my sense of balance. And your combat skills?" The muscle memory is still intact. Jing demonstrated a standard capture move. However, this body hasn't undergone professional training, so my endurance is somewhat lacking. Gu Zhijin nodded. "Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the Gu family sword techniques." The original Gu Zhijin had impressive martial skills, which was quite convenient.
Wow.
"A private lesson," Jing exclaimed playfully. "Are there any special rewards?" Gu Zhijin delivered a swift kick to his calf, her movements clean and precise.
This is your reward.
Jing cradled his leg, grimacing but laughing heartily. This was his captain, always expressing herself through action rather than words. The two laughed and bantered for a while until they suddenly heard footsteps outside. Gu Zhijin immediately resumed her dignified demeanor as the heir, and Jing quickly lay back down, continuing to play the role of the foolish heir. Your Highness, Jing Shuang called from outside. "The prince requests your presence for dinner." "Understood," Gu Zhijin replied, then whispered to Jing, "Remember to maintain your appearance in front of others." Jing made a gesture to seal his lips. "Understood." But with a mischievous smile, he lowered his voice. "Can I still sleep with the captain tonight?" "I promise I'll behave." Gu Zhijin shot him a glare. "Dream on." Yet the tips of her ears turned secretly red. During dinner, Jing continued his act as the foolish heir, getting rice all over his face. Although Gu Zhijin pretended to be helpless as she wiped his face, her eyes sparkled with suppressed amusement. "Your wife is truly wonderful," Jing deliberately exclaimed. "I adore my wife the most." The princess chuckled and shook her head. "Do not take offense at this child, Gu Shi. I wouldn't dare." Gu Zhijin replied respectfully, yet discreetly kicked Jing under the table. Jing exaggeratedly exclaimed, "My wife kicked me." Laughter erupted from the table, with everyone believing the foolish heir was merely babbling again. Only Gu Zhijin understood that his antics were intentional. She shot him a glare, but he cheekily made a face at her. In that moment, Gu Zhijin suddenly felt a sense of long-lost ease. In this unfamiliar world, she was no longer a solitary traveler. Her most trusted ally had returned to her side in the most unexpected manner. Although dangers still lurked ahead, at least for now, she was no longer fighting alone. After dinner, Jing cheerfully pushed the door open, only to find Gu Zhijin had already prepared his bedding. "Are we supposed to sleep in the same bed?" he asked, disappointment evident in his voice.
Dream on.
"You are a man now." Gu Zhijin tossed him a pillow. "Now, tell me exactly how you traversed here." Lying on the bedding, Jing recounted his experience of crossing over after failing a mission in great detail. Gu Zhijin then shared her experiences over the past 3 years in the world of the novel. "So, to summarize," Jing declared, "we need to prevent the 7th prince from staging a rebellion, alter the original ending, and then live happily ever after together?" In the darkness, Gu Zhijin fell silent for a moment before quietly affirming, "Yes." This simple response made Jing's heart skip a beat. He knew that for the usually composed Captain Lin Yi, this was the most candid confession. "Captain, it's time to sleep," Gu Zhijin interrupted. "We need to formulate a detailed plan tomorrow." Jing smiled and closed his eyes. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Chapter 9. The Flower Viewing Banquet. Bang. Jing was thrown onto the sandy training ground for the 5th time, wincing in pain. In the morning light, Gu Zhijin stood before him, poised and elegant, wielding a wooden sword, her breathing steady. "Get up," she urged, lightly tapping his shoulder with the sword's tip. "If you can't even master basic defense, how will you face the 7th prince's assassins?" Rubbing his sore backside, Jing looked up with a grievance. "Captain, I mean my wife, your strikes are a bit too harsh. Being lenient with the enemy is being cruel to oneself." Gu Zhijin retorted, her wrist flicking as the wooden sword sliced through the air with lethal precision. In the original story, Jing had met his demise at the hands of an archer. She suddenly halted, but Jing had caught the implication. This foolish heir had perished for the same reason. Again, he scrambled to his feet, dusting himself off and resetting his stance. For the past 2 days, before dawn, while the rest of the mansion slumbered, the two would sneak to this secluded training ground for intensive training. Gu Zhijin blended the Gu family's sword techniques with modern combat skills, crafting a crash course tailored for Jing and mind your wrist angle. Gu Zhijin's wooden sword struck like a viper. The 7th prince's guards often employed slashing attacks. Jing hurriedly adjusted his posture, barely managing to block the strike, but his palms tingled from the impact. You're too weak, Gu Zhijin frowned. Your body lacks foundational training. I've made progress compared to yesterday. Jing'an protested. At least I managed to block one strike. Gu Zhijin suddenly changed her approach. The wooden sword came at an unexpected angle. In battle, your foes will not grant you time to improve. Jing'an hastily reacted but was struck on the shoulder. Gasping in pain. Ouch! Captain, are you trying to murder your husband? Gu Zhijin's ears flushed slightly, yet her strikes grew more ferocious. Keep talking nonsense, and you'll face 50 more sets of practice. They exchanged blows for several more rounds. Despite his evident improvements, Jing'an was still thoroughly defeated. Eventually, a beautiful spinning kick sent him sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. No, I can't anymore, he sprawled out. My wife, spare me. Gu Zhijin sheathed the wooden sword and squatted down to poke his forehead. Exhausted after just 1 hour? Back in the army, you could carry a heavy load for 20 kilometers. That's not the same. Jing'an pouted, clutching her fingers. The original owner of this body was a pampered fool who had never even touched a sword. A glint of amusement flickered in Gu Zhijin's eyes as she allowed him to hold her hand. That's why you must train harder. She glanced at the sky. Let's head back. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Jing'an suddenly pulled her into his embrace. My wife, help me up. Gu Zhijin, caught off guard, fell onto him and immediately scrambled to rise, but Jing'an held her tightly around the waist. Let go, she warned in a lowered voice, her cheeks turning crimson. I won't, Jing'an persisted, burying his face in her neck. You smell so good. Flustered and annoyed, Gu Zhijin elbowed him in the abdomen. Jing'an grunted and released her, allowing her to swiftly rise and adjust her disheveled attire. Serves you right, Gu Zhijin shot him a glare, though she couldn't hide the smile tugging at her lips. If you keep misbehaving, I'll make you do an extra 100 push-ups. Jing'an, clutching his stomach in mock misery, lamented, Your heart is so cruel, my wife. Stop the banter. Gu Zhijin tossed him a towel. Wipe your face. The prince will be looking for us soon. After tidying up, just as they were about to leave the training ground, footsteps approached. Gu Zhijin reacted swiftly, pushing Jing'an against a tree and leaning close to him, feigning intimacy. Follow my lead, she whispered, her warm breath brushing against Jing'an's ear. His heart skipped a beat, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist. Understood, my wife. Zhao Feng entered the training ground, witnessing the couple in a close embrace. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Young master, young mistress, the prince requests your presence. Feigning shyness, Gu Zhijin stepped back. Understood. She tugged at Jing'an's sleeve. Young master. Let us go. Jing'an immediately slipped into his foolish air persona, bouncing along beside her. Is my father looking for me? Is there candy? Zhao Feng's lips twitched. This subordinate does not know. Upon reaching the study, the prince was examining an invitation. Upon seeing them, he kindly remarked, Gu Shi, the 7th prince has sent an invitation for you to attend the flower viewing banquet tomorrow. Jing'an's ears perked up immediately. The 7th prince? This was a splendid opportunity to gather intelligence. Gu Zhijin respectfully accepted the invitation. I understand, my husband. I want to go too. Jing'an interjected. I want to see the flowers. The prince frowned. The 7th prince's residence is not like home, you. Father, rest assured, Gu Zhijin spoke softly. I will take good care of the young master, and ensure he does not cause any trouble. The prince glanced at his eager son, then at his composed daughter-in-law, and finally nodded. Very well. Gu Shi, I entrust him to you. After leaving the study, Jing'an skipped behind Gu Zhijin, gazing around like a true fool, yet lowered his voice. Captain, the opportunity has arisen. Gu Zhijin subtly nodded. Let us discuss this in detail at home. Once back in their courtyard, Gu Zhijin dismissed all the servants and secured the doors and windows. Jing'an immediately leaned closer to her. The 7th prince's sudden invitation is surely a trap. Indeed. Gu Zhijin unfurled the invitation, pointing at the names listed. These are all officials from the original story who supported his rebellion. The flower viewing banquet is merely a guise to test various factions' attitudes. Jing'an diligently noted the names. We need to gather more evidence. If we can find the original documents of his correspondence with Bei Di, that will be difficult. Gu Zhijin shook her head. The 7th prince is inherently suspicious and carries important documents with him. Jing'an's eyes glimmered with mischief. Then let us make him reveal them willingly. He leaned in close to Gu Zhijin's ear and whispered a few words. Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure this will work? Trust me. Jing winked with a hint of mischief, exuding an air of feigned innocence, a forte of his. Gu Zhijin shook her head in exasperation. Yet her lips betrayed a smile. Very well. However, she suddenly reached out and tugged at Jing En's ear, admonishing, if you dare to take advantage again, I shall let you experience the bone-splitting technique of the Gu family. Ouch! 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 Jing En exclaimed dramatically, my lady, I was wrong. Upon releasing him, Jing En unexpectedly leaned in and pecked her cheek, exclaiming, you look delightful when you blush. You! Gu Zhijin's ears flushed crimson, and she raised her hand to strike. But Jing En had already burst into laughter and dashed away. During lunch, Jing En continued his act of the foolish young master, getting rice all over his face. Gu Zhijin, while wiping his face in disdain, quietly reminded him of the precautions for the flower appreciation banquet. Remember to stick close to me and do not act on your own. She placed a piece of fish in his bowl, adding, the seventh prince's residence is heavily guarded. The original text mentioned secret compartments in the Western study. Jing En nodded, understood. Yet he lowered his voice and asked, Captain, are you sure you won't teach me a few self-defense moves? Just in case. Gu Zhijin's chopsticks paused slightly. I am already teaching you. A rare hint of concern laced her voice, but it was fleeting. Jing En seized the moment to grasp her hand, reassuringly stating, don't worry, I will be careful. Besides, he grinned, I have you to protect me. Gu Zhijin shot him a glare, but did not withdraw her hand. Eat. After their meal, they proceeded to the study. Gu Zhijin retrieved a map, meticulously explaining the layout of the seventh prince's residence and potential escape routes. Suddenly, she recalled something. Your foolish young master persona must be maintained. You must not reveal any flaws before the seventh prince. Jing En made a silly face. That's my specialty. He then playfully leaped onto her back. Carry me, my lady. Get down. Gu Zhijin stumbled as he knocked into a bookshelf, causing several books to tumble, one of which landed squarely on Jing En's head. Ouch! He cried. Clutching his head, my lady, are you trying to murder your husband? Gu Zhijin had intended to scold him, but his exaggerated antics made her chuckle involuntarily. Serves you right. Still, she reached out to rub his head. Does it hurt? Jing En took the opportunity to hold her hand and kissed her palm. A kiss from my lady will make it better. Gu Zhijin recoiled as if shocked, her ears burning. You are incorrigible. Amid their playful banter, neither noticed the fleeting shadow outside the window. As dusk approached, an unexpected visitor arrived at the palace, the seventh prince himself. A sudden visit from His Highness is a breach of etiquette. The prince's uncle hurriedly greeted him, his mind rife with questions. The seventh prince, Yuan Sheng, in his early 20s, possessed a handsome yet somewhat sinister visage. With a smile, he waved his hand. Uncle, there is no need for such formality. I happened to be passing by and wanted to check on my cousin. Upon being called to the front hall, Jing En immediately sensed the tension in the air. The seventh prince's seemingly amiable gaze concealed scrutiny, while Gu Zhijin stood beside him, her expression serene yet her posture tense. How have you been, cousin? The seventh prince inquired warmly. Jing En feigned ignorance, playing with his fingers. Very well. My lady bought me many toys. A flicker of disdain crossed the seventh prince's eyes before he turned to Gu Zhijin. Thank you for taking care of my cousin, Lady Gu. It is my duty. Gu Zhijin replied with a respectful nod, neither servile nor arrogant. The seventh prince abruptly changed the subject. I have heard that Lady Gu is proficient in the Guqin. Might I request a performance at tomorrow's flower appreciation banquet? Gu Zhijin smiled calmly. Your Highness flatters me. My skills are rather rudimentary and may not befit the esteemed guests. You are too modest, Lady Gu, the seventh prince replied meaningfully. I have heard that the Gu family's eldest daughter possesses extraordinary talent. The atmosphere grew tense. Jing En noticed Gu Zhijin's fingers tighten slightly, but her expression remained composed. If your Highness insists, I shall comply. The seventh prince nodded in satisfaction, engaging in a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. Once he departed, the prince's uncle inquired, Lady Gu, what did the seventh prince mean by that? Gu Zhijin replied softly, perhaps he misheard the rumors. There is no need for concern, father. Back in their room, Jing En quickly secured the doors and windows. He is testing you. Gu Zhijin nodded. He knows I am investigating him. Her brow furrowed. Tomorrow's flower appreciation banquet is a trap. Then we won't go. No. Gu Zhijin shook her head, her refusal only betraying her unease. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. This is also our opportunity. Jing fretted. It's too dangerous. The seventh prince is clearly targeting you. Thus, we require a meticulous plan. Gu Zhijin spread out a sheet of paper, swiftly sketching a schematic. The layout of the seventh prince's residence is as follows. As Jing observed her concentrated profile, he suddenly enveloped her in an embrace. My lady, promise me. Do not take risks. Gu Zhijin paused, gently returning the embrace. I promise you. After a moment, she added, but you must also promise me that if the situation changes, you will act according to the plan and not attempt to be a hero. I promise. Jing tightened his embrace, burying his face in her neck. This time, we both must survive. As night deepened and silence enveloped the room, Jing lay on the floor, tossing and turning. They were to face the seventh prince the next day. Although the plan was thorough, the risks remained substantial. My lady, he called softly, are you asleep? No. Gu Zhijin's voice floated from the bed. I have a better idea. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a soft silver glow across the room. They whispered until deep into the night, ultimately finalizing a bold scheme. It is settled, Gu Zhijin concluded, now sleep. However, Jing suddenly sat up, tiptoeing to the bedside. My lady, may I? No, Gu Zhijin firmly denied him. Just a hug, Jing pleaded, his eyes wide with innocence. I promise not to move. In the darkness, Gu Zhijin hesitated for a moment before finally shifting closer. Only a hug. Jing joyfully climbed onto the bed, carefully wrapping his arms around Gu Zhijin. Initially, her body was tense, but she gradually relaxed, her back pressed against his chest. Young master, do not move, Gu Zhijin instructed, carefully fastening his jade belt. For the flower appreciation banquet, they both donned formal attire. Jing wore a moon-white brocade robe, his waist adorned with a shimmering jade belt. Gu Zhijin donned a light azure gauze dress, her hair adorned with a single white jade hairpin, exuding elegance and nobility. What do you think, my lady? Do I look handsome in this outfit? Jing theatrically tugged at his collar to strike a pose. Gu Zhijin rolled her eyes at him. Retrieving a small porcelain vial from the bottom of her cosmetics box, place one under your tongue. It can counteract 100 poisons. Jing accepted it, seizing the opportunity to tickle her palm. You are so considerate, my lady. Behave. Gu Zhijin swatted his hand away, a smile dancing in her eyes. It is time to depart. The seventh prince's residence, located in the eastern part of the city, was vast. The Crimson Gate stood flanked by 8 guards, each with sharp gazes and slightly bulging temples, clearly skilled fighters. As Jing dismounted the carriage, he began to look around in awe, resembling a naive child seeing the world for the first time. Wow, what a grand gate. It's even bigger than our house. Chapter 10. Peril at the royal residence. At the entrance of the seventh prince's residence, Jing exaggerated exclamations caught the attention of several guards. Gu Zhijin gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, young master, mind your demeanor.
Oh.
Jing immediately toned down his enthusiasm, though his eyes continued to dart around, absorbing the layout of the estate. The towering walls, the watchtowers at each corner, and the concealed sentry positions behind the artificial hills resembled the layout Gu Zhijin had shown him. The young master of the Jing family has arrived. With this announcement, the Crimson Gates slowly opened. A middle-aged man resembling a steward stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young master, young mistress, his highness has been waiting for you. Jing skipped merrily behind the steward, occasionally reaching out to touch the exotic flowers and plants by the roadside, resembling a child overflowing with curiosity. Gu Zhijin, on the other hand, walked gracefully beside him, her gaze calmly sweeping over every corner along their path. After passing through 3 courtyards, they were greeted by a sudden expanse of clarity. In the center of an exquisitely trimmed garden stood a number of low tables, with several guests already seated. At the head of the table, the seventh prince, Yuansheng, adorned in a purple and gold python robe, was smiling as he watched them approach. At last, my cousin has arrived. Yuansheng rose to greet them, his gaze lingering on Gu Zhijin for a moment longer. I was worried you might be shy. Jing grinned widely and suddenly pulled out a grasshopper he had caught on the way. Look, I caught this. He attempted to leap onto Yuansheng, but Gu Zhijin swiftly caught him by the arm, apologizing to Yuansheng. Your Highness, forgive him. Yuansheng waved his hand dismissively, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. No harm done. My cousin is simply innocent and carefree. How could I take offense? He gestured for them to take their seats. Jing was placed near the head of the table, while Gu Zhijin sat beside him. This arrangement, though seemingly honorable, actually positioned them under the scrutiny of all present. Jing in feigned ignorance, eagerly fiddling with the pastries on the table. I've heard that the young lady of the Gu family is exceptionally skilled at the guqin. After a few rounds of wine, Yuan Sheng suddenly spoke, inquiring if she would grace him and the guests with the performance today. The table erupted in enthusiastic agreement. Gu Zhijin set down her teacup and replied with composure. I fear my skills are rudimentary and may not please your highness. You are too modest, young lady of the Gu family, Yuan Sheng said with a meaningful smile. I have long admired your talent. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Jing noticed Gu Zhijin's fingers tighten slightly, yet her expression remained serene. Since your highness insists, I shall comply. Yuan Sheng clapped his hands in satisfaction, and a maid promptly brought forth a guqin. Gu Zhijin gracefully approached, kneeling before the instrument. Her slender fingers caressed the strings, testing a few notes before she began to play. The music initially flowed like a clear spring, gradually transforming into the sounds of clashing swords and galloping horses. Jing recognized it as a border battle tune, reminiscent of a melody once played by Captain Lin Yi on the piano in modern times. He discreetly observed Yuan Sheng's reaction, noticing his gaze sharpen as the music reached a crescendo. Just as the performance peaked, a sharp snap interrupted the melody. One of the strings had broken.
Oh, dear.
Gu Zhijin gasped, a trickle of blood seeping from her fingertip. I apologize for disturbing your highness. Yuan Sheng narrowed his eyes. No matter. It is a pity we could not hear the entire piece. He signaled for a maid to assist the young lady in bandaging her injury. Gu Zhijin stood to bow, exchanging a barely perceptible glance with Jing before following the maid away. Jing immediately grew restless. Where's my wife going? I want to go too. Do not fret, my young lord, Yuan Sheng chuckled, pressing him back into a seat. The young lady will return shortly.
Come.
Try these grapes from the western regions. Jing was forcibly pushed back down, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was precisely the diversion they had anticipated. While pretending to be distracted by the delicacies, he kept an eye on his surroundings. Sure enough, 2 guards quietly slipped out of the garden. According to plan, he was to continue feigning ignorance and wait for Gu Zhijin's signal. Yet an ominous premonition suddenly washed over him. Is my cousin distracted? Yuan Sheng's voice drew him back to reality. Are you worried about the young lady? Jing foolishly nodded. Yes. She promised to buy me sugar figures. Yuan Sheng laughed heartily. Rest assured, you shall have your sugar figures. He suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, cousin, it has been some time since your marriage to the young lady. Is everything harmonious? This blunt question evoked laughter from nearby guests. Jing pretended not to understand, tilting his head and asking, what does harmonious mean?
Can you eat it?
More laughter ensued. Yuan Sheng's eyes flickered with impatience, just as a distant scream echoed, followed by hurried footsteps. What is happening? Yuan Sheng frowned and stood up. A guard rushed in. Your Highness, the East Wing is flooding. The crowd erupted in chaos. Jing seized the opportunity to leap up.
Fire.
Quick, run. He shouted, attempting to rush outside, but was pulled back by Yuan Sheng. Cousin, do not panic. Yuan Sheng said, his tone growing cold. Escort the guests to the front courtyard. I shall return shortly. In the midst of the turmoil, Jing broke free from the guard's grip and plunged into the crowd. He twisted and turned, swiftly evading pursuit, and made his way directly towards the West Study. Guided by memory, the fire in the East Wing was evidently orchestrated by Gu Zhijin. Jing slipped to the outside of the study and found that the guards had indeed been redirected. He quietly pried open a window and climbed inside. The study was elegantly furnished, with bookshelves lining the walls filled with texts. Jing hurried to the Zeatonwood desk, searching for hidden compartments. According to Gu Zhijin's intel, Yuan Sheng's important documents were typically concealed here. After rifling through every possible space with no success, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Could the information be incorrect? Just then, footsteps approached outside. Jing quickly darted behind a screen, holding his breath. The door swung open, and Yuan Sheng entered with a dark expression, flanked by 2 guards.
Go check.
He commanded coldly. Discover who caused this fire. The guards complied and departed. Yuan Sheng walked to the bookshelves, producing a delicate key from his pocket. He opened a hidden compartment behind the books Spring and Autumn and retrieved several letters. Jing's pupils dilated. Those were the correspondences they sought. Yuan Sheng's clandestine exchanges with the Northern D. Yuan Sheng scrutinized the letters. confirming their authenticity before returning them to the compartment and securing it. He hurriedly left. Once he was sure the footsteps had faded, Jing'an dashed to the bookshelf. He found the book Spring and Autumn, only to discover that the hidden compartment required a key. Damn it! Just as he pondered a solution, 3 bird calls echoed from outside, a signal from Gu Zhijin indicating her safe escape. Jing'an hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to retreat as planned. Just as he turned, an open tome on the desk caught his eye. It was a list, prominently displaying dozens of names, each marked with annotations indicating whether they had been dealt with or were pending. Jing'an's heart sank as he spotted his and Gu Zhijin's names, both encircled in red. His heart raced. He quickly memorized several key names before leaping out the window. As soon as he hit the ground, he heard the sounds of a struggle nearby. Following the noise, he found Gu Zhijin surrounded by 3 assailants in black. Though swift in her movements, she was clearly at a disadvantage, her actions noticeably slower than usual. Recalling Gu Zhijin's internal injuries, Jing'an cast aside his concealment, grabbing a wooden stick from the ground and charging in.
Captain.
I'm here to help. Gu Zhijin glanced back, her eyes widening in surprise. Don't come over. Run. Ignoring her warning, Jing'an struck one of the assailants on the back of the head. The man groaned and fell. The other 2 immediately shifted their focus to Jing'an. Be careful, Gu Zhijin shouted. Despite his limited combat training, Jing'an's instincts from his past life kicked in. He deftly evaded their attacks, seizing openings to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Zhijin dispatched one of the enemies. The last black-clad attacker, sensing defeat, whistled to flee. We can't let him send word. Gu Zhijin gritted her teeth, pursuing him, but faltered as her injuries flared up. Jing'an, quick on his feet, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it, hitting the assailant's knee. The man yelped and collapsed, only to be met with the tip of Gu Zhijin's sword. Let us go. Gu Zhijin grabbed Jing'an's hand. The guards will arrive soon. Together, they slipped towards a side door, only to find the number of guards had tripled since their arrival. Just as Gu Zhijin turned to seek another escape route, Jing'an suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, Fire! Quick, help put it out. The east wing is on fire. The guards stirred in confusion. As they seized the moment of distraction, Gu Zhijin grasped Jing'an's hand and scaled the wall, landing in a narrow alley outside. Jing'an exhaled a long breath, finally able to speak. Yet, Gu Zhijin suddenly covered his mouth, pulling him into the shadows. A troop of cavalry thundered past the alley's entrance, led by none other than Yu Wenxing. It was only after the sound of hooves faded that Gu Zhijin released her grip, her face as pale as parchment. Are you injured? Jing'an finally noticed the bloodstains on her sleeve.
I'm fine, Gu Zhijin replied dismissively.
Let us return to the manor first. They avoided the main roads, weaving through the alleyways, circumventing much of the capital before finally arriving at the Prince Jing's residence. Upon entering, Gu Zhijin could no longer maintain her composure and stumbled slightly. My lady. Jing'an swiftly supported her, calling out to the servants who had come at the sound, quickly, fetch a doctor. The young lady has fallen. Once back in her chamber, Gu Zhijin finally shed her facade, cold sweat beading on her brow from the pain. Jing'an carefully assisted her in removing her outer garment, revealing her inner clothing soaked in blood. Don't move. He fetched clean water and cloth, gingerly cleaning her wound. Is this an arrow wound? Gu Zhijin nodded slightly. I was struck by a hidden arrow during the retreat. Fortunately, it was not poisoned. Jing'an's hands trembled slightly. It's all my fault. If I had found the secret letter more quickly. No, you did well, Gu Zhijin interjected, grasping his hand. I saw you enter the study, which is why I deliberately created a distraction to draw the guards away. I just didn't expect Yu Wenxing to be so prepared. I saw the list. Jing'an whispered. We are all on his elimination list, along with a few names he noted, indicating other informed parties. A glint of sharpness flashed in Gu Zhijin's eyes. The Minister of War, the Vice Commander of the Imperial Guard, just as I suspected. She attempted to rise but winced, gasping in pain. Don't move. Jing'an pressed her down gently. The doctor will arrive shortly. Now tell me, the arrow truly had no poison? Gu Zhijin shook her head. It really doesn't, she asserted, but suddenly coughed, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Jing'an was instantly alarmed. Captain.
Me fine, Gu Zhijin weakly smiled.
Don't worry, but before she could finish, her vision darkened and she fainted. Captain. Jing'an caught her limp body, shouting towards the door. Where's the doctor? Hurry. After a flurry of activity, Dr. Liu from the manor examined Gu Zhijin's pulse and prescribed medicine. Jing and remained steadfastly by her side until her breathing stabilized. There's no need for excessive worry, young master, Dr. Liu reassured him. The young lady has merely exacerbated an old injury with a new one. Compounded by exhaustion, she will recover with some rest. Jing nodded, and after seeing off the doctor, he sat beside Gu Zhijin, gently holding her hand. That hand, which usually wielded a sword in battle, felt pale and cold, tugging at his heartstrings. Captain, he murmured softly, please get better soon. As night enveloped the realm, Jing meticulously reflected on what he had seen that day, the secret letter from Yuwenqing, the elimination list, and the hidden military strength within the manor. All these pointed to the fact that the Seventh Prince's conspiracy was entering its final stage. The arms deal in 3 days, Jing whispered, must be stopped. Gu Zhijin stirred slightly, slowly opening her eyes. Water. Jing quickly helped her sit up and offered her a sip. How do you feel? Not bad, Gu Zhijin replied, her voice hoarse. What time is it? Just past midnight, Jing said, tucking her blanket carefully. Don't rush to get up. Dr. Liu said you need to rest. However, Gu Zhijin struggled to rise. There's no time, the list. I know, Jing interrupted. The Minister of War, the Vice Commander of the Imperial Guard, and several border generals are all on the list. Gu Zhijin's pupils constricted. Indeed. The arms deal is merely a ruse. Jing spoke gravely. The true plan is to eliminate the opposition and seize control of the capital. Gu Zhijin nodded. It aligns with the original narrative, just accelerated. Suddenly, she grasped Jing's hand tightly. We must inform the Emperor immediately.
How?
Jing replied with a wry smile. We can't even enter the palace gates. Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment. There is one person who can help us.
Who?
My father, Gu Zhijin said softly, Chancellor Gu. Jing's eyes widened. Are you certain? He wasn't he. It's different now, Gu Zhijin shook her head. Over the past 3 years, I've observed him closely. Although he wields immense power, he remains loyal to the Emperor. More importantly, she lowered her voice, he possesses a clandestine force. Jing suddenly understood. So your investigations. Some of them utilized my father's resources, Gu Zhijin admitted. But I have never disclosed the details of the original narrative to him. Jing considered this for a moment. All right, I will go to the Chancellor's residence first thing tomorrow. No, I shall go, Gu Zhijin insisted. He is more likely to believe me. She smiled wryly.
Besides,
you're still a foolish young master. Jing wanted to argue, but seeing her resolute gaze, he relented.
Fine.
But I will accompany you. Gu Zhijin smiled faintly. Very well. They discussed their plans for the morrow in detail until Gu Zhijin, once again fatigued, closed her eyes. Jing gently covered her with a blanket and kept vigil by her side throughout the night. As dawn broke, Gu Zhijin's fever finally subsided. Jing rubbed his sore neck, preparing to wash up when he suddenly heard a faint noise outside the window. He turned alertly, noticing a leaf fluttering through the crack. Picking it up, he saw several tiny characters inscribed on it with a needle. At noon, Zui Xianlu, room 3. There was no signature. But Jing immediately comprehended that this was a message from the insider Gu Zhijin had placed within the 7th Prince's residence, the same figure who had delivered intelligence to Gu Zhijin before.
Jing.
He gently roused her. There's news. Upon reading the words on the leaf, Gu Zhijin furrowed her brow. It's too risky, it might be a trap. But it could be crucial intelligence, Jing insisted. I will go.
No, heu Zhijin firmly rejected.
It's too dangerous. The danger is precisely why I should go. Jing countered, gripping her hand. Don't forget, I'm now the foolish young master. Even if I get caught, I can play the fool to muddle through. Gu Zhijin wanted to argue further, but Jing had already risen. It's decided. You go see the Chancellor, I'll go to Zui Xianlu. We'll exchange information tonight. Shao Qi. Gu Zhijin unusually called his name, her eyes filled with concern. Jing felt warmth in his heart as he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Don't worry, Captain. I will take care of myself. Chapter 11. Intercepting arms in the western suburbs as the morning light broke softly, Jing quietly donned his robes, glancing back at the still sleeping Gu Zhijin. Her serene visage, with long lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes and lips slightly more vibrant than the day before, compelled him to lean down and place a tender kiss on her forehead before turning to leave. Outside, Zhao Feng stood like an iron tower. Upon seeing Jing emerge, he immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Young master. Shoo. Jing'an raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. My lady is sleeping. Do not disturb her. He deliberately lowered his voice, tiptoeing away a few steps before resuming his normal tone. I'm going to buy some sugar figurines for my lady. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. Young master, it's dangerous outside. I don't care. Jing'an began to act petulantly. I want to go. Otherwise, I'll tell father that you're bullying me. Zhao Feng's expression turned conflicted, but he ultimately relented. Then I shall accompany you. Jing'an felt a surge of joy, for this was precisely what he desired. With Zhao Feng as his bodyguard, they could remain inconspicuous and leverage his strength if necessary. The two slipped out of the manor through a side entrance. The early morning streets, sparsely populated. Jing'an hopped ahead, occasionally stopping to observe the street vendors, appearing like a naive child experiencing the world for the first time. Sugar figurines. Sugar figurines. He suddenly pointed at a distant old artist who had just set up a stall, joyfully rushing over. Zhao Feng quickly followed, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Jing'an noticed that his right hand remained firmly on the hilt of his dagger, silently acknowledging that this guard was indeed diligent. Old man, make me a lady. Jing'an exclaimed, placing several copper coins on the stall. Make it the most beautiful one. The old artist chuckled in response, skillfully shaping a sugar figurine. Seizing the opportunity, Jing'an surveyed the surroundings. The drunken immortal tower was just around the corner, and with half an hour remaining until the agreed time, he had ample time to prepare. The sugar figurine was soon ready. Jing'an gleefully accepted it, paid, and then coaxed Zhao Feng into buying him a skewer of candied hawthorn before casually wandering near the drunken immortal tower.
Zhao Feng, I'm hungry.
Jing'an suddenly clutched his stomach, shouting, I want to eat buns. Zhao Feng, exasperated, replied, Young master, let us return to the manor for breakfast.
No.
I want to eat right now. Jing'an began to throw a tantrum, pointing at the drunken immortal tower. There are buns. Zhao Feng hesitated as he glanced up at the tower sign. This. I don't care. I want to eat. Jing'an plopped down on the ground, throwing a fit. If you don't take me, I'll tell father you hit me. The commotion drew the attention of passers-by. Zhao Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and white, ultimately relenting. All right, young master, get up quickly. Let us go eat buns. Jing'an immediately brightened, springing up and rushing toward the drunken immortal tower, with Zhao Feng hurriedly trailing behind, fearful of any trouble he might cause. As the doors of the drunken immortal tower opened, the staff were still cleaning. Noticing the guests, they promptly approached. Welcome, esteemed guests, so early. Buns. I want to eat meat buns. Jing'an shouted, his eyes darting around, observing the layout of the establishment. The staff smiled apologetically. Sir, our buns aren't ready yet. How about I don't care? I want them now. Jing'an began banging on the table. Zhao Feng awkwardly pulled him back. Young master, how about we, suddenly? Jing'an burst into tears. You're all bullying me. I want to see the lady. The commotion prompted the manager to rush out from the back. Oh dear. Isn't this the young master? Quickly, bring the best pastries for the young master. Only then did Jing'an cease his crying, sniffling. I also want to see the goldfish. The manager looked puzzled. Goldfish? Isn't their fish tank in room 3? Jing'an blinked his tear-filled eyes, recalling that the last time the lady had brought him, she mentioned there were very large goldfish. The manager appeared troubled. This. Zhao Feng quickly explained, the young master must be mistaken. How could there be goldfish at the drunken immortal tower? There are. Jing'an began to stir again. The manager exchanged glances with Zhao Feng, ultimately conceding, shall we take the young master to take a look? Room 3 is empty. Zhao Feng sighed, nodding in resignation. The two followed the manager upstairs to room 3. Upon opening the door, they found it indeed empty, with no fish tank in sight.
Wow.
The goldfish have escaped. Jing'an exclaimed dramatically, rushing into the room to search, certain they were hiding under the bed. Seizing the moment while Zhao Feng and the manager exchanged exasperated looks, Jing'an swiftly scanned the windowsill and spotted a leaf identical to the one he had received that morning. Pretending to trip, he slyly tucked the leaf into his sleeve. Young master, be careful. Zhao Feng hurried forward to assist him. Jing'an took the opportunity to rise, brushing off his clothes. The goldfish have escaped. Let us go home. His demeanor shifted from one of distress to that of a well-behaved child. Zhao Feng and the manager both sighed in relief, quickly leading this capricious young master back downstairs. With the manager's warm send-off, Jing'an left the drunken immortal tower, clutching several complimentary pastries. on the way back to the manor. He munched on the treats while discreetly observing his surroundings. Indeed, several suspicious figures were trailing them from a distance. Jing and smirked inwardly. The seventh prince's people were remarkably vigilant. Zhao Feng, I want to eat roasted chestnuts. Jing and suddenly pointed at a vendor at the street corner. Zhao Feng, having long discerned the young master's temperament, knew he could not persuade him otherwise and reluctantly led him over. As Zhao Feng paid, Jing and quickly glanced at the leaf in his sleeve, where a few words were inscribed with a needle. Tonight at midnight, West Suburbs Warehouse. Military supplies to be transported. Jing An's pupils constricted. The operation had been moved up by a day. He needed to notify Gu Zhijin as soon as possible. Young master, your chestnuts. Zhao Feng handed him a warm paper bag. Jing An feigned delight as he accepted it, but his mind raced. Gu Zhijin had to meet the prime minister this morning and had likely already set off. The operation in the west suburbs needed to be replanned. Upon returning to the manor, Jing An dashed to his courtyard, only to discover that Gu Zhijin had already left. Where is the young mistress? He asked Qing Shuang, who was tidying up. Qing Shuang replied, Young master. The young mistress went to the prime minister's residence early this morning, saying she would return before lunch. Jing An nodded, dismissing Qing Shuang, and immediately began to prepare. He dragged out a small wooden box from beneath his bed. This was their secret equipment stash, containing several daggers, ropes, and fire starters. Time was too tight, Jing An murmured to himself, quickly checking the gear. According to the original plan, they had one more day to prepare, but now they had to act hastily. Just as he pondered his strategy, footsteps echoed outside. Jing An swiftly shoved the wooden box back under the bed and feigned sleep as he lay down. Young master? Gu Zhijin's voice called from outside. Are you in there? Jing An promptly sprang up to open the door. Gu Zhijin stood outside in a simple, elegant dress, her complexion significantly improved from yesterday, though her eyes still bore faint shadows, indicating she and tea rested well. My lady, Jing An exclaimed, pulling her into a tight embrace, and seized the moment to whisper in her ear, the military supplies are being transported tonight at midnight. Gu Zhijin's body stiffened momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. What's the matter, young master? She intentionally raised her voice while gently squeezing Jing An's hand to signal her understanding. I missed you, my lady, Jing An shouted loudly, pulling her into the room. Once the door was closed, he immediately lowered his voice. I heard news from the drunken immortal tower. The seventh prince might have sent something and moved up the operation. Gu Zhijin nodded, producing a letter from her sleeve. Father has agreed to assist us. This is a copy of the secret edict from the emperor to him, along with an order to mobilize the capital's guards. Jing An's eyes lit up. Wonderful. How did you convince the prime minister? He initially didn't believe it until I presented evidence of the seventh prince's correspondence with the northern D. Gu Zhijin's eyes flashed with sharpness. Father immediately went to the palace to meet the emperor. Though the emperor was furious, he decided not to act rashly, instructing us to intercept the military supplies first before closing in. Jing An quickly skimmed through the contents of the edict. The emperor wanted them to ensure that both the people and the goods were captured, a daunting task. Thus, we must replan. Gu Zhijin unfurled a map of the West Suburbs warehouse. My father will secretly dispatch 20 elite men to assist, but their identities must remain concealed. The two leaned over the map, Gu Zhijin's slender fingers tracing the layout. The warehouse has 3 exits. The seventh prince's men will likely split into 3 groups. We want to have enough manpower to block all the exits. Jing An furrowed his brow. Unless we create a diversion. Gu Zhijin and he spoke in unison, sharing a smile. Jing An couldn't help but pinch her fingers. Captain, you still understand me so well. Gu Zhijin shot him a playful glare but didn't withdraw her hand. Now tell me your plan in detail. Jing An pointed at the map. We can create chaos here to attract most of the guards, then focus on intercepting the convoy taking this route. Given the warehouse's structure, this path is less populated but wide, making it suitable for transporting large military supplies. Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Feasible. But precise timing is crucial. I'll handle the diversion, Jing An declared confidently. I'll ensure they're thrown into disarray.
No.
Gu Zhijin firmly refused. It's too dangerous. Precisely because it's dangerous I should go. Jing An grasped her hand and reminded her. Do not forget. I am currently the foolish prince. Even if I am captured, I can feign ignorance and slip through. He smirked mischievously, adding, moreover, I have Zhao Feng as my bodyguard. Gu Zhijin wished to object, but Jing An had already risen to change his attire. It is settled. You will hide your men along the main road, and I shall create chaos before rendezvousing with you. But that is too perilous, Gu Jijun expressed her concerns. Her eyes filled with worry. Jing'an felt warmth in his heart and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek, whispering, "Do not fret, Captain. I am the one you trained." Gu Jijun's ears flushed slightly, yet her gaze remained anxious. "You must be cautious. If circumstances change, retreat immediately." "I understand." Jing'an replied with a smile, "I am the most obedient soldier when it comes to following the captain's orders." In the afternoon, Jing'an insisted on taking Zhao Feng to the western suburbs to catch butterflies. Though Zhao Feng was initially reluctant, he could not withstand the prince's persistent pleas, and ultimately, even the princess interceded on his behalf. Thus, he had no choice but to accompany him with 4 guards in tow. The western suburbs boasted picturesque scenery, frequented by many noble youths. Jing'an frolicked like a jubilant puppy across the grassy fields, occasionally lunging towards non-existent butterflies, much to the amusement of the guards. "Over there! Look at that enormous butterfly!" Jing'an suddenly shouted, pointing toward the distant woods before dashing off before Zhao Feng could react. "Your Highness!"
Slow down.
Zhao Feng hurriedly followed. But Jing'an sprinted swiftly, disappearing into the woods in no time. The forest was dimly lit, and Jing'an adeptly maneuvered between the trees, quickly shaking off Zhao Feng and the others. Following the route in his memory, he soon discovered a concealed mound from which he could overlook the entire warehouse area. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, activity around the warehouse noticeably increased. Jing'an counted at least 30 guards, with a dozen carts being loaded. He meticulously observed the guards' patrol routes and shift changes, mentally noting them down. "Your Highness!" Zhao Feng, panting, caught up to him. "You ran too fast." Jing'an feigned shock, plopping down on the ground. "Oh no, the big dog is chasing me." Zhao Feng chuckled in exasperation. "Your Highness, I am not a dog. It is getting late. Shall we return to the estate?"
No.
Jing'an pointed towards the warehouse. "There are shiny things over there. I want to see." Zhao Feng's expression shifted. "Your Highness, that area is private property. We cannot go there." "I don't care. I want to go." Jing'an began to throw a tantrum. With no other option, Zhao Feng coaxed, "Be good, Your Highness. If we return, I will buy you some candy." Just then, a commotion erupted from the direction of the warehouse. Seizing the opportunity, Jing'an climbed the mound to peek, spotting a group of cloaked figures arguing with the guards.
Wow.
"They're fighting!" Jing'an clapped his hands in delight. "This is so fun." Zhao Feng, noticing the unusual scene, grew serious. "Your Highness, we should leave." Just as Jing'an was about to protest, he caught sight of a familiar figure slipping through the warehouse's side door, Gu Jijun. She had already infiltrated to scout. "All right." Jing'an feigned reluctance. "But Zhao Feng has to carry me back." Zhao Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly crouched down for Jing and to climb onto his back. On their way back to the estate, Jing'an pretended to be foolish, while mentally refining the plan for the evening's operation. As night fell, Jing'an retired early, but in reality, he had changed into a set of stealth attire. Silently, he slipped out of his room and made his way to the backyard wall, where he discovered a perfect passage through a dog hole while catching butterflies earlier. Upon emerging from the hole, a shadow descended from above. Jing'an instinctively assumed a defensive stance, only to hear Gu Jijun's hushed voice, "It's me."
Captain.
Jing'an exclaimed in surprise and joy. "What are you doing here?" "Qing Shuang said you were asleep, so I knew you would act early," Gu Jijun scolded, glaring at him. "Did we not agree to meet at the second watch?" "I wanted to scout ahead," Jing'an replied sheepishly. "Less chatter," Gu Jijun interrupted. "My men are already in position. The elite troops sent by the Chancellor are ambushed on both sides of the main road, awaiting the signal." Jing'an nodded. "I am prepared as well. I have given Zhao Feng a mild sedative. He will not awaken any time soon." Gu Jijun produced a small cloth bag from her bosom. "Smoke bombs, improved for greater efficacy." Jing'an took the bag, weighing it in his hands. "Excellent goods. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence." Under the cover of darkness, the two stealthily advanced toward the warehouse in the western suburbs. Throughout the journey, Gu Jijun's steps were noticeably slower, her breathing somewhat labored. Jing'an cast a worried glance at her, but he knew that urging her to return would be futile. His captain was notoriously stubborn. There were significantly more guards surrounding the warehouse than during the day, clearly indicating that the seventh prince had intensified security. Jing'an and Gu Jijun crouched on a high ground, observing the movements below. "Look there," Gu Jijun pointed to the eastern side of the warehouse. Those carts are laden with bows and armor. They must be part of the first shipment. Jing En narrowed his eyes. There are about 20 guards and 2 archers positioned above. We must neutralize them first. I will handle it, Gu Jijun declared, preparing to rise. Jing En grasped her arm firmly.
No.
You are injured. Gu Jijun shrugged off his hand. We will proceed as planned. You create the diversion. I will take care of the archers. Before Jing En could protest further, she darted away like a shadow. Gritting his teeth, he turned to move toward the designated position. A quarter of an hour later, flames suddenly erupted from the western side of the warehouse. The guards were thrown into disarray, rushing to extinguish the fire. Seizing the moment, Jing En slipped beneath the cart, stuffing several smoke bombs into the cargo box before quickly retreating. Water! Water! He shouted in a high-pitched voice, simultaneously igniting several prearranged piles of straw. As thick smoke billowed, the warehouse descended into chaos. Jing En caught sight of Gu Jijun's figure darting above, and 2 archers silently fell. His heart soared with joy. And just as he prepared to meet her on the main road, he suddenly heard a fierce shout. Who goes there? Turning, he saw a guard rushing toward him.
Torch in hand.
Instinctively, he dodged to the side, but he forgot that he was pretending to be the foolish prince and should not move so nimbly. Capture him. More guards began to encircle him. In a moment of desperation, Jing En sat down abruptly, wailing, Wah! I want to go home. There are bad people. The guards paused, the torchlight illuminating Jing En's face. Isn't this the Prince of Jing? I want candy. Jing En cried, his nose and eyes smeared with tears, resembling a lost child. The guards exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Just then, a shadow descended from above, swiftly incapacitating the nearest guards.
Run.
Gu Jijun grabbed Jing En and they fled. Using the smoke as cover, they burst through the encirclement and headed straight for the ambush point on the main road. Behind them, the torches of their pursuers loomed closer, like a fiery dragon. Turn at the corner ahead. Gu Jijun pointed to a nearby fork in the road. My men are there to assist. No sooner had she spoken than an arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Gu Jijun's back. Jing En reacted swiftly, pushing her aside just as the arrow grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood. You are injured, Gu Jijun exclaimed in shock. I am fine. Just a superficial wound. Jing En gritted his teeth. Hurry. As they rounded the bend, they indeed spotted a dozen cloaked figures on high alert. Gu Jijun signaled, and the figures spread out, forming a defensive line. The ammunition carts are right ahead. Gu Jijun pointed to a nearby convoy. We must intercept them. Jing En nodded and was about to charge forward when a cold laugh echoed in the air. The princess consort has quite the audacity. The 7th Prince Yuan Sheng emerged from the shadows, flanked by dozens of guards, surrounding them entirely. Clad in armor, with a sword at his waist and a confident smile on his face, he feigned surprise. Cousin, you are here too? What a delightful surprise. Jing En feigned ignorance immediately. Cousin, are you here to play with me? Yuan Sheng laughed heartily. Indeed, cousin, I shall take you to a splendid place. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the attack. The men in black instantly engaged in a fierce battle with the guards. Gu Jijun stood protectively in front of Jing En, her sword striking like a silver serpent, swiftly taking down 2 foes. However, the enemy's numbers quickly forced them into a dire predicament. Captain, Plan B, Jing En whispered suddenly. Gu Jijun subtly nodded, and without hesitation, she retrieved a spherical object from her bosom and hurled it to the ground. A blinding flash erupted, rendering everyone temporarily sightless. By the time Yuan Sheng regained his vision, Jing En and Gu Jijun had vanished without a trace. Search! Do not let them escape. Yuan Sheng bellowed furiously. At that moment, Jing En and Gu Jijun had already returned to the city through a secret passage. The 2 leaned against the wall of an abandoned house, gasping for breath, momentarily safe. Your hand. Gu Jijun grasped Jing En's arm, tearing a strip from her garment to bandage him. Just a scratch, Jing En dismissed, but then added, What about you? Your wound has reopened, hasn't it? Gu Jijun shook her head. I'm fine. Although we didn't capture the weapons, we obtained something far more significant. She produced a letter from her bosom. This was found on the leader of the convoy, a personal letter from the 7th Prince to the Khan of Beatty. Jing En's eyes lit up. Wonderful. This is conclusive evidence. Yet the 7th Prince would certainly be more vigilant, and the danger ahead would escalate. A flicker of concern crossed Gu Zhijin's gaze. Especially since you had just revealed your capabilities. Jing chuckled bitterly. I momentarily forgot my role, but it matters not, as the reveal is imminent. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their hands clasped tightly in the darkness. In the distance, the torches of their pursuers flickered like stars. Yet in that moment, their hearts shared a singular thought. This battle had only just begun. Chapter 12. A desperate survival. The darkness before dawn is the deepest. Jing and Gu Zhijin navigated swiftly through the alleys under the cloak of night. Gu Zhijin's steps grew heavier, her breaths increasingly labored. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing crouched down and lifted her onto his back. Let me down, Gu Zhijin weakly protested, her voice barely a whisper. Do not move, Jing replied firmly. You have lost too much blood. Gu Zhijin's body was chillingly cold, her right shoulder soaked in blood. Jing quickened his pace, turning into a concealed alley. Here lay an inconspicuous apothecary, a secret stronghold established by Gu Zhijin. We are here. Jing followed her instructions, retrieving a key from the doorframe and entering the building. Inside, the furnishings were simple yet tidy, with shelves brimming with various medicinal herbs. Jing carefully laid Gu Zhijin on the bed and immediately turned to fetch the medicine box. The hemostatic powder. Third drawer on the left. Gu Zhijin directed weakly. Jing found the powder and filled a basin with clean water. As he unfastened her garment, he gasped in horror. An arrow wound had torn open an old injury, leaving a gruesome sight. Bear with it, Jing's voice trembled, yet he steadied his hands. As the powder touched her wound, Gu Zhijin's body tensed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet she stifled any sound of pain. Jing gently wiped the sweat from her face, tenderly bandaging her injury. There are internal injuries, Gu Zhijin indicated with difficulty toward the medicine cabinet. The purple sandalwood box. Jing retrieved an exquisite box of purple sandalwood, within which lay neatly arranged dozens of small porcelain vials. Gu Zhijin gestured for him to take out a blue and white small vial and to swallow 2 black pills. This is the heart-protecting pill. Gu Zhijin closed her eyes, a unique formula from my master. The effects of the medicine took hold swiftly, and Gu Zhijin's complexion improved somewhat. Jing let out a sigh of relief and began to tend to the arrow wound on his arm. Why would the 7th prince appear in person? Jing pondered aloud as he bandaged himself. This is illogical. Gu Zhijin slightly opened her eyes. He has grown suspicious. Our investigation has gone too deep. What about the letter? Gu Zhijin retrieved the blood-stained letter from her bosom. It is here. Jing carefully unfolded the paper, reading by the flickering candlelight. In the letter, the 7th prince detailed plans to collude with Beatty to seize 3 border cities, promising to cede 12 provinces of the northern frontier as compensation upon ascending the throne. This is sufficient to condemn him for treason, Jing declared somberly. But how can we deliver this letter to the emperor? The 7th prince has likely sealed the palace gates. Gu Zhijin struggled to sit up. My father has a way. No. Jing pressed her down. In your current state, how can you go to the prime minister's residence? I will go. Too dangerous. Gu Zhijin shook her head. The 7th prince's men are certainly searching for you. Precisely because of that, I must go. Jing's eyes flashed with determination. They would never suspect that the foolish young master would dare to act alone. As the two argued, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the door, halting just before it. Jing immediately snuffed out the candle and drew a dagger, hiding behind the door. The dagger glimmered coldly in the darkness. Gu Zhijin, summoning her strength, propped herself up on the bed, gripping her short sword tightly, though her left hand trembled slightly from blood loss. The blood trail ends here. A coarse male voice called from outside. They must be inside. Be cautious. The young master's wife is quite skilled, another voice warned. Surround the house. Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged a glance. Gu Zhijin silently pointed toward the back window, but Jing shook his head. In her condition, it was impossible for her to escape quickly through the window. Bang! The door was kicked open, and moonlight flooded in, illuminating 5 armed men in black. The leading man bore a vicious scar on his face. He was Han Meng, the trusted captain of the 7th Prince's guards. Indeed, they are here, Han Meng sneered. Young master's wife, the prince requests your return to the residence for a discussion. Gu Zhijin struggled to stand, her short sword held horizontally before her. Captain Han, how bold of you to intrude upon a private residence at such an hour. Private residence? Han Meng surveyed the apothecary shelves. Young master's wife, the prince has sought this secret stronghold for quite some time. Jing'an stepped out from the shadows, feigning a foolish demeanor. Who are you? Do you want to play with my wife? Han Meng narrowed his eyes. Young Master Jing is also here? Just right. It saves us the trouble of visiting the Wang residence. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, seize them. For guards lunged forward. Jing An's eyes sparkled with intent as he darted to the side of the foremost guard, his dagger precisely piercing the guard's wrist. The guard cried out, his blade clattering to the ground. What skill the young master possesses, Han Meng scoffed, indeed, feigning ignorance. Gu Zhijin, suppressing her pain, unleashed her short sword like a silver serpent, pushing back 2 guards. Yet her movements were noticeably sluggish, and she stumbled, nearly falling. Seeing this, Jing'an immediately turned to protect her. Captain, the back window. Jing'an whispered, simultaneously throwing his dagger to deter Han Meng. Gu Zhijin understood and turned to dash toward the back window. Han Meng shouted, block them. A guard raised his blade to strike at Gu Zhijin's back. Jing'an leaped forward, using his body to absorb the blow, blood instantly soaking his right shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he delivered an elbow strike, knocking the guard to the ground.
Shao Qi.
Gu Zhijin exclaimed in alarm.
Go.
Jing'an flung open the window and cradled Gu Zhijin, pushing her out. Seeing this, Han Meng drew a concealed knife from his waist and hurled it. Jing'an sidestepped just in time, the knife grazing his cheek and leaving a bloody mark. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed a medicine box from the table and smashed it against the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Chase. Do not let them escape. Han Meng's furious shout rang out behind them. Jing'an leapt through the window with Gu Zhijin in his arms, immediately sprinting into the depths of the alley. Gu Zhijin weakly protested. Let me down. You go on your own. Be quiet. Jing'an snapped at her for once. Conserve your strength. The footsteps of their pursuers grew ever closer. Jing'an turned into a narrow alley, only to discover it was a dead end. He turned around, intending to retreat, only to find that Han Meng had already brought his men to block the exit. Why aren't you running?
Han Mengs nered. Advancing menacingly.
The prince has decreed. Alive. We must see people. Dead. We must see corpses. Jing'an gently placed Gu Zhijin against the wall, positioning himself protectively in front of her.
Captain Han.
How much salary does the 7th prince provide you? Is it worth your life? Is the young master no longer pretending to be foolish? Han Meng raised an eyebrow, signaling his men to advance. Just leave him breathing. For guards lunged simultaneously. Jing'an, unarmed and wounded in the shoulder, faced them with fierce determination. He executed a swift side kick, taking down the guard on his left, then ducked to evade a knife strike from the right, retaliating with a punch that struck the adversary's throat. However, against 4, his strength was insufficient. Soon, a blade slashed across his back, blood soaking through his clothing. He grimaced, staggering back to Gu Zhijin's side. Shao Qi. She struggled to stand, positioning herself back-to-back with him. Do you remember the tactics from Mozambique? Jing'an managed to smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Of course. In unison they struck. Gu Zhijin's short sword shot forth like a rainbow, aiming for Han Meng's throat, while Jing'an executed a sweeping kick that felled the nearest 2 guards. Han Meng stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the sword's edge, only to see Gu Zhijin pivot her blade, piercing the chest of the adjacent guard. Let us go. Gu Zhijin grasped Jing'an's hand, dashing towards the sole gap in the blockade. Han Meng roared, drawing a short crossbow and aiming an arrow at Gu Zhijin's back. Quick as a flash, Jing'an pushed her aside, the arrow embedding itself deep in his left arm.
Shao Qi.
Gu Zhijin steadied the staggering Jing'an, a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Follow me. She pulled him out of the alley, sprinting towards the cliffs beyond the city. Han Meng and his men pursued relentlessly, arrows whistling past them. Where are we going? Jing'an gritted his teeth, yanking the arrow from his arm, blood gushing forth. To Bea, Gu Zhijin gasped. Below is the Kanglin River. Understanding her plan to leap into the river to escape, Jing'an knew the peril was preferable to falling into the hands of the 7th prince. They stumbled through the city gates, cloaked by the cover of night, racing towards the northern cliff. The torches of the pursuers loomed behind them, drawing ever closer. We're almost there. Gu Zhijin's voice was barely a whisper when an arrow suddenly soared through the air, striking her calf. She stifled a cry, collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Jing'an hoisted her onto his back and continued. Let me down. Gu Zhijin weakly protested. You go on. Silence, he panted. If we're to die, we die together. If we live together. At last, they reached the edge of the cliff. Below, the Kanglan River surged, shimmering coldly in the moonlight. Han Meng and his men arrived, sneering from 10 paces away. Why aren't you running? Jing'an glanced at the abyss, then at the half-unconscious Gu Zhijin in his arms, and suddenly smiled. Captain Han, please convey a message to the 7th Prince. What message? Go to hell. With that, Jing'an leaped off the cliff, cradling Gu Zhijin.
No.
Han Meng rushed to the edge, but could only watch as 2 figures vanished into the darkness. In the rapid descent, Jing'an swiftly untied his belt, binding Gu Zhijin's wrist to his own. He held her tightly, shielding her from any potential impact.
Splash.
They plunged into the river, the frigid waters engulfing them instantly. The turbulent current tossed them about, but Jing'an clung to Gu Zhijin, striving to keep her head above the surface. Captain, hold on. He gasped amid the waves, exhausting himself with each effort to surface. Gu Zhijin had succumbed to unconsciousness, her face as pale as parchment. A colossal wave crashed down, dragging them beneath the surface. Jing'an held his breath, summoning every ounce of strength to push Gu Zhijin upward. Suddenly, a massive rock loomed ahead. With no time to evade, he collided with it, pain coursing through him as darkness enveloped his vision. The relentless river carried the 2 unconscious figures downstream, navigating through the gorge and around treacherous rapids. Time lost meaning until the current finally eased, washing them ashore on a shallow bank. The sunlight pierced Jing'an's eyelids painfully. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself sprawled on an unfamiliar beach. His right hand felt heavy. Gu Zhijin's wrist remained firmly tied to his. She lay face down beside him, motionless. Captain, he rasped, crawling over to her, trembling fingers seeking her pulse. A faint heartbeat relieved him. Gritting his teeth, Jing'an unfastened his belt to examine her wounds. Arrow wounds, knife cuts, and near drowning left her in dire condition. I need to find a safe place, he thought, enduring the agony throughout his body as he hoisted Gu Zhijin onto his back, unsteadily making his way towards a nearby thicket. This was a small island in the heart of the river, surrounded by the raging waters. Deep within the woods, Jing'an discovered a dry cave and carefully placed Gu Zhijin inside. The water needs to be clean, he observed, spotting a stream not far away. Fashioning a vessel from leaves, he fetched fresh water, feeding it to her drop by drop. Next, he tore strips from relatively clean cloth to wash and bandage her wounds. Exhausted, Jing'an leaned against the cave wall, his vision blurring from blood loss and injury. But sleep eluded him. He feared what might happen to Gu Zhijin in his absence. Captain, don't leave me. He grasped her icy hand, his voice thick with emotion. We've finally reunited. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the cave. Summoning his strength, he built a small fire and caught a few fish from the stream to roast. The aroma seemed to stir Gu Zhijin, her eyelashes fluttering. Zhijin? Jing'an leaned closer. Can you hear me? Gu Zhijin slowly opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused before settling on him. Where is this? An island in the river's heart, he sighed with relief. We were washed ashore. Gu Zhijin attempted to sit up, but gasped in pain. Jing'an quickly supported her. Don't move. Your injuries are severe. The letter. Gu Zhijin suddenly grasped his arm. Here. Jing'an retrieved an oil paper package from his clothing. I wrapped it in waterproof oil paper. It's unharmed. She relaxed, then slipped back into unconsciousness. He felt her forehead, noting a slight fever. Ripping a sleeve to dampen it, he wiped her face and neck to cool her down. As night deepened, Jing'an remained by the fire, adding wood periodically. Gu Zhijin's breathing became steadier, though she still burned with fever. Holding her hand, he softly recounted their shared missions in the modern world, hoping to infuse her with strength. Do you remember that time in the Sahara? We were trapped for 7 days. Jing'an's voice was gentle. You found that oasis. Suddenly, Gu Zhijin's fingers twitched, as if she truly heard him. Emotion swelled in his eyes as he continued, reliving their memories. At dawn, Gu Zhijin's fever finally broke. She weakly opened her eyes, meeting Jing'an's bloodshot gaze and haggard face. You didn't sleep? Her voice was hoarse. Jing'an shook his head, offering a leaf filled with water. Drink some. Gu Zhijin sipped slowly, then surveyed their surroundings. Are we trapped here? For now, yes, Jing'an nodded. I've observed. The currents are swift on all sides, and there's no sign of life on the island. Gu Zhijin struggled to sit up, determination igniting her eyes. We must find a way to escape. The seventh prince must think we're dead. This is the perfect moment to strike back. First, heal your wounds, Jing'an urged, pressing her back down. The letter is safe with me. Gu Zhijin's gaze fell upon his shoulder and back injuries, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Your wounds. Just a trivial matter, Jing'an smiled. Far less severe than what I endured in Syria. Gu Zhijin suddenly reached out to caress his cheek. Thank you, Shaoqi. This rare tenderness left Jing'an momentarily speechless. He grasped her hand and softly said, Captain, once all of this is over, shall we find a tranquil place to live? Jing'an gazed into her eyes, reminiscent of an ordinary couple in this world. Ripples surfaced in Gu Zhijin's eyes, and she nodded slightly. All right. Chapter 13. Time on the deserted island. Morning light streamed through the vine-laced entrance, casting mottled shadows upon the stone walls. Jing'an opened his eyes to find Gu Zhijin already awake, seated against the stone wall, sketching something on the ground with a twig. Captain, why are you up? He asked, quickly rising, only to be reminded of the pain from his back, causing him to grimace. Gu Zhijin looked up. The morning light bestowed a soft warmth upon her pale cheeks. Don't move too much, she advised, placing the twig down and steadying Jing'an. Your injury is quite serious. Jing'an clasped her hand, feeling its coolness. I'm fine. You should rest more. I'm already much better. Gu Zhijin gently withdrew her hand, pointing to the drawing on the ground. I've sketched the island's terrain. There's a fruit grove to the east, fish in the creek to the west, and seabirds nesting on the cliff to the north. Jing'an leaned in to examine her drawing, which was remarkably detailed, even indicating the undulations of the terrain with shadows. No wonder you're a captain from the special forces. You never forget to scout the terrain, even in these circumstances. I'll fetch some food, he said, struggling to his feet and picking up a sturdy branch to use as a cane. Gu Zhijin frowned. Your injury, I'm fine. I'm like a cockroach that can't be killed, Jing'an grinned, adding, besides, you're my wife now. I must protect you. Gu Zhijin seemed poised to respond, but her stomach suddenly protested. Jing'an burst into laughter, earning a roll of her eyes in return. Wait for me, he said, leaning on the branch as he ventured outside. Sunlight enveloped him instantly. The island was larger than he had imagined, roughly the size of 2 football fields. Lush vegetation surrounded him, and birds chirped incessantly. Following Gu Zhijin's map, he headed first to the fruit grove in the east. The grove was abundant with various fruit trees, some familiar to him and others entirely new. He picked several ripe wild fruits, tasting their sweet and tangy juice, and gathered a handful in his shirt. He also discovered a few wild yams, each as large as a fist. Content with his haul, Jing'an nodded approvingly and made his way toward the creek to the west. The water was crystal clear, revealing numerous fish swimming leisurely. He fashioned a slender branch into a spear with his knife, standing quietly in the shallows. When a plump bass swam by, he swiftly thrust down, piercing it with precision. My skills haven't dulled, he murmured to himself, catching 2 more before he decided to stop. On his way back, he spotted familiar herbs, by G and Du, growing in the grass, both excellent for stopping bleeding and promoting healing. He carefully uprooted them, wrapping them in large leaves. Upon returning to the cave, he found Gu Zhijin had already started a fire and laid out a dry grassy mat. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in her eyes as she saw Jing'an returning with his bounty. Quite the harvest, she remarked, taking the items from him and deftly preparing the fish. Jing'an squatted beside her, mashing the herbs. I found some medicinal plants. I'll change your bandages shortly. Gu Zhijin paused. Let us treat your wound first. My skin is tough, Jing'an protested. Gu Zhijin interrupted him, her tone unusually gentle. Be obedient. The softness in her voice rendered Jing'an immediately compliant. He sat quietly as she unwrapped the makeshift bandaging from his shoulder and back. The wounds were somewhat inflamed, but thankfully not infected. Gu Zhijin cleaned the wounds with fresh water, applying the herbs and then tearing a clean strip from her own undergarment to rebandage him. Her fingers brushed his skin with tender care, imbued with a delicate reverence. Does it hurt? She inquired softly. Jing'an shook his head but tensed involuntarily when she touched a particularly deep wound. Gu Zhijin immediately softened her movements, lowering her head to gently blow on the injury, as if handling a fragile treasure. This unintentional gesture warmed Jing'an's heart. His captain, the iron-willed warrior unflinching amidst gunfire, now revealed a tender side. All done, Gu Zhijin tied off the final knot. Now it's your turn. Jing'an snapped back to reality, carefully inspecting the arrow wound on her leg and the knife wound on her shoulder. The arrow wound had scabbed over, but the knife wound remained slightly red and swollen. He applied the herbs, his touch more gentle than Gu Zhijin's. "Let me know if it hurts." As he spoke, he observed her expression. Gu Zhijin's lips curled slightly compared to that time in Afghanistan, when you were shot twice and still managed to walk 10 kilometers. Jing'an replied, continuing his ministrations, "But this time is different. I'm here for you." Gu Zhijin quietly watched his focused profile, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Once their wounds were treated, they began preparing breakfast. Gu Zhijin used a flat stone slab as a griddle. Grilling the fish to a perfect crispness, Jing'an buried the wild yams in the fire to roast. The wild fruits were washed and placed in the center, culminating in a simple yet hearty breakfast. "Try this," Jing'an said, peeling open the roasted yam, the golden flesh steaming and piping hot. Gu Zhijin took a small bite, her eyes widening slightly. "So sweet. Isn't it?" Jing'an beamed. "I loved foraging for these during survival training. They are both delicious and filling." They enjoyed their breakfast in silence, occasionally exchanging glances. Outside, the birds chirped harmoniously, and the sunlight was just right, creating a fleeting sense of serenity. On the third day, Jing'an suggested they wash by the creek. Gu Zhijin's dress was tattered and stained with blood and mud. He found a secluded shallow area and turned his back to stand guard, allowing Gu Zhijin to wash first. The sound of splashing water made his ears perk up involuntarily. He quickly shook off inappropriate thoughts, forcing himself to remain vigilant. "All done," Gu Zhijin's voice called from behind him. "You can go now." Jing'an turned around and was momentarily taken aback. Gu Zhijin had let her long hair down, wet strands cascading over her shoulders, highlighting her porcelain skin. Her freshly washed face was breathtaking, her features like a painting. Though clad in tattered garments, her innate cool demeanor remained unmasked. "What are you staring at?" Gu Zhijin asked, feeling uneasy under his unwavering gaze. Jing'an blurted out, "Captain, you are truly beautiful." Gu Zhijin's ears flushed crimson as she turned her face away. "Hurry and wash. Be careful not to reopen your wounds." Jing'an chuckled as he removed his tattered shirt and leapt into the creek. The cool water washed over his scabbed wounds, alleviating the fatigue of the past few days. After bathing, he noticed Gu Zhijin had woven a simple top from vines and large leaves, drying her dress by the fire. "Quite the skill you have," Jing'an remarked, approaching curiously to poke the leafy garment. Gu Zhijin swatted his hand away. "That's for you." She pointed to another piece nearby. "Put it on. Don't catch a chill." Jing'an was taken aback, accepting it with surprise and clumsily putting it on. The rustling of the leaves amused Gu Zhijin, causing her to chuckle lightly. "What's so funny?" Jing'an asked, glancing down at himself. "Do I look ridiculous?" Gu Zhijin shook her head, a rare softness in her eyes. "You look like a big brown bear." Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leafy attire, dappling Jing'an's sturdy chest in a pattern reminiscent of a leopard's spots. Gu Zhijin's gaze lingered for a moment before she casually looked away. On the fifth day, while exploring the island, Jing'an discovered a hot spring. Water bubbled from the crevices in the rocks, forming a small pool in the lowland, steam rising and wafting a faint scent of sulfur. "Captain, come quickly," Jing'an exclaimed, rushing back to the cave. "I've found a hot spring." Gu Zhijin followed him to the edge of the hot spring, dipping her hand into the water to test its warmth, her eyes lighting up. It could heal wounds. "You go first," Jing'an said, turning his back self-consciously. "I will look around for any useful herbs." Gu Zhijin hesitated for a moment. "Let's do it together. Back to back." "The wound needs to be disinfected." Jing'an nearly choked on his own saliva. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We've bathed together before in the military." Gu Zhijin had already loosened her leaf garment. Nevertheless, as the two entered the hot spring back to back, Jing'an felt a rush of blood to his head. The warm water flowed over their wounds, bringing a slight sting, but the sensation of Gu Zhijin's presence behind him made his heart race even more. Her back was elegantly shaped, her skin like porcelain, with several scars that bore witness to her extraordinary past. Jing'an forced himself to focus on the stone wall opposite, yet he could still catch glimpses of her profile in the water's reflection. "This hot spring," Gu Zhijin suddenly spoke, her voice soft amidst the steam, "reminds me of that mission in Yunnan." Jing'an immediately recalled, "Right, we were chasing that drug lord and were caught in the rain for 3 days. The wild hot spring we finally found, you had a high fever and insisted on keeping watch." Gu Zhijin continued, "In the end, I had to knock you out with a chop to make you behave. Jing'an laughed heartily. So, it was you who knocked me out. I was delirious and thought I had run into a tree. Amidst the mist, they shared laughter and memories, the echoes of their joy resonating in the small valley. Unbeknownst to them, the distance between them seemed to close a little further. After soaking in the hot spring, their wounds felt significantly better. On the way back, Jing'an discovered several wild pepper plants and some onion-like herbs, happily collecting them. Dinner consisted of roasted fish paired with wild vegetable soup, enhanced by the pepper, resulting in a surprisingly delightful flavor. Gu Zhijin, rarely indulging, finished 2 small bowls, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, her cheeks flushed from the spiciness. The moonlight spilled like water at the cave's entrance. The two lay side by side on a bed of hay, maintaining just the right distance to avoid touching each other's wounds while still feeling each other's warmth. Jing'an, Gu Zhijin suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper.
I have been pondering something.
Jing'an turned to look at her. Under the moonlight, her eyelashes cast delicate shadows on her face. What if we don't go back? What if we disappear and live in a neighboring country? Jing'an was taken aback, but quickly grasped her meaning. You mean escaping the original plot? Gu Zhijin nodded gently. If the 7th prince doesn't capture us and there are no bodies, as long as we don't show up, he wouldn't dare to act against the Wangfu and the prime minister's residence. Jing'an contemplated for a moment. Theoretically, it seems feasible. But the evidence. We can find a way to secretly send it back once we settle down, Gu Zhijin suggested, turning to face him. Once the 7th prince lets his guard down. Jing'an gazed at the cave's ceiling, reflecting on the practicality of her proposal. Indeed, if they vanished, the 7th prince would be hesitant to act. Perhaps distancing themselves from the capital could truly alter the fate outlined in the original story. Where do you want to go? Jing'an asked softly. Nanshu. Gu Zhijin replied without hesitation. It's in opposition to Beatty, and the 7th prince's men wouldn't dare tread there easily. Jing'an suddenly took her hand. Then let's go to Nanshu. Gu Zhijin's fingers stirred slightly in his palm. Are you sure? This means giving up the identity of the heir and living in obscurity. I have never been an heir, Jing'an chuckled. Lin Qi only cares about where Lin Yi is, not what identity I hold. Gu Zhijin's breath caught slightly. Under the moonlight, Jing'an noticed a glimmer in her eyes. Once the wounds heal, we will set off. Jing'an tightened his grip on her hand. First, we'll build a small raft to cross to the other side, then find a way to buy 2 horses. Gu Zhijin interrupted. Do you realize what this means? Her voice trembled slightly. It means we may never return. It means you would have to give up wealth and glory. Jing'an turned to face her, meeting her gaze under the moonlight. Captain, do you remember our time in Syria? Trapped in that ruin for 3 days. What did you say? Gu Zhijin blinked. I said as long as we could live to get out. Exactly, you said as long as we could live to get out. Jing'an smiled. Now, all that matters is that we survive. Gu Zhijin's eyes shimmered, and she gently squeezed Jing'an's hand. Yes. Then we can start preparing slowly now, Jing'an said with a grin. They exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding forming quietly under the moonlight. This decision felt like a stone dropped into the lake of their hearts, creating ripples, yet bringing an unprecedented sense of calm. The following morning, Jing'an awoke to find Gu Zhijin had already left aside. Sounds of rhythmic chopping came from outside the cave. Stepping out, he discovered Gu Zhijin was sharpening a stout tree trunk with a dagger. Good morning. She looked up, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. I gathered some materials to prepare. Jing'an took over her task. Didn't we agree to rest and heal? One must prepare for the future. Gu Zhijin pointed towards the river in the distance. After observing for 2 days, I noticed that the water calms down around noon, likely due to the tides. Jing'an nodded, and they worked in harmonious cooperation. Gu Zhijin collected resilient vines for rope, while Jing'an selected lightweight wood that provided good buoyancy. During breaks, Jing'an caught a few fish from the stream and grilled them with a newly discovered wild garlic, the aroma filling the air. In the afternoon, an unexpected downpour disrupted their plans. They hurriedly moved their materials into the cave, both drenched. Gu Zhijin's leaf garment became nearly transparent when soaked, prompting Jing'an to quickly remove his own to drape over her. Aren't you cold? Gu Zhijin asked, observing his bare torso. Jing'an puffed out his chest. With my physique, what do I have to fear from the cold? Just as he finished speaking, he sneezed. Gu Zhijin couldn't help but chuckle. Pulling him to sit by the fire, come warm yourself. Don't overdo it. The fire crackled as they sat shoulder to shoulder, drying their clothes. Suddenly, Jing'an remembered something and retrieved the sealed letter from the corner to check. The oil paper was tightly wrapped, and the letter remained intact. "This is our talisman for survival." Gu Jijin gazed at the letter, recognizing it as the key to reversing their circumstances. Jing'an rewrapped the letter and asked, "Once we reach Nanshu, do you have anything you want to do?" Gu Jijin was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question, then began to ponder seriously. "Perhaps a small clinic? Then I'll be your nurse." Jing'an grinned, specializing in various ailments. Gu Jijin rolled her eyes at him, her lips curling slightly. "And you?" "I want to open a barbecue restaurant." Jing'an gazed at the dancing flames. The rain ceased, and the sunset pierced through the clouds, casting golden reflections in the puddles at the cave's entrance. Jing'an suddenly stood up, pulling Gu Jijin outside. "Look!" A rainbow. A magnificent rainbow arched across the sky, its colors illuminating their faces. Gu Jijin gazed at the beautiful scene, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "It's so beautiful," she murmured. Jing'an did not look at the rainbow. His gaze remained fixed on Gu Jijin's profile. "Indeed, it is beautiful." Gu Jijin turned to meet his eyes, and they shared a smile. In that moment, it felt as if all danger and pain temporarily faded away, leaving only the tranquility and beauty of their small world. As night fell once more, the materials for the raft were nearly ready. Jing'an estimated that in 2 or 3 days, it would be completed. Gu Jijin's injuries had visibly improved, and she could now wield a short sword with agility. Before sleeping, Jing'an routinely examined Gu Jijin's wounds. The herbs had taken effect. The wounds were beginning to heal and were no longer swollen. "You're healing quite well," Jing'an nodded in satisfaction. Gu Jijin suddenly reached out to touch the wound on Jing'an's back. "What about yours?" "It's already healed," Jing'an replied nonchalantly, though his muscles tensed under her touch. Gu Jijin's fingers gently traced the outline of the wound, her brows slightly furrowed. "This will leave a scar." "A man looks quite handsome with a few scars," Jing'an joked, yet as he turned, he found himself face to face with Gu Jijin, mere inches apart. Their breaths intertwined, and time seemed to stand still. Jing'an could count the individual lashes of her eyelashes and see his own reflection in her pupils. He instinctively leaned forward, but Gu Jijin suddenly withdrew, lying down on the straw bed, reminding him that they had work to do the next day. Jing'an swallowed a small pang of disappointment and lay down beside her. At midnight, he felt Gu Jijin turn over, her arm gently resting against his waist. He held his breath, carefully covering her hand with his, their fingers intertwining. Outside the cave, the stars shone brilliantly. In a few days, they would leave this small island and embark on a new life. Chapter 14. Departure from the island. Before the morning dew had dried, Jing'an was already awake. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Gu Jijin. Outside, the morning mist enveloped the island, casting a veil of haziness over everything. Jing'an stretched, feeling the condition of his body. The wounds on his back had all scabbed over and were about to fall off, leaving only a slight discomfort. He walked to the stream, cupping the cool water in his hands to wash his face, feeling invigorated. "Today, we should be able to finish the raft," he murmured to himself, beginning to inspect the materials he had gathered the day before. The sturdy logs had been smoothed by Gu Jijin and were neatly arranged in the clearing. The resilient vines soaked in the stream had become more pliable. Jing'an nodded in satisfaction and began assembling the raft. "Up so early?" Gu Jijin's voice came from behind him. Jing'an turned to see her standing at the cave entrance, the morning light casting a golden halo around her. She looked much better than in the past few days. Her cheeks flushed with color. "Did I wake you?" Jing'an wiped the sweat from his forehead. Gu Jijin shook her head and squatted beside him. "I came to help." The two worked in perfect harmony. Gu Jijin wove the vines into ropes, while Jing'an arranged the logs, securing them tightly with the ropes. The sun gradually dispelled the morning mist, bathing them in warmth. By noon, the raft was finally completed. It measured approximately 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, made of 6 sturdy logs secured side by side, with a simple sunshade crafted from branches in the center. "Let's test its buoyancy," Jing'an said, pushing the raft into the water. The raft floated steadily, sinking only about a palm's depth. Jing'an cheered and jumped onto the raft like a child, and it remained perfectly stable. "Come try it," he called, extending his hand to Gu Jijin. She hesitated for a moment, but then took his hand and stepped onto the raft. They stood together, and the raft was still solid beneath them. "Perfect," Jing'an exclaimed. "We can set off first thing tomorrow." However, Gu Jijin was not as optimistic. "We still need to prepare some provisions and fresh water." "Right, and a compass," Oh, in this era, it should be called a south pointer. Jiangnan scratched his head, wondering if they could find a magnet on the island. Gu Zhijin pointed to the cliff to the north, where the seabirds nest. The rocks are rich in iron and may contain natural magnets. The two immediately set off in that direction. The cliff was steep, but not too high. Jiangnan climbed agilely and indeed found a few magnetized black stones wedged in the crevices of the rock. Found it, he exclaimed, raising his prize high, but accidentally stepped on a loose stone, causing him to tilt backward. Be careful, Gu Zhijin gasped. Jiangnan twisted in midair and landed steadily. Then pirouetted with a triumphant grin. What do you think? Still got it, right? Gu Zhijin sighed with relief, but scolded him with a stern face. What a reckless thing to do. What if you had hurt yourself? But I'm fine. Jiangnan chuckled, handing her the magnet. Take a look and see if it's useful. Gu Zhijin took the magnet, carefully shaving it into thin slices with her dagger. Then placed the pieces on a leaf. The magnet slowly rotated, eventually pointing in a fixed direction. Done, she nodded in satisfaction. At least we won't get lost on the river. On their way back, they gathered a large quantity of wild fruits and edible roots, and even caught a few fish to roast and dry into jerky. Gu Zhijin sewed 2 water bags from broad leaves, capable of holding about 2 liters of fresh water. The next day, Jiangnan opened his eyes to see Gu Zhijin facing away from him, carefully unfastening the hidden pocket of her inner lining. What is it? Jiangnan rubbed his eyes and sat up. Gu Zhijin poured a few pieces of silver into her palm. I sewed these into my clothes for emergencies. Her slender fingers fiddled with the silver coins, 30 taels. Enough for them to last until they reached the southern border of Chu. Jiangnan teased her. So my dear wife was well prepared all along. How very wise of you. Gu Zhijin playfully kicked his calf. Stop joking.
Go check the raft.
The two stood at the cave entrance, taking a final look at their makeshift shelter. In just a few days, this humble cave had harbored many memories, bandaging each other's wounds, sharing tales from the army, and huddling together for warmth on stormy nights. Let us go, Gu Zhijin said softly, turning first. Jiangnan followed her lead, and they walked one behind the other toward the shallow beach, where the raft awaited. The sun shone perfectly, and the sea breeze brushed against them, the fine sand beneath their feet warm and soft. Suddenly, Jiangnan quickened his pace and took Gu Zhijin's hand. She paused slightly, but did not withdraw. Their fingers naturally intertwined, as if they had shared countless moments of such simple intimacy. Is it heavy? Let me help you with that, Jiangnan offered, pointing to the burden on her back. It's not heavy, Gu Zhijin shook her head. Your wound has healed. Jiangnan patted his chest. I assure you, just look. He pretended to strip off his shirt to show her his wound, but Gu Zhijin playfully slapped his hand. Stop fooling around. They arrived at the shallow beach, where the tide had begun to recede. Jiangnan pushed the raft into the shallows, confirming its buoyancy before extending his hand to Gu Zhijin. My lady, please board the vessel. Gu Zhijin gently placed her hand in his and stepped steadily onto the raft. Jiangnan followed, and the raft wobbled slightly, causing Gu Zhijin to stumble, but he caught her just in time. Be careful, Jiangnan instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself and sat down at the front of the raft, pulling out the makeshift south pointer. I'll guide the way. Jiangnan picked up the prepared long pole and gently pushed off, the raft gliding away from the shore. The little island gradually receded into the distance, the cave that held their special memories soon becoming a mere dot on the horizon. Will you miss it? Jiangnan suddenly inquired. Gu Zhijin glanced back at the island, now just a small speck, and softly replied, I will. The river flowed swiftly, but the midday tide had indeed calmed considerably. Jiangnan skillfully maneuvered the raft, avoiding hidden currents and whirlpools. Gu Zhijin remained vigilant, constantly observing the banks for any sign of patrolling soldiers. At this pace, we should reach the other side before dark. Jiangnan estimated the distance, knowing there was likely a fishing village ahead. Gu Zhijin nodded. We must conceal our identities. Just say we are a merchant couple who encountered bandits. The raft floated downstream, and the scenery on both banks gradually transformed. Dense jungles gave way to open fields, and in the distance, wisps of smoke could be seen rising. Look over there, Gu Zhijin suddenly pointed to the right bank, where a small dock appeared. Jiangnan adjusted their course, steering the raft toward the dock. The dock was quite rudimentary, consisting of a few wooden poles and a plank, with several small fishing boats moored nearby. 2 fishermen were mending their nets and looked curiously at the approaching raft. Excuse me, brother, where is this place? Jiang feigned a startled expression. We are a couple who narrowly escaped from bandits. The older fisherman gazed at their disheveled appearance with sympathy. This is Qinyu village. Where do you come from? From Linjiang City, Gu Zhijin interjected, her voice weak. We came to do business and didn't expect. The fishermen exchanged glances. And the younger one spoke up. They're assassin in the village, though it's simple. You can rest there. Do you need help reporting to the authorities? No need. Gu Zhijin replied. Jing hastily waved his hand, expressing their desire to return home as swiftly as possible, guided by the fishermen. The pair arrived at the village's Solon. The innkeeper, a kind elderly woman, immediately arranged a room and hot water for them upon seeing their weary appearance. Thank you, dear lady, Gu Zhijin bowed respectfully. Is there a place in the village where horses can be purchased? The old woman shook her head. In our fishing village. Where would we find horses? However, a peddler will arrive tomorrow. He may be of assistance. Once settled, Jing requested 2 buckets of hot water to be sent to their room. For the first time in many days, the true bath rejuvenated them, making them feel as if they had been reborn. Gu Zhijin donned a coarse dress lent by the elderly woman. Though simple, it was impeccably clean. Jing changed into a pair of short trousers given by the villagers, transforming into an ordinary peasant man, almost unrecognizable. Observing Gu Zhijin's appearance, Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Zhijin, with her long hair styled into a simple bun, shot him a glare. Less of your flattery. We ought to think seriously about acquiring horses. Jing leaned closer, lowering his voice. I have observed that while the village lacks horses, there are donkey carts available. If all else fails, we can purchase one to leave this place. Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment. That works. The closer we are to the border, the easier it will be to find horses. Dinner consisted of a simple fish soup and brown rice, yet both relished the meal with great delight. After days of survival in the wilderness, the warm, home-cooked food tasted extraordinarily delicious. The old woman even brought a jug of her homemade rice wine. Jing took a sip, instantly feeling a warm glow envelop him. He playfully pushed the cup toward her. Why not have a taste, Captain? Gu Zhijin took a small sip but suddenly recalled. Wait, you're in the body of the foolish son. Can you drink? Jing dismissed her concern. What kind of wine is this? It's like sweet water. Before he could finish, he suddenly swayed, his cheeks visibly flushing. Huh? Why does the ground seem to be spinning? Gu Zhijin quickly studied him. Jing? His eyes had become hazy, leaning into her. You smell so good. Gu Zhijin was both amused and exasperated. Though this body had never touched alcohol, she hadn't anticipated such a swift intoxication. She helped the swaying Jing into a seated position. Yet, he suddenly cupped her face, studying her intently. Captain, you have stars in your eyes. You are drunk. Gu Zhijin attempted to pry his hands away, but he grasped her wrist firmly. I'm not drunk, Jing declared loudly, then belched. I just like you a bit. Gu Zhijin froze. You particularly like me? Jing, emboldened, wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his face in her neck. I liked you back in the army, but you were always so fierce. Gu Zhijin felt warmth spread through her at his touch. Wanting to push him away, yet fearing his injuries, Jing let go. Not letting go. Jing insisted like a large dog clinging to her. Unless you kiss me. Gu Zhijin, exasperated by his childlike stubbornness, relented. Fine. Just one kiss. Jing tilted his face up, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Just one. Gu Zhijin, drawn in by his handsome features so close, felt her heart race. On impulse, she leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Not enough. Jing pouted, suddenly flipping her over onto the table, like this. His lips met hers with precision. The kiss, imbued with the sweetness of rice wine, was both awkward and fervent. Gu Zhijin widened her eyes, momentarily forgetting to resist. By the time she regained her senses, Jing had already succumbed to slumber atop her, his breathing steady and a contented smile gracing his lips. Scoundrel. Gu Zhijin's heart raced like thunder. After a long while, she carefully shifted Jing into the bed, tucking him in. Moonlight streamed through the paper window, casting a gentle glow upon Jing's sleeping face. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she reached out and lightly brushed his brow. Fool, she whispered, a slight smile gracing her lips. The following morning, the peddler arrived as promised. Gu Zhijin used 5 taels of silver to purchase a donkey cart and spent an additional 2 taels to obtain 2 travel permits. Zhang couple? Jing peered at the names on the permits, leaning close to Gu Zhijin's ear. Does that mean I should call you Madame Zhang now? Gu Zhijin pinched him, though her ears betrayed her with a blush. They bid farewell to the kind elderly woman and departed Qingyu village in the donkey cart. Though the cart was humble, it was far quicker than walking. Jing'an drove while Gu Zhijin sat beside him, occasionally pointing the way. The scenery along the country road was delightful, with a gentle breeze bringing the fragrance of the fields, evoking a sense of leisure. At this pace, they would soon reach the border, Gu Zhijin estimated. Suddenly, Jing'an pointed at the wildflowers by the roadside. Madam, look at those flowers. They resemble you. Gu Zhijin followed his finger to a cluster of unknown purple wildflowers swaying gently in the wind. Flattering, she scoffed, though her lips curled upward slightly. Jing'an beamed as he leaned closer. Madam, smile for me. Concentrate on driving. Gu Zhijin nudged his face away, but couldn't he help but laugh. By evening, they arrived at a small town. Jing'an parked the donkey cart in the inn's backyard and requested a room. Are you two a couple? The innkeeper scrutinized them. Jing'an casually wrapped his arm around Gu Zhijin's waist. What is it to you?
Does it not seem so?
Gu Zhijin leaned against his shoulder, playing the part of a delicate bird. The innkeeper quickly smiled and handed them the key. Not at all. You two are a perfect match. Their room was significantly more spacious than the previous night, furnished with a proper bed and table. Jing'an promptly ordered hot water and meals, additionally paying for 2 sets of clean clothing. Late into the night, they lay in bed. Gu Zhijin faced away from Jing'an, her breathing steady, seemingly asleep. Jing'an cautiously wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer. I'm not asleep. Gu Zhijin suddenly spoke softly. Jing'an rested his chin atop her head. I know, I just wanted to hold you. Gu Zhijin turned to face him in the darkness. Tomorrow, we will buy some supplies and then leave. Jing'an softly replied, tomorrow. Chapter 15. Journey to Nanshu. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin had packed their belongings, preparing to leave the small town. The donkey cart was parked in the backyard, with Jing'an loading the supplies for their market trip, dried food and fresh water, onto the cart. After checking the items, he looked up at Gu Zhijin. My dear, how much silver do we have left? Gu Zhijin retrieved a small pouch from her waist, spilling a few pieces of silver, 18 taels and 7 qian. We spent 5 taels on the donkey cart, 2 taels on the travel permits, and 4 taels and 3 qian for last night's lodging and supplies. Jing'an scratched his head. It should be enough for the 3 or 4 days to the Nanshu border, barring any unforeseen events. Just in case, we can find ways to earn more along the way. Gu Zhijin tucked the silver away. Your barbecue skills should come in handy. Jing'an's eyes lit up. Right. I can set up a roadside stall selling skewered meat. He animatedly gestured, using bamboo sticks to skewer the meat and sprinkle my special spices. Gu Zhijin watched him, her lips unconsciously curling upwards. Let's south hit the road, Mr. Zhang. The couple departed the small town, proceeding south along the official road in their donkey cart. The early summer sun was not yet harsh, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, carrying the scent of the fields. As Jing'an drove, he hummed a tune, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Zhijin beside him. What are you looking at? Gu Zhijin felt his gaze and became slightly uneasy. Jing'an grinned widely. I'm admiring my beautiful wife. Gu Zhijin shot him an exasperated glance, unable to conceal the slight smile tugging at her lips. Concentrate on driving. At your command. My lady. Jing'an exaggeratedly bowed, eliciting a light laugh from Gu Zhijin. At noon, they rested beneath the shade of a tree by the roadside. Jing'an took out their provisions and water, offering some to Gu Zhijin. I heard that Nanshu is currently ruled by a queen? Jing'an bit into a piece of hard bread, casually inquiring. Gu Zhijin nodded, remarking that she was originally the most favored concubine of the Emperor of Chu. 2 years prior, the Emperor had unexpectedly passed away, bequeathing the throne to her instead of the eldest princess, Chu Mingyu.
Chu Mingyu?
The name seemed vaguely familiar to Jing'an. He raised an eyebrow, noting that it was indeed peculiar for a concubine to ascend to the throne. Rumor had it that the eldest princess believed the empress had a hand in the emperor's demise. Gu Zhijin lowered her voice, indicating that the two had been engaged in a covert power struggle for many years, dividing the court into 2 factions. Jing'an pondered, suggesting that once they reached South Chu, they ought to tread carefully to avoid becoming enmeshed in these conflicts. Indeed, Gu Zhijin replied, taking a sip of water. However, the empress governs wisely. South Chu has enjoyed peace and prosperity in recent years, making it an ideal refuge for us. Jing'an suddenly leaned closer, teasing a refuge? Does the captain wish to become an immortal couple with me? Gu Zhijin shoved his face away, retorting, "Do not flatter yourself. I merely believe it is far from the influence of the seventh prince." "Contrary to your words," Jing'an chuckled, seizing her hand. "You simply cannot bear to part with me." Gu Zhijin struggled momentarily, but then resigned to his hold, declaring, "You truly are shameless." After a brief respite, the pair continued their journey. As evening approached, they spotted a small village in the distance, with wisps of smoke curling into the air and the distant sounds of chickens and dogs. "Let us find lodging here for the night," Jing'an suggested, pointing to the village, which appeared even more secluded than the town they had passed the previous night, likely ensuring their safety. Gu Zhijin nodded in agreement. They drove their donkey cart into the village and soon located the village chief's home. The elderly chief, kind-eyed and benevolent, welcomed them warmly. Having heard they were a merchant couple beset by mountain bandits. "My humble abode is simple. I hope you do not mind," he said. The chief invited his daughter-in-law to prepare a guest room, adding, "Today marks the full moon of my grandson. We are hosting a feast in the village. Please join us in the festivities." Unable to refuse such hearty hospitality, Jing'an and Gu Zhijin attended the village banquet. The villagers, earnest and welcoming, approached to offer toasts upon realizing they were outsiders. Jing'an, mindful of past lessons, resolutely abstained from alcohol, opting to return the toasts with tea. At the banquet, Gu Zhijin noticed an elderly man with a medicine box attending to the children of the village.
Who is that?
She quietly inquired of a nearby villager.
Oh,
"That is Zhou Yufeng, our village doctor," the woman replied. "He apprenticed at a large pharmacy in the city when he was younger and possesses remarkable medical skills." Gu Zhijin listened intently. After the festivities, she sought out Dr. Zhou to inquire about the uses of various herbs. Their conversation flowed easily, and the elder even invited her to accompany him to gather herbs the following day. "You will be gathering herbs tomorrow?" Jing'an asked curiously upon their return to the guest room. "Yes," Gu Zhijin replied, casting him a sideways glance. "Tomorrow. I will collect herbs while you see if you can assist in the village, perhaps exchanging for some fresh ingredients." "At your command, my lady." Jing'an saluted playfully, eliciting a chuckle from Gu Zhijin. The next morning, Gu Zhijin accompanied Dr. Zhou into the mountains to gather herbs while Jing'an wandered through the village. He noticed several young men repairing a barn and eagerly offered his assistance. "Brother Zhang, you have quite the strength," a young man remarked as Jing'an effortlessly lifted a hefty beam. Jing'an wiped his brow with a smile, replying, "I've done my share of labor before." Observing the subpar tools nearby, he added, "Your saw is not very effective. Allow me to sharpen it for you." By the end of the morning, Jing'an had not only repaired the barn but also polished the knives of several households until they gleamed. In gratitude, the villagers presented him with fresh vegetables, eggs, and even a piece of cured meat. "I hear you possess unique culinary skills?" the village chief's son asked, intrigued. "Several wives in the village wished to learn from you tonight." Jing'an readily agreed. As dusk fell, he set up a makeshift cooking station in the chief's yard and taught the village women how to prepare various stir-fries and roast meats. The enticing aromas attracted half the village to watch. "This seasoning is delightful," a young man exclaimed after tasting one of Jing'an's skewers. "Brother Zhang, with skills like yours, you could easily open a restaurant in the city." Jing'an and Gu Zhijin exchanged knowing smiles. That evening, the two lay on the bed in their guest room, counting their bountiful harvest by the moonlight. 2 pounds of cured meat, a basket of eggs, and various vegetables. Jing'an recounted the villagers' gifts. "And the herbs Dr. Zhou gifted you." Gu Zhijin carefully wrapped the precious herbs, noting, "These could fetch a good price in the city." Dr. Zhou mentioned that the herbs along the South Chu border are valued 20% higher than in the capital. "I've inquired and learned that further south, there's a large market town about 2 days' journey from here," Jing'an said, turning to face Gu Zhijin. "We could set up stalls there for a few days to gather some capital before continuing south." Gu Zhijin nodded. "Your grilling skills are indeed impressive." "Of course." Jing'an beamed. "Once we reach the capital of South Chu, I shall open the largest barbecue restaurant, and I will name it Zhijin Pavilion." Gu Zhijin paused in surprise. "Using my name?" "Naturally." Jing'an leaned in, whispering in her ear, "So that everyone in South Chu knows this is my Jing'an's establishment." Gu Zhijin felt warmth rise to her ears and pushed his face away, exclaiming, "You are being ridiculous." Unfazed, Jing'an inched closer, proposing, "If you don't like that, how about in Jiwei? Combining our names." Gu Zhijin couldn't help but laugh at his antics. "Let us rest. We have a journey ahead tomorrow." Jing'an suddenly turned serious. "Zhijin, Once we are settled, let us find an auspicious day to redo our wedding. Gu Jijin was taken aback. Haven't we already? That doesn't count, Jing'an interjected, taking her hand. At that time, I was still a foolish young master, and you weren't sincerely marrying me. I wished to marry you properly, allowing you to become the genuine Mrs. Jing. Under the moonlight, Gu Jijin's eyes shimmered like water. She gently clasped Jing'an's hand in agreement. All right. A single word stirred warmth in Jing'an's heart. He cautiously embraced Gu Jijin, and they fell asleep in each other's arms, dreaming peacefully through the night. The next day, as they bid farewell, the villagers were reluctant to see them go, especially the women who had learned to cook from Jing'an, insisting on stuffing them with provisions for their journey. Brother Zhang, Sister Zhang, you must visit again when you pass this way. The young men called after the donkey cart. Jing'an waved goodbye, turning to Gu Jijin with a smile. It seems I have quite the rapport with the villagers. Gu Jijin scoffed lightly. What is there to be proud of? The two continued southward, traveling by day and seeking lodgings in villages by night. Jing'an's culinary skills and physical prowess earned them food and shelter, while Gu Jijin relied on her medical expertise to treat minor ailments for villagers in exchange for herbs or silver coins. After 5 days, they finally beheld the boundary marker of South Chu. We have arrived, Gu Jijin sighed, relieved. This is already within the Empress's domain. Jing'an leapt from the donkey cart, tracing the characters South Chu on the marker with his fingers. Where to next? First to the nearest town, Gu Jijin replied, pulling out a map. Qingyang Town is 30 miles from here. It's a commercial hub. They pressed on and reached Qingyang Town by evening. Unlike the previous villages, Qingyang Town bustled with life, lined with shops and throngs of pedestrians. Let us find an inn to stay. Jing'an navigated the cart slowly through the streets, inquiring about places to set up their stall. They found an inn named Guest Arrival and requested a moderately priced room. After settling in, Jing'an went downstairs to gather details from the innkeeper. Setting up a stall? The innkeeper, a lean middle-aged man, scrutinized Jing'an. What do you wish to sell? Grilled meat skewers. Jing'an replied with a smile. A family recipe. The innkeeper's interest was piqued. Do you have a sample to taste? Jing'an promptly retrieved some leftover jerky from their journey, quickly grilling it in the inn's kitchen over charcoal and sprinkling his special seasoning. The innkeeper took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Delicious, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I have a friend who manages stalls at the market. I will take you to meet him tomorrow. However, he lowered his voice, mentioning that a fee was required. Jing'an understood and took a small piece of silver from his purse, handing it over. Thank you, innkeeper. Upon returning to their room, Jing'an informed Gu Jijin of the situation. We still have 12 taels of silver. Gu Jijin calculated that renting a stall and purchasing materials would cost at least 5 taels. I will visit the market tomorrow to assess the prices. Jing'an lay back on the bed, thinking that if all went well, they could open their business in 3 days. Gu Jijin sat down beside him. I will check at the pharmacy to see how much these herbs can sell for. She paused before adding, by the way, I inquired about the situation in Nanchu. Recently, the capital has been hosting a 100 merchants conference to attract traders from various regions. Jing'an's eyes brightened. This is a splendid opportunity. Once we save enough capital, we should head to the capital. Gu Jijin nodded, but we must be cautious. I have heard that the power of the princess is formidable in the capital, and the rivalry between factions is intense. We should manage our small business without getting involved in those conflicts. Jing'an took her hand, envisioning a future where they could purchase a small courtyard in the southern part of the city, with a shop in front and a home behind, living a tranquil life. Gu Jijin looked at him with tenderness as he dreamed, sleep now. Tomorrow will be busy. The next day, they set off on their respective errands. Gu Jijin took the herbs to the largest pharmacy in town, while Jing'an accompanied a friend of the innkeeper to the market. The market in Qingyang Town was quite sizable, with various areas designated for different goods. Jing'an spotted a small stall near the entrance. Although it was not large, it had a considerable foot traffic. The monthly rent was 3 taels of silver. The manager extended 3 fingers, indicating payment in advance. Jing'an haggled and eventually settled on 2.5 taels. He immediately went to the meat market to procure fresh lamb and pork, along with some bamboo skewers and charcoal. Upon returning to the inn, he eagerly began experimenting with his seasoning recipes. In the evening, Gu Jijin returned, wearing a rare expression of joy. What has you so happy? Jing'an set aside his work. Did the herb sell well? Gu Jijin produced a bulging purse from her bosom. The innkeeper was quite taken with that 7-leaf rasher and offered 10 taels. Jing'an whistled. We've struck gold.
Not just that.
Gu Zhijin's eyes sparkled. The innkeeper mentioned that such high-quality erasure could fetch at least 20 taels in the capital. He inquired if I had more sources and expressed a desire for long-term collaboration. Jing'an swept her up in his arms and spun her around. My wife truly brings prosperity. Gu Zhijin, startled by his sudden action, blushed and struggled. Put me down. Jing'an laughed heartily as he set her down, seizing the opportunity to plant a kiss on her cheek. Tomorrow, our barbecue stall opens. I've even thought of a name. And Jean skewers. How cliché. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance, yet could not hide her smile. Early the next morning, Jing An's barbecue stall officially opened. He rose before dawn to marinate the meat and skewer it. Gu Zhijin also arose early to assist with the seasonings and the charcoal. Care for a taste? Jing An offered the first skewer of grilled lamb to Gu Zhijin. She took a bite. The outer crispiness gave way to tender meat, bursting with flavors that perfectly complemented the meat's aroma. Delicious, she exclaimed sincerely. Jing'an beamed with pride. Just wait and see. We'll surely have a great sale today. Indeed, as the market grew busier, a long line quickly formed in front of Jing An's stall. The unique seasoning recipe and his skilled grilling technique made Jean's skewers the new favorite at the market. By noon, they had sold more than half of the prepared skewers. At this rate, they would be sold out by the afternoon. Jing'an grilled while telling Gu Zhijin that they needed to prepare more for tomorrow. As evening fell and they closed up, Jing An counted their earnings, discovering they had over 500 won, netting a profit of 300 won after costs. At this rate, we could earn over 4 taels of silver in half a month. Jing An exclaimed excitedly, and with your herb business, we will have enough for our travel expenses to the capital. Gu Zhijin helped him tidy up the tools. Don't be overly optimistic. Imitators may appear tomorrow. Sure enough, 2 new barbecue stalls appeared at the market the next day. But Jing An was prepared, introducing 2 exclusive sauces and offering a buy 5 get 1 free deal, effectively capturing the customers' appetites. Chapter 16, Arrival at the capital after more than half a month, and Jean's skewers had gained some notoriety in Qingyang town. Even a restaurant sent someone to inquire about purchasing Jing An's seasoning recipe at a high price, which he politely declined. This is our secret formula. Upon returning to the inn one evening, Jing An mysteriously told Gu Zhijin that he intended to pass it down to their future child. Gu Zhijin, drinking water, nearly choked. What nonsense. Jing An grinned mischievously as he leaned closer. Is my wife feeling shy? Gu Zhijin pushed his face away, but he seized her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. The proximity between them suddenly became intimate, their breaths mingling. Jing An's voice lowered. Once we settle in the capital. A sudden knock interrupted this tender moment. Jing An, frustrated, went to open the door, discovering it was the inn's attendant. Sir, there is a gentleman downstairs looking for you. He claims to be from Huichun Tang. Gu Zhijin immediately stood up. It may be about the herbs. I will go see. Jing An followed her anxiously. Downstairs stood a gentleman clad in fine garments, appearing to be around 25 or 26, with a handsome visage and an extraordinary demeanor. You must be Madame Zhang? The gentleman bowed. I am Lin Muyang, the young master of Huichun Tang. I have heard of your remarkable medical skills and have come to pay my respects. Gu Zhijin returned the gesture. Young Master Lin, you flatter me. I possess only a rudimentary understanding. Lin Muyang smiled. My father speaks highly of your herbs. May I borrow you for a moment to speak? Jing An stepped forward, naturally wrapping an arm around Gu Zhijin's waist. Whatever it is can be said here. I am her husband. Lin Muyang's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly giving way to understanding. I see. The truth is, Huichun Tang has a branch in the capital, and in 3 days, we will be transporting a batch of herbs there. If you both are interested, you may accompany us. It would provide some reassurance on the journey. Gu Zhijin and Jing An exchanged a glance, as this aligned perfectly with their plans. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Lin, Gu Zhijin replied cautiously. We need to consider it, and we'll give you an answer tomorrow. Lin Muyang bowed and took his leave. Once he departed, Jing An promptly shut the door and pushed Gu Zhijin against the wall. That fellow's gaze towards you was unsettling. Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? Absolutely. Jing An declared. You are my wife. Gu Zhijin huffed lightly, yet could not suppress a smile. Childish. Speaking of serious matters, what do you think of his proposal? Jing An pondered for a moment. Traveling with the caravan would indeed be safer, but we must be cautious. Who knows what his intentions are? Tomorrow, I will inquire further at Huichun Tang. Gu Zhijin pushed him gently. Now it's time for bed. Jing stubbornly leaned closer. My dear, can we?
No.
Gu Zhijin firmly rejected him, but as he turned away in disappointment, she gently grasped his hand, allowing him to hold her while they slept. I am exceedingly well-behaved during sleep. Jing immediately swept her up in his arms, eliciting a startled gasp. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle and tranquil glow over the two as they embraced in slumber. The following day, Jing stretched and opened the inn's window, inhaling the fragrant air infused with the scent of grass and trees. Zhijin, come and see. He called back. The morning scenery here surpasses that of the capital. Gu Zhijin approached the window and beheld the distant mountains cloaked in azure, while vendors were already setting up their stalls on the nearby streets. With wisps of smoke rising into the air, she nodded gently. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Jing suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. What have you decided about yesterday's matter? Gu Zhijin slightly tilted her head. Are you referring to traveling with the merchant caravan? Indeed. Jing tightened his embrace. Upon reflection, although that young Master Lin's gaze towards you irked me, traveling with the caravan is undoubtedly a safer choice. Gu Zhijin chuckled lightly and turned to face him. You certainly know how to weigh the pros and cons. I inquired near Hui Chun Tang this morning. The Lin family is quite reputable locally, and the caravan frequently travels to the capital. It is indeed a prudent decision. Jing's eyes brightened. Shall we seek out young Master Lin now to finalize the arrangements? Not so fast, Gu Zhijin replied as she adjusted her sleeves. We must first sort out the remaining matters at our stall. Our rental doesn't expire for another 3 days, and we need to clarify everything with the manager. That's simple, Jing declared, thumping his chest. I will head to the market shortly to sell the remaining ingredients at half price and bid farewell to our loyal customers. Gu Zhijin nodded. I will visit the apothecary to sell the leftover herbs and procure some necessary supplies for our journey. The two parted ways. Jing busied himself at the market for most of the day, successfully selling off the remaining ingredients and receiving warm farewells from many loyal customers. A regular patron even handed him a bag of homemade pickles, exclaiming, "Take these for the road. They will whet your appetite." Meanwhile, Gu Zhijin finalized the details of their journey with Lin Muyang at Hui Chun Tang. The caravan departs the day after tomorrow at noon. Lin Muyang said gently, Madame Zhang and Brother Zhang may send their luggage to our warehouse in advance, and I will arrange for assistance in loading the carts. Gu Zhijin bowed her thanks. I appreciate your kindness, young Master Lin. After a brief hesitation, Lin Muyang continued, Forgive my boldness, but I have heard that Madame Zhang possesses remarkable medical skills. Whom did you study under? Gu Zhijin maintained her composure. It is merely a family tradition. I have only a superficial understanding. In the evening, the two reconvened at the inn, exchanging updates on their respective tasks. Is everything arranged? Jing poured a cup of tea and handed it to Gu Zhijin. Yes, she replied, accepting the cup. Young Master Lin mentioned he could help us bring our donkey cart along, and we can sell it once we reach the capital. Jing suddenly leaned closer, scrutinizing her eyes. That fellow hasn't he harbored any ulterior motives, has he? Gu Zhijin shot him a glare. He is quite courteous. It is you who constantly indulges in wild imaginings. Jing pouted. Who could blame him for watching you so intently? Gu Zhijin set down her teacup and playfully pinched his cheek. Jing, are you questioning my judgment or lacking confidence in yourself? Jing paused, then grinned broadly. Of course, I have confidence. He leaned in to kiss her. Gu Zhijin nimbly dodged. Enough of that. We need to pack our belongings. Tomorrow, we must also buy some essentials for the journey. The next day, they busied themselves procuring provisions and fresh clothing. Jing specifically purchased a small charcoal stove and iron plate, claiming that he wanted to ensure his wife dined well on the journey. On the morning of their departure, as dawn broke, Qingyang town remained enveloped in slumber. Jing and Gu Zhijin arrived at the warehouse with their luggage, where the Lin family's caravan was ready to set off. 12 carts were neatly lined up, 10 laden with medicinal herbs, and the remaining 2 for passengers. Lin Muyang personally approached them. Brother Zhang, Madame Zhang, your luggage can be placed on this cart. Jing examined the cart, which was far more spacious than their previous donkey cart, with soft cushions laid inside. He nodded in satisfaction. Young Master Lin, you are indeed considerate. Thank you. This cart is far more comfortable than our donkey cart. Once aboard, Jing patted the soft cushions, his eyes sparkling with delight. And look, there are pillows. Gu Zhijin glanced at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Don't celebrate too soon. Sitting for long will still lead to aches and pains. Not to worry. Jing'an beamed, leaning closer and lowering his voice. With my wife to massage me, I'll be just fine. Gu Zhijin shoved his face away.
Dream on.
Lin Muyang approached again, clasping his hands. Brother Zhang, Madam Zhang, the caravan is fully prepared and will set off shortly. Jing'an straightened, adopting a serious demeanor. Very well. Thank you for your assistance, young Master Lin. The caravan slowly departed Qingyang town, heading south toward the capital of Nanchu. The early summer sun cast its golden rays upon the rice fields along the road, creating a shimmering wave of color. A gentle breeze carried the scent of earth and grass, prompting Jing'an to take a deep breath and exclaim, "This fresh air is truly delightful." Gu Zhijin sat by the window, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside. Nanchu's climate is humid, and its mountains and waters are picturesque. It is indeed a suitable place to reside. Noticing her relaxed demeanor, Jing'an seized the opportunity to inch closer, gently nudging her arm with his shoulder. My dear, once we reach the capital, we should find a prime location to set up our barbecue stall again, and once we save enough money, we can open a small shop. I've even thought of a name. Stop right there, Gu Zhijin interrupted, raising a hand. Your shop name changes 3 times a day. What peculiar name have you concocted this time? Jing'an chuckled and leaned toward her ear. I shall call it Madam S. Most Beautiful Barbecue Shop. Gu Zhijin could no longer contain herself and playfully slapped his forehead. Be quiet. Jing'an feigned a cry, clutching his forehead. My dear is so fierce. Gu Zhijin, uninterested, turned her attention back to the view. When Jing'an's charm failed to sway her, he suddenly exclaimed, Ouch! While covering his backside. Sitting for so long has made my rear sore. Gu Zhijin didn't turn to look. Endure it. Undeterred, Jing'an leaned against her. No way. It hurts terribly. My dear, please massage it for me. Gu Zhijin, nearly toppled by his weight, grasped his ear in irritation. Jing'an, if you continue to act up, I shall throw you off the cart. Jing'an seized the moment to wrap his arms around her waist, burying his face in her bosom. Would you truly do that, my dear? Gu Zhijin, exasperated, poked his forehead with her finger. You rogue. Jing'an, emboldened, looked up at her. My dear, can I rest my legs on your lap? This cart is so bumpy, it's making me dizzy. Gu Zhijin glared at him but ultimately sighed, shifting her position slightly. Just for a moment. Jing'an joyfully lay down, resting his head on her lap and wrapping his arms around her waist like a large dog finding a cozy nook. Gu Zhijin, resigned, gently brushed aside the hair on his forehead and softly said, Behave, don't move around. Yes, yes. Jing'an closed his eyes, a wide grin spreading across his face. In the afternoon, the caravan halted at a tea stall for a break. Jing'an leaped down from the cart, stretching his arms wide, then turned to Gu Zhijin. After sitting for so long, shall we take a stroll? Gu Zhijin nodded, and they meandered along the small path beside the tea stall. Wildflowers bloomed along the roadside, and butterflies danced around them. Jing'an plucked a small purple flower and tucked it into Gu Zhijin's hair. It looks lovely. Gu Zhijin raised her hand to remove it, but was stopped by Jing'an. Don't take it out. It truly is beautiful. She shot him an exasperated glance, but ultimately let her hand drop. Upon returning to the tea stall, they found Lin Muyang conversing with the caravan's crew over tea. Noticing their return, Lin Muyang greeted them with a smile. Brother Zhang, Madam Zhang, come and try this osmanthus tea. It's a specialty of Nanchu. Jing'an took a cup, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. It's sweet without being cloying, with a lovely floral aroma. Delicious. Gu Zhijin also sampled it and nodded in approval. Indeed, quite good.
Lin Mu yang smiled.
The capital of Nanchu has even more delicacies. Once we arrive, I will treat you both to some. Jing'an, draping his arm around Gu Zhijin's shoulders, boasted, Thank you, young Master Lin, but my culinary skills are top-notch. Perhaps I could even show you a thing or two. Gu Zhijin discreetly pinched him but maintained a polite smile. Young Master Lin, you flatter us. Lin Muyang exchanged knowing glances between the two, chuckling softly. You two share a wonderful bond. As evening fell, the caravan arrived at an inn in a small town. Lin Muyang arranged accommodations for everyone, and Jing'an and Gu Zhijin were assigned a spacious upper room. As soon as they entered, Jing'an flopped onto the bed, rolling over in delight. Finally, I can lie down. Gu Zhijin set down her bundle and cast him a side glance. Who insisted on curling up next to me all the way here? Jing'an sat up, grinning. That's different. Your legs are much more comfortable than the cart seat. Gu Jin, uninterested in his antics, turned to organize their belongings. Jing'an leaned in, wrapping his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. My dear, what shall we have for dinner tonight? We will eat whatever the inn offers, Gu Jin replied, gently pushing his head away. Stop fooling around. I need to pack. Jing'an persisted, poking her waist with his finger. I want to eat the dishes you prepare, my dear. With no way to escape his clinginess, Gu Jin sighed. If the inn's kitchen allows it, I'll cook you a bowl of noodles. Jing'an immediately cheered, planting a kiss on her cheek. You're the best, my dear. After dinner, Jing'an rubbed his round belly, contentedly slumping in his chair. Your noodles are the best in the world. Gu Jin, tidying up the dishes, replied nonchalantly.
Stop flattering me.
As night deepened, the two washed up and lay in bed. Jing'an turned to embrace Gu Jin, whispering, My dear, we will soon reach the capital.
Yes.
Do you think we'll like it there? Gu Jin paused for a moment, turning to face him. In the moonlight, her eyes sparkled like clear water. As long as we are together, it doesn't matter where we go. Jing'an felt warmth in his heart, pulling her closer.
You are right, my dear.
5 days later, the caravan finally arrived at the capital of Nanchu, Jingguan City. From a distance, the towering city walls and the glistening characters of Jingguan above the gate shone in the sunlight. Jing'an excitedly pointed at the city gate.
My dear.
We have arrived. Gu Jin nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Lin Muyang approached with a smile. As newcomers, if you don't mind, you may stay temporarily at Huichun Hall while I help you find a suitable residence. Gu Jin replied, Thank you, young Master Lin. But we already have plans and do not wish to impose. Lin Muyang did not insist, bowing politely. In that case, should you require anything, feel free to seek me at Huichun Hall. After bidding farewell to the caravan, Jing'an and Gu Jin led their donkey cart into the city. The streets of Jingguan City were wide and bustling, with shops lining both sides and throngs of pedestrians, far more vibrant than Qingyang town. Jing'an gazed around in wonder. This place is truly lively, not inferior to the capital. Gu Jin glanced at the sky. Let us find an inn to stay at first, and we can look for a house tomorrow. Chapter 17. And Jin skewers the mornings in Jingguan City were more bustling than in Qingyang town. As dawn broke, breakfast stalls were already set up. Steam rising from the bamboo steamers and golden youtiao frying in oil, their aromas wafting through the inn's windows. Jing'an was awakened by this delightful fragrance. He opened his eyes to find Gu Jin already dressed, sitting at a small table by the window, writing something. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her profile with a gentle glow. My dear, you're up so early? Jing'an rubbed his eyes, his voice still heavy with sleep. Without looking up, Gu Jin replied, If you're awake, get up. We need to go rent a stall. Jing'an sat up with a start. Right. We must quickly set up our Jin skewers again. He hastily dressed and leaned over to peek at what Gu Jin was writing. What are you working on? He asked, deliberately moving closer to catch a whiff of the faint osmanthus fragrance in her hair. Accounting, Gu Jin pushed the paper towards him. We currently have 20 taels of silver. We must be frugal. Jing'an glanced at the sheet and suddenly pointed at one item.
Huh.
What's this Jing'an's indulgence expenses? Gu Jin remained unfazed, gently tapping her finger on the still wet ink. Yesterday, someone insisted on eating the sugar cake and candied hawthorn at the street corner, which cost an extra 21. That's because Jing'an lowered his voice, his lips nearly brushing her ear. The way you looked while I was feeding you the candied hawthorn was simply enchanting, irresistibly alluring. With a sharp clap, Gu Jin closed the account book, her hair brushing against Jing'an's face as she stood. If you keep this up, I won't let you have any meat today. They enjoyed a simple breakfast of wontons sprinkled with green onions, the delicate skins revealing the tender meat within, the broth glistening with golden droplets of oil. Jing'an devoured his bowl in haste, his eyes fixed on the last wonton in Gu Jin's bowl. Give it to me. With a sigh, Gu Jin pushed her bowl towards him, and Jing'an eagerly leaned over, finishing it in a single gulp. Stepping out of the inn, Jingguan City was fully awake. Shops on either side of the street were removing their shutters, while workers at the silk shop hung colorful fabrics on bamboo poles. And herbalists displayed various herbs in the sun, the air filled with the bittersweet scent of dried tangerine peels and angelica mingling with the sweetness from a nearby rouge shop. The market in Jingguan City was divided into the East and West markets, with the East market selling luxury items and the West market being a hub for daily necessities. The West Market has a larger crowd and is more suitable for us, Gu Zhijin observed. Jing'an nodded in agreement, but was distracted by a stall selling sugar figurines. My dear, how about buying a sugar figurine? Gu Zhijin firmly grasped the back of his collar. First, let us take care of business. The manager of the West Market was a lean middle-aged man named Zhao. Upon hearing that they wished to rent a stall for grilled skewers, he scrutinized them for a moment. Newcomers? Where did you do business before?
Qingyangdan.
Jing'an replied with a smile, retrieving an oil paper bag. Our grilled skewers are quite famous there, known as Injin skewers. Would you like to try our special seasoning? Manager Zhao took a pinch of the brown powder and sniffed it, suddenly sneezing loudly.
Wow.
Quite potent. This flavor is remarkable. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. All right, I can rent it to you for 5 taels of silver a month to be paid up front. 5 taels? Jing'an's eyes widened. In Qingyang town, it was only 2.5. Manager Zhao snorted. This is the capital, prime location, naturally more expensive. If you find it too costly, head to the South Alley, where it's 3 taels, but you'll hardly see any customers. Gu Zhijin tugged at Jing'an's sleeve, addressing Manager Zhao. We'll rent, but we'd like to see the location first. Manager Zhao smiled and led them to a small stall situated in the middle of the market. The location was indeed quite good, flanked by food vendors, with a tea stall across the street, drawing a steady stream of customers. This location is excellent, Gu Zhijin remarked, kneeling down to check the cleanliness of the stone slab, which was far superior to the dirt roads of Qingyang town. However, Jing'an looked around warily, leaning closer to Gu Zhijin, whispering, My dear, there is something off about this place. Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Look at the bun vendor on the left. He keeps glancing over at us, and his gaze is unsettling. The lady selling soup pancakes on the right is friendly, but I can smell that the oil she uses isn't fresh. A glimmer of amusement sparked in Gu Zhijin's eyes. You have quite a sharp nose. She turned to Manager Zhao. We'll take this spot and open tomorrow. After paying the deposit, they went to purchase ingredients and charcoal. Indeed, prices in the capital were high, and their shopping trip cost them another 3 taels of silver. On their way back to the inn, Jing'an suddenly grabbed Gu Zhijin's hand. My dear, we must celebrate tonight. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance. Celebrate what? Our new life. Jing'an grinned, leaning closer. I've heard the night market in Jingguan City is especially lively. Shall we go explore? Gu Zhijin initially intended to refuse, but seeing the sparkle in his eyes, she finally nodded. Just for an hour. As the lanterns began to glow, the night market in Jingguan City was indeed bustling with life. Colorful lanterns were hung high, the shouts of vendors echoed, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of various foods. Jing'an held a handful of skewers he had grilled himself, claiming he was merely tasting for the customers, while munching on a candied hawthorn he had just purchased, his mouth sticky with sugar. My dear, try this. It's incredibly sweet. Gu Zhijin shook her head. You eat it yourself. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. The crowd parted, revealing a young gentleman dressed in a brocade robe, elegantly fanning himself as he strolled by. This man was strikingly handsome, with features like a painting, and a jade pendant hung gracefully at his waist, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. Jing'an squinted. This young man is even prettier than the ladies. Gu Zhijin lightly pinched him. What are you staring at? The young gentleman seemed to have heard their conversation, his gaze shifting to the grilled skewers in Jing'an's hand. Good sir, he began, his voice clear and melodious. Might I inquire where you procured that delectable treat? Jing'an was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. This is my own creation. You won't find it anywhere else. A glimmer of interest flickered in the young gentleman's eyes.
Oh.
May I have the pleasure of tasting it? Jing'an graciously offered him a skewer, saying, Please be my guest. The gentleman elegantly took a bite, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Perfectly charred on the outside, tender on the inside, and the spices are wonderfully layered. What a skilled hand. Jing'an, brimming with pride, wrapped an arm around Gu Zhijin's shoulders. This is my family's secret recipe. The gentleman glanced at Gu Zhijin and clasped his hands together. I am surnamed Chu. May I inquire how to address both of you? I am Zhang, and this is my wife, Zhang Gu. Jing'an casually fabricated a name. Chu smiled slightly. Zhang brother, your skewers are truly delectable. Might I ask where you set up shop? I shall certainly come to support you another day. We open in the West Market tomorrow. Jing'an replied enthusiastically. You must come. I will reserve the finest cuts for you. Chu nodded and retrieved a jade pendant from his waist, presenting it to Jing'an. With this, you may find me at the Zui Xianlu in the south of the city. There is exquisite pear blossom wine for you to sample. Just as Jing'an was about to accept it, Gu Jijin discreetly tugged at his sleeve. He immediately understood and smiled. Thank you, young Master Chu, for your kind offer, but we are newcomers and it may be inconvenient to trouble you. Chu did not press further, reclaiming the pendant and casting a meaningful glance at them. Then we shall meet at the West Market tomorrow. After watching Chu depart, Jing'an leaned toward Gu Jijin and whispered, that young master is clearly a woman in disguise, and yet so enthusiastic. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Gu Jijin shot him a disapproving glance. Do not flatter yourself. This person's background is not simple. That jade pendant is a palace artifact. Jing'an's eyes widened. How do you know? The engravings on it bear the emblem of the Southern Chu royal family. Gu Jijin whispered, be cautious tomorrow. At dawn the next day, Jing'an and Gu Jijin arrived at their stall to prepare. Fresh lamb and pork were cut into small pieces and marinated with secret seasonings, while bamboo skewers were neatly arranged beside them. Jing'an had even crafted a handwritten sign, and Jin's skewers, the letters crooked and unmistakably his own. Gu Jijin looked at the sign and sighed. Could you not let me write it? Jing'an scratched his head. I wanted to surprise my wife. As the market began to bustle, more people arrived. Jing'an kindled the charcoal fire, and as soon as the skewers touched the grill, they sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma.
Come.
Fresh skewers. Exclusive secret recipe. If it's not delicious, you want tea, pay a dime. Jing'an called out loudly. Soon enough, customers were drawn in by the delightful scent. A plump middle-aged man took a bite, his eyes wide with astonishment. Delicious. Give me 10 more. Word spread quickly, and before noon, a long line had formed in front of Jing'an's stall. Gu Jijin managed the money while Jing'an handled the grilling. They worked in perfect harmony, thoroughly enjoying the hustle and bustle. Zhang brother, your business is thriving. A familiar voice called out. Jing'an looked up to see the gentleman Chu from the day before, now adorned in a moon-white robe that accentuated his graceful demeanor. Jing'an smiled. Young Master Chu, you arrived just in time. I have freshly grilled lamb leg for you to try. Chu accepted the skewer, taking an elegant bite and exclaiming, cooked to perfection, with the spices harmoniously balanced. Zhang brother, you truly possess remarkable skills. He surveyed the surroundings and added, yet in this noisy market, such exquisite flavors feel unjustly treated. Have you considered opening a shop? Jing'an flipped the skewers while responding, of course. But we are new to the capital, and the funds are insufficient. Chu smiled slightly. If Zhang brother is interested, I can offer assistance. Gu Jijin interjected suddenly. Thank you for your kind offer, young Master Chu, but we prefer to forge our own path. Chu regarded her thoughtfully. There is no need for such formality, Zhang lady. To be candid, I have some ventures in the city and am in need of talents like Zhang brother. Jing'an and Gu Jijin exchanged glances, about to decline when a commotion erupted. Make way. Move aside. Several officials pushed through the crowd, heading directly to Jing'an's stall. Someone reported that your meat is not fresh. Come with us. Jing'an was taken aback. How can that be? Our meat was freshly slaughtered this morning. The official sneered. Enough nonsense. Take them away. Chu suddenly stepped forward, drawing a token from his robes. I witnessed them preparing the ingredients. Is there any issue? Upon seeing the token, the official's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately knelt. I was blind to not recognize your status. Please forgive me.
Chu Côn Ly húp phét, be gone.
The officials scurried away. Heads hung low. Jing'an stared in astonishment. Young Master Chu, you. Chu tucked away the token nonchalantly. I have some connections with the prefect. Zhang brother need not worry. No one will trouble you again. After a pause, he continued, 3 months from now, Zui Xianlu will host a tasting event, inviting renowned chefs from the city. If Zhang brother is interested, you may attend with this invitation. He handed over a gilded invitation. Jing'an took it, but before he could express his gratitude, Chu had already turned and left, his figure as graceful as the wind. Gu Jijin furrowed her brow. This matter seems suspicious. Jing'an shrugged. What does it matter? The trouble is resolved now. My dear wife, let us continue selling skewers. By evening, as they wrapped up, they calculated their earnings and found they had made a full tale of silver. Jing'an excitedly lifted Gu Jijin and spun her around. My dear wife, at this rate, we shall open a shop within 3 months. Gu Jin, dizzy from the spin, patted his shoulder. Put me down. Jing'an chuckled as he set her down and took the opportunity to kiss her cheek. Tonight, we shall celebrate with a fine meal. Gu Jin wiped the grease from her face and replied, First, let us clean up the stall. After tidying up, they wandered around the market, sampling local delicacies, and then purchased lamb, pork, and various vegetables. Jing'an even bought some unique spices from southern Chu, claiming he would improve the recipe. On their way back to the inn, Jing'an held the ingredients in one hand and Gu Jin's hand in the other, humming a cheerful tune with a light step. The sunset stretched their shadows long, intertwining as they walked. Gu Jin suddenly spoke. What do you think of that young Master Chu? Jing'an replied without hesitation. He is either wealthy or noble, but he seems quite decent and has helped us immensely. Her gaze towards you is rather peculiar, Gu Jin remarked coolly. Jing'an paused, then burst into laughter. Just yesterday you said I was being overly sentimental.
Today,
Dear wife, are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy? Gu Jin turned her face away. Nonsense. Jing'an leaned closer, whispering in her ear, Rest assured. My heart belongs solely to you. Gu Jin's ears flushed slightly, yet she did not push him away. Hand in hand, they slowly returned to the inn. Back at the inn, Jing'an immediately began experimenting with new seasonings. He ground the spices he had purchased, adjusting the ratios, occasionally allowing Gu Jin to taste. How about this? He offered her a piece of meat dipped in the new seasoning. Gu Jin sampled it, a bit spicy, but with a pleasant aftertaste. Jing'an adjusted the proportions again, and now, this is even better. Gu Jin nodded, appreciating the moderate spiciness and fragrant undertone. Jing'an, pleased, noted down the recipe I told you. Adding Southern Chu's unique mountain pepper enhances the flavor's complexity. As night deepened, Jing'an continued marinating the meat for the next day. Gu Jin finished her evening routine and approached him from behind, gently pressing his shoulder. Don't stay up too late. We need to rise early tomorrow. Jing'an turned and grasped her hand. You go to sleep first. I just need to finish this. Gu Jin remained still, her fingers gently kneading his neck. Are you tired? Jing'an closed his eyes in comfort. With you massaging me, I feel no fatigue. Gu Jin applied a bit more pressure. Stop with the sweet talk. Jing'an suddenly turned, pulling her into his embrace. I truly am not tired. It's just that I adore being close to you. Gu Jin felt a ticklish sensation and pushed his head away. You smell of seasonings. Go wash up. Jing'an playfully tightened his hold. Hey, will you join me for a bath? What a wishful thought. Gu Jin abruptly pushed him away, her ears slightly flushed, insisting that she would wash herself. The following morning, the two arrived at their stall even earlier than the day before. Having experienced the previous day's bustling success, Jiang prepared double the ingredients, adding vegetable skewers and a special sauce to the menu. Today promised to be even more profitable. Jiang confidently ignited the fire. Indeed, shortly after setting up the stall, returning customers drawn by the enticing aroma began to arrive. By noon, a long queue had formed in front of their stall. No need to rush, everyone will be served. Jiang shouted while flipping the skewers, promoting the newly introduced vegetable skewers at just a penny each. In the following days, their business flourished more than ever. The young man disguised as a woman, Lord Chu, visited almost daily, sometimes bringing along a couple of friends. Jiang's grilled skewers gradually gained fame in Jingguan City, with some patrons traveling from the northern parts of the city just to taste them. Chapter 18. A peaceful life. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of their new home as Jiang groggily opened his eyes, greeted by the serene visage of Gu Jin asleep beside him. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows on her face, her breathing calm and gentle. Unable to resist, Jiang stretched out his hand to softly caress her cheek. Have you seen enough? Gu Jin suddenly spoke, her eyes still closed. Jiang grinned. A lifetime wouldn't be enough to gaze upon you. Finally, Gu Jin opened her eyes, meeting his sparkling gaze. Stop being slick, she chided.
seizing the moment,
Jiang stole a kiss from her lips. Today marks the grand opening of our Anjin restaurant. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. Gu Jin reached out to smooth a stray lock of hair that had sprung up. You were sleeping like a log. The thunder last night couldn't he wake you? That's because my wife was by my side, Jiang proclaimed, capturing her hand and planting a gentle bite on her palm, contentedly slumbering. For the past 2 months, the couple had tirelessly operated their barbecue stall, finally saving enough to open their own restaurant. They rented a 2-story building near the West Market, utilizing the ground floor for their business and the upper floor for living. Though modest in size, its prime location near the market was advantageous. Gu Zhijin sat up, glancing out the window. It's still early. You should sleep a little longer. I can't sleep. Jiang En had already jumped out of bed, dressing swiftly. I need to check the ingredients and the stove one more time. Gu Zhijin watched him bustling about, her lips curling into a faint smile. Over the past 2 months, Jiang En had devoted all his energy to the business, rising before dawn to select the freshest meat and experimenting with new recipes late into the night. Now that they were finally opening their own small restaurant, it was no wonder he was as excited as a child. By the way, my dear, Jiang En suddenly turned. The 2 assistants we hired yesterday should be here bright and early today, right? Gu Zhijin nodded. They're supposed to arrive by the 3rd hour. Wonderful. Jiang En rubbed his hands together. With their help, my dear Wen-Ti have to work so hard alongside me. Gu Zhijin got out of bed to tidy her clothes. I'll prepare breakfast. You can wipe down the sign again. At your command. Jiang En replied cheerfully, bounding down the stairs. The facade of the small building had been beautifully decorated. The 4 large characters on Jin Restaurant, elegantly penned by Gu Zhijin, hung above the door. A stark contrast to the sign Jiang En had previously made for their stall. He hummed a cheerful tune as he meticulously wiped away the dust from the sign. After finishing, Jiang En continued to hum while adjusting the new grill, occasionally sneaking bites of pickled vegetables that Gu Zhijin had just sliced. Wash your hands, Gu Zhijin called, not looking up as she swatted his hand away. Now tell me again about that hot pot recipe you mentioned last night. Jiang En leaned closer, lowering his voice. Actually, the inspiration came from your medicinal recipe. Remember that 7 flavors blood-activating soup you used before? I added some dried fruit and Sichuan peppercorn. Gu Zhijin continued slicing the pickled radish into fine shreds, scolding, nonsense. You can't just alter a medicinal formula. But it turned out wonderfully, Jiang En replied, shaking his head proudly. Lord Chu nearly swallowed his tongue after tasting it. At the mention of Lord Chu, Gu Zhijin paused her knife momentarily. What will you showcase at the tasting event he invited you to? With a mysterious grin, Jiang En retrieved a ceramic jar from the cupboard. A secret weapon made with the dried mushrooms you sun-dried. Good morning, a bright voice chimed. Jiang En turned to see 2 young men standing at the door. One was a sturdy boy of about 16 named Fu, and the other was a young man in his 20s named Li San, who had previously worked as a server in a tavern. Perfect timing. Jiang En warmly welcomed them inside. Today is our grand opening, so we must prepare well. The 3 of them busied themselves. Fu was in charge of lighting the fire and preparing the charcoal. Li San arranged the tables and chairs, while Jiang En checked the various seasonings and ingredients. Before long, Gu Zhijin brought in a steaming breakfast, calling out, "Time for breakfast." The 4 gathered around a square table, enjoying a simple meal of porridge and pickles. Jiang En enthusiastically outlined their plans for the day, the official opening at noon, with all dishes half price for the first 3 days. Li San will greet the customers, Fu will assist me, and my dear will be in charge of collecting payments. Gu Zhijin shot him a sidelong glance. I can help grill the skewers too. No way. Jiang En immediately objected. It's smoky and can damage your skin. Your beautiful hands must remain pristine. Li San and Fu stifled their laughter, while Gu Zhijin's ears turned slightly red as she kicked Jiang En under the table. After breakfast, the 4 dispersed to their tasks. Jiang En took Fu to the market for restocking, while Gu Zhijin and Li San remained at the restaurant to finalize preparations. As they passed by the silk shop, Jiang En suddenly paused. Fu, you take the meat back first. He pulled out a few coins from his private stash. I'll go buy something. In front of Anjin Restaurant, Gu Zhijin was on tiptoe, polishing the sign. Today she wore a pale pink narrow-sleeved RU skirt, and with a single wooden hairpin securing her hair, she looked ethereal. Passers-by couldn't help but glance, with even young scholars pretending to drop their fans just to steal another look at her. My dear, Jiang En's voice called from behind. Gu Zhijin turned to see him running towards her, a red silk package in hand, beads of sweat on his forehead. What else with the running? Gu Zhijin took out a handkerchief to offer him, noticing his sweaty brow. Jiang En, however, did not take it, instead leaning in closer. My dear, help me wipe my face. With a sigh, Gu Zhijin raised her hand to dab at his forehead. Jiang En seized the opportunity to grasp her wrist, shoving the red silk package into her hand. This is for you. As she unwrapped the silk, a silver hairpin emerged, adorned with a tiny osmanthus blossom. its center embedded with a pale yellow gemstone that sparkled in the sunlight. Gu Zhijin was momentarily stunned. This is too extravagant. I don't care. Jiang'an took the pin and carefully fixed it into her hair. My wife deserves nothing but the best. The preparations continued as Jiang'an neatly arranged the marinated skewers on a tray and adjusted the new grill he had specially commissioned from a blacksmith. Far superior to the previous makeshift charcoal rack. This grill is fantastic. A Fu marveled, touching the grill in admiration. Jiang'an nodded in pride. Of course. It cost me 3 taels of silver to customize. He promised to showcase its capabilities shortly. As the sun rose higher, the street began to fill with more pedestrians. Jiang'an instructed a Fu to set off a firecracker display at the entrance, the explosive sounds immediately drawing the attention of many passers-by. Amidst the smoke, the sign of Onjin Restaurant shone brilliantly. Onjin Restaurant is now open. Jiang'an called out from the doorway, announcing loudly that all dishes would be half price for the next 3 days, inviting everyone to taste. Before long, the first wave of customers began to flood in. There were familiar faces from their previous stall, as well as newcomers lured by the enticing aroma. Jiang'an showcased his skills at the special grill, the meat sizzling and oozing juices on the skewers, sending delightful scents wafting down the street. A Fu weaved between tables serving dishes, while Li San greeted new customers and introduced the signature dishes. Gu Zhijin sat behind the counter, keeping track of the accounts while occasionally glancing around the bustling restaurant. Whenever her gaze met Jing'an's, he would make comical faces, causing her to stifle a giggle. Observing Jing'an's busy yet joyful demeanor, a tender expression unconsciously flickered in her eyes. Zhang Nyangzi, a mellifluous voice resonated from the counter. Mr. Chu had entered the shop unnoticed, today clad in a deep blue long robe. The jade pendant at his waist replaced by a piece of black jade, enhancing his scholarly elegance. Gu Zhijin lifted her head and saw Mr. Chu, dressed as a man, standing at the counter, still in his brocade robe, elegantly waving a folding fan. Your presence graces this humble establishment, Gu Zhijin remarked with a slight nod, inviting him to sit inside. Mr. Chu surveyed his surroundings. The decor is quite exquisite, far surpassing my expectations. He gestured toward the landscape paintings hanging on the wall. Are these the handiwork of Zhang Nyangzi? Gu Zhijin nodded. I painted them idly when I had some spare time. They are nothing of note. Zhang Nyangzi is indeed multi-talented. Mr. Chu replied with a knowing smile, producing a brocade box from his sleeve, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Just as Gu Zhijin was about to decline, Jing'an approached. Mr. Chu, you have arrived. Thank you for your patronage. His hands were smeared with grease, and he awkwardly wiped them on his apron. Today is bustling. I hope you'll excuse any oversights. Mr. Chu waved off the concern. Zhang Xiong's flourishing business is indeed commendable. He handed the brocade box to Jing'an, a modest gift. I hope you will accept it. Jing'an curiously opened the box to reveal a pair of white jade wine cups, their texture smooth and craftsmanship exquisite. This is far too precious. Jing'an quickly closed the lid and attempted to return it. Mr. Chu raised a hand to stop him. Zhang Xiong need not be so polite. I look forward to your presence at the tasting event at Zui Xianlu in 3 days. With that, he performed a courteous bow and gracefully exited, his figure swiftly disappearing into the crowd outside. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin exchanged puzzled glances. This Mr. Chu is indeed generous, Jing'an murmured. Those wine cups must be worth at least 10 taels of silver. Gu Zhijin carefully stored the brocade box. Let's focus on business for now and discuss this later. After a day of unexpected success, the little restaurant continued to thrive, with customers arriving even as closing time approached. Jing'an repeatedly apologized, promising to open earlier the next day. Once the door was shut, the 4 of them sank into their chairs, exhausted. Jing'an counted today's earnings, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nyangzi. We made 5 taels of silver today. Gu Zhijin also wore an astonished expression. So much? Even at half price, we earned this much. Just think how much we will make when we return to full price. Jing'an rubbed his hands together. Afu, Li San, you have worked hard today. Here is your pay, along with a little bonus. The 2 assistants gleefully accepted the silver, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. After seeing them off, Jing'an scooped Gu Zhijin into an embrace and kissed her cheek. Nyangzi. Our good days are ahead. Gu Zhijin pushed his face away. You reek of smoke. Go wash up first. As you command. Jing'an cheerfully dashed upstairs. Soaking in the tub, Jing'an sighed with contentment. Gu Zhijin entered with clean clothes, placing them nearby. Don't soak too long. The water will get cold. Suddenly, Jing'an grasped her wrist. Nyangzi, shall we wash together? Gu Zhijin shrugged off his hand. You wash by yourself. She turned to leave, but Jing'an stood up in the tub, splashing water everywhere. Nyangzi, don't go. Help me scrub my back. Gu Zhijin turned back just in time to see him standing naked in the tub, water droplets gliding down his firm chest. She quickly averted her gaze. How shameless. With this physique, I have a good advantage. You won't be at a loss. Just look at these 8-pack abs. In the quiet of the night, the two lay in bed. Jing'an, brimming with excitement, couldn't sleep, continuously planning for the future. Once we save up some more money, we should rent the shop next door to expand our establishment. We could hire 2 more chefs, and you won't have to work so hard. Although it's tough now, it feels much more stable than living a life filled with conflict like in my previous life. Gu Zhijin turned to look at him. Yes. Every day is very fulfilling now. Indeed. Jing'an suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Nyangzi, shouldn't we find a way to send a letter back to the Northern Territory? Gu Zhijin nodded. I was just about to discuss this with you. Now that we have secured our footing in the capital, it is time to contact the Prime Minister. Jing'an rolled over to face her. Do you have a plan? Although Nanchu and the Northern Territory are adversaries, trade caravans still frequent between the two. Gu Zhijin whispered. I learned about a trading caravan that conducts secret trades between our 2 nations. We can entrust them to deliver the letter. Jing'an's eyes lit up. Is it reliable? The leader of the caravan is surnamed Chen, an old subordinate of the Prime Minister. Gu Zhijin explained. I contacted him a few days ago. Jing'an looked at her in surprise. When did you manage all this? I had no idea. Gu Zhijin gently poked his forehead. You've been too busy experimenting with new dishes to pay attention to these matters. Jing'an smiled sheepishly. With you around, I worry much less. He hugged Gu Zhijin tightly. Then let us copy the letter tomorrow, and we can have Leader Chen take it back. Gu Zhijin struggled to breathe, patting his back. Be gentle. Are you trying to suffocate me? Jing'an quickly released her, chuckling apologetically. I'm just too happy. Gu Zhijin adjusted her disheveled clothing and suddenly asked, if one day we can return to the Northern Territory, would you want to go back? Jing'an shook his head without hesitation. Wherever you are is home. Whether in the Northern Territory or Nanchu, as long as we are together, it is all the same. Gu Zhijin's eyes shimmered with emotion as she gently leaned on his shoulder. Yes. In the following 2 days, the little restaurant continued to flourish. Jing'an's new recipe was immensely popular, with customers specifically coming to taste his unique spicy hot pot. Fu and Li San gradually became accustomed to the workflow, relieving some of the burden for Jing'an and Gu Zhijin. On the evening of the 3rd day, Jing'an closed the shop early, preparing to attend the tasting event at Zui Xianlu. Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you? Gu Zhijin asked, helping him adjust his collar with a hint of concern. Jing'an shook his head. You stay here to oversee the business. I have Mr. Chu's invitation. I will be fine. Gu Zhijin remained uneasy. Just be sure to keep your wits about you. I know. Jing'an kissed her on the cheek. I'll be back soon. Chapter 19. Tasting event at Zui Xianlu. Zui Xianlu is the most renowned restaurant in Jingguan City, situated in the most bustling area of the southern part of the city. The 3-story wooden structure is adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, with large red lanterns hanging at the entrance, exuding an air of grandeur. Jing'an presented his invitation and was promptly led upstairs by a waiter. In the elegant room on the 3rd floor, over a dozen culinary experts had already gathered, most of whom were head chefs from various restaurants. Mr. Chu occupied the seat of honor and, upon seeing Jing'an enter, rose to greet him. Zhang Xiong has arrived. Please take a seat. Please, this way, Zhang Xiong, Mr. Chu said, his moon-white brocade robe embellished with silver bamboo patterns, warmly guiding him to a table in the northeast corner. Today's tasting consists of 3 rounds, and your identifier is number 7. Jing'an was the only participant without a restaurant background, attracting many curious glances. Mr. Chu sat at the head of the table, with 3 ingredients placed before him: a live fish, a block of tofu, and a handful of green onions. For the first challenge, Mr. Chu lightly tapped his folding fan. Please create a dish that showcases your knife skills using these 3 ingredients. As everyone busied themselves, Jing'an remained calm, first observing the others before beginning to prepare the fish. He expertly filleted the fish, the blade gliding effortlessly, producing slices as thin as cicada wings. The tofu was cut into strands, blooming like chrysanthemums when placed in water. The white onion was sliced into fine shreds, arranged into a nest shape on the plate. Please sample my fish leaping over the dragon gate. Jing'an presented his dish. In the clear broth, the fish slices blossomed like lotus flowers, The tofu strands resembled moonlight on water, and the onion shreds adorned with fish roe resembled pearls. Mr. Chu took a spoonful. Upon tasting the clear broth, his brows raised slightly. The fish slices are thin yet intact, and the tofu strands are continuous. Excellent knife skills. The second round tested the heat control. Each person is served equally sized lamb chops, with the expectation of achieving a crisp exterior and tender interior. Jing En, with a creative flair, first marinates the meat using a medicinal recipe taught to him by Gu Zhijin, then grills it over high heat, finishing with a glaze of honey jasmine sauce. Upon tasting, the young master Chu's eyes widen in surprise. The flavors are a harmonious blend of sweetness and bitterness, with a lingering aftertaste that seems to possess a calming effect. Jing'an chuckles, explaining that a hint of huanglian and jasmine has been added to balance the richness of the lamb. As the final gong sounds, Jing'an presents a small red clay charcoal stove. The white copper pot is divided into two sections. On the left, a creamy broth simmers with mushrooms, while on the right, a vibrant red oil bubbles with dancing peppercorns. The thinly sliced lamb is as delicate as paper, the translucent bamboo shoots glimmering, and a small bamboo tray displays a variety of dipping sauces. In a flurry of excitement, Jing'an dips the lamb into the red broth and presents it to the young master Chu. Please try this. The spicy and fragrant sensation bursts on the tongue, causing the young master to tear up, yet he continues to savor it, pausing only after 3 bites. What is this called? He inquires. Hot pot, Jing'an replies. Lifting the lid to reveal the pot's interior, you see this 9-grid layout? The tripe goes in this section, the duck blood in that one, allowing for a myriad of flavors without mingling. As the tasting event concludes, and the moon hangs high in the sky, the young master Chu intercepts Jing and in the alley behind the Zue Xian building, his silhouette elongated by the glass lanterns. Brother Zhang, would you consider partnering with me to open a restaurant? I can provide a 3-story street-facing location, and you supply the culinary expertise, splitting the profits 50-50. Jing'an scratches his head. I need to discuss this with my wife. The young master Chu smirks. Are you afraid of her? Not afraid, but respectful. Jing'an replies earnestly. My wife possesses more wisdom than I, so it is only natural to heed her counsel. A flicker of complexity crosses the young master's eyes. Brother Zhang, you have a broad vision. I hope to receive your answer soon. Upon returning to the small restaurant, Gu Zhijin awaits him, her profile softened by candlelight. How did it go? She rises to greet him. Jing'an recounts the events of the tasting, and Gu Zhijin frowns slightly. Partnering to open a hot pot restaurant? After a moment of contemplation, she continues, I have inquired and learned that the Princess of Nanchu, known as Princess Mingyu, often travels incognito. Jing'an's eyes widen. Are you suggesting that the young master Chu is Gu Zhijin? Nods. It is highly probable. Jing'an gasps. Then this partnership may not be a bad thing after all. Gu Zhijin analyzes. If we can win the princess's favor, it will greatly assist our future business endeavors in the capital. Yet Jing'an remains uneasy. I can't shake the feeling that this matter is not so simple. Gu Zhijin takes his hand. We will face challenges as they come. Let us rest for now. We still have a shop to open tomorrow. After they finish their evening routines and lie in bed, Jing'an tosses and turns, unable to sleep. My dear, he suddenly speaks. What do you think will happen after we deliver the letter back? How will the Chancellor respond? Gu Zhijin softly replies. The Chancellor will likely join forces with Prince Jing to impeach the 7th prince. As long as the evidence is solid, the Emperor will not turn a blind eye. Jing'an sighs, I hope everything goes smoothly. Gu Zhijin turns to face him, her fingers gently smoothing his furrowed brow. Don't overthink it. Now, sleep. Jing'an holds her hand and kisses her palm. Indeed. With you by my side, I fear nothing. In the morning, Du still clings to the bamboo leaves as Jing'an dresses meticulously, examining his reflection in the bronze mirror. Gu Zhijin brings him a steaming bowl of almond tea. Noticing that he has donned even his most formal indigo robe, and chuckles, You are merely meeting the young Master Chu. There is no need for such formality. This is a significant business venture, Jing'an replies, accepting the tea and playfully teasing her palm with his fingertip. The two share laughter as they step outside. The aroma of breakfast stalls, wafting through the streets. Jing'an purchases 2 freshly baked sesame cakes and hands them to Gu Zhijin while they are still warm. Try this. They use sesame from the western regions. In a private room on the 3rd floor of the Zue Xian building, the young Master Chu is brewing tea. Upon their entrance, he lays down the tea whisk and gazes at the silver hairpin in Gu Zhijin's hair for a moment. Brother Zhang, Sister Zhang. Please take a seat. Gu Jin discreetly assesses the elegant furnishings, noting the rosewood table and chairs, celadon tea set, and various calligraphies adorning the walls, all reflecting the owner's distinguished status. The contract is here. The young Master Chu presents 2 silk scrolls. Please review. Jing'an takes one and, upon reading, exclaims in surprise. Young Master Chu, this states that you only hold 40% of the shares? Wasn't it agreed upon to split 50-50? The young Master Chu chuckles, waving his folding fan. As the technical partner, I should rightfully have an extra 10%. The hot pot recipe belongs to you, Brother Zhang. I am merely providing the venue. Gu Jin carefully examines the contract's terms. Realizing the conditions are quite favorable, the young Master Chu will provide the 3-story space on the west side of the Zui Xian building along with initial renovations, while Jing'an will be responsible for the recipe, staff training, and daily operations, with profits split 40-60. The young Master Chu's sincerity is evident. Gu Jin closes the document. However, we still need to manage an Jin restaurant, so we may be stretched thin. That is not a concern, the young Master Chu assures. Zui Xian building has staff, and Brother Zhang only needs to dedicate a couple of hours each day for guidance. As for an Jin restaurant, you can leave it to the assistants. Jing'an exchanges a glance with Gu Jin, who gives a slight nod. He readily agrees. Then it is decided. After signing the contract, the young Master Chu personally guides them to the space that will be transformed into the hot pot restaurant. It is an independent 3-story building on the west side of the Zui Xian building, originally used as private dining rooms, now to be fully renovated. The work will be completed within 10 days. The young Master Chu points to the blueprints, explaining that the first floor will host 20 specially designed hot pot tables. The second floor will have private rooms, while the third floor will be reserved for storage and staff accommodations. Jing'an admires the ventilation system design marked on the blueprints. You have thought of everything, young Master Chu. The last thing we want is the smell of smoke when dining on hot pot. Since we are partners, it is only right to be thorough, the young Master Chu remarks, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Jin. If Sister Zhang has any other suggestions, please feel free to share. Gu Jin contemplates briefly, perhaps provide complimentary tea to help cleanse the palate and refresh the guests. The young Master Chu's eyes light up. Excellent idea.
We shall implement it.
10 days later, the Zui Xian hot pot building opens as scheduled. Jing'an is in the kitchen preparing the broth. With beef tallow and dozens of spices simmering in the copper pot, the aroma wafting down 3 streets. A Fu, along with 10 newly hired assistants, prepares ingredients in the backyard, while Gu Jin organizes the special hot pot tokens at the counter, an idea of Jing'an's, allowing VIPs priority for reservations. Just past the hour of Chun, a long line forms at the entrance. The auspicious moment has arrived. With a shout from Li San, the red silk falls away, revealing a plaque handwritten by Gu Jin. The crowd erupts in cheers, eager to enter. Jing'an's unique 9-grid hot pot is immensely popular, with different ingredients cooked in separate sections, each retaining its distinct flavor. Particularly, the spicy broth captivates the palate of those accustomed to milder tastes in Nanchu, evoking both love and fear. Master Zhang, is this spicy broth truly edible? A well-dressed young gentleman inquires, hesitating at the sight of the fiery broth. Jing'an smiles and demonstrates. Start with a small piece of meat, dip it in this sesame oil and garlic paste to mitigate the heat. The young gentleman takes a bite, his face flushing red from the spice, yet he exclaims, "This is exhilarating. More, please." In the 3rd floor VIP area, several court officials are drawn in by this novel dining experience. Jing'an personally attends to them, explaining the optimal cooking times for each ingredient. 2 months swiftly pass, and the hot pot restaurant thrives, becoming the preferred venue for dignitaries and nobility in Jingguancheng. Jing'an and Gu Jin have also accumulated a considerable amount of silver. In July, the heat in Jingguancheng is stifling, akin to a steamer, with even the bluestone slabs hot enough to fry an egg. As Jing'an emerges from the kitchen of the barbecue restaurant, beads of sweat drip down his chin, and his pale blue cotton shirt is soaked through. Boss, we've had 3 tables of customers this afternoon, a Fu reports, his face drawn. Jing'an wipes his face and glances up at the scorching sun. The sign in front of the shop droops, and even the usually noisy cicadas fall silent from the heat. He squints and notices the tea stall across the street packed with patrons fanning themselves, and suddenly has an epiphany. A Fu, go to the ice cellar and bring back 2 buckets of crushed ice. In the backyard, Gu Jin sat beneath the grape arbor, meticulously reviewing accounts. Dappled sunlight filtered through the vine leaves, casting golden flecks on the hem of her lotus-colored skirt. Upon hearing footsteps, she extended her hand without looking up. The fan. Jing'an, with a playful grin, approached but instead handed her a chilled sour plum drink. Madam, drink this first. I have a new idea. Taking a sip of the sour plum drink, the coolness cascaded down her throat, bringing comfort that made her squint in delight. Seizing the moment, Jing'an knelt to massage her shoulders, his fingers deftly finding acupressure points. What do you think about selling iced beverages? Similar to the milk tea of my previous life. But I hardly drank any in my past life. Gu Zhijin frowned. Can you make it? Jing'an suddenly recalled that in his former life, the captain was a workaholic, consumed by training and missions. Excitedly, he replied, of course. It's quite simple. Beverages made from tea leaves and milk or fruits, sweetened with sugar and ice. Possibly enhanced with red beans, taro balls, or pearls. Seeing his enthusiasm, Gu Zhijin couldn't help but smile. Take your time. I'll write it down. Boss. The ice is here. A Fu rushed in carrying 2 buckets of crushed ice. Perfect timing. Jing'an immediately pulled Gu Zhijin to begin experimenting. Drawing from his past memories, he attempted to blend black tea with fresh milk, sweetening it with honey and adding crushed ice. When the first rudimentary iced milk tea was produced, Gu Zhijin took a sip, her eyes lighting up instantly. This is indeed delightful. She took another large sip, relishing the harmonious blend of sweetness without being cloying, where the fragrance of tea and milk intertwined perfectly. Jing'an beamed with pride. This is just the basic version. We can create various fruit teas. Shall we invite young Master Chu to taste it tomorrow? If he agrees, we could set up an iced beverage stall in front of the hot pot restaurant to test the waters. The following day, young Master Chu accepted the invitation. Upon tasting the iced milk tea and fruit slush, his eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang, is this your unique recipe? He gazed incredulously at the milk-brown beverage, which was indeed refreshing in the summer heat. Jing'an laughed. Do you think we could have a market if we opened an iced beverage shop? Young Master Chu gently waved his folding fan. Not just a market, it would surely become the sensation of the entire city. She pondered for a moment, then suggested, how about converting the second floor of the hot pot restaurant into an iced beverage parlor exclusively for the elite to cool off, while opening a small window on the ground floor to sell affordable iced drinks to the common folk? Exchanging glances with Jing'an, they realized this idea was even more comprehensive than they had imagined. Without delay, 3 days later, the Zui Xian iced beverage house opened on the second floor of the hot pot restaurant. The elegant room featured bamboo lounges designed by Jing'an, allowing guests to recline and savor their drinks while enjoying the cool breeze. The street-facing window saw a long queue, with fruit honey tea priced at 3 coins a cup and honey milk tea at 5 coins, quickly becoming a summer essential for the citizens of Jingwencheng. Jing'an was busy, both developing new drinks and training the staff, while Gu Zhijin managed procurement and bookkeeping, their collaboration seamless. On a day in mid-July, while Jing'an was experimenting with a new recipe in the backyard, Gu Zhijin hurried over. Jing'an, young Master Chu has sent someone to summon us. He says there is an important matter to discuss. They arrived at a secluded room on the top floor of the Zui Xian building, where they found young Master Chu. Or rather, Princess Mingyu, now donned in feminine attire. She wore a light purple gauze dress, her hair styled high with a few strands cascading down her forehead, exuding both grace and vivacity. Greetings, Your Highness. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin bowed respectfully. Princess Mingyu smiled lightly. No need for formalities. You both appear unfazed. It seems you have already guessed my identity. Jing'an nodded earnestly. We suspected some things, but dared not confirm. I admire your discretion, she said, signaling them to take a seat. I invited you today to present a proposal. The iced beverage business is unexpectedly thriving, and I wish to seek another location in the city dedicated solely to this venture. The name will be Onjin Iced Beverage House, with you holding 70% of the shares. How does that sound? Also, regarding our previous discussions about expanding the hot pot and barbecue businesses to various states, would you be willing to embark on that journey? Jing'an was rendered speechless by the surprise. Gu Zhijin calmly inquired, why such generosity towards us, Your Highness? A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Princess Mingyu's eyes. I have 2 lifelong passions, exquisite cuisine and exceptional talent. You two, as a couple, embody both perfectly. She stood and approached the window. Though South Chu is affluent, its culinary innovation lags behind other nations. The hot pot and milk tea you introduced are unparalleled delights. Turning to Gu Zhijin, she added, especially you, Mrs. Zhang. Your eloquence is extraordinary, far beyond an ordinary merchant. Gu Zhijin maintained her composure. Your Highness flatters us. We are merely small-scale operators, striving to make a living. Princess Mingyu did not probe further and remarked meaningfully, rest assured, after spending so much time together, I will not misjudge. Under my protection, your business will face no disturbances. 10 days later, Anjin Iced Beverage House opened on the most bustling street in Jingwencheng, Zhuke Street. It was a 2-story building with a cool awning out front, furnished with rattan tables and chairs designed by Jing'an. The first floor offered affordable iced beverages, while the second floor featured elegant seating with more refined desserts. On the opening day, though Princess Mingyu did not attend in person, she sent a congratulatory gift, a set of pure silver beverage mixing tools. Hearing that the princess favored this establishment, nobles flocked to support it, creating a bustling scene. Dressed in a specially tailored white uniform, Jing'an directed apprentices at the counter, while Gu Zhijin graciously attended to esteemed guests, her poise and eloquence quickly winning their favor. Madame Zhang, what exactly are these pearls made from? A curious noblewoman inquired. Gu Zhijin smiled as she explained, they're small balls made from cassava flour, boiled and soaked in brown sugar, hence their dark color and sweet flavor. The noblewoman praised, they have a delightful chewiness without being sticky, pairing perfectly with this milk tea. After closing for the evening, Jing'an counted the heavy bags of coins, grinning from ear to ear. Madam, we made at least 20 taels of silver today. Gu Zhijin also smiled. It exceeded our expectations. However, the consumption of ingredients is substantial, especially the ice. We need to find a more stable supplier. Jing'an nodded. I have contacted several ice house owners and will negotiate cooperation tomorrow. They locked up the shop and strolled slowly home along Zhuke Street. The summer evening breeze brushed their faces, alleviating the weariness of the day. Madam, look over there. Jing'an suddenly pointed at the sky. The stars are so bright. Gu Zhijin looked up to see the night sky adorned with diamonds of twinkling stars. What's wrong? Jing'an noticed a shift in her mood. Gu Zhijin gently shook her head. Nothing much. After a pause, she added, Captain Chen sent word yesterday, confirming that our secret letter has safely reached the Chancellor. Gu Zhijin handed him the letter. This is the response from Captain Chen. As Jing'an read, his expression grew grave. The letter detailed the situation in the northern borders. Upon learning of their disappearance, the 7th Prince had flown into a rage, dispatching search parties. The Chancellor, receiving the secret letter, collaborated with Prince Jing to accuse the 7th Prince of treason in the court. The Emperor, enraged, ordered a thorough investigation. Jing'an scratched his head. So, does this mean we are safe? Gu Zhijin nodded. Although the plot has changed, I am uncertain if we have truly escaped the original storyline, nor do I know when or in what form danger may arise. Jing'an grasped Gu Zhijin's hand. Let us accept what comes our way. Do not dwell on it. After all, we will face whatever challenges arise. By the end of August, the summer heat began to wane. The business at Anjin Iced Beverage House remained thriving. Yet Jing'an and Gu Zhijin began preparing for their journey south. Here are the maps of the various states and the travel itinerary. Princess Mingyu's maid, Qingzhu, handed a roll of parchment to Gu Zhijin, who had been instructed by the prince that all the way stations had been properly arranged. Gu Zhijin unfurled the map, which meticulously marked the routes, relay stations, and local specialties. Jing'an leaned over to take a look and could not help but exclaim how thoughtful the princess was. The prince had remarked that the two of them need not rush on their journey and could leisurely enjoy the scenic beauty of Nanchu along the way. Qingzhu also produced a brocade pouch containing the pass and the prince's orders, which would suffice to show should any official prove troublesome. After bidding farewell to Qingzhu, Jing'an rubbed his hands excitedly and said, My dear, does this count as an official trip for leisure? Gu Zhijin chuckled. I suppose it does. However, we must not neglect our duties. She pointed at the map, stating their plan to first head to Yunzhou, followed by Liuzhou, Wuzhou, and finally reaching Haizhou, at the southernmost point. They would stay at each location for approximately 10 days, training chefs and guiding the establishment of shops. Yunzhou was abundant in tea, Liuzhou boasted the finest sugarcane, Wuzhou was rich in fruits, while Haizhou yielded seafood. Jing'an, recalling these particulars, noted that they were all excellent ingredients for beverages. Gu Zhijin nodded in agreement. Thus, we must adjust our drink recipes according to the local specialties. For instance, we can focus on tea-based drinks in Yunzhou, while Liuzhou can feature beverages made with brown sugar. As they were in discussion, Afu knocked and entered, saying, Boss, the carriage and luggage are all ready. As per your instructions, We have brought portable cooking equipment and a small ice chest. Jing'an patted Afu on the shoulder. Good lad. I leave the small establishment in your capable hands during this time. Afu stood tall. Rest assured, boss. I will take good care of the shop. On the day of their departure, as dawn broke, Jing'an inspected the carriage and turned back to urge, My dear, are you ready? Gu Zhijin was packing the last piece of clothing into her bag, replying, almost. She paused to retrieve a wooden box from beneath the bed, stating, This must come along. Jing'an recognized it as their savings box. Are we taking it all? Yes, Gu Zhijin affirmed solemnly. The journey ahead is long. It's more reassuring to keep it close. Jing'an understood and helped her hide the box in a concealed compartment of the carriage, which he had specially designed to be undetectable to outsiders. As the carriage slowly exited the southern gate of Jingguan City, the sun began to rise. Jing'an drove the carriage with Gu Zhijin seated beside him, both donning wide-brimmed straw hats to shield themselves from the sun. Their first stop, Yunzhou, was approximately a 3-day journey. Jing'an flicked the reins. We should reach Qingshui town by tonight. Gu Zhijin opened a small notebook she carried. Qingshui town is known for its hot springs. We can experience it. Jing'an was astonished. My dear, you even researched this? Gu Zhijin smiled slightly. Gathering intelligence is essential for tasks. It is a fundamental skill. Jing'an laughed heartily. You have indeed caught the professional disease, but you are right. We are currently on a money-making mission. Throughout their journey, they took turns driving, reveling in the pastoral beauty of Nanchu. It was the harvest season. The fields swayed with golden rice, and farmers bent over to reap, presenting a splendid scene of abundance. In the afternoon, they paused at a roadside tea stall. The proprietor, an energetic elderly man, enthusiastically recommended, Dear guests, why not try our chrysanthemum tea? It is made from homegrown hang-by chrysanthemums, perfect for cooling down. Jing'an ordered 2 cups, and the delightful fragrance wafted through the air, leaving a sweet aftertaste. An idea struck him, and he inquired, Old man, do you have any extra chrysanthemums for sale? The elder chuckled, We do, though the dried ones are sold out. We have plenty of fresh ones. Gu Zhijin immediately grasped Jing'an's intention. We can purchase some fresh chrysanthemums and experiment with creating a new cooling drink. Thus, their carriage was filled with a basket of fresh chrysanthemums. Jing'an hummed a tune while driving, and Gu Zhijin sat in the back, contemplating how to incorporate the flowers into their beverages. By evening, they arrived in Qingshui town, aptly named for its hot springs, with streets lined with inns and bathing houses. Let us choose this one. Gu Zhijin pointed at an inn-named Warm Fragrance Pavilion, noting its cleanliness and the presence of a private hot spring pool in the backyard. The innkeeper, a woman in her 40s, warmly guided them to the backyard upon learning they wished to stay in a room with a hot spring. The pool has just been refilled. You can use it with peace of mind. Do you need any flower petals or herbal bath packs? Jing'an curiously asked, What are the benefits of the herbal bath packs? The innkeeper enumerated, We have those for soothing muscles, beauty enhancement, and calming the mind for better sleep. Gu Zhijin selected the calming one, while Jing'an opted for the muscle-relaxing variety. As the steam rose from the hot spring, Gu Zhijin hesitated after shedding her outer garment. Turning her back to Jing'an and softly requesting, Please turn around. Leaning against the pool's edge, Jing'an teased, My dear is still shy? Despite his playful words, he complied and turned, only to hear the rustling of fabric behind him, akin to a kitten's gentle paws, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. The sound of water splashing indicated that Gu Zhijin had swiftly submerged herself. When Jing'an turned back, he caught sight of her hair elegantly pinned up, exposing her graceful neck, with a few rebellious strands adhering to her porcelain skin. This is for calming the mind. You should go to the adjacent pool for your muscle-relaxing one. Gu Zhijin stated as she moved away, with the herbal pack floating on the water surface, creating a mist infused with the scent of angelica. Jing'an playfully splashed water on his shoulder, feigning grievance. It is only natural for a couple to bathe together. Why are you pushing me away? His gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Zhijin's silhouette, partially obscured by the steamy vapors, revealing her curves. Jing'an abruptly turned away, his ears flushed crimson. He internally lamented, What have I done? Ever since spending prolonged time with the captain, my reactions as a man seem increasingly uncontrollable. Why are you suddenly retreating so far? Gu Zhijin queried, moving closer as a droplet of water glided down her collarbone amidst the rippling waves. Jing'an's eyes fixed on the droplet's descent, his throat constricting involuntarily. In a moment of impulse, he seized his herbal pack and smeared it across Gu Zhijin's face, exclaiming, Massage. This muscle-relaxing pack needs to be coupled with a massage to be effective. Gu Jijin, caught off guard, found her face smeared with herbs, and she helplessly grabbed his wrist. What's gotten into you today? The moment their palms touched, Jing'an recoiled as if scalded, but in his startled reaction, he lost his footing and fell backward. Gu Jijin hurried to catch him but ended up tumbling into the water alongside him. Bubbles surfaced as Jing'an's eyes widened underwater. Witnessing Gu Jijin's hair fanning out like aquatic plants, her garments billowing and revealing her figure, compelled by an uncontrollable urge, he reached out to touch her. Finding her skin soft and smooth, the two surfaced clumsily, Gu Jijin wiping the water from her face, suddenly narrowing her eyes. What was that just now? I didn't tea. You must believe me. It was an accident. Purely an accident. Jing'an vehemently waved his hands. But may I touch again? Dinner that evening consisted of locally sourced hot spring eggs and bamboo tube rice, provided by the inn. Jing'an savored the egg, noting its silky texture akin to tofu. Gu Jijin sampled the bamboo tube rice, appreciating the fragrant infusion of bamboo, cured meat, and mushrooms. Quite unique. After the meal, Gu Jijin took out her notebook to jot down the day's experiences, while Jing'an busied himself with the basket of chrysanthemums. He brewed a pot of chrysanthemum syrup using the inn's small stove, filling the room with a delightful fragrance. My dear, please try this. Jing'an offered Gu Jijin the freshly made chrysanthemum tea. I think it would benefit from a touch of honey. Gu Jijin took a sip, her eyes lighting up. Delicious. The chrysanthemum and milk flavors complement each other perfectly, with just the right amount of sweetness. She noted the proportions in her notebook, deciding to name the drink Golden Autumn Chrysanthemum Melody. Jing'an beamed with pride. Once we reach Yunzhou, we can use the local tea as the base. It will undoubtedly be even better. The following morning, they bid farewell to the innkeeper and continued on their journey. Before departing, Jing'an specifically purchased a few hot spring eggs for the road. As they traveled further south, the mountains grew taller. By noon, the carriage navigated a mountainous path flanked by towering ancient trees, a refreshing breeze enveloping them. This spot is perfect for a picnic, Jing'an proposed, halting the carriage. He retrieved the rice balls and hot spring eggs prepared in the morning from their supplies. Two individuals sat upon a massive stone by the roadside, enjoying their meal while serenaded by the melodious chirping of birds in the forest, a scene of pure contentment. Suddenly, Gu Jijin raised a finger to her lips. She'll listen. Jing'an focused intently, faintly detecting the sound of flowing water. Following the sound, they stumbled upon a hidden brook, its crystal-clear waters revealing darting fish beneath the surface. After a moment of quiet observation, they resumed their journey. On the afternoon of the third day, they finally beheld the city walls of Yunzhou. In stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Jingwencheng, Yunzhou exuded an ancient charm. The bluish-gray walls were adorned with climbing ivy, resembling a delicate ink-wash painting from a distance. The entire city seemed to float amidst a sea of clouds, aptly named Yunzhou. Jing'an gazed up at the tea mountains, their outlines shrouded in mist, pondering the humidity that would surely yield tender tea leaves. Following the address provided by the princess, their business associate in Yunzhou was located near the southern tea market. Gu Jijin examined the documents. Upon entering the city, they headed directly to the designated tea house. The proprietor, upon citing the official documents, promptly and respectfully ushered them to a private room. Please wait, the owner will arrive shortly. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a tea-colored robe hurried in. I am Li Yunshan. It is an honor to finally meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Yunshan guided them on a tour of the tea market. A group of tea farmers, dressed in indigo cloth, were using traditional wooden tools to roast tea. The crackling of dry wood beneath the iron pot mingled with the fragrant aroma of tea and pine resin. An elderly tea master, with white hair, skillfully tossed the leaves in the scorching pot, employing a technique unique to Yunzhou known as Xianrenji, cactus technique. Li Yunshan explained that the master's hands, accustomed to herbal infusions, were impervious to high temperatures. In a corner of the tea market, several children were expertly sifting tea dust with bamboo sieves. Their deft movements created beautiful arcs, and the tea dust cascaded like a golden waterfall. One little girl with braided horns flashed a toothless grin at Gu Jijin. Today you should rest, tomorrow I will take you to explore our tea mountains, Li Yunshan suggested. Chapter 21. The Yunzhou branch as dawn broke with the first light of day. The wooden window of the inn was gently opened by the morning breeze. Jing'an rubbed his sleepy eyes, suddenly inhaling a refreshing aroma of tea. He rose quietly, pushed open the intricately carved wooden window and was immediately taken aback by the breathtaking sight before him. "My dear, look," he whispered. The entire tea mountain is enveloped in a sea of clouds. In the distance, the terraced tea fields emerged ethereally through the morning mist. The colorful headscarves of tea-picking women flickering amidst the verdant rows like a living ink-wash painting. The mountain fog drifted like flowing silk, at times completely obscuring the tea mountains and at others revealing clusters of lush tea trees. Mr. Lee stated that the tea buds at this hour are the freshest. Gu Zhijin remarked, pulling out 2 oil paper packages. "I had the kitchen prepare osmanthus cake and sesame cakes for a light snack on our journey." They descended the stairs quietly, mindful not to disturb other guests. To their surprise, they found Li Yunshan already seated by the window, waiting for them. Upon seeing them, he rose to greet them warmly. "Did you rest well?" Li Yunshan inquired, clasping his hands in salute. "Today, I will take you to the finest tea garden located in the misty valley to the west of the city." As they walked along the cobblestone path up the mountain, the morning dew dampened the tips of their shoes. The tea trees lined up neatly along the roadside, their tender green buds glistening with dew. Jing and curiously touched a tea leaf, exclaiming in surprise, "Why is there a layer of white fuzz on the underside? It looks as if it has been dusted with frost." Li Yunshan smiled as he plucked a tender bud. "This is the hallmark of Yunwu Maojian. This layer of white fuzz is the essence of the tea leaves, which, when steeped, produces a fuzz mist in the brew." He handed the bud to Gu Zhijin. "Do try it, young lady. The fresh tea buds are sweet." Gu Zhijin accepted the bud and tasted it, chewing thoughtfully, her eyes widening in delight. "It truly tastes as if it contains a drop of honey, with a subtle, lingering fragrance." Jing and eagerly grabbed a bud for himself, and his eyes sparkled. "Wow. My dear, if this were made into milk tea, no sugar would be needed."
Haha. Li Yunshan lauga heartily,
startling a flock of sparrows among the tea rows. "Indeed, Mr. Zhang understands tea. Our Yunzhou tea possesses its own natural sweetness, if paired with wild honey from the back mountains." He smacked his lips, his expression one of deep reminiscence. "Wild honey?" Jing An's interest piqued, his steps lightened. "Mr. Li, may we visit the beekeepers tomorrow? I wish to experiment with different floral nectars in tea."
"Certainly."
Old Zhao's beehives are right by the azalea grove, gathering wildflower honey that is sweet yet not cloying, perfect for blending. He also has lychee and longan honey, both rare delicacies. As they conversed, a melodious laughter rang out from the tea rows. A girl with her red hair ribbon bounded over like a deer, clutching a handful of freshly picked buds. "Uncle Li, is this the esteemed guest you mentioned?" Chui, you arrived just in time." Li Yunshan beckoned. "Come, meet our guests from Jingwencheng." The girl, around 12 or 13 years of age, had a sun-kissed face glowing with health and sparkling apricot eyes. She generously offered the tea buds to Gu Zhijin. "Sister, please try these. They are the best buds picked this morning. I began harvesting at the hour of the tiger." Gu Zhijin graciously accepted, noticing the buds were indeed fresher than those she had seen earlier, with a faint hint of purple at the tips. Jing'an leaned in teasingly. "Little sister, why didn't you pick some for me too?" Chui tilted her head, assessing him, and suddenly burst into laughter. This brother clearly knows nothing when picking tea. "One must select the tenderest buds. The leaf you picked earlier is already too old." She pointed at the yellowing tea leaf in Jing'an's hand, giggling uncontrollably. The surrounding tea-picking women stifled their laughter. Jing'an scratched his head, feigning grievance as he turned to Gu Zhijin. "My dear, I have been mocked by this little girl." Gu Zhijin couldn't help but chuckle, brushing the dew from his shoulder. "Who told you to be greedy, plucking leaves indiscriminately?" Li Yunshan patted Jing'an on the shoulder. "Do not be disheartened, Mr. Zhang. Later, I shall teach you to identify tea. I assure you, you will return home as a semi-expert." The Yunzhou branch was situated on the most bustling street in the southern part of the city, its crimson pillars adorned with a black background and golden characters glimmering in the sunlight. Jing'an pushed open the newly carved wooden door, a gentle aroma of fresh wood wafting towards him. He marveled at the counter, running his hand over the smooth stone surface. "Is this not made of wood?" Li Yunshan chuckled proudly, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. "This is a specialty of Yunzhou, called Hanyu, cold jade, warm in winter and cool in summer. We place fruit on it during summer, and it remains fresh all day." Gu Zhijin also reached out to touch it, finding its texture warm and delicate. Much cooler than ordinary stone. It is indeed remarkable. It seems to possess its own chill. "There is a hidden compartment beneath." Li Yunshan squatted down, opening a concealed drawer beneath the counter to reveal an intricate wooden frame structure designed for placing ice jars, ensuring freshness while keeping the counter cool. In summer, guests are quite comfortable leaning against it. Jing encircled the counter, gently tapping the stone surface, which emitted a crisp sound. Mr. Li has truly thought this through. This stone counter is more durable and impervious to moisture than wood. By the way, is this stone prone to cracking? Rest assured, this Hanyu is quite sturdy.
Li Yunshan replia.
Tapping the stone counter, the stone mill used by my grandfather's generation was made from this material, and it remains in excellent condition to this day. Gu Zhijin opened her notebook and dipped her brush in ink. Tomorrow, we shall commence training the staff, starting with the basics of brewing tea and blending honey, followed by etiquette and record-keeping. Li Yunshan immediately responded, I have already selected 6 clever young men, all around 16 or 17 years old, quick learners. There is also one named Wang Er, who has worked 3 years as a server at Zui Xianlu, very nimble and proficient with accounts. Jing, eager to begin, rolled up his sleeves. Then today, I shall first attempt to blend a cup of milk tea using Yunwu Maojian and see how it tastes. Boss Li, may I borrow a tea set? I have long been prepared. Li Yunshan retrieved a set of exquisite celadone tea, ware from the cabinet. Its glaze as warm and smooth as jade, crafted from the local kilns, perfectly suited for brewing Yunwu tea. Jing and first rinsed the cups with warm water, then placed an appropriate amount of tea leaves into the pot. Gu Zhijin accepted the kettle, gently pouring the freshly boiled mountain spring water along the wall of the pot. Instantly, the aroma of the tea ascended, its refreshing fragrance filling the entire shop, causing passers-by at the entrance to pause in curiosity. We must wait for 3 breaths, Gu Zhijin softly stated, gently swaying the kettle to allow the tea leaves to fully unfurl. Her pouring was graceful and unhurried, the amber-hued tea swirling in the cup, while the fine white hairs of the tea danced like mist. Jing'an took the teacup, first admiring its color, then inhaling its fragrance, finally taking a careful sip. The tea is rich and mellow, with a lingering sweetness, but adding milk directly might overpower the tea's aroma.
Li Yunshan Lindin,
suggesting, why not try using less milk and add a touch of honey? That's how we in Yunzhou enjoy it. Excellent idea. Jing'an promptly retrieved a small ceramic jar from his luggage. This is the osmanthus honey we brought from Jingguan City. Let us give it a try. He took a small spoon of honey and gently stirred it into the tea, then added a small amount of warm goat's milk. After several adjustments, they finally crafted a cup of enticing milk tea, its hue a soft amber, topped with a delicate layer of frothy milk. Dear, would you care to taste? Jing'an offered the cup to Gu Zhijin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Gu Zhijin accepted the cup, first savoring its aroma before taking a sip. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. The sweetness is just right, the tea's fragrance remains intact, and the milk is not overly rich. The osmanthus honey harmonizes perfectly with the tea. Shall we call it honey fragrance Yunwu? Jing'an suggested excitedly, highlighting the honey aroma while subtly referencing the tea's name. What a splendid name! Li Yunshan clapped in approval, elegant yet approachable. Customers will surely remember it upon hearing. Merely 3 days into their opening, a long queue formed at the entrance of the branch. Many elegantly dressed young ladies and gentlemen came seeking the newly released honey fragrance Yunwu, while maids and servants held exquisite food boxes, eagerly awaiting their turn. Li Yunshan beamed with joy, attending to customers while quietly speaking to Jing'an, who was instructing the staff on brewing techniques. Zhang Dongjia, our tea has truly made a name for itself. The eldest daughter of the Shui family from the north of the city bought 10 cups in one go, saying she wanted to bring them home for her sisters to try. Even the daughter from the governor's household sent a maid to inquire. Jing'an smiled, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. This is just the beginning. Boss Li, I heard that Yunzhou holds a poetry tea gathering every month? Indeed. Li Yunshan's eyes sparkled. Leaning closer, on the 15th of every month, literati and scholars gather at the Qingfeng Tea House to enjoy tea and compose poetry. Coincidentally, the day after tomorrow marks the 15th. Gu Zhijin, having just finished checking the accounts, set down her ledger. Are you suggesting that I would like our branch to cater the tea snacks for this poetry gathering? Li Yunshan rubbed his hands together, his face alight with expectation. This was a splendid opportunity to gain renown. In previous years, it had always been the established tea houses that catered, but if we could secure this. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin exchanged a glance, both seeing the spark of eagerness in each other's eyes. That evening, under the oil lamp, Gu Jijin inscribed verses on rice paper. Jing'an entered with 2 bowls of sweet rice dumplings. Seeing her focused profile illuminated by the warm glow, he leaned in closer. "Dear, what are you so engrossed in?" "Tea poetry," Gu Jijin replied, her brush never ceasing, the characters clear and elegant. "I was thinking, what if we crafted a batch of poetry cups and inscribed verses upon them? Guests could choose their favorite poetry stickers to take home. Wouldn't tea that be delightful?" Jing'an's eyes lit up, nearly spilling the bowls. "Brilliant. This way, the cups become keepsakes, and guests might return multiple times just to collect different verses. Moreover, the literati would surely revel in this, creating plenty of conversation. Let us get to work." The next morning, before dawn, Jing'an sought out Yunzhou's finest potter, Master Sunday. Upon hearing of the plan to leave space for poetic inscriptions, the master exclaimed in delight, "After 30 years of crafting porcelain, I've never encountered such an elegant idea." Master Sun, accompanied by 2 apprentices, worked tirelessly through the night, producing a batch of pristine white porcelain cups. These cups were lightweight and jade-like in glaze, with ample blank space perfect for inscribing poetry. Gu Jijin, meanwhile, penned 30 tea poems overnight, requesting the embroiderers from the embroidery workshop to stitch the verses onto silk stickers with colorful threads, both beautiful and durable. On the day of the poetry gathering, pale blue gauze curtains adorned the 2nd floor of the tea house. A gentle breeze wafted through, merging the aromas of tea and ink, creating an elegant atmosphere. A dozen talented men and women gathered around the rosewood tea table, sipping tea and composing verses, the ambience vibrant. A young scholar in a blue robe lifted a cup of honey fragrance yunwu, first admiring its color, then inhaling its fragrance, finally savoring a sip, exclaiming, "The tea fragrance is refined, with a honeyed sweetness, truly excellent. The milk does not overshadow the tea, rather, they complement each other beautifully." Next to him, a lady in a pale yellow dress giggled, covering her mouth. "Young Master Chen, praising the tea alone one tea suffice, at today's poetry gathering. You must compose a poem to count." The scholar readily complied, taking the brush and dipping it in ink, elegantly inscribing on the cup, "A cup of clear tea amidst the clouds, half sweet, half celestial." The characters flowed with grace, and the crowd applauded. Jing'an leaned in to take a look, chuckling. "Young Master Chen, your literary talent is commendable. This cup shall be kept as a treasure of our establishment." "You flatter me." Young Master Chen smiled in return. "May I request a meeting with your tea master? I am quite curious about this honey fragrance yunwu." Just as Jing'an was about to respond, Gu Jijin approached with a freshly prepared cup of raspberry red dew. Its gradient red hue was striking. Topped with a fresh raspberry, the cup adorned with her handwritten verse, "In spring mountains, the raspberries ripen. A cup of red dew intoxicates the evening glow." Young Master Chen's eyes brightened. "This young lady's verse is even more splendid. Might I inquire further?" Gu Jijin smiled slightly, yet before she could reply, Jing'an interjected cheerfully, "My wife possesses remarkable poetic talent, but she is busy with tea preparations today. Perhaps another day she could engage with you." Laughter erupted, and young Master Chen, not at all displeased, bowed with a smile. "I apologize for my abruptness. I shall return on another day to seek your guidance." The poetry gathering continued until dusk. During the final selection, the lady in yellow secured the top prize with her poem entitled Ode to Yunwu Tea. New buds begin to bloom, a fragrant wisp permeates the azure sky. If not nurtured by a celestial hand, how could such endless flavor arise? Li Yunshan, filled with excitement, announced, "From this day forth, each month as poetry gathering champions work will become a limited specialty drink at Onjin Ice Drink House, served in cups adorned with the inscribed verses." This decision elicited cheers from everyone present, and by the end of the gathering, the poetry cups had all been sold out. 10 days later, the branch's business was thriving. On the eve of their departure, Li Yunshan hosted a banquet in his courtyard. A round rosewood table was set, laden with Yunzhou's signature dishes, a whole steamed river fish, retaining its shape, garnished with vibrant green scallions, stir-fried bacon with bamboo shoots exuding an inviting savory aroma, and slices of lotus stuffed with glutinous rice arranged in the shape of a blooming lotus, adorned with golden osmanthus honey in the center. Zhang Dongjia, Zhang Nyangzi. I owe much to both of you. It is thanks to your efforts that my tea house has achieved such acclaim. Li Yunshan raised his glass, filled with his homemade aged plum wine. Heiress to you both. Jing'an drained his cup in one go, the sweet and sour plum flavor bursting in his mouth. You are too kind, Bosley. We are mutually beneficial. When winter arrives, we shall return to teach you how to make hot pot and barbecue, ensuring that the people of Yunzhou will long remember the flavors. Gu Zhijin took a small sip, savoring the osmanthus fragrance on her palate. Thank you for your care during these days, Bosley. We are confident in leaving the branch in your hands. As the banquet drew to a close, Li Yunshan produced 2 blue cloth bundles, declaring, "These are gifts prepared for the two of you. 10 pounds of exquisite Yunwu Maojian tea and 5 jars of wild honey." He then took out a delicate wooden box from his sleeve, explaining that it contained tea cakes specially made by a chui for Lady Zhang. The girl toiled through 3 sleepless nights, insisting on achieving perfection. Gu Zhijin opened the wooden box, revealing 6 intricately shaped tea cakes, each adorned with dried osmanthus flowers and the characters for peace crafted from tea leaves. Jing'an leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "This girl possesses remarkable skill. These tea cakes resemble works of art." Li Yunshan chuckled. "Upon hearing that you were departing, that girl wept throughout the night. This morning, she chased after me, inquiring whether Lady Zhang liked the tea cakes she made." On the following morning, the carriage departed from Yunzhou City. Jing'an turned back to gaze at the city walls shrouded in morning mist and suddenly remarked, "My dear, on this journey, we are bound to make numerous friends." Gu Zhijin glanced at the tea cakes given by a chui, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, that would be splendid. As the carriage gradually distanced itself, the silhouette of the tea mountains faded into the fog. A chui stood atop the city wall, waving fervently until the carriage shrank into a mere black, disappearing at the end of the mountain road. Chapter 22. Wei's candy shop. 3 days had passed since the carriage left Yunzhou City, with the tea mountains gradually giving way to dense bamboo groves. At noon, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows as the wheels rolled over the bamboo leaf-strewn path, producing a gentle rustling sound. Ahead lay the territory of Liuzhou. Jing'an flicked the reins and pointed toward the faint outline of the city walls, remarking, "I have heard that Liuzhou is renowned for its sugarcane, producing famous brown sugar." Gu Zhijin was perusing the map gifted by Li Yunshan when she looked up at his words. The merchant in Liuzhou goes by the surname Wei and owns a significant shop in the southern sugar market. The princess mentioned in her letter that his family has been in the sugar-making business for generations, making them the largest sugar merchants in Liuzhou. Jing En's eyes brightened. "Perfect. We can experiment with local brown sugar for our beverages. It may lead to the creation of new products." Just then, the carriage jolted violently, followed by a sharp cracking sound. Jing En quickly reined in the horses and leaped down to inspect the situation, discovering a crack in the axle of the right rear wheel. "Oh no, we need to find a place to repair the carriage." After examining the damage closely, Jing En realized it was significant. Continuing on this way would risk a complete break. Gu Zhijin surveyed their surroundings. It seems there's a wisp of smoke ahead. It must be a village. The two led their carriage slowly forward and soon stumbled upon a quaint village nestled by the mountains and water. At the entrance stood a stone tablet engraved with the words, Zhu, Shi Village. A group of children were playing by the stream and immediately surrounded them upon seeing newcomers. "Hey, big brother, is your carriage broken?" A boy with a top knot boldly inquired. Jing'an nodded with a smile. "Yes, little brother. Is there someone in the village who can repair it?" "Yes. Old Wang the blacksmith can fix anything." The children chimed in. Down by the big banyan tree at the east end of the village, Old Wang was a lean man in his 50s, hammering a sickle as he listened to Jing An's request. After inspecting the carriage, he declared, "I can repair it, but we'll need to replace the axle. I don't have one ready. It will need to be made. The soonest it can be ready is by tomorrow noon." Gu Zhijin glanced at the sky. "It seems we must spend the night in the village." Wang's wife, a warm-hearted woman, upon hearing they would stay, immediately prepared a clean guest room. "Please don't mind the simplicity, it's a humble place. I'll go and kill a chicken for soup to warm you up tonight." After settling their belongings, Jing En and Gu Zhijin decided to explore the village. Zhuxi village was not large, with dozens of households scattered at the foot of the mountain. In the center stood an ancient well, where several women were drawing water and washing clothes, nodding amicably at them as they passed. This village is truly tranquil. Jing En inhaled deeply, savoring the bamboo-scented air, far more pleasant than the city. Gu Zhijin nodded. "The folk here are also quite genuine. Look over there." Following her gaze, Jing En spotted a field of sugarcane, the vibrant green stalks swaying gently in the breeze, with farmers diligently tending to their crops. "Shall we take a closer look?" Jing En proposed enthusiastically, eager to learn about Liuzhou's sugarcane. Upon hearing their interest,
An old farmer kindly cut 2 stalks for them to taste.
Jing'an took one, biting into it, and the sweet juice immediately filled his mouth. This is incredibly sweet. Sweeter than what I've tasted in Jingwencheng. The old farmer chuckled proudly. The soil and water of Zhuxi village are perfect for growing sugarcane. This greenskin variety is unique to Liuzhou, sweet but not cloying, leaving a refreshing fragrance after chewing. Gu Zhijin also took a bite, her eyes widening in surprise. It is indeed special. The sweetness is so pure, without any aftertaste. You have a discerning palate. The old farmer beamed, pulling out a small cloth bag from his waist. Try this. It's brown sugar made from the sugarcane. Jing'an accepted a dark red piece, placing it in his mouth. The brown sugar slowly melted on his tongue, releasing a rich sweetness intertwined with hints of caramel and a whisper of floral aroma. How is there a floral scent in this brown sugar? The old farmer smiled mysteriously. It's our village's secret. We add wild osmanthus flowers gathered from the mountains during the sugar-making process, which imparts a unique fragrance. Gu Zhijin pondered. If we were to use this brown sugar to make milk tea, the flavor would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Are you both knowledgeable about sugar? The old farmer inquired curiously. Jing'an smiled, explaining, we run a beverage shop in Jingwencheng and are planning to open a branch in Liuzhou, specializing in various sweet drinks. The old farmer's eyes lit up. How fortuitous. My son is an apprentice at Wei's candy shop in Liuzhou. If you go there, you can ask him to guide you. In the evening, a bountiful dinner was laid out in the yard of Wang the blacksmith's home. In addition to the promised chicken soup, there were stir-fried vegetables, steamed bamboo shoots with cured meat, and a dessert Jing'an had never encountered before, brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. This is a specialty of Liuzhou, Wang's wife enthusiastically explained. Made with freshly brewed brown sugar and glutinous rice, the outer layer is soft and sticky, while the sweet filling flows out, so be careful not to burn your mouth. Jing'an eagerly picked one up and took a bite. As expected, the fragrant brown sugar filling burst forth, and he quickly sucked in air, only to burn his tongue. Slow down while eating. Gu Zhijin chuckled, handing him a cup of cool tea. No one is competing with you. Wang the blacksmith laughed heartily. Young man, you can't eat hot glutinous rice cakes in haste. After the meal, Jing'an helped clear the dishes while Gu Zhijin engaged in conversation with Wang's wife. As night deepened, lights began to flicker on throughout the village, and distant barks of dogs added to the serene atmosphere of the mountain village. My dear, look, Jing'an suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the night sky. Gu Zhijin looked up to see a dazzling array of stars, twinkling like diamonds, with a galaxy stretching across the horizon, far brighter than what one could see in the city. It's breathtaking. Gu Zhijin instinctively tilted her face upward, the starlight dusting her eyelashes like a layer of silver powder. You are also beautiful. Jing'an gazed at her, lost in thought, and suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a small cloth bag from their belongings. I almost forgot. These are chrysanthemums from Yunzhou, perfect for brewing tea to soothe the mind. May I borrow your teapot?
Mom?
Wang's wife promptly brought forth the tea set, and Jing'an skillfully brewed a pot of chrysanthemum tea. The elegant fragrance swiftly enveloped them as they gathered in the courtyard, enjoying the stars while sipping tea, a scene of utter contentment. Are you newlyweds? Wang's wife inquired with curiosity. Jing'an smiled and nodded. Not quite newlyweds anymore. It's nearly been a year since we wed. You look quite compatible, the woman beamed. Being young is wonderful. My husband and I were just like you two back in the day. Wang the blacksmith's face flushed, and he cleared his throat, interrupting wife. Stop rambling about pointless things. In the stillness of the night, Jing'an and Gu Zhijin returned to their modest quarters. Although the room was simple, it was impeccably clean, with freshly aired bedding that exuded the scent of sunshine. This village is truly delightful. Jing'an stretched lazily. Had it not been for their pressing journey, he would have loved to linger here with his wife for a few more days. Gu Zhijin, busy arranging the clothes for the next day, nodded in agreement, remarking on the village's unpretentious customs and beautiful scenery. Once the arrangements for their branch store were settled, they could seek out such a place for a brief respite. Jing'an's eyes sparkled. You are absolutely right, my dear. Once the shop attendants are properly assigned, we shall become carefree managers, perhaps find a hot spring resort to enjoy for 10 or 15 days and truly unwind. The following morning, they were awakened by a chorus of melodious bird songs. Upon opening the window, they found the mountain mist still lingering, the air fragrant with the scent of flora. Wang the blacksmith had already risen early to commence his work, and the cart axle appeared nearly repaired. Are our guests awake? Wang's wife brought forth a steaming breakfast, urging them to eat while it was hot, a freshly made rice cake and a bowl of rich brown sugar porridge. The rice cake was fluffy and sweet, while the porridge was thick yet balanced, sweet without being cloying. Jing savored 2 bowls, singing its praises. I added a touch of ginger juice to the porridge. The hostess remarked with a smile, "It's excellent for the stomach in the morning." After their meal, Wang the blacksmith led Jing and to test the cart. The newly replaced axle was crafted with exceptional quality, sturdier than the original. Master Wang's craftsmanship is truly remarkable, Jing exclaimed, genuinely impressed by the refinement of the axle. Wang the blacksmith chuckled modestly. Country folk have few skills. We rely solely on these hands for our livelihood. Before departing, Jing insisted on paying extra and gifted Wang a pouch of fine tea sourced from Yunzhou. Wang's wife then stuffed them with a large bag of homemade brown sugar and a few embroidered handkerchiefs adorned with bamboo leaves. Travel safely. The couple waved from the village entrance, encouraging them to visit again. As the horse-drawn carriage resumed its journey, Zhuxi village gradually faded from view. Jing grasped the reins and suddenly remarked, "My dear, I've realized that we have met nothing but kind-hearted people along our way." Gu Zhijin softly agreed. Retrieving the embroidered handkerchief from their bundle, her fingers gliding over the intricate stitches, this handkerchief is truly exquisite. By noon, the outline of Liuzhou city finally came into clear view. In stark contrast to the ancient charm of Yunzhou, Liuzhou's city walls loomed tall and majestic, with a wide moat encircling them. Banners fluttered atop the city towers, embodying a scene of bustling prosperity. Indeed, it is the second largest city in southern Chu. Jing gazed up at the towering city gates, rivaling even that of Jingwencheng. Upon entering the city, the shops lined the streets in a vibrant array, throngs of pedestrians bustling about. The sounds of vendors shouting, haggling, and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages intertwined, creating an extraordinary din. The air was thick with the sweet aroma of confectionery, prompting one to inhale deeply. First, let us find an inn to settle in. Then we shall pay a visit to Master Wei. Gu Zhijin perused the map, spotting a place called Sugar Fragrance Inn around the corner, its name promising much. The inn lived up to its reputation. The lobby was adorned with various sugar sculptures, and the sweet scent pervaded the air. The innkeeper, a round-faced middle-aged man, eagerly directed them upon hearing they were seeking Wei's sugar shop. Master Wei is the foremost figure in Liuzhou's sugar industry. His amber sugar is sought after even by the nobility in the capital. The innkeeper spoke with pride, as if it were a point of honor for all of Liuzhou. If you are not in a rush, tomorrow happens to be the monthly sugar day, when the Wei family publicly prepares new sugar. The spectacle is truly magnificent. Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, both recognizing the spark of interest in each other's eyes. After settling their luggage and freshening up, they made their way to Wei's sugar shop. The shop was prominently situated in the southern sugar market, its 3-door facade impressively grand, with a black background and golden characters glimmering in the sunlight. As they entered, they were immediately enveloped by the sweet aroma of sugar. The counter displayed an array of confections: crystal-clear rock sugar, deep red brown sugar, golden malt sugar, and candies shaped in various forms. "What kind of sugar would you like to buy?" A youth of 17 or 18 approached them, beaming with a friendly smile, offering a taste of the freshly made osmanthus brown sugar. Just as Jing was about to respond, he noticed a bamboo-carved tag hanging from the youth's waist, inscribed with the words Zhuxi. "Are you from Zhuxi village?" Jing inquired with curiosity. The youth nodded in surprise. "How did you know?" "We just came from Zhuxi village and stayed overnight at Wang the blacksmith's." Jing smiled. "Are you the son of old Zhang?" The youth's eyes brightened. "Indeed. My father sent word yesterday, saying a sugar connoisseur would be coming to Liuzhou. I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Just then, a booming voice resonated from within. "Arong, who are you speaking with?" A curtain was lifted, revealing a robust man in his 40s. His complexion was ruddy, and his large hands were rough and powerful, indicative of years of hard labor. "Boss, these two are the guests from Zhuxi village," the youth respectfully introduced. "Ah, a rare guest indeed." Master Wei greeted warmly, having anticipated their arrival after Wang the blacksmith sent word yesterday that an expert in sugar was coming. Jing quickly returned the greeting. "You are too kind, Master Wei. I am Zhang, and this is my wife, Guji. We are here on behalf of Princess Mingyu to establish a branch of iced beverages in Liuzhou." Upon hearing the name of the princess, Master Wei's expression grew solemn. and he promptly invited them into the inner chamber, instructing Arong to serve tea. The inner room was modestly furnished, with several sugar-making diagrams hanging on the walls and a few samples of sugar displayed on the table. Master Wei personally poured the tea, his demeanor becoming notably more respectful. "I was unaware you were associated with the princess. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." Gu Zhijin accepted the teacup, softly saying, "There is no need for such formality, Master Wei. Our primary aim is to collaborate with you to open a shop specializing in sugar-based beverages in Liuzhou." Jing'an added, "We have heard that Wei's sugar is the finest in Liuzhou, and we wish to use your sugar as the main ingredient to develop a range of specialty drinks." A proud smile spread across Master Wei's face. "I do not boast, but the sugar from my family indeed possesses unique qualities. From selecting the sugar cane to the boiling process, there are 36 steps that must be meticulously followed." He brought forth several small plates, inviting them to taste a few of his finest sugars. Jing An and Gu Zhijin sampled each one, particularly taken by a piece of amber-hued sugar that melted in the mouth, offering a sweet flavor with a hint of caramel and a touch of fruitiness. Jing'an gazed at Master Wei in astonishment. "This is amber sugar, a treasured family recipe." Master Wei lowered his voice, revealing that a small amount of mountain fruit juice is added during the boiling process, which imparts the sugar with its distinctive aroma and color. "Only my family knows how to make it in all of Liuzhou." Gu Zhijin pondered thoughtfully. "If we were to use this sugar to flavor milk tea, the taste would surely be extraordinary." Chapter 23. The Liuzhou Branch. Master Wei's eyes lit up. "You've hit the nail on the head, young lady. Last year, I experimented with this sugar in milk tea, and the flavor was indeed exceptional." However, he rubbed his hands together. "We rough folk do not understand the nuances of proportions, so the milk tea can turn out inconsistent." Jing'an immediately became intrigued. "Master Wei, ISN tea tomorrow sugar day. After witnessing the sugar-making process, why don't we collaborate to develop a few sugar beverage recipes?" "Excellent. I couldn't wish for anything more," Master Wei exclaimed joyfully. "The sugar-making will commence around the hour of Qin tomorrow. You both must come early." Leaving Wei's sugar shop, the day was still young. Jing'an suggested they explore the city to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Liuzhou City was far more bustling than Yunzhou, with wide, clean streets and a diverse array of shops. As they passed a silk shop, Gu Zhijin paused. Through the wooden window, she caught sight of a piece of pale purple gauze, shimmering softly in the sunlight. "Do you like it?" Jing'an noticed her gaze. "Shall we go inside to take a look?" Gu Zhijin gently shook her head. "I merely find the color quite special." Yet Jing'an had already taken her hand and led her into the shop. The shopkeeper was a shrewd middle-aged woman who immediately discerned which fabric caught Gu Zhijin's eye. "Madam has a discerning eye. This is the newly arrived mist and haze silk, and my establishment is the only one in the entire city of Liuzhou to offer it," the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced. "When fashioned into a RU skirt, it flows like smoke and mist, truly exquisite." Jing'an caressed the material, appreciating its soft and cool texture. Indeed, it was remarkable. "My dear, summer is just around the corner. Let us create a new garment." Gu Zhijin hesitated, but Jing'an had already informed the shopkeeper. "I'll take this one. It's sufficient for a full RU skirt." "Excellent." The shopkeeper beamed. "We have the finest tailor in Liuzhou. It will be ready in 3 days." After taking measurements, Gu Zhijin looked at Jing'an with exasperation. "You're wasting money again." Jing'an grinned. "My dear, you will look stunning in this color. Besides, we are not short on funds at the moment." In the evening, the couple dined at a restaurant near the inn. The establishment was built alongside the river, and sitting by the window on the second floor, they could overlook the night view of the entire city of Liuzhou. Painted boats glided across the river, their lights twinkling like stars reflecting in the water. "Liuzhou is truly vibrant," Jing'an remarked, savoring a piece of sweet and sour fish. "It rivals that of Jingguan City." Gu Zhijin delicately tasted the local specialty, sweetened glutinous rice lotus root. "After we finish boiling the sugar tomorrow, we must check out the shops. The princess mentioned she has already scouted a few locations for us." Jing'an mused. Having the princess's patronage makes things so much easier. Just then, the discussions of a few merchants at the neighboring table caught their attention. "Have you heard? Something significant has occurred in the northern territories." A stout merchant lowered his voice. "The 7th prince has dared to plot a rebellion. He is now confined by the emperor." Both Jing'an and Gu Zhijin paused, their chopsticks midair, their ears perked. "I have heard the same," chimed in a lean man. It is said the seventh prince colluded with foreign tribes, harboring ulterior motives. Thankfully, Prince Jing and the Prime Minister discovered it in time. Otherwise, a third individual glanced around warily. Such matters should not be discussed publicly. One must be cautious not to invite trouble. The merchants promptly shifted the topic. Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, each recognizing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. Upon returning to their own room, Jing secured the doors and windows, lowering his voice. Captain, it seems the seventh prince has fallen from grace. Our secret correspondence has made an impact. Gu Zhijin nodded, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. It appears the Prime Minister is acting swiftly. For the time being, we should be safe. Jing paced excitedly in the room. Does this mean we can return to the northern territories soon? But what of my foolish young master persona? Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment. There is no rush. Once the branch in Liuzhou is established, we will continue south as originally planned. We can consider returning to the north once all the branches are on track.
You are right, my dear.
Jing collected himself. Let us focus on doing business in southern Chu. In the future, we shall travel the world when we have amassed wealth. Early the next morning before dawn, the couple hurried to Wei's sugar workshop. The workshop was located on the outskirts of the city, and they could see the tall chimney emitting white smoke from afar, the air thick with sweetness. Boss Wei had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing them, he eagerly approached. You two have arrived just in time. The first batch of sugar is about to be extracted. Inside the workshop, the atmosphere was bustling, with a dozen workers busy at their tasks. A massive iron pot sat over a roaring fire, with workers feeding cleaned sugarcane into the juicer, the emerald green juice flowing into the large pot. The key to boiling sugar is in the timing, Boss Wei proclaimed over the noise of the machinery. First, bring it to a vigorous boil over high heat. Then reduce it to a low simmer, and during the final reduction, one must be quick and precise. Even a moment's delay can ruin it. Jing and Gu Zhijin watched entranced. As the cane juice boiled, white steam filled the workshop, and the silhouettes of the workers flickered in the mist, resembling a fairyland. Throughout the boiling process, Boss Wei occasionally added some secret ingredients. When the syrup reached the perfect consistency, he took a large copper ladle and scooped up a spoonful, creating an amber arc in the air. Look at this flag. Boss Wei proudly pointed out the fine strands of syrup. If it can stretch this long without breaking, it means we have reached the right temperature. The workers quickly poured the syrup into molds, allowing it to cool slightly before cutting it into pieces. The freshly made brown sugar emitted an alluring fragrance, its color deeper than that sold in the market. This is the finest blood sugar, Boss Wei said, handing 2 pieces to Jing and Gu Zhijin. Try it. It's more fragrant than ordinary brown sugar. Jing took a bite and was immediately enveloped in its exquisite flavor. The sugar was sweet yet not cloying, with a rich caramel aroma and an indistinct fruity essence, even more delightful than what he had tasted the day before. Marvelous! Jing exclaimed. Boss Wei, if this sugar were used for beverages, it would surely sell like hotcakes. Boss Wei laughed heartily. Then it depends on your skills. I have prepared all the necessary ingredients and tools. Shall we give it a try? Next to the sugar workshop was a small courtyard that Boss Wei had prepared as a testing ground. The table was laden with various sugars and ingredients: brown sugar, rock sugar, malt sugar, honey, along with assorted dried fruits and spices. Jing rolled up his sleeves, eager to experiment. He first mixed different proportions of blood sugar with tea, and after several attempts, he found the optimal ratio. My dear, try this. He handed Gu Zhijin a cup of dark red tea. I added a bit of cinnamon powder. The flavor is quite special. Gu Zhijin took a sip, her eyes widening slightly. It has a hint of spiciness, with a lingering aftertaste. It's unique. Boss Wei also took a sip, nodding repeatedly. Brilliant. The fragrance of a cinnamon and the sweetness of the sugar blend beautifully. The trio spent the entire morning experimenting, developing 5 or 6 specialty sugar beverages. The most popular was a milk tea made with amber sugar, where the flavors of tea, milk, and the unique fruitiness of the sugar melded perfectly, creating a rich taste. How about calling it Amber Milk Gold? Gu Zhijin suggested, as it highlighted both the sugar's name and its color. What a splendid name! Boss Wei exclaimed. It sounds luxurious. In the afternoon, Boss Wei took them to view the shop that the princess had helped secure. Located on the most bustling street in the southern part of the city and not far from the sugar market, it was a 2-story brick and wood structure with a small courtyard at the back. This location is perfect. Jing inspected the premises thoroughly and was very satisfied. The first floor would serve as the storefront, while the second could accommodate elegant seating, and the courtyard could function as a workspace and storage. Gu Jijin nodded in agreement. Even better than we anticipated. Boss Wei, what is the rent for the shop? Boss Wei waved his hand with a smile. The princess has already arranged everything. The first 3 years' rent is completely waived as a reward for you both. I only hope that once the branch opens, you will use my family sugar. Jing and Gu Jijin were both astonished and delighted. If this shop were to be rented normally, it would cost at least 10 taels of silver a month, totaling over 300 taels in 3 years, a considerable sum. Rest assured, Boss Wei, Jing and promise solemnly, as long as we use sugar, it will certainly be from your family. In the days that followed, the couple was busier than ever. They renovated the shop, recruited staff, prepared ingredients, and trained employees. Fortunately, with Boss Wei's assistance, everything progressed smoothly. 10 days later, the Injin Sugar Water Shop's Liuzhou branch officially opened. On opening day, not only did Boss Wei bring a host of sugar merchants to support them, but even the governor of Liuzhou sent a congratulatory gift, clearly influenced by Princess Mingyu's favor. The shop was elegantly and exquisitely decorated. The first floor counter was crafted from locally sourced green stone, cool and comfortable to the touch in summer. The second floor seating was draped with light gauzy curtains, and each table was adorned with small sugar sculptures. Jing had specifically designed an open kitchen, allowing customers to witness the entire beverage-making process. This innovative concept attracted many curious patrons. The most popular item remained the amber milk gold. This golden-red beverage was served in transparent glass cups, sparkling under the sunlight like liquid amber, enticing customers to take pictures. Of course, in the fashion of the era. Please, artist, sketch quickly. 3 days after the grand opening, the shop found itself compelled to extend its operating hours to accommodate the burgeoning demand from patrons. Jing and Gu Jijin had to hastily summon 2 skilled assistants from Jinguan City, and even a roan was dispatched by Boss Wei to help serve. Boss, should we consider implementing a purchase limit? One of the staff suggested, wiping the sweat from his brow. The amber milk gold sells out daily, and many customers have been left disappointed after waiting in line for so long. Jing observed the long queue outside, feeling both delighted and troubled. Starting tomorrow, we will limit each person to 2 cups. Is it possible to increase the supply from Boss Wei's side? Difficult. The staff member shook his head. The production of amber candy is intricate. The Wei family is already operating at full capacity, yet still cannot meet demand. Gu Jijin pondered for a moment. Then let us develop a few new products to divert the customer's attention. For instance, we could create beverages using regular brown sugar and promote several varieties. With determination, they set to work. That evening, after closing, Jing and a few core staff members remained to brainstorm new offerings. They experimented with brown sugar paired with various ingredients: peanuts, sesame, osmanthus, and ginger juice, ultimately settling on 3 new products: brown sugar ginger milk, sesame sweet soup, and osmanthus brown sugar ice jelly. Once launched, the new offerings successfully alleviated some of the pressure caused by the high demand for amber milk gold. To Jing's pleasant surprise, these seemingly ordinary sweet beverages, crafted with meticulous attention to detail and quality ingredients, garnered a loyal customer base. A month later, the business at the Liuzhou branch had stabilized. Jing and Gu Jijin entrusted daily operations to the manager recommended by Boss Wei, preparing to head further south to Wuzhou. The night before their departure, Boss Wei hosted a farewell banquet at his residence. The feast featured an array of Liuzhou's specialty dishes, with a standout attraction being a sugar art platter adorned with intricately crafted sugar sculptures of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, so lifelike that one hesitated to partake. When you arrive in Wuzhou, you must try their coconut sugar. Boss Wei raised his glass in a toast. Wuzhou, being coastal, offers a unique flavor of coconut sugar that might inspire new product development. Jing nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your guidance, Boss Wei. I entrust the branch to your care. Rest assured. Boss Wei patted his chest confidently. As long as I am here, prosperity is guaranteed. As the banquet drew to a close, Boss Wei presented 2 exquisite sandalwood boxes. A small token for your journey. Inside were the Wei family's secret multi-flavored candies, each piece infused with a different spice or dried fruit, offering a variety of flavors. This is too extravagant, Gu Jijin protested. We cannot accept this. Boss Wei replied sternly. Please do not decline. Since our collaboration, the sales of my family's candies have doubled. This gift is but a trifle. Moreover, the journey ahead is long, Having some sweets will help replenish your energy. Unable to refuse his heartfelt generosity, Jing and Gu Zhijin accepted. Boss Wei then produced a letter. This is a note I wrote to Boss Lin in Wuzhou, who is in the coconut sugar business and with whom I share a cordial relationship. Should you find yourselves in need, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. The following morning, outside the southern gate of Liuzhou, Boss Wei and a group of staff came to bid farewell, with even a Rong taking leave to attend. Safe travels. Boss Wei clasped his hands together. Remember to return in winter to try my newly brewed ginger candy. Jing and Gu Zhijin waved goodbye as the carriage slowly departed from Liuzhou, heading towards Wuzhou. Inside the carriage, Jing took Gu Zhijin's hand, his excitement bubbling over. My dear, I've heard that Wuzhou has the sea. I have yet to behold the great ocean of this era. Gu Zhijin smiled gently. Then you must take the opportunity to witness it. They say the sunsets in Wuzhou are particularly beautiful, with the sea turning a golden hue. Jing gazed ahead with longing. Once we have explored the charming landscapes of southern Chu, we shall find our favorite spot and build a grand residence. With a garden of flowers you adore and fruit trees I favor, and perhaps even a few chubby children. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed slightly as she pinched his hand playfully. What nonsense are you speaking? Jing grinned mischievously. What? My dear, do you not wish to bear me children? Gu Zhijin turned her face away, yet did not deny it, softly replying, just focus on the journey. The carriage continued south along the official road, the scenery gradually shifting. Tea mountains and bamboo groves gave way to sprawling orchards, and the air began to carry the salty, humid scent of the sea. Chapter 24. Wuzhou coconut sugar morning light filtered through the inn's window screens, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. In his slumber, Jing instinctively tightened his embrace around the warm, soft figure nestled against him. His chin brushed against Gu Zhijin's crown, inhaling the faint fragrance of osmanthus oil. Gu Zhijin murmured in her sleep, instinctively snuggling closer. This movement drew their bodies even nearer, and Jing's morning response inadvertently pressed against Gu Zhijin's thighs. She awoke suddenly, sensing the unusual sensation behind her, her ears flushing crimson. She gently shifted to escape, only to hear Jing mumble drowsily beside her. Tightening his grip instead. Jing Gu Zhijin elbowed backward. Let go. Just a little longer. Jing half asleep, not only refused to release her, but unconsciously thrust his hips forward. This completely infuriated Gu Zhijin, who suddenly turned around, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at his face. Ouch! Jing finally woke up, covering his nose. My dear, are you attempting to murder your husband first thing in the morning? Gu Zhijin, her face flushed, pointed at his lower body. You. Jing looked down and instantly understood. Rather than feeling embarrassed, he broke into a grin. This is merely a bodily reaction. It's not my fault. He reached out to pull her closer. Come, let us lie down for a bit more. Lie down? You must be joking. Gu Zhijin seized the pillow again, preparing to strike, while Jing hurriedly leapt from the bed, scampering barefoot around the room. My dear, you are so fierce. I'm quite terrified. He laughed while evading her, feigning a pitiful tone as he ducked behind a screen. Gu Zhijin, furious, chased after him, only to be startled when he suddenly popped his head out from the other side of the screen. Jing seized the opportunity to grasp her wrist and gently pulled her into his arms. Let go. Gu Zhijin struggled, but he held her waist firmly, rendering her immobile. Jing leaned down, whispering in her ear, My dear, you smell delightful. But before he could finish, she stepped on his foot with force, causing him to wince and release her. In the playful chase, Jing abruptly halted, and Gu Zhijin, unable to stop in time, collided into his embrace. Seizing the moment, he wrapped his arms around her and playfully bit her flushed earlobe. The captain welcomes you into his embrace. I cannot refuse such a gracious offer. Gu Zhijin, both embarrassed and annoyed, tugged at his ear. Are you going to persist in your antics? Ouch, ouch. Please spare me, my dear. Jing tilted his head in a plea for mercy, but taking advantage of her distraction, he quickly pecked her on the lips. I acknowledge my mistake. Gu Zhijin released her grip, ready to scold him, only to see Jing swiftly dressing himself, bustling about to bring her clothes as well. My dear, what hairstyle would you like today? How about the new snake braid I learned? His eager demeanor left Gu Zhijin with nowhere to direct her frustration, and she accepted the garments with a huff. Turn around. Jing obediently turned, but continued to chatter. I have never seen the captain appear shy in my past life. It's truly a beautiful sight, your ears glowing like agate. A pillow struck him squarely on the back of his head. After breakfast, the couple inquired with the innkeeper about the specialties of Wuzhou. The innkeeper, a warm-hearted middle-aged man, eagerly shared his knowledge upon learning it was their first visit to Wuzhou.
You've come at the perfect time.
It is currently the season of coconut sugar harvest, and the sugar market in the south of the city is bustling with activity. He pointed out the window. If you head south along the main street, you'll reach the sea in less than half an hour. The sunsets in Wuzhou are unparalleled. Many poets and scholars come specifically to witness them. Jing An's eyes lit up at the mention of the sea. My dear, shall we go see the ocean first? I have yet to behold the great sea of this era. Gu Zhijin nodded. It's a perfect opportunity to check out the coconut groves by the sea. I've heard that the coconut sugar in Wuzhou is made from coconuts harvested from the coastal area. Upon exiting the inn, the two individuals traversed the main street, paved with blue stone, heading southward. As they journeyed further, the salty tang of the sea intensified, intermingled with a hint of sweet fruit fragrance. The architecture flanking the street began to transform, with eaves that arched higher and window frames adorned with carvings reminiscent of ocean waves. Turning a corner, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. The azure sea stretched infinitely, shimmering under the sunlight like scattered gold. The pristine beach coiled around the bay like a jade ribbon. In the distance, several fishing boats set sail, resembling a scene from a painting. How beautiful! Gu Zhijin exclaimed, unconsciously halting her steps as the sea breeze tousled her hair, casting a gentle sheen in the sunlight. Jing'an wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder. Not even half as beautiful as your eyes, my dear. Gu Zhijin nudged him playfully with her elbow, flatterer. Yet her fingers subtly traced the back of his hand that encircled her waist. They strolled along the beach, where clusters of coconut palms swayed nearby. Tall coconut trees bore abundant fruit, while a few local children nimbly climbed the trunks to gather coconuts. Would you like to drink some coconut water, my dear? Let me fetch one for you. Jing'an exclaimed eagerly, shedding his outer robe and swiftly ascending a coconut tree.
Catch!
He called down, and a green coconut promptly fell at her feet. Just as Gu Zhijin reached out to grab it, Jing'an leapt down effortlessly, landing gracefully before her.
How is that?
Have I lost my touch? He boasted, picking up the coconut and deftly carving an opening with his small knife, offering it to her. Please, my dear. Do take the first sip. The coconut water was refreshingly sweet, imbued with a delicate hint of creaminess. After taking a few sips, Gu Zhijin passed it to Jing'an. It's truly delightful, far sweeter than what we bought in Jingguan City. Jing'an took a sip directly from her hand, then suddenly blinked. You have some coconut water on your lips. He leaned in, pretending to lick it off. Gu Zhijin quickly recoiled. You haven't finished your sentence. Jing'an feigned a lack of balance, causing them both to tumble onto the soft sand.
Shao Qi.
Gu Zhijin protested, struggling to rise, but he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Fine grains of sand cascaded from Jing'an's hair, some clinging to Gu Zhijin's eyelashes.
Don't move, my dear.
He murmured softly, brushing away the sand from her lashes. The sunlight illuminated him from behind, casting a golden halo around his silhouette, and the warmth in his eyes nearly overflowed. Gu Zhijin momentarily lost her resolve to struggle, gazing at him in a trance. As he leaned down slowly, poised to kiss her lips, he suddenly turned and planted a loud kiss on her cheek before nimbly jumping up and running away. Stop right there, Gu Zhijin shouted, hurling a handful of sand in his direction. The two laughed and frolicked across the beach, their hair and garments dusted with fine sand, blissfully unbothered. Eventually, Jing'an pretended to trip, allowing Gu Zhijin to scold him, while seizing the opportunity to steal a couple of kisses. In the afternoon, they followed the innkeeper's directions to the southern sugar market. This place was even more bustling than the sugar market in Liuzhou, the air filled with an intense sweetness. In addition to the usual brown and rock sugars, there were many uniquely shaped coconut candies, some resembling shells, others crafted into flowers, and some infused with nuts. You must be from out of town, a vendor warmly greeted them. Do sample our coconut candy, made from the freshest coconut flower nectar, sweet yet not cloying. Jing'an accepted a small piece of candy from the vendor, first offering it to Gu Zhijin before tasting it himself. The candy melted in their mouths. Sweet with a distinctive coconut fragrance, indeed exceptional. Delicious. Jing'an exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. How is this candy made? The vendor, seeing their interest, eagerly elaborated on the candy-making process. It turned out that Wuzhou's coconut candy came in two varieties, one made from coconut flower nectar, golden in hue and highly sweet, while the other was crafted from squeezed coconut flesh, darker in color and rich in coconut aroma. The finest, however, is the crystal coconut candy from the Lin family's sugar workshop. The vendor lowered his voice conspiratorially. This candy is translucent like crystal, produced in limited quantities each year, exclusively for the royal court and nobility. Ordinary folks cannot purchase it even with money. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, recalling the letter of introduction from Boss Wei. It seemed that this Lin was indeed a significant figure in Wuzhou's sugar industry. After leaving the sugar market, they proceeded to the shop the princess had arranged for them. Situated on the most prosperous street in the city, it was a 3-story building with a courtyard at the back. Most remarkably, the view from the 3rd-floor window offered a glimpse of the distant sea. What a fantastic location! Jing'an exclaimed, exploring the premises with enthusiasm. The 1st floor could serve as a storefront, the 2nd as a dining area, and the 3rd as living quarters, while the courtyard was perfect for setting up a stove to make sugar. Gu Zhijin nodded in satisfaction. It's even larger than the shop in Liuzhou. Tomorrow, we shall visit Boss Lin to discuss our cooperation. As evening descended, the two made their way to the seaside to witness the sunset. The beach was already bustling with people, including locals and fellow travelers like themselves. The sun gradually sank, casting a golden-red hue across the sea. In the distance, fishing boats transformed into silhouettes, while seagulls danced through the radiant clouds, creating a living canvas. Jing'an wrapped his arm around Gu Zhijin's shoulders, and together they quietly admired the majestic scenery. I've heard that wishing upon the sunset is quite effective, Jing'an said suddenly. What is your wish, my dear? Gu Zhijin gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky, softly replying, I hope that in this lifetime, we can remain forever safe and joyful. Jing'an tightened his embrace, planting a kiss on the top of her head. That wish is simple. We shall surely make it come true. After the sun dipped below the horizon, the beach took on an even more romantic atmosphere. A bonfire was lit, and young men and women gathered around, singing and dancing. Jing'an pulled Gu Zhijin to join in, teaching her some simple dance steps he had seen in a past life. Initially shy, Gu Zhijin gradually relaxed under Jing'an's encouragement, her skirt swirling in the sea breeze like a fluttering butterfly. After tiring from dancing, they visited a small food stall by the beach. The night market in Wuzhou was vibrant, overflowing with an array of seafood delicacies. Jing'an bought 2 skewers of grilled squid, insisting that Gu Zhijin take the first bite. I can serve myself, she protested, reaching out, but Jing'an suddenly leaned in and kissed her lips. Now it's covered in sauce, he chuckled, licking his lips. Gu Zhijin blushed, using a handkerchief to wipe it off, only to have him seize her wrist and gently nibble on her palm. You taste so sweet, my dear. At the end of the night market, an elderly artist was performing sugar painting. Jing'an leaned in for a closer look and suddenly had an idea. Master, could you create a painting of my dear based on her likeness? The elderly artist squinted at Gu Zhijin, nodded, and began to work. With a deft flick of his wrist, a lifelike profile of Gu Zhijin appeared on the stone slab, capturing her essence as she slightly bowed her head. Incredible! Jing'an marveled, paying double the fee. Thank you, master. He handed the sugar painting to Gu Zhijin. Isn't it lovely? Would you be willing to eat it, my dear? Gu Zhijin carefully accepted it, examining it for a moment before gently breaking off a small piece and tasting it. Very sweet. She then offered a piece to Jing'an. You try some too. As the sweetness of the sugar painting melted on his tongue, Jing'an felt it paled in comparison to the sweetness of Gu Zhijin's smile. By the time they returned to the inn, it was well past midnight. Jing'an drew a basin of warm water, kneeling down to wash Gu Zhijin's feet. Gu Zhijin quickly pulled back her feet. I can do it myself, don't. Jing'an grasped her slender ankle, gently placing it in the water. After walking so much today, it will be more comfortable for you to soak in warm water.
Hee, what do you think?
Not too shabby, right? Jing'an beamed with pride. Gu Zhijin felt warmth in her heart, reaching out to ruffle his hair. You're becoming more foolish by the day. After they finished washing up, they lay down in bed. Jing'an insisted on holding Gu Zhijin close, claiming it was chilly by the sea at night. Gu Zhijin, unable to resist, allowed him to envelop her in his embrace. My dear, after we meet Boss Lin tomorrow and finalize our matters, shall we go to the beach to collect seashells? Jing'an whispered softly in her ear. Gu Zhijin responded with a gentle Jing'an's hand restlessly caressed her waist. My dear, did you enjoy today? Indeed. Gu Zhijin admitted with rare candor, turning to face him. Such simple and relaxed days are truly delightful. Moonlight slipped through the window cracks, casting a soft glow upon Gu Zhijin's face. Jing'an could not resist leaning in and softly kissing her lips. This kiss was tender and lingering, devoid of any desire, merely an expression of pure emotion. Once the kiss ended, Gu Jin, unusually proactive, leaned into his embrace. Jing and cautiously tightened his arms around her, as if cradling a fragile treasure. "My dear," he called softly. "It's nothing, just wanted to call you." Jing placed a kiss on her forehead. "Sleep now. We must meet Boss Lin tomorrow." Gu Jin closed her eyes, listening to the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat, soon drifting into slumber. However, Jing found it difficult to fall asleep, gazing at the sleeping face of the one in his arms, his heart brimming with tenderness. He gently brushed aside the stray hair from Gu Jin's forehead, murmuring in inaudible whispers, "I wish to spend 100 years like this with the captain." Outside the window, the waves gently lapped against the shore, akin to tender whispers. Moonlight spilled across the sea, laying down a silver path, as if leading to a distant, blissful shore. Chapter 25. Seafood hot pot and barbecue. A thin veil of mist lingered over the streets of Wuzhou. Jing awoke early, and, noticing Gu Jin still asleep, quietly dressed and slipped out the door. In the inn's backyard, the staff busily prepared breakfast. Jing rolled up his sleeves and, taking a corner of the kitchen, personally cooked a pot of seafood porridge. Fresh shrimp and scallops tumbled in the rice porridge, releasing a delectable aroma. He also fried 2 scallion pancakes before carrying the tray back to their room. Upon opening the door, Gu Jin was already awake, sitting by the window and combing her hair. The morning light filtered through the sheer curtain, casting a soft outline around her. Jing was so captivated that he nearly spilled the porridge. "My dear, do try your husband's culinary skills." He proudly presented the porridge bowl before her. Gu Jin accepted the bowl, took a spoonful, and the fresh flavor burst upon her palate. She raised an eyebrow slightly. "When did you learn this?" Jing shook his head with pride. "I picked it up during a mission in my past life. If the captain likes it, I shall make it for you every day henceforth." Gu Jin's lips curved into a slight smile as she lowered her head to continue eating, tacitly approving of his attentiveness. After they had breakfast together, they set off with Boss Wei's introduction letter to the Lin family's candy shop. The seafood vendors along Wuzhou streets called out in a lively chorus, and the air was filled with the briny scent of the ocean. The Lin family's candy shop, located near the southern dock of the city, was a grand estate with 3 courtyards. As they approached, a rich aroma of coconut sugar met them. A young servant at the entrance examined their introduction letter and respectfully led them to the main hall. "Brother Wei's letter mentions that you are people of Princess Mingyu?" Boss Lin, around 50 years of age, had a kind face but sharp, discerning eyes. "What can I assist you with?" Jing clasped his hands in greeting. "Boss Lin, you are too kind. We have been commissioned by the princess to open a branch of a dessert shop in Wuzhou and seek your guidance." Boss Lin stroked his beard with a smile. "Brother Wei praised your amber milk gold highly in his letter. May I have the honor of sampling it?" Gu Jin took a small porcelain vial from her bag. "This is a sample we brought. Please, Boss Lin, do taste." Boss Lin accepted the vial, poured out a small amount of the golden syrup, and after savoring it, a look of surprise crossed his eyes. "Indeed, this flavor is unique. It possesses the richness of brown sugar and the refreshing sweetness of fruit. No wonder Brother Wei holds it in such high esteem." Jing smiled. "This is blended using the Wei family's special amber sugar. We wish to develop a few unique beverages in Wuzhou using your coconut sugar." Boss Lin was delighted to hear this, and immediately took them on a tour of the candy shop. Unlike the cane sugar of Liuzhou, the Lin family primarily produced coconut sugar. Workers squeezed fresh coconut meat for juice, boiling it down into a thick syrup before pouring it into molds to solidify. "This is our finest crystal coconut sugar," Boss Lin said as he retrieved a brocade box from the cabinet, neatly containing transparent sugar cubes, produced in limited quantities each year, reserved specifically for the royal family. Jing picked up a piece and held it to the sunlight. The sugar cube was as transparent as crystal, refracting a rainbow of colors in the light. What a pity about the limited production. If it could be made into a beverage, it would be a delight to behold. Gu Jin pondered. Utilizing regular coconut sugar with some local fruits should yield a pleasant flavor. Jing promptly finalized the details of their collaboration with Boss Lin. After concluding their agreement, Boss Lin personally took them on a tour of the sugar shop. Workers were busy processing fresh coconut nectar, and the air was filled with a sweet, rich fragrance. Boss Lin inquired, "Will you be visiting the beach tomorrow to witness the coconut nectar harvesting? It would allow you to understand the raw material collection process." Jing readily replied, "Of course." At dawn the following day, as the horizon began to lighten, The two accompanied the Lin family's nectar-collecting team. The harvesting site was in a wild coconut grove on the eastern side of the city, requiring a small boat to cross a shallow bay. The boat swayed as it moved forward, and Jing deliberately leaned toward Gu Zijin, feigning fear. "My dear, the boat is quite wobbly. I get seasick." Gu Zijin, exasperated, reached out to steady his arm. "Sit still and don't move around." Jing took advantage of the moment, leaning his shoulder against hers. "You are indeed reliable, my dear." The other nectar collectors aboard chuckled at the sight. Upon reaching the coconut grove, the collectors began their work. They skillfully climbed the tall coconut trees, using specially designed bamboo knives to cut open the coconut flower buds, collecting the dripping nectar. "So this is how coconut nectar is harvested," Jing observed, looking up. Just then, a collector hollered from above, "Little brother, catch." A fresh coconut flower bud fell, and Jing caught it securely, peeling back the outer layer to reveal the glistening nectar inside. He offered it to Gu Zijin. "My dear, please have a taste." The nectar was sweet with a hint of floral fragrance. Gu Zijin took a sip, her eyes lighting up with surprise. "It's fresher than the boiled version." Jing, taking a sip from her hand, suddenly blinked. "My dear, you have nectar on the corner of your mouth." He leaned in to lick it off. Gu Zijin, however, had anticipated this and swiftly retreated, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Have you been possessed by a teddy bear these days? Why do you always want to lick me?" Jing feigned a pitiful expression. "I just don't want to waste it." After returning from the nectar harvest, they took Boss Lin to view the shop arranged by the princess, preparing to discuss the dessert shop's details. "By the way, Boss Lin, the seafood in Wuzhou is quite abundant, isn't it?" Jing suddenly inquired. Boss Lin nodded. "Naturally. The southern dock has fresh catches every day, with a wide variety of shrimp, crabs, and shellfish." Jing and Gu Zijin exchanged a knowing glance, both thinking of a seafood hot pot and barbecue. They hurried to the southern dock. Before long, the briny sea breeze greeted them. The dock was bustling with activity as fishermen unloaded baskets filled with lively seafood. Jing squatted down at a fish stall, pointing at a clawing crab. "How much for this?" The stall owner, a weathered fisherman with dark skin, grinned. "Young man, you have a good eye. This is a flower crab just caught this morning. It's meaty and rich. 30 when per Jean." Gu Zijin gently squeezed the crab shell, nodding in agreement. "It's indeed fresh." Jing continued to inquire about the prices of shrimp and shellfish, discovering they were nearly half the price compared to inland. He leaned toward Gu Zijin and whispered, "Captain, should we open the hot pot and barbecue branch earlier? We shouldn't let such ingredients go to waste." Gu Zijin contemplated for a moment. "The shop here has 3 floors. We could indeed plan something." Jing excitedly rubbed his hands. "First floor for drinks, second for barbecue, and third for hot pot. Customers can enjoy their meals while overlooking the sea view." Gu Zijin also revealed a satisfied expression. "That works. However, this means we will need to stay longer in Wuzhou." Jing grinned, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Isn't that perfect? We can enjoy a few more days here with my dear." Gu Zijin shot him a glance, but did not push his hand away. "Dear, look at this abalone." Jing suddenly pointed at a small abalone in a basin, a rare find in the north, yet here it was as inexpensive as cabbage. Gu Zijin crouched down, skillfully picked up an abalone for inspection. It was indeed fresh. If prepared in the style of the flame abalone she had tasted in Hainan in her past life, it could fetch a handsome price. Jing leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Does the captain know the recipe for the special seafood pot? It uses coconut milk as a broth, along with sha-cha sauce." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu Zijin's eyes. "I don't know. I must admit, I am not as adept in this area as you are." The two returned to the inn with a bounty of fresh seafood and borrowed the kitchen to experiment. Jing handled the seafood with deft efficiency, while Gu Zijin prepared several dipping sauces under his guidance. Before long, a lavish seafood feast was laid out. "Try this," Jing urged, picking up a slice of fish sashimi as thin as a cicada's wing, dipping it in the special sauce and offering it to Gu Zijin. "How does it taste?" Gu Zijin opened her mouth to receive it, savoring the flavor. The sauce was perfectly balanced in sweetness and acidity, enhancing the freshness without overwhelming it. "The sashimi is sliced beautifully, with consistent thickness," she remarked. Jing beamed with pride. "Huh, no surprise, it is my skill. How can I be so exceptional?" He then presented a plate of charcoal grilled oysters. "These are topped with minced garlic and our special spices. Give them a try." As she tasted the oyster, the The garlic and the sweetness of the seafood melded exquisitely, causing Gu Jijin to involuntarily squint in delight. Truly delightful. If only we added a hint of perilla, the flavor would be even richer. My dear, you are quite amazing, Jing and exclaimed, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. I shall go to the market to find perilla. Gu Jijin held him back. No rush. Let us finish this first. As they ate and discussed the menu, the evening slipped away unnoticed. Jing rubbed his round belly, reclining contentedly in his chair. My dear, our seafood barbecue is bound to be a hit. Gu Jijin was busy clearing the table, replying nonchalantly, don't celebrate too early. We still need to recruit staff and purchase equipment tomorrow. Jing jumped up to help her. With you here, nothing feels tiresome. He attempted to wrap his arms around her waist. Gu Jijin nimbly dodged. You smell of seafood. Go wash up first. Hee, will you accompany me to wash? Jing asked with a mischievous grin.
Dream on.
Gu Jijin pushed him away, though her ears flushed slightly. You always reject me. I am heartbroken.
Boo hoo.
Jing mockingly wailed, pinching his throat. The following morning, they split up their tasks. Gu Jijin went to recruit staff and purchase equipment, while Jing headed to the market for the first batch of ingredients. The market in Wuzhou was bustling with goods, showcasing an array of unfamiliar seafood. Hey there! Look at these large prawns. A fisherwoman called out enthusiastically. Just caught this morning. They're still lively. Jing crouched down to inspect the prawn's freshness and suddenly had a bright idea. Miss, do you have any unique seafood that is not commonly found? The fisherwoman pondered. Are you referring to something like sea pineapple? My father caught a few the other day and is keeping them at home. Jing An's eyes lit up. Take me to see them. If they're good, I will take them all. The so-called sea pineapple was actually large lobsters, a rarity even in Wuzhou during this era. Following the fisherwoman home, he was overjoyed to see 5 or 6 sizable lobsters in her water tank. I'll take them all, Jing said with enthusiasm, promptly paying a deposit and negotiating that any future rare finds be delivered to the soon-to-open in Jinxian at a reasonable price. Upon returning to the shop, Gu Jijin had already recruited 4 staff members and was teaching them how to record accounts. Raising an eyebrow at the sight of Jing with lobsters, she remarked, such extravagance? Jing proudly lifted the lobsters. On the first day of opening, we must have something special. Look how plump they are. Gu Jijin examined them and nodded in approval. They are indeed quite fat. Perfect for making double flavor lobster, half steamed and half grilled. The two then immersed themselves in preparations for the shop. Jing was responsible for designing the seafood hot pot broth, while Gu Jijin researched marinades for the grilled seafood according to his instructions. How about a coconut-flavored spicy pot? Jing simmered a broth, adding coconut milk and special spices, creating a blend of spiciness with a hint of coconut that should complement the seafood beautifully. Gu Jijin took a sip, inhaling sharply at the spiciness, but nodded in praise. The flavor has great depth. Just a little less pepper would improve it. Jing leaned closer. Did it get too spicy for you? Before he could finish a sentence, she stuffed a piece of ginger candy into his mouth. Focus on your broth. Gu Jijin turned to check the charcoal for grilling, a slight smile curling her lips. The following days were a whirlwind of activity as they trained staff, tested the grill, and finalized the menu. Finally, on the 5th day, the shop was ready to open. The first floor of Jin Sweet Shop specialized in coconut sugar beverages, with the most popular being fragrant coconut milk, crafted from Lin family's special coconut sugar. The second and third floors of Jin Seafood Shop featured seafood barbecue and hot pot options. Jing had specially designed modern open aquariums, allowing guests to select live seafood that would be freshly prepared. On opening day, Boss Lin arrived with a group of merchants to show their support. Jing donned a custom chef's outfit, demonstrating the seafood hot pot method. Gu Jijin, dressed in a light purple gauze dress, attended to female guests in the sweet shop. This coconut-flavored spicy pot is simply extraordinary, one guest exclaimed, marveling at the perfect pairing of the seafood's sweetness and the coconut's aroma. In the barbecue area on the 2nd floor, oysters sizzled on the grill, drenched in special garlic sauce, sending their delectable aroma wafting through the air. The window-side seating on the 3rd floor was the most sought after, allowing guests to enjoy their meal while admiring the ocean view. As night fell, Jing took Gu Jijin to the beach. Behind them, the shop was ablaze with lights and bustling with customers, a stark contrast to the tranquil shoreline. My dear, we have succeeded once again, Jing exclaimed, lifting her in excitement. Gu Jijin gently patted his shoulder. Put me down. Jing'an tightened his embrace. Captain, I am so happy. I never imagined I could live like this in my past life. Gu Zhijin paused, then wrapped her arms around his neck. Yes, I feel the same. Jing'an lowered his head, inhaling the scent of her hair. You smell wonderful. Your new hair oil is delightful. Gu Zhijin suddenly turned, placing her finger on his forehead. No funny ideas. After we return tonight, we need to finalize the accounts before sleeping. Jing'an pouted, feigning sadness. You are so heartless.
My dear.
Gu Zhijin's eyes sparkled with amusement as she gently pinched his cheek. Be good, and let's work first. Good behavior comes with rewards. Chapter 26. The reward. As the night deepened, the waves gently lapped at the shore, and the distant lights of the shop illuminated Gu Zhijin's profile, casting soft shadows along her features. Jing'an held her hand as they strolled along the coastline, leaving a trail of footprints in the sand. My dear, is there a lot of accounting to do tonight? Jing'an shook her hand playfully, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. If it's too much, we can always finish it tomorrow. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance, hoping to slack off again. How dare I? Jing'an straightened his posture, declaring earnestly. I am only concerned about you getting tired. Gu Zhijin scoffed lightly, though her lips curled up. Spare me the act. We must clarify the accounts tonight. Tomorrow, we need to arrange the staff's duties, and in a few days, we will be heading back to Jingguan City. Upon hearing this, Jing'an leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Then what reward will I receive after finishing the accounts? Gu Zhijin felt a warmth rise to her ears and pushed his face away. Work first. Jing'an grinned, trailing behind her with a teasing tone. My dear, you must keep your promises. Back in their temporary room on the third floor of the shop, Gu Zhijin retrieved the account book and sat at the table. Jing'an also brought a stool to sit beside her, their heads nearly touching as they began reconciling the day's income and expenses. On the first floor, the dessert shop earned 23 taels today. The barbecue on the second floor brought in 38 taels, while the hot pot on the third floor generated 45 taels. Gu Zhijin's fingers gracefully traced the ledger, her voice cool and focused. Jing'an listened intently, stealing glances at her profile. Under the flickering candlelight, Gu Zhijin's eyelashes cast a delicate shadow, her nose elegantly poised, and her lips slightly pursed, exuding a seriousness that captivated his attention. Unable to resist, he reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair that had fallen onto her shoulder behind her ear. Stop it, Gu Zhijin chided without looking up. Swatting his hand away, focus. Jing'an pouted, retracting his hand but mischievously nudged her leg with his knee. Wife, let us go to the beach tomorrow. The shop is running smoothly now. We can let the staff handle things for a few days and take a break. Gu Zhijin paused her writing, raising her gaze to him. What do you want to do? Jing'an's eyes lit up, instantly animated. Collecting seashells. Catching crabs. I heard that during low tide, we can dig for sea conchs on the beach. We can bring a small bucket and come back to make seafood soup. Gu Zhijin looked at his excitement, unable to suppress a light laugh. You certainly know how to plan. Of course. Jing'an beamed with pride. Gu Zhijin shook her head, returning to her accounting without further objection. Jing'an recognized this as her tacit consent, feeling elated, and even approached her shoulder more frequently, like a clingy puppy. By the time they reconciled the accounts, it was already late at night. Gu Zhijin closed the ledger, rubbing her slightly sore eyes. Jing'an, noticing, immediately reached over to gently massage her temples with just the right amount of pressure and skill. Is that comfortable? He asked softly. Yes, Gu Zhijin replied, eyes closed. Jing'an's fingers glided from her forehead to the nape of her neck, lightly squeezing. Are you tired, wife? Gu Zhijin slightly opened her eyes, meeting his concerned gaze. Her heart softening. I'm all right. Suddenly, Jing'an bent down and swept her into his arms. Then let us go to bed. Gu Zhijin, taken by surprise, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Put me down. Not a chance. Jing'an declared with conviction. You're tired, and it's only right for me to carry you to bed. Gu Zhijin glared at him, but his radiant smile, filled with mischief, made her relent. With a sigh of resignation, she allowed him to carry her to the bedside. Jing'an carefully set her down, then eagerly helped her out of her outer garment before contentedly lying beside her, wrapping his arm around her. Wife, where's my promised reward? He whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Gu Zhijin turned on her side, playfully pinching his cheek. You performed well today. Jing'an's eyes brightened, just as he leaned in to kiss her, but she halted him with a finger pressed against his forehead. Time for sleep. Jing'an looked at her with a pitiful expression. Wife, that's unfair. Gu Zhijin's eyes sparkled with amusement, and she suddenly lifted her head to gently kiss his lips. All right, sleep now. Jing'an's eyes instantly lit up, yet he begrudgingly tugged at her sleeve. A mere peck isn't enough. Before he could finish, he had already captured the back of her head, his warm lips skillfully finding hers. The kiss began as a gentle exploration, but upon sensing her lack of resistance, it quickly deepened into a passionate embrace. He captured her lower lip, softly teasing it. And when his tongue brushed against her teeth, he felt her body tremble in response. Unbeknownst to them, his hand had found its way to her back, caressing the delicate curve of her spine through the thin fabric of her clothing. When his fingertips inadvertently grazed her waist, Gu Zhijin emitted a soft gasp, clear and resonant in the hushed room. Jing'an froze, his body responding immediately to the sound. The heat and firmness between their closely pressed forms were undeniably palpable. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed crimson, and as she instinctively tried to pull away, he tightened his hold. Don't move, Jing'an murmured, burying his face in her neck. His breath heavy and quickening. Let me recover. He nuzzled against her hairline, his voice pitiful. It's all your fault for being so alluring. Gu Zhijin remained stiff in his embrace, but she could distinctly feel the rapid beating of his heart beneath their layers of clothing. This is my fault? If you hadn't touched me. Gu Zhijin playfully poked his forehead, only to have him catch her finger and nibble it gently. I don't care. It's all your fault. Jing'an retorted, his tone petulant. The following morning, sunlight poured through the window, awakening the room. Jing'an, having risen early, noticed Gu Zhijin still asleep. He quietly slipped out of bed and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He made a pot of fresh shrimp porridge and fried a few scallion pancakes. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, rousing Gu Zhijin from her slumber just as Jing'an entered with a tray. Wife, you're awake. Jing'an beamed. Come and eat. After washing up, Gu Zhijin took the bowl, spooning some porridge into her mouth. Jing'an sat beside her, resting his chin on his hand, admiring her beauty. And couldn't he help but tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Wife, let us wear that ethereal dress to the beach today, shall we? Gu Zhijin looked up. Why? Because it's beautiful. When the wind blows, the skirt will flutter like a fairy. He replied with a grin. Gu Zhijin rolled her eyes, but didn't he refuse? After breakfast, the two tidied up quickly, taking along a small bamboo basket and a shovel, heading straight for the beach. The morning beach was relatively quiet, the water crystal clear, with gentle waves lapping against the shore, leaving behind trails of white foam. Jing'an kicked off his shoes and ran barefoot on the fine sand, pulling Gu Zhijin along. Wife, look over there. Shells. Gu Zhijin, reluctantly following his lead, ran a few steps, her skirt billowing with the sea breeze, resembling a soft lavender cloud. Jing'an turned back to glance at her and was momentarily mesmerized, stumbling and nearly falling into the water. Gu Zhijin quickly grabbed him. Be careful. Once steady, Jing'an laughed. The captain's balance is still impeccable. Gu Zhijin, uninterested in teasing him further, bent down to pick up a milky white shell, inspecting its pattern under the sunlight. This one is lovely. Jing'an leaned closer. Do you like it? I'll gather more and string them together to give you. He bounded off like an exuberant puppy, collecting shells, and soon returned with a handful, proudly presenting them to Gu Zhijin. Wife, which ones are pretty? Looking down, she selected a few delicate ones from his palm. These could be made into earrings. Jing'an's eyes brightened. You can make jewelry? Gu Zhijin replied nonchalantly. I learned a bit while on missions. Wife, you're truly multi-talented. Jing'an flattered. As they strolled along the shoreline, occasionally bending down to collect shells or crouching to dig for small crabs in the sand. With a playful spirit, Jing'an, taking advantage of Gu Zhijin's distraction, sneakily tossed a handful of sand onto her skirt. Gu Zhijin, noticing, turned sharply. Jing'an. He dashed away, laughing. Come chase me.
Wife.
Gu Zhijin squinted and suddenly scooped up a handful of wet sand, forming a ball and accurately throwing it at Jing'an's back.
Ouch.
He exclaimed dramatically, spinning around to embrace her. Wife, you're so ruthless. Gu Zhijin stumbled back a couple of steps, but Jing'an held her tightly around the waist. Both of them teetering but managing to stay upright, their noses nearly touching. The sea breeze brushed through, causing Gu Zhijin's hair to lightly graze Jing'an's cheek, tickling him. Staring into her close-set eyes, Jing'an felt his throat tighten. Wife Gu Zhijin slightly turned her face away. Let go. Yet Jing'an only tightened his grip. Leaning in closer, whispering in her ear, "Wife, after we return, let us ask Princess Mingyu to remarry us, shall we?" Gu Zhijin paused for a moment, then softly replied,
All right.
Jing and S face lit up with joy, and he leaned down to kiss her lips lightly. "It's a promise." Gu Zhijin felt a slight flush in her ears, and gently pushed him away. "Stop fooling around. Let us go catch crabs." Jing rolled up his pant legs, barefoot as he stepped among the shallow rocks, wielding a makeshift net crafted from branches and fishing net, his gaze fixated on the rippling water below. "My lady, look over here," he suddenly murmured excitedly, beckoning her toward the shore. "There's a big crab right here." Gu Zhijin approached with a bamboo basket, watching as Jing crouched low, stealthily inching toward a rock. He abruptly thrust the net down with a splash, sending water flying. Jing triumphantly lifted the net only to find it empty, save for a few pathetic strands of seaweed. The audacious green-shelled crab scuttled away, waving its claws in a taunting manner. Jing's smile faltered. Gu Zhijin suppressed a laugh, biting her lip. "It's mocking you."
Ah.
"How could I?" A dignified senior female agent, possibly let it escape. Jing's face turned crimson as he stubbornly chased after the crab. "If you have the guts, don't run." The crab nimbly slipped into the crevices of the rocks. Jing lunged forward, only to splash into the water with a resounding thud, soaking his pant legs. He clumsily rose, triumphantly holding up the struggling crab.
Got it.
"Look, it's even bigger than my palm." The crab, however, clamped down fiercely on his thumb, causing him to dance in pain, too frightened to shake it off lest he lose his hard-won dinner. He grimaced, maintaining a comical balance as if performing some peculiar dance. Unable to contain her laughter, Gu Zhijin approached him. As she neared, she overheard Jing negotiating with the crab. "Let go. If you don't, you'll be the first to be cooked tonight." The crab tightened its grip. Gu Zhijin turned her face away, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Clearing her throat, she drew a small knife from her waist, tapping the crab shell with the back of the blade. The crab instantly released its grip and fell into the bamboo basket with a thud. Jing cradled his swollen thumb, blowing on it. "Why does this crab treat me differently?
Ouch.
It hurts so much. I need my lady to blow on it." Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to blow gently on the injured spot, then bent down to scoop a few clams from the shallow water, tossing them into the basket. "Let us start a fire. We're almost done gathering." Jing had been following her eagerly, but suddenly pointed at a small hole in the sand, exclaiming, "My lady, there are razor clams here." Without waiting for a response, he knelt down and frantically dug in the sand, resembling a burrowing groundhog. When Gu Zhijin turned back, she found him with muddy hands and sand clinging to his nose, proudly presenting a plump razor clam. "Tonight, we can have a feast." Jing built a makeshift stove from stones and set up a small iron pot. Gu Zhijin poured the cleaned seafood into the bubbling coconut milk, and the delectable aroma quickly filled the air, making Jing salivate.
Try it.
Gu Zhijin ladled a spoonful of soup to his lips. Jing eagerly drank a mouthful, only to recoil, his tongue burning. "Wow, it's delicious." Indeed, high-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. The next morning, Jing opened the window, inhaling the salty sea air, then turned to Gu Zhijin. "My lady, how about we go out to sea today? Boss Lin said we could borrow a small boat to fish in a farther area." Gu Zhijin, busy packing, looked up. "Sure. Let us prepare some food and set out." The small boat gently rocked with the waves as Jing stood at the bow, rod in hand, pretending to scan the horizon. Gu Zhijin sat at the stern, rod in hand, patiently waiting for a bite. The sea sparkled under the sun, with seagulls occasionally soaring above, their calls ringing sweetly. Jing, enjoying a rare moment of quiet, leaned over to Gu Zhijin, peering into her empty fish basket. "How many have you caught, my lady?" Gu Zhijin pointed to the vacant basket. "Your noise scared all the fish away." Jing sheepishly rubbed his nose and obediently returned to the bow, this time moving much more quietly. Time passed and suddenly, Gu Zhijin's rod dipped. Her eyes sharpened, and she swiftly reeled in, pulling a shimmering silver fish from the water, which flopped desperately in the sunlight. "My lady, you're amazing." Jing leaned in, reaching for the fish, only to be splashed in the face by its tail. Gu Zhijin chuckled lightly, taking the fish from him, deftly unhooking it and tossing it into the basket. "We can have an extra dish tonight." Jing rubbed his face, unwilling to be outdone, picked up another rod. "I want to catch an even bigger one." However, as the sun set, Jing's rod remained still and silent. Dejected, He reeled it in, grumbling. What's wrong with the fish? Why are they only biting yours? Gu Zhijin handed him the fish basket. Let us head back. We have enough to eat. Jing'an took the basket, suddenly his eyes sparkling. My lady, look over there. Chapter 27. Departure to Linzhou. Gu Zhijin followed his gaze and beheld a group of dolphins leaping gracefully from the water, tracing beautiful arcs before diving back in. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon them, creating a dreamlike scene. Gu Zhijin momentarily lost herself, her eyes reflecting this breathtaking sight. Jing'an quietly took her hand, softly saying, I've heard that those who see dolphins will have good fortune. Gu Zhijin snapped back to reality, glancing at him. You're just making things up again. Jing'an grinned, leaning closer. Come on, my lady, make a wish. What if it comes true? Gu Zhijin paused, gazing at the sea, and softly said, I hope the journey ahead goes smoothly. In the following days, the couple explored the coastline of Wuzhou, gathering seafood during the day, fishing, and watching sunsets on the beach at dusk, returning to their branch restaurant at night to reconcile accounts and plan their upcoming itinerary. The branch was flourishing, with word of mouth about their seafood hot pot and sweet drinks spreading far and wide, attracting diners even from the nearby state capital. With everything in order at the Wuzhou branch, they decided to return to Jingguan City. However, they intended to take a different route, planning to detour through Linzhou to experience the local culture along the way. Before they departed, Boss Lin came to see them off, gifting them a box of special coconut candy. If you two ever come back to Wuzhou, you must visit my humble abode. Jing'an clasped his hands and smiled. Absolutely. And you must come to Jingguan City to visit us at the Zui Xianlu. As the carriage slowly left Wuzhou, Jing'an looked back at the receding city walls, exclaiming, This trip has been truly rewarding. Gu Zhijin nodded. The branch is on the right track. We can report back to the princess now. Jing'an leaned closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulders, grinning. The most important thing is that we can finally plan our wedding again. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance.
You're really fixated on that.
Jing'an defended himself, of course. It's a significant matter. Gu Zhijin shook her head helplessly, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. The carriage rolled along the official road, its wheels creaking over the damp earth after the rain. Jing'an lifted the curtain, gazing at the distant mountains, sunlight filtering through the clouds, painting the peaks in varying shades of azure. My lady, we're almost to Linzhou. He turned back to see Gu Zhijin resting against the cushion, eyes closed, and gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I've heard Linzhou is famous for its silk and spices. Should we stay a few more days? Gu Zhijin opened her eyes, her gaze bright. What scheme are you concocting this time? Jing'an grinned widely and leaned in. Not at all. I just think, since we're taking the long way, we might as well explore a few more places. He subtly hooked her sleeve with his fingers and gave it a gentle shake. And the night market in Linzhou is renowned. We can visit it tonight. Gu Zhijin shot him a sidelong glance, the corners of her lips curving upward.
All right.
Jing'an's eyes sparkled as he leaned in closer, resting his chin on her shoulder. You're the best, my lady. Gu Zhijin pushed his face away gently. Sit up straight. Don't lean on me. Jing'an reluctantly moved aside but, seizing the moment when she was distracted, quickly planted a kiss on her cheek before retreating to a seat, feigning interest in the view outside. Wow, my lady, look over there. Do those clouds not resemble a rabbit? Gu Zhijin observed that the city walls of Linzhou were even more ancient than those of Wuzhou. The gray-blue bricks adorned with creeping vines and the imposing characters Linzhou carved above the city gates. After the guards inspected their travel documents, they respectfully allowed them entry. As they stepped into the city, a rich aroma of spices enveloped them. Colorful silks fluttered at the entrances of the shops lining the streets, resembling a flowing rainbow. The calls of vendors echoed around them, selling spices, silks, and an array of exquisite handicrafts. Jing'an, brimming with excitement, glanced around and occasionally tugged at Gu Zhijin's sleeve. My lady, there's a spice shop over there. Shall we take a look? With Jing'an pulling her forward, Gu Zhijin helplessly replied, Do slow down. The proprietor of the spice shop, a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard, welcomed them warmly upon noticing their fine attire. Welcome, esteemed guests. What might you wish to purchase? We have superior agarwood, sandalwood, and rosewater from the western regions, perfect for women's garments. Jing'an leaned closer to the counter, picked up a small piece of dark brown spice, and inhaled deeply, his eyes lighting up. My lady, this fragrance is quite unique. Gu Zhijin took it, gently crushed it between her fingers and sniffed again. This is aged agarwood, of excellent quality. The proprietor looked at her in surprise. Madam has a discerning eye. This agarwood has been stored for over 10 years. When ignited, its aroma is rich and calming. Jing and decisively declared, "Wrap it up."
Then,
Pointing to another jar of pale yellow powder, he inquired, "What is this?" "Esteemed guest, that is the local specialty of osmanthus powder. When added to bathwater, it leaves a lasting fragrance throughout the day." Jing En's eyes sparkled as he turned to Gu Zhijin and winked. "My lady, this would suit you perfectly." Gu Zhijin glanced at him, but said nothing. Jing En, however, excitedly selected several types of spices and ultimately purchased a small bottle of rose essential oil from the western regions, which he secretly tucked into his sleeve. After leaving the spice shop, Jing En pulled Gu Zhijin to several silk shops. The silk of Linzhou was thin and soft, adorned with intricate patterns. Though Gu Zhijin was not fond of extravagance, she selected a moon-white soft gauze to make an autumn garment. Jing En, however, had his eyes set on a dark red brocade, excitedly gesturing, "My lady, how about this for a wedding dress?" Gu Zhijin's ears flushed slightly as she turned her face away. "As you wish." Jing En grinned widely, immediately paying for it, and secretly ordered a set of inner garments embroidered with lotus flowers, intending to gift them to Gu Zhijin at their wedding. In the evening, they checked into an inn by the riverside. The room was spacious and clean, and opening the window revealed the enchanting night view of Linzhou. With boats gliding across the river and lights twinkling, Jing En pushed open the intricately carved wooden window and the moist river breeze, carrying the distant sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, brushed against him. He inhaled deeply and turned to Gu Zhijin, who was organizing the spices. "My lady, look at how beautiful the night view is." Leaning against the window, the moonlight cast a soft silver glow on his sharply defined profile. Gu Zhijin, without looking up, deftly sorted the spices into small porcelain bottles with her slender fingers. "If you are so idle, why not prepare the clothes you intend to wear tomorrow?" Jing En pouted but suddenly brightened as if recalling something. He tiptoed behind Gu Zhijin, pulling out the exquisite glass bottle from his sleeve, and the fragrance of rose essential oil instantly filled the air. "My lady, after a tiring day, how about a bath to relax?" he whispered in her ear, his voice laced with uncontainable mirth. "This essential oil is specially chosen for you." Gu Zhijin paused briefly, glancing at him. "What are you up to?" "What could I possibly be up to?" Jing En blinked innocently, his long fingers toying with the glass bottle. "I merely wish to assist my lady in her bath." "No need," Gu Zhijin firmly rejected, but saw Jing En already approaching the bathing tub behind the screen, pouring hot water prepared by the attendant. Jing En. She frowned and stood up, but he turned around with a beaming smile, his eyes glimmering with mischief. "The water is ready, my lady. Would you really waste this fine rose essential oil?" He shook the bottle in his hand, the rose fragrance intensifying, known for its ability to soothe fatigue and enhance beauty. Gu Zhijin pursed her lips, gazing into his expectant eyes, and finally sighed, "I'll manage it myself. You go outside." Jing En immediately sulked, mumbling, "My lady is so heartless, pitying your husband's sincere intentions." Enough with that, Gu Zhijin interrupted him, but he suddenly leaned closer, his warm fingers lightly resting on her shoulder. "Shall I give my lady a shoulder massage?" "Just for a moment." His tone softened, hinting at a playful appeal. "You must be sore from sitting in the carriage for so long." Left with no choice, Gu Zhijin acquiesced to his whims. Jing En promptly positioned himself behind her, his long, strong fingers gently kneading her shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. "How is it, my lady? Is it comfortable?" He leaned down to whisper in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Gu Zhijin let out a soft hum, closing her eyes as she surrendered to his ministrations. It must be said, Jing En's technique was indeed impressive, as he had received professional training in his past life. Well-versed in the human anatomy and muscle structure, his fingertips glided from her shoulders down to the back of her neck, gently pressing on the taut tendons. Gu Zhijin instinctively relaxed, even tilting her head slightly to facilitate his actions. Seeing her unguarded demeanor, Jing En's throat bobbed. In the candlelight, the graceful line of Gu Zhijin's fair neck was illuminated, a few strands of hair swaying gently with his movements. He couldn't resist gently caressing that small patch of skin, feeling her sudden stiffness. "Don't play around," Gu Zhijin cautioned, though her voice had softened slightly, almost playful. Jing En chuckled, his fingers obediently returning to her shoulders, but inadvertently brushed against her collarbone. "Captain, you are too tense. Your muscles are all stiff." Gu Zhijin remained with her eyes closed, merely huffing. Well, it's because of you.
What about me?
Jing feigned innocence, but his fingers quietly wandered lower. Lingering at her lower back, my lady, is this spot sore? His palm rested against her waistline, warmth seeping through the thin fabric. Gu Jin suddenly opened her eyes and firmly grasped his wrist. Behave yourself. Jing blinked innocently. I am being very honest. I just wish to help my lady relax. Gu Jin lightly scoffed, releasing her grip, but not stopping him from continuing the massage. Jing secretly smiled, realizing he had become more restrained, though occasionally his fingertips would inadvertently brush against her earlobe or collarbone, prompting Gu Jin to shoot him a few warning glances. The night market in Linzhou proved to be as lively as rumored. Lanterns adorned the streets, and the calls of vendors filled the air, mingling with the aroma of various snacks. Jing held a freshly bought candied hawthorn in one hand while grasping Gu Jin's hand with the other. Weaving through the crowd. My lady, would you like to try? He brought the candied hawthorn to her lips. Gu Jin bent down to take a bite. The sweet and sour hawthorn enveloped in a crystal-like sugar coating, a delightful experience. Jing noticed a bit of sugar stuck to her lips and, with a glint in his eyes, leaned closer to whisper, My lady, you have sugar on your mouth. Just as Gu Jin raised her hand to wipe it off. He preempted her, lowering his head to gently lick the corner of her lips, capturing the sugar. Shao Qi. Don't ever lick me again. Gu Jin's ears instantly flushed red as she pushed him away, embarrassed by the public display. Jing licked his lips, grinning mischievously sweet. Gu Jin, too weary to respond, turned and walked ahead. Jing hurriedly caught up, boldly taking her hand and intertwining their fingers. My dear, please do not be angry. I was wrong. Gu Jin glanced at him, but did not withdraw her hand. They strolled to a stall selling lanterns, where Jing, filled with enthusiasm, selected a lotus lantern. My dear, shall we go to the riverbank to release the lanterns? I have heard that the river lanterns in Linzhou are quite effective for making wishes. Gu Jin initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing the sparkle in his eyes, she nodded slightly. By the riverside, a number of people had gathered. Young men and women crouched by the bank, carefully placing their lit lotus lanterns into the water, watching them drift away with the current. Jing guided Gu Jin to a quieter corner and took out a fire stick to ignite the wick. The warm yellow light cast a gentle glow on their faces. My dear, make your wish first. He handed the lantern to Gu Jin. Taking the lantern, she lowered her gaze in silence for a moment before gently releasing it into the water. Jing crouched down beside her, mimicking her actions with another lantern. The two lotus lanterns floated side by side, gradually merging into the sea of lights on the river's surface. Jing leaned closer to Gu Jin and asked softly, What did you wish for? Gu Jin replied indifferently, If I tell you, it won't come true. Jing pouted. How stingy. Suddenly, Gu Jin turned to him. What about you? Jing blinked and beamed. I wish for us to grow old together and have a house full of children and grandchildren. Gu Jin was taken aback, turning her face away. How childish. Jing insisted, inching closer. What about you? Did you wish for something similar? Gu Jin pushed his face away. Enough, let's go back to sleep. Jing grinning, followed her. Seizing the moment, he bent down and swept her into his arms. My dear is tired. I shall carry you back. Gu Jin was startled and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Put me down.
No.
Jing declared defiantly. It is only right for me to carry my dear. Gu Jin struggled a couple of times without success and eventually relented. Jing triumphantly carried her through the crowd, attracting the laughter of many passers-by. Upon returning to the inn, Jing carefully placed Gu Jin on the bed. Just as he leaned in for a kiss, she pressed a finger to his forehead. Go take a bath. You smell of sweat. Jing, feeling wronged, sniffed himself. I don't smell. Gu Jin raised an eyebrow. Are you going or not? Yes. Jing immediately raised his hands in surrender and dashed off to fetch water. Chapter 28. Baichao Hall Linzhou was shrouded in a thin mist. Jing pushed open the window and turned to see Gu Jin combing her hair. My dear, I heard there's a renowned tea house in the east of the city famous for its crab roe buns. Shall we go try it? He walked behind her, naturally taking the wooden comb to help her untangle her flowing black hair. Gu Jin glanced at him in the bronze mirror. Didn't you say last night you wanted to go to the pear blossom garden? Jing's fingers deftly wove through her hair as he chuckled. We can have breakfast first, and then enjoy the flowers. It's not a waste of time. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, stealing a kiss on her cheek. Jing Gu Zhijin glared at him. Yes, yes. Jing En replied cheerfully, continuing his task. Soon, he fashioned a simple bun for her and carefully inserted a silver hairpin from her dressing box. You look truly beautiful. He admired the reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Gu Zhijin turned her face away, unable to hide the slight upturn of her lips. As they stepped out of the inn, the streets were already bustling with activity. The morning market in Linzhou was lively, with vendors calling out about fresh fruits and vegetables, and the steam from the tea house wafted enticing aromas.
Suddenly,
a commotion arose ahead. The crowd parted, revealing several burly men in matching attire, carrying a lavish sedan chair that moved slowly forward. The curtain of the chair was partially drawn, revealing a young gentleman dressed in fine garments.
who is that?
Jing En curiously asked a nearby vendor. The vendor lowered his voice. Sir, you must be an outsider. That is the young master of the largest trading house in Linzhou, Montong, surnamed Zhou. His business reaches across Nanchu, and even the officials must give him a bit of face. Jing En raised an eyebrow and turned to Gu Zhijin. My dear, this Zhou family sounds quite impressive, does it not? Gu Zhijin gave the sedan chair a fleeting glance and replied softly, It has nothing to do with us. Let us go. Jing En nodded, just as he was about to take Gu Zhijin away when the sedan chair suddenly halted. A bony hand lifted the curtain, revealing a strikingly handsome face, approximately 25 or 26 years old, with features that were picturesque, a faint smile gracing his lips, and a jade pendant at his waist that spoke of considerable worth. The young Master Zhou leaned out, his gaze landing directly on Gu Zhijin. Jing En frowned, instinctively positioning himself in front of her, his expression turning cold. However, Zhou seemed oblivious to Jing En's presence, smiling slightly as he addressed Gu Zhijin. Miss, are you new to Linzhou? I am Zhou Yan. May I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of tea? His voice was clear and pleasant, his words articulate, but the greed hidden in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. Gu Zhijin maintained her composure, replying coolly, no need. Zhou Yan appeared taken aback by the refusal, momentarily stunned, before quickly recovering with a smile. There's no need to be polite. Linzhou has many interesting places. If you don't mind, I could be your guide. Jing En could no longer tolerate it and wrapped his arm around Gu Zhijin's waist, forcing a smile as he said, This young master, my dear, has me accompanying her, so there's no need for your assistance. He deliberately emphasized the word my dear, as if to assert his claim. Only then did Zhou Yan seem to notice Jing En, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by understanding. I see. My apologies for the intrusion. He bowed slightly, but his gaze lingered on Gu Zhijin for a moment before he lowered the curtain and departed. Once the figures faded into the distance, Jing En immediately turned around and pinched Gu Zhijin's cheek. My dear, why do you attract so much attention? We've barely stepped out for a quarter of an hour, and already a swarm of admirers has descended. Gu Zhijin swatted his hand away. Stop talking nonsense. Just then, he suddenly leaned in close, inhaling her neck. What are you doing? Gu Zhijin leaned back slightly. Jing En replied solemnly. I'm just checking if it's the rose essential oil. He attempted to lean in again. Gu Zhijin pushed his face away. If you keep this up, we won't be going to the pear blossom garden today. Jing En promptly complied, obediently taking her hand. Let us go. Let us go. Eat crab roe buns. The tea house in the east of the city was as bustling as promised, and even from a distance, one could smell the enticing aromas. In front of the 3-story wooden building, several large steamers were set up, and through the billowing mist, golden, glistening buns could be seen. A waiter, with a white towel draped over his shoulder, deftly weaved between tables, calling out the day as specials. Jing En led Gu Zhijin to a window-side table, ordering a basket of crab roe buns, a basket of shrimp dumplings, and a few signature delicacies, along with 2 bowls of almond tea. Before long, the steaming breakfast arrived at their table. Jing En eagerly picked up a crab roe bun, taking great care as he bit into it, golden crab oil immediately bursting forth, filling the air with its delectable fragrance. My dear, try this. He quickly brought the bun to Gu Zhijin's lips, being cautious of the heat. Gu Zhijin lowered her head to take a bite. The sweet crab meat mingled with the rich broth, unfolding a delightful taste in her mouth. She nodded slightly. It is indeed good. Jing En grinned with pride and picked up a shrimp dumpling. This one is also delicious. The shrimp is both crunchy and sweet. As they spoke, snippets of conversation from the neighboring table drifted over. Have you heard? The Zhou family is expanding their business again. This time, they have their eyes on the land of Baicao Hall. Oldley is willing to sell? That's his family's ancestral shop. He has no choice. The Zhou family has made it clear, either take the money and leave or... The speaker made a gesture across his throat. Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, continuing their meal with composure, while their ears perked up. Poor Oldley, he had a stroke 2 years ago. And now he relies on his daughter to manage the apothecary. That girl is still so young. Who could withstand the predatory wolves of the Zhou family? Gu Zhijin set down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. Jing'an understood her cue and beckoned a waiter to settle the bill. Upon exiting the tea house, Jing'an whispered, "My dear, would you care to explore a bit?" Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment before responding, "All right." The two proceeded south along the main street, turning several corners until the road narrowed, flanked by aging shops. A faint scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air, indicating they were nearing the apothecary market. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through the chatter. "Your Zhou family is being overly tyrannical. What right do you have to expel us?" Jing'an and Gu Zhijin hurried forward, discovering a crowd gathered before an old apothecary shop adorned with a sign reading Bai Chao Hall. At the center stood a girl of about 15 or 16, clad in a faded, coarse cloth dress of lotus color. Her features were delicate yet imbued with fury as she clutched a ledger tightly in her hands. Opposing her were 5 burly men dressed in the attire of the Wantong Trading Company, the leader of whom had a brutish visage and a short iron rod strapped to his waist. "Little girl, don't be so ungrateful," the burly man sneered. "We, the Zhou family, intend to acquire this shop and transform it into a silk store. We are offering you double the price for your establishment. What more do you want?" The girl gritted her teeth. "This is not a matter of money. My father's medicinal herbs require special preservation. A hasty relocation will ruin their efficacy. And you have no right to demand we leave before the contract's expiration." The burly man waved his hand dismissively. "Stop your nonsense. If you continue to cause a ruckus, don't blame us for being impolite." He reached out to shove the girl. Jing'an's demeanor turned icy as he prepared to intervene. But Gu Zhijin stepped in front of him first, softly advising, "Let us remain calm." She approached the girl and said, "Gentlemen, let us discuss this matter civilly. There is no need for violence." The burly man paused, taken aback by Gu Zhijin's poised presence. Unable to discern her status, he furrowed his brow and replied, "Madam, this is a private affair of the Zhou family. It would be wise for you to refrain from interference." Gu Zhijin maintained her composure. "Is it the Zhou family's custom to bully defenseless young women?" The burly man's expression darkened. "Madam, I advise you to choose your words carefully. The Zhou family has always acted justly. The contract clearly states you must vacate by the end of the year." The girl produced a yellowed piece of paper from her bosom. "You are violating the agreement by attempting to expel us now." Furious, the burly man raised his hand threateningly. "You dare to speak back, you insolent girl." Gu Zhijin's gaze sharpened as her fingers subtly moved, a copper coin sliding silently into her palm. Just as the situation seemed dire, a familiar voice rang out from afar. "Stop." The crowd parted, revealing Zhou Yan accompanied by several attendants. His eyes swept over Gu Zhijin, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he smiled. "Ah, it is you, young lady. What is the meaning of this?" The burly man quickly bowed. "Young master, this girl refuses to leave and is causing a scene." The girl interjected angrily. "Clearly, it is you who are being unreasonable." Zhou Yan glanced at the girl, then at the apothecary shop behind her, suddenly inquiring, "Is your father Li Zhonggui of Baicao Hall?" The girl nodded cautiously. Zhou Yan deliberated for a moment before turning sharply to the burly man. "This is unacceptable. Master Li is a close friend of my father's. How can you treat him with such disrespect?" He then softened his tone, addressing the girl, "Miss Li, this matter has not been handled properly by my family. Allow me to extend the deadline by another fortnight. Within that time, you may properly manage your herbs, if that is acceptable." The girl was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a turn of events. After a brief hesitation, she whispered, "Really?" Zhou Yan smiled gently. "Of course. I, Zhou Yan, keep my word." He produced a token from his sleeve and handed it to her. "With this, no one will dare to trouble you again." The girl accepted the token, albeit with some skepticism, murmuring her thanks. Zhou Yan then turned to Gu Zhijin, bowing slightly. "What a coincidence to meet you again, young lady. I hope I did not cause you any embarrassment earlier." Gu Zhijin nodded slightly. Young Master Zhou handled the situation well. A glimmer of delight crossed Zhou Yan's eyes as he prepared to speak further, but Jing'an stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Gu Zijin's shoulders. My dear, the flowers in the pear blossom garden are likely awaiting us. He nodded towards Zhou Yan. Young Master Zhou, we take our leave. Zhou Yan's gaze lingered on Jing An's hand resting on Gu Zijin's shoulder for a moment, his smile faltering slightly.
Do take care.
Once they had exited the crowd, Jing An leaned closer to Gu Zijin and whispered, My dear, Zhou Yan is certainly not someone to be trifled with. We must keep our distance. The pear blossom garden lay to the west of the city, sprawling and in full bloom, resembling a cloud of snow from afar. Visitors thronged the garden, predominantly scholars and wealthy young ladies, enjoying the flowers and reciting poetry in pairs. Jing An purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and offered one to Gu Zijin. My dear, do try this? The hawthorn from Linzhou is more tart and crisp than that of other regions. Gu Zijin accepted the treat, taking a small bite, the sweet and sour flavor bursting on her palate. Petals drifted like snowflakes in the garden, falling gently onto the shoulders and hair of passers-by. Jing An and Gu Zijin strolled along the cobblestone path, the surrounding clamor gradually fading, leaving only the soft rustle of wind through the pear blossoms. My dear, look at that pear tree. Jing An suddenly pointed to a particularly sturdy old pear tree nearby, its trunk adorned with red silk. It is said that in Linzhou, if a couple writes their names on the red silk and ties it to this tree, they will grow old together. Gu Zijin gave him a sidelong glance. Do you truly believe in such things? Jing An grinned as he pulled a prepared piece of red silk from his sleeve. One might as well believe. As he spoke, he produced a small brush and dipped it in the ink provided nearby, handing it to her. Please, my dear, write first. With a resigned sigh, Gu Zijin took the brush and inscribed her name on the silk. Jing An leaned in to watch, his nose nearly brushing against her cheek. Your handwriting is truly beautiful. The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Gu Zijin's cheeks to flush slightly as she handed the brush back to him. Now you write. Jing An wrote his name in a flamboyant style, deliberately drawing a small heart between their names. Just as Gu Zijin was about to scold him, he had already tugged her towards the pear tree, standing on tiptoe to tie the red silk to the highest branch. It must be tied high, so that the god of love can see it at a glance. Jing An clapped his hands in satisfaction and turned to look at Gu Zijin, who could not suppress a slight smile at the corners of her lips. How childish. As they conversed, a sudden commotion arose nearby. Several burly men clad in Wanton Trading Company attire forcefully pushed aside flower admirers, the leader being the same brutish man from earlier. Make way. Young Master Zhou wishes to host a banquet here. The burly man bellowed, shoving aside a few young men and women who were riding on red silk. The crowd was compelled to part, and Zhou Yan approached in a moon-white brocade robe, elegantly fanning himself as he walked. Behind him trailed several attendants carrying food boxes and wine jars, clearly ready to set up a feast in the pear blossom garden. Jing An frowned and began to pull Gu Zijin away, but Zhou Yan called out, Are you not the two I encountered this morning? What a coincidence. Having been called out, they had no choice but to pause. Zhou Yan approached with quick strides, bowing with a smile. Are you also here to appreciate the flowers? Why not join me for some refreshments? I have just had some of Linzhou's specialty pastries brought. Jing An forced a smile as he returned the gesture. Young Master Zhou. Too kind. We were just about to leave. Zhou Yan, however, seemed oblivious to their refusal, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Zijin. Madame Zhang, the nectar tea from this 100-year pear king is exceptionally fragrant and sweet. Do you give it a taste? Gu Zijin replied coolly, Thank you for your kind offer. But we have matters to attend to. Zhou Yan's smile faltered momentarily, and then he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Are you two perhaps interested in the affairs of Baitsa Hall? He cast a meaningful glance around them. This is not the place for such discussions, let us. Jing An and Gu Zijin exchanged wary glances, both sensing the underlying intent in Zhou Yan's approach. What guidance do you have, young Master Zhou? Gu Zijin inquired, maintaining her composure. Zhou Yan gestured politely, indicating a pavilion not far away. Several guards stood around the pavilion, keeping idle passers-by at bay. Once the three were seated, a servant promptly presented tea and pastries. Zhou Yan personally poured the tea and casually inquired, You two are not from Linzhou, are you? May I ask the purpose of your visit? Jing An took the teacup, but did not drink, smiling as he replied, My wife and I are wandering travelers. We passed through Linzhou and heard of the exquisite scenery at Pear Blossom Garden, so we came to behold it. Zhou Yan nodded, then suddenly shifted his tone. That girl Li Su, hasn't he said anything to you, has she? Gu Zijin's eyes flickered slightly. What do you mean? Young Master Zhou, we speak plainly. Zhou Yan set down his teacup, the smile on his face gradually fading. There are issues with the deed to buy Chao Tang. The Li family has been stubbornly clinging to it, and my Zhou family has shown great patience. Seeing you both stand up for them today, I thought you were hired help from the Li family. Jing and chuckled coldly. Young Master Zhou, you think too much. We are merely witnessing injustice. Zhou Yan scrutinized the two for a moment before laughing again. I was presumptuous. Come, try this pear blossom cake. Made with fresh pear blossoms and honey. Just then, a guard hurriedly approached and whispered in Zhou Yan's ear. His expression shifted slightly as he rose and clasped his hands. I have urgent matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal. With that, he swiftly departed with his attendants. Chapter 29. Secrets of the Zhou family. After Zhou Yan left, Jing immediately leaned toward Gu Zhijin and whispered, My dear, something is amiss with this person. He was clearly testing us just now. Gu Zhijin nodded slightly, her fingertips gently tracing the rim of her teacup. He mentioned issues with the deed to buy Chao Tang. Should we investigate? Jing's eyes brightened as he lowered his voice. I have a feeling that Miss Li and this by Chao Tang are intricately connected. Gu Zhijin contemplated for a moment. Let us not act recklessly. The Zhou family has been entrenched here for many years, and as newcomers, we should avoid direct confrontation. Jing pouted. But we cannot just stand by and watch that young girl be bullied, can we? Gu Zhijin shot him a glance. You are quite enthusiastic. Jing grinned and leaned closer. Are you feeling jealous, my dear? Gu Zhijin playfully pushed his face away. Do not flatter yourself. As they spoke, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Li Sui, hiding behind a pear tree, cautiously peering in their direction. Upon noticing them, she hurriedly shrank back but accidentally stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack. Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, rising in unison to approach her. Miss Li? Gu Zhijin called softly. Li Sui, unable to avoid them, blushed and stepped out, awkwardly bowing. I heard you two would be visiting Pear Blossom Garden this morning, so Jing looked around, lowering his voice. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Come with us. The three left Pear Blossom Garden and found an inconspicuous tea house nearby. The waiter led them upstairs to a private room, where Jing intentionally chose a window-side table to keep an eye on the street below. Miss Li, why is Zhou Yan so fixated on Bai Chao Tang? Gu Zhijin asked directly. Li Sui bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before speaking. You two are my benefactors. This matter is rather lengthy. She carefully took out a yellowed account book from her bosom. This is my father's record of medicinal herbs. 3 months ago, the Zhou family suddenly proposed to buy Bai Chao Tang at double the market price. My father found it suspicious and refused. Jing took the account book and flipped through it, noticing it was filled with dates, prices, and storage locations of various medicinal herbs. Several pages had deliberately folded corners, detailing several rare herbs. What are these? Jing asked, pointing to the folded corners.
Li Sui lovret her voice, Viking grass, Julingzi.
And Qian Yan Shueshen. They are all extremely rare herbs, especially the Qian Yan Shueshen, which my father purchased from northern merchants 10 years ago and has been preserved in a cold jade box in the cellar. Gu Zhijin's eyes flickered. Is the Zhou family after these herbs?
Li Sui nodded.
That's what my father believed. A month ago, he suddenly suffered a stroke. Before losing consciousness, he could only tell me to protect these herbs at all costs and ensure that the Zhou family does not get their hands on them. Jing furrowed his brow. Was there anything suspicious about your father's stroke? Li Sui's eyes turned red. That day, I went out to gather herbs, and when I returned, my father was already on the floor. The doctor said it was caused by emotional agitation, but I always felt she clenched her fists. My father was usually calm. How could he be agitated for no reason? Gu Zhijin exchanged a glance with Jing. There was evidently more to this situation than met the eye. Miss Li, could you take us to Bai Chao Tang? Gu Zhijin inquired. Li Sui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. You two have helped me, I trust you. Bai Chao Tang was more dilapidated than they had imagined. The plaque above the door had faded, the wooden counter was polished shiny, and the air was thick with the aroma of herbs. Behind the shop was a small courtyard with several medicinal plants, and further back were the living quarters and storage for the herbs. Li Sui led them through the courtyard to a small room secured with 3 locks. This is my father's secret chamber. Even I am not allowed in here usually. She took a keyring from her waist. Since my father's stroke, this is the first time I've entered. As she opened the door, a wave of cold air rushed out. The room was sparsely furnished, with a desk in the center and several anatomical charts on the walls. The most striking feature was a cold jade cabinet in the corner, its surface glistening with tiny droplets of water. "This is where the Qian Nian Shueshun is stored," Li Sui said, pointing to the cabinet. Gu Zhijin approached to inspect it, suddenly noticing a hidden compartment beneath the desk. She gently tapped the wooden board, and a hollow echo resonated. "There is a hidden compartment," she said, looking at Li Sui. "Are you aware of this?"
Li Sui shook her head in surprise.
"My father never mentioned it." Jing and knelt down to examine the mechanism of the hidden compartment. After a moment, with a soft click, it opened, revealing a black lacquered box. Inside were a notebook and several deeds. The cover of the notebook bore the words "Secrets of the Zhou family" in bold letters. Li Sui trembled as she opened the notebook, her complexion gradually paling. The notebook detailed how the Zhou family had used unscrupulous means to swallow up other businesses over the years, and several pages mentioned incidents of mysterious deaths. Most shocking was the last page, which stated, "The Zhou father and son are secretly concocting the everlasting pill and require qixing grass, shuelingji, and qian nian shueshun as ingredients. This pill is nefarious and requires the blood of young boys and girls as a medium. They must not succeed." Now it makes sense, Jing'an realized. The Zhou family is after these herbs. Gu Zhijin's brow furrowed deeply. If what the notebook says is true, then the Zhou father and son are concocting an evil elixir, and the situation is dire. Li Sui was in tears. No wonder my father was willing to risk everything to protect these herbs. Just then, a sudden urgent knocking sounded from outside. "Miss Li, open the door quickly. The Zhou family's people are back." It was the voice of an attendant from the neighboring grocery shop. The three exchanged glances and quickly stowed away the notebook and deeds. Jing'an tucked the box into his robe and whispered, "Let us exit through the back door." As they rushed out the back door, a loud crash echoed as the front door was forcefully flung open. The shouts of several burly men mingled with Li Sui's screams. "Split up," Gu Zhijin decisively commanded. "You take Miss Li and go first. I'll lead them away." Jing'an was about to protest, but Gu Zhijin had already dashed out, deliberately making noise. Sure enough, the burly men immediately pursued her. Jing'an gritted his teeth, pulling Li Sui into a narrow alley. After winding through several turns, they finally evaded their potential pursuers.
Sister Li Sui panted.
Her face filled with worry. Jing'an reassured, "Do not worry, her skills are quite impressive." Nevertheless, his clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. The pair sought refuge in an inconspicuous inn. Jing'an requested a secluded room and instructed Li Sui to remain silent, while he positioned himself by the window, vigilantly observing the street's activities. As the sky darkened and foot traffic dwindled, a familiar figure appeared at the street corner. Gu Zhijin approached gracefully, with no pursuers in sight. Jing'an exhaled deeply and hurriedly opened the door to welcome her in. "What news?" he inquired eagerly. Gu Zhijin brushed off the dust from her sleeves. "I managed to shake them off. However, the Zhou family has already dispatched individuals to scour the city for Miss Li." She unfastened a cloth pouch from her waist. "I stopped by the county office on my way and checked the land deed records for Bai Chaotang." Inside the pouch were several transcribed documents. As Jing'an unfolded them, his brow gradually furrowed. "The deed is legitimate. It is indeed Li's family property." Gu Zhijin nodded. "The issue lies not with the deed, but with the land itself." She pointed to a small line in the documents indicating that beneath Bai Chaotang lay a natural ice cellar, an ideal place for storing medicinal materials. "Is the Zhou family after this ice cellar?" Jing'an queried, puzzled. Gu Zhijin shook her head. "Not entirely. I inquired and discovered that there are ancient waterways beneath Linzhou City, and Bai Chaotang is situated at a crucial junction. Ancient texts state that such locations are most suitable for establishing an alchemical earth vein formation."
Li Sui gasped.
"So they aim not only to acquire the medicinal materials, but also to seize my family shop?" "It seems so." Gu Zhijin's expression turned grave. "And according to my notes, the Zhou father and son have harmed many people. We must stop them." Jing'an's fists clenched in determination. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go directly to the county office and report them." However, Gu Zhijin shook her head. "The Zhou family wields considerable power in Linzhou, and the county magistrate may not dare to take action against them. Moreover, our evidence is still insufficient. What shall we do?"
Li Sui's hands twisted anxiously.
Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Miss Li, Does your father have any influential friends? Li Suyi's eyes brightened. Yes.
Doctor.
Zhao from Jisher Tang in the south of the city. He is my father's close friend, an excellent physician whom even the governor has consulted. Good. Gu Jijin decisively stated. You accompany Miss Li to see Dr. Zhao and show him the notes. I will investigate the situation at Bai Chao Tang. Jing and immediately objected, that is too dangerous. I will go with you. Gu Jijin pressed his hand down. Miss Li cannot be left alone. Besides, I will merely investigate and will not act recklessly. Jing opened his mouth to protest further, but was silenced by Gu Jijin's glance. Reluctantly, he nodded, then do take care. Gu Jijin softly affirmed and turned to leave. Jing watched her figure until it vanished into the night before reluctantly retracting his gaze. Elder brother. You and sister share a strong bond, Li Sui murmured. Jing scratched his head, feeling a rare blush of embarrassment. Come, let us find Dr. Zhao first. The night was as dark as ink, and Bai Chao Tang lay eerily silent. Gu Jijin stealthily scaled the back wall, landing lightly beside the courtyard. The shop was shrouded in darkness, yet a faint light emanated from the secret chamber. She held her breath, pressing against the wall, and faintly heard voices within. Have you found it? It was Zhou Yan's voice. Replying to the young master, we have searched everywhere, but could not find those few herbs. That girl must have hidden them. A rough male voice replied. Useless. Zhou Yan scolded. My father can hardly wait any longer. He lowered his voice, and the rest of his words became inaudible. Just as Gu Jijin leaned in closer, a wooden board creaked beneath her foot. Who? Zhou Yan barked sharply. Gu Jijin swiftly leaped onto the roof. Almost simultaneously, the secret chamber door burst open, and several burly men with lanterns rushed out, searching in every direction. Search! We cannot let anyone escape. Zhou Yan's countenance darkened ominously. Gu Jijin remained motionless on the roof. Suddenly, she noticed a peculiar key hanging from Zhou Yan's waist, entirely black with a skull motif carved at its top. The burly men, having found nothing, returned to report. Zhou Yan coldly snorted, continue searching. That girl hasn't gone far. After speaking, he turned back into the secret chamber, slamming the door shut. Gu Jijin waited a while longer, ensuring it was safe before stealthily departing. Just as she climbed over the wall, someone suddenly grasped her wrist. Miss. It was Jing An's hushed voice. Gu Jijin sighed in relief. What are you doing here? Where is Miss Li? I have settled her and her father at Dr. Zhao's. Jing replied urgently. Doctor. Zhao was horrified upon seeing the notes and said that the longevity pill the Zhou father and son are concocting a sorcery that requires the essence of 49 young boys and girls. He has already gone to notify the governor. Gu Jijin's brow furrowed. I just saw a strange key on Zhou Yan. It may be related to their alchemy. Jing An's eyes sparkled. Then let us return and deliberate further. Gu Jijin interrupted him. The Zhou family is heavily guarded. We must wait for the governor's men. As they were about to leave, a cold laugh echoed from behind. Where are you two planning to go? Turning around, they found Zhou Yan standing behind them, flanked by a dozen burly men wielding torches, blocking their path. What is your intention, young Master Zhou? Gu Jijin inquired, maintaining her composure. Zhou Yan smirked menacingly. In the dead of night, you two are lurking outside my shop and you still ask me what my intention is? He waved his hand. Seize them. The burly men surged forward. Jing positioned himself protectively behind Gu Jijin, ready to confront them. Be careful, my lady. However, Gu Jijin pressed down on his shoulder. Do not engage in a reckless fight. She addressed Zhou Yan, young Master Zhou, we are merely passing through. Why must we resort to violence? Zhou Yan sneered. Do not play innocent. You are allied with the Li girl. He narrowed his eyes. Hand over that notebook and the land deed. Jing scoffed. On what grounds? On this. Zhou Yan suddenly drew a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it against the neck of the captured Li Sui. If you do not wish for her to die, you will cooperate. Miss Li. Jing gasped. Gu Jijin's eyes turned cold. Zhou Yan, you are courting death. Zhou Yan grinned maliciously. The ones courting death are you. He yanked Li Sui backwards, hand over the items, or, before he could finish, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Moment laté. A group of officials rushed in, led by the governor of Linzhou and Dr. Zhao. Zhou Yan, release that girl. The governor commanded sternly. Zhou Yan's face paled. Governor? What brings you here? The governor coldly replied, I have received reports that your Zhou family is implicated in multiple homicides and sorcery. Men, seize him. The officials surged forward. Realizing the peril, Zhou Yan abruptly shoved Li Sui away and attempted to flee. Jing En reacted swiftly, lunging forward and tackling him to the ground. Why the sudden urge to run? Jing En taunted, twisting Zhou Yan's arm. Gu Zhijin quickly helped Li Sui to her feet. Are you alright? Li Sui shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you both. The governor approached, solemnly bowing to Gu Zhijin and Jing En. Thank you, brave heroes, for exposing this case. The Zhou father and son have committed numerous atrocities, and I shall ensure they are punished severely. Dr. Zhao stepped forward. Thanks to you. Who knows how many innocent children would have suffered? Jing En scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was merely a small effort. Gu Zhijin then inquired, Governor. Regarding Bai Chao Tang, the governor immediately understood. Since the deed poses no issues, the property shall naturally return to its rightful owner. I will also dispatch personnel to assist Miss Li in restoring her shop. Thus, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. As they departed from the county office, the horizon was already tinged with a pale light. Jing En stretched lazily and suddenly recalled something, inquiring, My dear, shall we still visit the pear blossom garden? Gu Zhijin shot him a sidelong glance. After a night of exertion, are you not weary? Jing En, with a cheerful demeanor, leaned closer. How could I tire in the company of my beloved? Gu Zhijin shook her head in exasperation, though the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Let us return and rest. Tomorrow, she paused, I shall take you to savor the crab roe buns in the eastern part of the city. Jing En's eyes sparkled with delight, immediately resembling an eager canine. You are the best, my dear. Chapter 30. Collusion with the authorities. The morning sun streamed through the window panes, filling the inn-room with light. Jing En stretched once more and turned to observe Gu Zhijin, who was brushing her hair. My dear, did not the governor declare last night that he would severely punish the Zhou family? Why is there no commotion in the streets this morning? Jing En approached Gu Zhijin from behind, naturally taking the wooden comb from her hands to tend to her flowing tresses. Gu Zhijin glanced at him through the copper mirror. I find it peculiar as well. Logically, the governor should have immediately sealed the Zhou residence, given the gravity of their crime. Jing En's fingers deftly navigated through her hair. Could it be that the governor is clandestinely orchestrating something? Gu Zhijin gently shook her head. It seems unlikely. Zhou Yan was apprehended amidst such a ruckus. The Zhou family must be aware. Just then, a cacophony erupted from downstairs. The two exchanged a glance and hurried to the window, where they beheld a group of constables marching aggressively down the street, heading towards Bai Chao Tang. This is not good. Gu Zhijin's expression changed. Something has happened. The two rushed downstairs, trailing the constables from a distance. They witnessed the officers brutally kick open the doors of Bai Chao Tang and storm inside. Shortly after, Li Sui was dragged out by two constables, her pallor striking. What crime has Miss Li committed? The surrounding townsfolk murmured. The leading constable announced loudly. The Li family is suspected of harboring banned drugs and forging land deeds. The governor has ordered us to seal Bai Chao Tang and apprehend the suspects. Jing En's fists clenched. Nonsense. Those herbs were clearly intended to be seized by the Zhou family. How can they be claimed to belong to the Li family? Gu Zhijin restrained his arm. Do not act rashly. It seems we have underestimated the Zhou family's influence. They are in collusion with the authorities. What should we do? Are we to stand by and watch Miss Li be wronged? Jing then exclaimed in distress. Gu Zhijin's gaze cooled slightly. First, we must follow and observe. The two trailed the constables to the county office, where a crowd of onlookers had already gathered, murmuring and pointing. Li Sui was ushered into the main hall, and soon the sound of the gavel echoed along with the governor's reprimands. Bold scoundrels! How dare you forge land deeds and conceal banned drugs? Bring forth the punishment, 20 lashes. It is unjust, my lord. Li Sui's cries resonated. Those herbs were legally purchased by my father, and the land deeds are authentic. Still daring to quibble. Strike her. The thud of the punishment and Li Sui's anguished screams drove Jing En to the brink. He raised his leg to charge in. Gu Zhijin grasped him tightly. Do not be reckless. Charging in now will not only fail to save her, but could also ensnare us. What then? Jing En, distressed, felt the tension in his brow. Gu Zhijin scanned the area and suddenly noticed a familiar figure, Dr. Zhao, standing at the edge of the crowd, his expression grave. She pulled Jing En closer. Dr. Zhao, Gu Zhijin whispered. What is happening? Did not the governor vow to punish the Zhou family last night? Dr. Zhao sighed with a bitter smile. Leading them to a secluded spot, I too was deceived. This morning, I went to the county office to inquire about the case's progress, only to be told by the clerk that the governor was busy with official matters. Later, I bribed a constable to learn that Lord Zhou personally visited the governor's residence last night, and they conferred until dawn. Jing ground his teeth. Indeed, they are of the same ilk. Worse still, Dr. Zhao lowered his voice. The Zhou family has spread rumors claiming that two outsiders incited Miss Li to falsely accuse them. The governor is now seeking to apprehend you. Gu Zhijin's eyes narrowed. It appears we have been caught in their trap. You too must leave quickly, Dr. Zhao urged. The Zhou family wields immense power in Linzhou. You cannot contend with them. Jing gazed longingly toward the county office. What will become of Miss Li? Dr. Zhao sighed. I will do my utmost to negotiate, at least to ensure her safety. If you truly wish to assist, perhaps you should report to the provincial office. Though the Linzhou governor is in collusion with the Zhou family, the provincial governor is said to be just. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. Dr. Zhao. We entrust Miss Li to your care. We shall depart for the provincial office at once. After parting ways with Dr. Zhao, the two hastily returned to the inn to gather their belongings. As they stepped outside, they spotted several constables questioning pedestrians at the street corner. Those two.
Halt!
One constable shouted, pointing at them. Jing seized Gu Zhijin's hand. Run. They darted into an alley, weaving and turning, finally shedding their pursuers. With the scrutiny at Linzhou's city gate heightened, they were compelled to bypass a damaged section of the wall, slipping through while the guards were distracted. Let us find refuge in a nearby village, Gu Zhijin panted. We will devise a plan to reach the provincial office after nightfall. They hurried along a rural path and soon arrived at a small village. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, several elderly individuals were basking in the shade. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces hastily approach, they cast curious glances. Good sir, Jing greeted respectfully, we are but a traveling couple seeking a bowl of water. An elderly man scrutinized them for a moment before nodding. Follow me. He led them to his humble courtyard and had his spouse bring out cool tea and coarse grain cakes. Jing and Gu Zhijin expressed their gratitude before devouring the food, having not eaten since morning. Young ones, the old man observed, you appear flustered. Have you encountered trouble? Just as Jing was about to speak, Gu Zhijin gently nudged him, taking the lead. Thank you for your concern, good sir. We intended to enter the city to sell some mountain goods, but unfortunately, we were beset by villains, and our goods were stolen, forcing us to flee. The old man regarded them with skepticism but asked no further questions. After sharing a simple lunch, the elderly couple returned to their fields, leaving the two to rest in the courtyard. My dear, what shall we do now? Jing whispered, it will take at least 2 days to reach the provincial office. And surely there will be Zhou family spies along the way. Gu Zhijin contemplated. First, we must find a way to contact Miss Li and ascertain her safety. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. I have an idea. What idea? Jing leaned closer. Gu Zhijin whispered. The Zhou father and son are intent on concocting the elixir of immortality, are they not? Though the herbs and notes have been confiscated by the authorities, they will undoubtedly be secretly returned to the Zhou family. If we can infiltrate the Zhou residence and find evidence. Jing's eyes lit up, and then we can deliver it directly to the provincial office. Brilliant! But how do we get inside the Zhou residence? Gu Zhijin's lips curled into a slight smile. Tonight, you shall find out. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the elderly couple returned from the fields, warmly inviting them to stay the night. Gu Zhijin politely declined, stating they had relatives awaiting them in the neighboring village. As they prepared to leave, Jing discreetly left a piece of silver on the table. As night deepened, the two took a circuitous route back to the outskirts of Linzhou. The torches atop the city wall glimmered like a dragon of fire, with the guards even more vigilant than during the day. Follow me, Gu Zhijin urged Jing, and as they rounded to the northwest corner of the wall. Here, overgrown with weeds, lay an inconspicuous dog hole, concealed by shrubs. This is it? Jing's eyes widened. Gu Zhijin whispered, I observed this spot during the day. It is a blind spot for the guards. And the aging wall has cracks for climbing. Jing grinned broadly. My dear, you are remarkable. The two silently scaled the wall, slipping into the city. Under the night sky, Linzhou had quieted significantly, with only a few taverns still aglow. They evaded the patrolling guards, stealthily moving along the shadows. and soon arrived at the outer courtyard of the Zhou residence. The high walls and deep courtyards of the Zhou estate were imposing, with the vermilion gate firmly shut and 2 armed guards standing sentinel. The tops of the courtyard walls were embedded with shards of porcelain to deter any intruders. "How do we get in?" Jing furrowed his brow. Gu Zhijin pointed to a towering locust tree not far away. "We can climb in from there." The branches of the locust tree extended into the Zhou courtyard, providing a means of ascent. The two, agile and nimble, quickly and silently landed in the back garden of the Zhou residence. The garden was tranquil, with only the intermittent chirping of insects breaking the silence. In the distance, the faint sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, along with laughter, suggested that the Zhou family was hosting guests. "Fortune favors us," Gu Zhijin whispered. "The Zhou family's attention is focused on the front courtyard. We have the perfect opportunity to search." The duo skillfully avoided the occasional passing maidservants and footmen, slipping into the main house area. After a thorough search, they overheard Zhou Yan's voice outside a secluded room. "Father, all the medicinal materials have been secured in the secret chamber, ensuring they are safe." An elderly voice replied, "Good. We shall commence the alchemy tomorrow." "Have the prefect's arrangements been made?" "Rest assured, the prefect has accepted 500 taels of gold from us and has promised to label those 2 outsiders as bandits, issuing a warrant for their capture." "What of the Li girl?" "She's locked in the dungeon. Once the elixir is completed, we will find an excuse to dispose of her." Jing An's anger flared at the words, but Gu Zhijin quickly restrained his hand, signaling him to remain calm. As the footsteps faded, it seemed that the Zhou father and son were departing. Gu Zhijin gently pushed open a crack in the door, confirming the room was unoccupied before the two slipped inside. The interior was sparsely furnished, resembling a study. Gu Zhijin meticulously inspected the surroundings and soon discovered a hidden door behind a bookshelf. The door was locked, the type that could be opened with the skull key Zhou Yan carried at his waist. "Allow me," Jing'an said, producing a slender iron wire from his pocket. After a few deft maneuvers in the keyhole, a soft click signaled the lock had been opened. Behind the hidden door lay a staircase descending into a brightly lit secret chamber. The chamber was filled with various alchemical instruments, and at its center stood a massive bronze cauldron, flames flickering within. In one corner, several wooden boxes were stacked, containing the medicinal materials pillaged from the Baichao Hall. "We found it!" Jing'an exclaimed in a hushed tone. They quickly rummaged through the contents and discovered a notebook and a land deed within an ornate box. Even more shocking was a register recording the names of 48 young boys and girls. Beasts. Jing'an gritted his teeth, realizing they had truly captured so many children. Gu Zhijin swiftly tucked the register and notebook into her bosom. "This is enough to condemn the Zhou family to death. We must leave." Just as they were about to exit, they suddenly heard footsteps and voices approaching from outside. "The cauldron's fire must not be extinguished. You will remain here tonight," came Zhou Laoya's voice. "Yes, my lord," a servant replied. Gu Zhijin and Jing exchanged glances and quickly concealed themselves behind a row of medicinal cabinets. The secret chamber door swung open, and Zhou Laoyi entered, accompanied by a steward. "Prepare the 7-star grass and blood spirit mushroom for the furnace by noon tomorrow," Zhou Laoyi instructed. "As for the 1,000-year snow ginseng, it shall be added at the last moment." "Rest assured, my lord," the steward replied respectfully. However, the 2 outsiders have yet to be captured. What if they go to the prefect? Zhou Laoyi scoffed. "The provincial governor is a classmate of my cousin. Everything has been arranged. If they report us, they will only be walking into a trap." Hidden behind the cabinets, Jing and Gu Zhijin were taken aback, realizing the Zhou family's influence extended to the provincial government. Zhou Laoyi issued a few more instructions before departing, leaving the steward alone to guard the cauldron. The steward retrieved a flask of wine from the cabinet and began to drink, soon dozing off at the table. Seizing the opportunity, Jing and Gu Zhijin quietly slipped out of the secret chamber and retraced their steps. Just as they exited the small room, they unexpectedly collided with a night watchman. "Who goes there?" the watchman bellowed. Jing swiftly advanced, delivering a chop to the side of the watchman's neck, causing him to collapse. However, the shout had already roused others, and a cacophony of footsteps and shouts echoed from afar. "Quickly, let's go," Gu Zhijin urged, pulling Jing toward the back courtyard. The footsteps behind them grew louder, the light from torches illuminating the night as if it were day. Just as they appeared to be cornered, Jing suddenly spotted a pile of debris by the wall. "My lady, up." He lifted Gu Zhijin and hoisted her onto the pile of junk. Gu Jin used the momentum to leap, grasping a branch atop the wall as she flipped over. Jing'an was about to follow when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his calf as an arrow embedded itself deeply in his flesh. Jing'an! Gu Jin gasped.
Me fine.
Jing'an gritted his teeth, yanking out the arrow and, despite the excruciating pain, climbed over the wall. The two jumped down the high wall and disappeared into the night. The pursuers burst out of the back door, but found no trace of them. Search! I want the entire city searched. Zhou Yan's frantic voice echoed. They must not escape. Meanwhile, Jing'an and Gu Jin had already hidden themselves in a dark drainage channel. Gu Jin tore a piece from her garment and quickly bandaged Jing'an's wound.
Can you walk?
She asked anxiously. Jing'an grinned. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing. After inspecting the wound and confirming there was no poison, Gu Jin felt slightly reassured. Now that both the Zhou family and the authorities are hunting us, we cannot go to the provincial government, nor can we leave the city gate. What shall we do? Jing'an pondered for a moment. Dr. Zhao. He promised to save Miss Li's life. Perhaps he can assist us. It's worth a try. Gu Jin nodded. But the city is under martial law. We must proceed with caution. They waited in the drainage channel until dawn, and when the morning market was bustling, they blended into the streets. Jing'an changed into a coarse cloth garment borrowed from a clothesline, while Gu Jin's smeared soot on her face. Disguising themselves as a rural couple, Dr. Zhao's Jishir Hall was located in the southern part of the city. They navigated several alleyways to avoid the patrolling guards and arrived at the back door of the apothecary. Gu Jin knocked in a rhythmic pattern. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Dr. Zhao's cautious face. Upon recognizing them, he quickly ushered them inside. You two are still alive. That's wonderful, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. With such a commotion at the Zhou residence last night, I knew it was you. Gu Jin got straight to the point. Dr. Zhao. How is Miss Li? Dr. Zhao sighed. This morning, the prefect convened, sentencing her to exile. She will be escorted to the frontier tomorrow.
What?
Jing'an slammed his hand down in anger. Isn't that a death sentence? Dr. Zhao lowered his voice. I've bribed the jailer and learned that on the way. They will be ambushed by mountain bandits. Miss Li's fate is perilous. Gu Jin's eyes turned cold. The Zhou family intends to silence her. Here, this is all the money I could gather, Dr. Zhao said, producing a heavy cloth pouch. You must flee. The farther you get from Linzhou, the better. Jing'an shook his head. We cannot leave. Miss Li is innocent, and those children captured by the Zhou family are even more so. Gu Jin contemplated for a moment before suddenly asking, Dr. Zhao, after years of practicing medicine, do you know any figures from the underworld? Or perhaps... She lowered her voice. Heroes of the Green Forest? Dr. Zhao was taken aback, then quickly grasped her meaning. You wish to intercept the prisoner transport? Gu Jin nodded. Since the authorities are colluding with the Zhou family, we can only rely on ourselves. After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Zhao resolved, Indeed. I know a group of righteous bandits who reside at Heifeng Ridge. Their leader, surnamed Yang, once owed me his life. If you can find them, perhaps. Where is Heifeng Ridge? Jing'an asked urgently. 30 miles west of the city, Dr. Zhao said, handing Gu Jin a wooden token. This is a token. The leader Yang will understand upon seeing it. Gu Jin accepted the token, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Dr. Zhao then provided them with some medicinal supplies and provisions before discreetly escorting them out through a secret passage from the apothecary. As noon approached, the scrutiny at the city gates intensified. The two individuals maneuvered to a drainage outlet in the city wall, enduring the foul stench as they crawled out. My lady, are you certain you wish to seek out those mountain bandits? Jing'an, limping as he walked, inquired with concern. Gu Jin supported him, replying, We have no other choice. Alone, we cannot rescue Miss Li, nor can we topple the Zhou family. Jing'an sighed. If only we had someone influential. Suddenly, Gu Jin halted, exclaiming, Wait, how did I not think of this? She retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom. This is the token the princess bestowed upon us. With it, we can summon swift horses and carrier pigeons at the relay stations along our route. Jing'an's eyes brightened. Indeed. We can send a message to the princess for assistance. Let us head to the relay station. Gu Jin decisively proclaimed. Then we shall seek out Chief Yang at Heifeng Ridge. A dual approach increases our chances of success. Chapter 31. Strategic Deployment Under the Blazing Sun. Jing'an and Gu Jin hastened along a secluded mountain path. while the arrow wound on Jing En's leg had scabbed over. Each step still sent sharp pangs of pain through him. Gu Jijin occasionally cast worried glances his way. "Are you truly refusing to rest?" she asked for the third time. Jing En grinned, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. "Captain, when have you ever seen me lag behind?" Gu Jijin snorted lightly, pouring some water from her canteen onto his face. "Do not be stubborn. If your wound reopens, I will knock you unconscious and carry you." Jing En blinked, suddenly leaning closer to her ear. "Captain, you wish to carry me? I wouldn't mind at all." Gu Jijin pushed his face away. "Be serious. The relay station is ahead. We must deliver the message to the princess." The relay station was a small courtyard with gray tiles, marked by a sign reading Linzhou West Station. A relay runner lounged lazily by the door, dozing. Gu Jijin signaled Jing En to stay hidden among the bushes while she straightened her clothes and approached the station with composure. "Esteemed relay runner." Gu Jijin's voice was gentle, a stark contrast to her usual cool demeanor. "My husband and I are passing through. May we trouble you for a bowl of water?" The relay runner opened his eyes, and upon seeing a beautiful young woman, his demeanor softened. "Come in. The well water is plentiful." Gu Jijin thanked him as she entered, her gaze swiftly scanning the layout of the courtyard. The main building served as the office, with 3 fine horses tethered to the left in the stables and a warehouse to the right. In the back courtyard, the outline of a pigeon loft was faintly visible. "Is it just you on duty?" Gu Jijin casually inquired as she accepted the water bowl. The relay runner sighed. "Indeed. The others have all been dispatched to hunt down some notorious bandits, leaving only this old man to guard the station." A glimmer of insight flashed in Gu Jijin's eyes. She pretended to choke on the water, coughing violently and spilling it all over herself. "Careful." The relay runner quickly offered her a cloth. Gu Jijin took the cloth, using the opportunity to inch closer to the relay runner. In a swift motion, her right hand struck like lightning, delivering a precise blow to the relay runner's carotid artery. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply. "All set." Gu Jijin signaled towards the bushes. Jing En sprang out, moving with such agility that one could hardly discern the injury on his leg. He quickly assessed the relay runner's condition. He was thoroughly unconscious and would not awaken for at least half an hour. The pair had their roles clearly defined. Jing En headed to the stables to select horses and prepare the saddles while Gu Jijin infiltrated the main building in search of carrier pigeons and writing materials. On the table within the main room lay scattered official documents, and Gu Jijin's eyes immediately fell upon an open wanted poster featuring their likenesses. "That was fast," she scoffed, swiftly retrieving a pigeon cage along with paper and ink. As she tied the message detailing the Zhou family's crimes and their plans to the pigeon's leg, a sudden warning whistle from outside alerted her. "Someone approaches." Gu Jijin darted to the window, spotting 2 officials on horseback riding towards the relay station, now less than 100 paces away. Without hesitation, she released the carrier pigeon and then climbed out the back window, rejoining Jing En behind the warehouse. "2 officials are coming on horseback," Jing En whispered. "I've chosen the best 2 horses from the stables. The others have been let go." Gu Jijin nodded. "The message has been sent. It will take time for the princess to receive it. Distant waters cannot quench nearby fires. We must proceed to Heifeng Ridge as planned." Using the warehouse for cover, they quietly made their way to the back courtyard. The officials had already entered the relay station, loudly calling for the relay runner.
"Go."
Jing En mounted his horse and reached for Gu Jijin. Just then, one of the officials burst out of the building. "Thieves. Quick, pursue them."
"Go."
Gu Jijin urged her horse forward, and it bolted from the relay station like an arrow released from a bow. Jing En followed closely behind, not forgetting to turn and make a face at the pursuers. 2 arrows whizzed through the air, and Jing En easily ducked to avoid them. The 2 riders galloped away, soon leaving their pursuers far behind. 30 miles to the west, Gu Jijin reined in her horse atop a high ridge, gazing into the distance where the mountain forest should lie. Jing En squinted, observing the distant mountains stretching endlessly, one peak particularly steep, shrouded in a faint mist, embodying the essence of Heifeng. "We should reach it before nightfall." Jing En estimated the distance, "but such a stronghold will surely have lookouts. We must approach with caution." Gu Jijin retrieved the wooden token given by Dr. Zhao. "With this, we should be able to meet Chief Yang smoothly." The 2 avoided the main roads, opting for secluded paths instead. As the sun set, the outline of Heifeng Ridge grew increasingly distinct. At the foot of the mountain, a few scattered farmhouses sent wisps of smoke curling into the air, appearing tranquil. Yet Gu Zhijin keenly observed that every intersection had farmers who seemed to be idly wandering, yet were clearly vigilant. At 3 o'clock, the one under the tree smoking a pipe, Gu Zhijin whispered, and the one in the field to the right, hoeing, is far too deliberate. He does not resemble a genuine farmer at all. Jing'an grinned. Professional, aren't they, Captain? Shall we teach them a lesson? Gu Zhijin shot him a disapproving look. Be serious. We are here seeking assistance, not to make a scene. The two dismounted and began walking, deliberately making some noise. As anticipated, as they approached the village entrance, several farmers closed in on them.
Halt!
What is your purpose? The leader, a burly man with a face full of rawness and a bulging waist, evidently concealing weapons, demanded. Gu Zhijin remained unperturbed, producing the wooden token. Please inform Chief Yang. An acquaintance has referred us, and we have urgent matters to discuss. The burly man examined the token closely, his expression shifting. Wait here. With that, he turned and dashed up the mountain. Shortly after, he returned, his demeanor considerably more respectful. Please follow me. Leave your horses here. Someone will tend to them. Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged knowing glances, relinquishing the reins to another, and followed the burly man up the mountain. The path was rugged and concealed, twisting and turning. Without a guide, outsiders would find it nearly impossible to navigate. Gu Zhijin discreetly memorized the terrain and sentry positions along the way. It was second nature for an operative. Halfway up the mountain, the path opened up to reveal a stronghold built against the mountainside, with wooden fences enclosing a cluster of well-arranged wooden houses. In the central clearing, a bonfire blazed, and dozens of men were training, the glint of blades and shouts echoing in the air. What a defensible stronghold, Jing'an remarked softly. Gu Zhijin nodded slightly. A professionally chosen site, with reasonable placements for sentries. Chief Yang is no ordinary man. They were led to the largest of the wooden houses. 2 armed guards, their gazes sharp as eagles, stood at the entrance. Before entering, the guards signaled for them to surrender their weapons. Jing'an readily handed over his dagger, while Gu Zhijin retrieved 7 or 8 concealed weapons from her sleeves, boots, and waist, finally producing a needle as fine as a hair from her hairpin. The guards stared in astonishment. Inside, the furnishings were simple, and seated in the center was a man in his 40s. His face rugged with a prominent scar on his left cheek, yet his eyes held an unexpectedly calm demeanor. He was idly playing with Dr. Zhao's wooden token. Chief Yang. Jing'an clasped his fists in greeting. I am Zhang'an, and this is my wife. Dr. Zhao referred us here for assistance. Chief Yang's sharp gaze swept over them. Dr. Zhao saved my life. He introduced me. I shall certainly assist him. However, he shifted his tone. You two do not appear to be ordinary folk. Jing'an chuckled. Leader Yang has keen insight. To be frank, my wife and I possess some rather extraordinary abilities.
Oh.
Now, I am intrigued, Leader Yang replied. What abilities do you speak of? Gu Zhijin discreetly retrieved a stolen roster from her bosom. Please take a look at this, Leader Yang. As he accepted the roster, his expression grew increasingly grave. 48 children. The Zhou family has truly lost all morality. And that is not all, Jing'an interjected. They have colluded with the authorities to frame the loyal and innocent. Tomorrow at noon, Miss Li from Bai Chao Tang is to be transported for exile. And she will surely meet with foul play along the way. Gu Zhijin fixed her gaze on Leader Yang. We are short-handed and require your assistance to rescue Miss Li. And more importantly, to save these children. Leader Yang pondered for a moment before suddenly slamming his palm on the table. Very well. I shall certainly help with this. He called out, summon the squad leaders for a meeting. Before long, a dozen robust men gathered. After Leader Yang briefly outlined the situation, the crowd erupted with fervor, expressing their resolve to storm the Zhou estate. Gu Zhijin raised her hand to quiet them. Esteemed warriors, the Zhou family wields considerable power. A direct confrontation is not advisable. We need a meticulously crafted plan. Jing'an continued. My wife and I possess some unique skills that will allow us to infiltrate the Zhou estate and rescue the children. However, we need your support outside the city and to ensure Miss Li's safety. Leader Yang raised an eyebrow. How do you plan to infiltrate? The Zhou estate must be heavily fortified now. Gu Zhijin smiled slightly. Could you provide us with a topographical map of the Zhou estate and the distribution of guards? Leader Yang laughed heartily. What a coincidence. I happen to have a guard who escaped from the Zhou estate. He clapped his hands. Bring in Lao Lu. A lean middle-aged man entered promptly. Upon learning of their plan against the Zhou family, he quickly sketched a detailed map of the estate, marking even the locations of dogholes. Gu Zhijin and Jing and scrutinized the map, occasionally whispering to each other. Observing their discussion filled with technical jargon regarding infiltration routes, guard rotation timings, and retreat strategies. Astonishment gradually crept into the eyes of Leader Yang and the others. Unable to contain himself, Leader Yang asked, "Are you perhaps scouts from the military?" Jing smiled enigmatically. "Close enough." He turned to the assembled crowd. "The plan is as follows." An hour later, a comprehensive operational strategy was established. Gu Zijin would infiltrate the Zhou estate to rescue the children, while Jing would lead a team to ambush the transport carriage carrying Miss Li. Leader Yang would remain in command, dispatching individuals to monitor the movements of the authorities and the Zhou family. "Remember, timing is crucial," Gu Zijin stressed. "Tomorrow at the hour of the snake, the Zhou family's main force will be outside the city to handle Miss Li, leaving the guards within the estate at their weakest. I will seize the opportunity to rescue her, while Jing will act simultaneously, catching them off guard." Leader Yang exclaimed, "Your deployment is even more professional than that of the authorities." Jing chuckled. "It's a small feat, by the way, Leader Yang. Could you provide some equipment? We need ropes, grappling hooks, and sedatives, among other tools." Leader Yang waved his hand. "Speak freely of what you require. Though my stronghold may not rival a military camp, we are well equipped." As the night deepened, most of the stronghold's inhabitants had retired, conserving their energy for the impending operation. However, Gu Zijin sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, repeatedly examining the map under the moonlight. "My dear, are you not yet asleep?" Jing appeared silently behind her, carrying 2 bowls of hot soup. Gu Zijin accepted the bowl, softly stating, "I need to confirm the route, once more. The secret chamber within the Zhou estate is underground, and with so many children, our escape route must be flawless." Jing sat beside her, suddenly serious. "Captain, are you worried about tomorrow's operation?" Gu Zijin shook her head. "The plan is thorough. It's just..." She paused. "This mission reminds me of my last task in my previous life." Jing's expression dimmed. They both knew that the mission that had led to the captain's crossing over had resulted from a miscommunication that nearly wiped out their entire team. "It will be fine," Jing reassured her, grasping her hand. "We have accurate intelligence, reliable allies, and more importantly," he grinned, "I will be by your side this time as well." A glimmer of warmth flickered in Gu Zijin's eyes, and she softly murmured her agreement. As dawn broke, the stronghold was already bustling with activity. Leader Yang personally selected 30 elite members, dividing them into 3 teams. One team would accompany Jing and to ambush the transport carriage. Another would assist Gu Zijin in retrieving the children, while the remaining members dispersed throughout the city to create chaos, diverting the authorities' forces. "Remember the signal," Gu Zijin reminded one last time. "After we succeed, we will regroup outside the West City Gate. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, follow the contingency plan." The group responded in unison. Leader Yang raised a wine bowl. "Brothers, today we fight to save innocent children and punish the wicked."
"Cheers! Cheers!"
The crowd shouted, downing their drinks with fervor. Jing and Gu Zijin donned the night gear provided by Leader Yang, meticulously checking their equipment: ropes, grappling hooks, sedatives, daggers, and concealed weapons, each positioned for easy access. Their movements were practiced and harmonious, eliciting admiration from the surrounding bandits. Onward! With Leader Yang's command, they descended the mountain in waves, like an invisible net, quietly casting themselves toward Linzhou City. Gu Zijin led 5 agile bandits to a drainage outlet on the eastern side of the city. This was the secret passage provided by Lao Lu, leading directly into an abandoned sewer within the city. "I shall go first," Gu Zijin signaled for the others to wait, slipping into the opening like a nimble cat. Moments later, 3 soft knocks signaled safety from within. The others climbed into the sewer one by one, feeling their way forward in the darkness. Gu Zijin led the way, each step taken with care to avoid any stones or puddles that might create noise. Approximately 15 minutes later, a faint light appeared ahead. Gu Zijin signaled for the group to halt and moved forward to investigate. The exit was obscured by weeds, revealing a secluded alley beyond, with the back wall of the Zhou estate not far off. Gu Zijin returned to report. "The guards patrol every 15 minutes. We have ample time to scale the wall. Remember, once inside, follow the plan and do not linger in battle," she instructed. The group nodded in agreement. Gu Zijin glanced at the sun. "There is still half an hour until the operation begins. Everyone, rest for a moment." Meanwhile, Jing led another team lying in wait amidst the trees along the official road to the west of the city. This was the inevitable route for transporting exiled prisoners, flanked by steep mountains, making it an ideal ambush site. Here they come. Jing An's ears perked up at the sound of approaching hoofbeats and the rumble of wheels. He signaled, and everyone immediately assumed their battle positions. Shortly after, a convoy of officials escorting the prisoner carriage slowly approached. Li Suyi was locked in a wooden cage, her complexion pale but her eyes shimmering with defiance. 4 mounted officials flanked the carriage, all appearing to be skilled fighters. Jing An counted the numbers, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth, in perfect alignment with the intelligence received. He slowly drew his short knife, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Action. Chapter 32. The rescue operation. Jing An crouched atop a tree branch, watching as the carriage gradually entered the ambush zone. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he raised his hand to signal a downward motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen arrows shot forth from the trees on either side, accurately piercing the ground surrounding the carriage, forming a circle of encirclement. An ambush, the lead official shouted, and the other officials immediately drew their swords, preparing for combat. Jing An leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully before the carriage. Grinning widely, "This mountain is mine to claim, and this tree is mine to plant. You audacious rebel," the lead official bellowed. "You dare to rob during a prisoner transport?" Jing An exaggeratedly pretended to cup his ear. "Huh? What did you say?" "The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." As he spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, fists and feet flying, swiftly taking down 2 officials in an instant. The ambushing bandits seized the opportunity to charge forth, engaging in battle with the officials. Jing An purposely held back, only using skillful techniques to incapacitate them, as most of these officials were merely following orders. In less than 15 minutes, the battle concluded. All the guards were bound tightly and discarded by the roadside. Jing An rushed to the prison cart and swiftly severed the iron lock with a single stroke. He opened the cart with one hand and assisted the frail Li Suyi out, saying, "Miss Li, you are safe now." Tears streamed down Li Suyi's face as she exclaimed, "Zhang, the Zhou family has captured many children." "Do not worry," Jing An replied with a grin. "My wife is already rescuing them." At a quarter past the hour, in the eastern part of Linzhou City, Gu Zhijin concealed herself in the shadows against the back wall of the Zhou residence, listening intently as the guards' footsteps gradually faded away. She raised her hand and signaled to the 5 mountain bandits behind her, who immediately tensed with anticipation. With a quarter of an hour's window after the patrol passed, Gu Zhijin spoke in a barely audible whisper, "Remember, in case of any unexpected situation, retreat immediately and do not engage in battle." The 5 bandits nodded in unison, their respect for this seemingly fragile woman solidified by her exceptional skills displayed since their infiltration into the city. 3, 2, 1 now. 6 grappling hooks flew over the wall simultaneously, precisely catching the ledge. Gu Zhijin ascended like a graceful cat, pausing briefly on the wall to survey the courtyard's layout and map with keen precision. She leapt silently onto a branch of an ancient locust tree, making not a sound. The 5 bandits followed closely behind, their movements less graceful than Gu Zhijin's, but still commendably trained. Gu Zhijin pointed toward the artificial hill in the southeast corner, and the group, understanding her cue, swiftly approached under the cover of the foliage. Gu Zhijin glanced towards another team, realizing they must have already engaged. As expected, a sudden flurry of urgent bells echoed from the distance, followed by thick smoke rising from multiple points within the city. The guards within the Zhou residence became agitated, with several overseers hastily rushing toward the front courtyard. The diversion had worked. A slight smile graced Gu Zhijin's lips as she commanded, "Move." She darted along the base of the wall, nimbly avoiding the patrol's line of sight at every corner. The 5 bandits watched in awe. Such skill was beyond the abilities of an ordinary person, resembling a phantom. Outside the study, 2 weary guards were yawning and complaining about being left behind to guard the premises. Gu Zhijin drew 2 slender silver needles from her waist, flicking her wrist. The guards froze simultaneously before slumping down softly. A hoo and a bow quickly stepped forward to catch them and drag them to a concealed spot. Gu Zhijin slipped into the study, heading straight for the hidden door behind the bookshelf. The door was locked, but this posed no challenge for her. With a hairpin, she deftly manipulated the lock, and with a soft click, the door swung open. "Keep watch at the door," she instructed before slipping into the secret passage. At the end of the passage, 4 robust men were languidly guarding the entrance to the secret chamber. Gu Zhijin produced a small porcelain vial from her sleeve, gently uncorking it to release a thin wisp of blue smoke that silently dissipated into the air. Within moments, the 4 guards began to struggle to keep their eyes open, swaying until they succumbed to sleep. Gu Jin held her breath and quickly passed through, arriving at the door to the secret chamber. From within, she could faintly hear the sobs of children and the reprimands of their captors. Pressing her ear against the door for a moment, she confirmed the presence of 3 guards inside. Taking a deep breath, she burst through the door. "Who goes there?" The guards exclaimed in shock, drawing their blades. Like a flash of lightning, Gu Jin raised her right hand, launching 3 iron darts that struck the guards' wrists with precision. Their steel blades clattered to the ground, and before they could react, Gu Jin was upon them, incapacitating the first with a swift chop, then delivering an elbow strike to the second. The last guard attempted to shout, but she executed a spinning kick to his temple, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The entire sequence flowed like water, completed in the blink of an eye. Gu Jin swiftly approached, retrieving the keys from the guard's waist, and gently opened the door. The interior was as she had seen that night, with a hidden compartment beneath the desk still ajar. Skillfully, she opened the concealed door and descended the stone steps slowly. The secret chamber was well lit, with a massive bronze cauldron glowing red-hot, and dozens of wooden cages lying neatly against the wall, each containing 2 or 3 children, most of whom were asleep, while a few were awake with blank stares, evidently drugged. "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you," Gu Jin said softly, while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Oddly, there were no guards in the chamber. She retrieved a dagger from her boot and swiftly pried open the cage locks. The children stirred awake, and a few began to cry out, prompting Gu Jin to quickly place a finger to her lips. "Shh, do not make a sound. The bad people will hear us." The eldest boy, around 10 years old, bravely held back his fear and asked, "Sister, are you really here to save us?"
Indeed.
Gu Jin assured him, patting his head. "Can you help me wake the other children? We must leave quietly." The boy nodded vigorously, understandingly shaking the other children awake. Gu Jin quickly scanned the secret chamber and discovered the ledger and several confidential letters on a shelf beside the cauldron. She tucked the evidence into her clothing when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Not good. Gu Jin's heart raced as she signaled for the children to hide in a corner. She slipped to the side of the stone steps, dagger poised and ready. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by heavy breathing. Gu Jin held her breath, and just as the intruder was about to step into the chamber, she lunged forward like a leopard, her dagger aimed at their throat.
"Captain."
"It's me." In that critical moment, she halted her attack. The newcomer was Jing'en. Though his clothes were stained with blood, he bore an excited smile. "What are you doing here?" Gu Jin asked, astonished. "Where is Miss Li?" Jing'en grinned. "Do not worry. Leader Yang's men have already escorted her out of the city." He glanced at the children huddled in the corner. "I finished my task and came to assist you." Just as Gu Jin was about to inquire further, a sudden flurry of urgent bells rang out from outside. The alarm of the Zhou residence had been triggered. "We've been discovered." Jing An's expression changed. "The magistrate has arrived with at least 20 men." Gu Jin made a swift decision. "Take the children through the secret passage. I will hold them off." "No." Jing An insisted firmly. "I will hold them off. You take the children." There was no time for debate. Gu Jin gritted her teeth and quickly organized the children into a line. "Stay close to me, do not make a sound, and do not look back." Although the children were frightened, they persevered. For the youngest ones who could not keep up, Gu Jin carried one in each arm as they raced towards the artificial hill. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen armed guards burst forth from behind. "There they are. Capture them," the lead guard shouted. Gu Jin's eyes glinted with determination as she handed the children off to the bandits hidden behind the hill. "Take them and go." She turned to face the enemy, moving like a specter amidst the clash of blades. Every strike was precise and fierce, targeting vital points. Within moments, the guards lay groaning on the ground. "Madam, hurry!" Ahu's voice called from behind the hill. Just as Gu Jin prepared to retreat, a chill ran down her spine. There was a master among them. Instinctively, she sidestepped, barely avoiding a long sword that grazed her neck, severing a lock of hair. The sword was wielded by a lean, elderly man in his 50s, whose eyes shone with a fierce light. It was none other than Lord Zhou himself. "Good skills." Lord Zhou sneered, "But unfortunately, you will meet your end here today." Gu Jin remained silent, drawing 2 short blades from her boot and assuming a fighting stance. Lord Zhou's swordplay was sharp and deadly, revealing him to be a seasoned fighter. Gu Zhijin fought while retreating, seeking an opportunity to counter. You cannot escape. Lord Zhou taunted with a wicked grin. The city gates are sealed, and the governor will arrive shortly. Suddenly, Gu Zhijin feigned a weakness, luring Lord Zhou into thrusting his sword. Just as the tip was about to pierce her chest, she twisted her body in an unusual manner, her short blade slicing through Lord Zhou's wrist like a viper.
Ah!
Lord Zhou screamed in agony as his sword clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Zhijin pursued with a sweeping kick aimed at Lord Zhou's lower body. As Lord Zhou hastily evaded, he unexpectedly fell prey to Gu Zhijin's true lethal maneuver, a subsequent elbow strike that struck him squarely on the temple. Lord Zhou collapsed with a thunderous crash, unconscious.
Gu Zhijin,
Panting heavily, kicked aside Lord Zhou's long sword and turned to dash into the secret passage behind the artificial mountain. Behind her, the Zhou residence had descended into chaos, with guards brandishing torches, searching frantically, and the sounds of battle growing ever nearer. Jing'an, she whispered urgently as she plunged into the passageway. Jing'an, stationed around the corner, relaxed slightly upon her arrival, his tense expression easing. Captain, the children have been sent out, and Leader Yang's men are providing cover. Let us go. Gu Zhijin grasped his wrist firmly. Zhou Yan and his men are back, and the governor's troops are on the way. The two quickly retreated along the passage. But after only a few steps, a cacophony of footsteps erupted ahead. The passage's exit had been blocked. This is bad. They've discovered the passage. Jing'an's face paled as he grasped Gu Zhijin's arm. We need to retreat. The moment they turned back, the shouts of pursuers echoed behind them, trapping them between two advancing forces. Damn it, we fight. Jing'an gritted his teeth, drawing a dagger from his waist, his eyes fierce. Captain, I'll clear the way. You find a chance to break through. Gu Zhijin cast him a cold glance. Stop trying to be a hero. We fight together. No sooner had she spoken than a group of fully armed officers burst into the passage, led by none other than Zhou Yan himself. Drenched in blood, and wearing a brocade robe, his eyes were filled with malice. It's you. You can't escape. Following him, a middle-aged man in official attire stepped forward. It was the governor of Linzhou. His face was stern and his gaze menacing as he slowly raised his hand. Seize them.
no merci.
The officers surged forward. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin stood back to back, fending off the attackers with seamless coordination amidst the flashing blades. Jing'an's dagger struck like lightning, targeting the lower body, while Gu Zhijin maneuvered gracefully, each strike aimed at vital points. The narrow passage restricted the officers' numerical advantage, momentarily rendering them ineffective. Fire the arrows. The governor bellowed suddenly. A volley of crossbow bolts sliced through the air. Jing'an swiftly pulled Gu Zhijin aside, using his body as a shield, but one bolt lodged painfully into his shoulder. Jing'an. Gu Zhijin's pupils dilated as she caught his faltering form. I'm fine. Jing'an forced a smile. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, just a flesh wound. But the situation was dire. The officers pressed closer, forcing the two deeper into the passage. Zhou Yan raised his torch, with a sinister grin. Since you enjoy hiding underground so much, you'll never come out again. He hurled the torch toward a pile of gunpowder in the corner.
Boom.
A deafening explosion rocked the passage, causing debris to rain down. Jing'an instinctively enveloped Gu Zhijin with his body, but the blast hurled him to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, Gu Zhijin strained to lift her head, realizing the passage ahead had been completely collapsed, while the pursuers closed in from behind. We need to take another route. Jing'an gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I found another path inside. Without hesitation, Gu Zhijin hoisted him and dashed toward the narrow side passage. Behind them, the footsteps of the officers grew ever closer, the torchlight illuminating their shadows. Fire the arrows. Quick, fire. Zhou Yan screamed hysterically. Another round of arrows rained down. Jing'an abruptly pushed Gu Zhijin away, but was struck by two arrows in the back, collapsing to the ground with a muffled groan. Jing'an. Gu Zhijin's eyes widened in horror, turning to help him.
Run.
Jing'an struggled to lift his head, a smile forced onto his lips. Captain, you must go. Gu Zhijin's eyes brimmed with tears as she grabbed him firmly. Shut up. We leave together. But the pursuers were upon them. The governor sneered, waving his hand. Seize them. In this critical moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from outside the passage. The entire tunnel trembled violently, with stones cascading down like rain. What is happening? The governor gasped in shock. Before they could react, a bloodied guard stumbled in, shouting in terror, "My lord, it's bad. A great army is outside the residence. It's the banner of Princess Mingyu."
What?
Both the governor and Zhou Yan paled. Before they could comprehend the situation, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. A squad of elite soldiers clad in black armor surged forth, led by a commander wielding a long blade. By order of the princess, Governor Zhou Yan is colluding with heretics and harming the people. Seize him immediately. It was the princess's personal guards. Jing'an smiled weakly. Captain, we are saved. Gu Zhijin held him tightly, her gaze fixed on the end of the passage, where a familiar figure approached. Clad in luxurious brocade and possessing a serene visage, it was none other than Princess Mingyu herself. Her gaze fell upon Gu Zhijin and Jing'an, her brow slightly furrowing. I apologize for my tardiness. This is impossible. The governor's expression shifted drastically as he staggered back. How could the princess come to Linzhou? The golden-embroidered robe of Princess Mingyu shimmered in the torchlight. She cast a cold glance at the governor and Zhou Yan. If I hadn't come, would you have continued to harm the innocent? As the flames illuminated her, Princess Mingyu advanced, and her black-armored guards surged into the passage, swiftly surrounding the governor and Zhou Yan's men. Princess. The governor's face drained of color as he hastily knelt. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to offer a proper welcome. Welcome? Princess Mingyu scoffed. Is blowing up the passage and silencing witnesses your idea of a welcome? The governor's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Your Highness, please see reason. These two are wanted criminals, colluding with bandits to plot rebellion.
Just what?
Princess Mingyu interrupted, her gaze sharp as a blade. Are you merely assisting the Northern D while conveniently silencing a few knowledgeable witnesses? At her words, both the governor and Zhou Yan turned pale. Your Highness, how can you say such a thing? The governor feigned calmness. I am loyal to Nanshu. How could I ally with Northern D? Is that so? Princess Mingyu raised her hand, and her guards promptly apprehended a bloodied man clad in black. Then, do you recognize this man, Governor? The black-clad figure raised his head, revealing a face covered in tattoos, the mark of the Northern D assassins. Gu Zhijin's pupils constricted. Northern D people? The governor's face turned ashen, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. But Zhou Yan suddenly erupted, drawing a poisoned dagger from his sleeve and hurling it at Princess Mingyu. Watch out, Your Highness! Gu Zhijin shouted, launching a silver needle.
Clang!
The needle struck the dagger, diverting it, while a guard beside Princess Mingyu swiftly severed Zhou Yan's arm.
Ah!
Zhou Yan screamed as he fell, blood gushing forth. Unfazed, Princess Mingyu declared coolly, seize him and interrogate him thoroughly. The black-armored guards immediately advanced, binding the governor and Zhou Yan securely. Only then did Princess Mingyu turn her attention to Gu Zhijin and Jing'an, her gaze landing on Jing'an's bloodied back, her brow furrowing slightly. You're badly injured. Gu Zhijin remained silent, merely supporting the nowadays Jing'an. Princess Mingyu waved her hand, and two accompanying military doctors hurried forward. Tend to him first. Half an hour later, in a temporary encampment in Linzhou, Jing'an lay on the bed, the military doctor just having removed the arrow and bandaged his wounds. Gu Zhijin sat by his side, clutching a blood-stained cloth, her knuckles whitening. He'll be fine. Princess Mingyu entered, her tone calm. The arrow was not poisoned. He merely lost too much blood and will recover with a few days of rest. Gu Zhijin looked up at her. Why did your Highness come personally? Princess Mingyu walked to the window, gazing at the lingering smoke in the distance. I received the letter you sent. She approached the table, retrieving a sealed letter and handing it to Gu Zhijin. This was confiscated from the governor's residence. Gu Zhijin unfolded the letter, her expression changing dramatically as she recognized the details of the Northern D Army's offensive plan. The Zhou family was tasked with sowing chaos in Linzhou, while simultaneously, under the guise of alchemy, they were to gather young boys and girls for the Northern D shaman sacrificial rites, aimed at undermining the fortunes of the Southern Shu kingdom. Moreover, the provincial governor was a sleeper agent planted by the Northern D 5 years prior. Gu Zhijin was taken aback. Did His Highness already know the Zhou family was a pawn of the Northern D? Princess Mingyu nodded slightly. 2 years ago, the Northern D envoy entered the capital, ostensibly seeking peace, yet secretly establishing connections with numerous officials and merchants of Southern Shu. The Zhou family is merely one of the pawns. So the longevity elixir was a ruse, while the sacrifices were genuine. Gu Zhijin's voice turned icy. Indeed. Princess Mingyu's gaze was sharp. The Northern D army had already assembled at the border, poised to march south as soon as chaos erupted in Linzhou. Gu Zhijin clenched the letter tightly. So now, their plan has been exposed. Princess Mingyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Thanks to you all. Gu Zhijin remained silent for a moment before suddenly kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, you must have already uncovered the true identities of Jing and me. Princess Mingyu extended her hand to help her up. I have long since clarified your matters. The seventh prince of the northern border is treacherous. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Moreover, if you can be of use to southern Chu, you are a valued guest of mine. My visit this time is not only to eradicate the Zhou family, but also for another purpose. She locked eyes with Gu Zhijin. Since the Northern D dares to orchestrate such a scheme, there must be someone higher up in the court providing support. I need trustworthy individuals to investigate thoroughly. Gu Zhijin's heart raced. Your Highness means that once Jing is out of danger, you want us to return to the capital with you. Princess Mingyu's tone was unyielding. This game has only just begun. The dawn in Linzhou was shrouded in solemnity. The chaos of the previous night had subsided. Soldiers occasionally patrolled the streets, while the citizens kept their doors tightly shut, an air of tension permeating the atmosphere. Jing'an lay on the bed, his back bandaged, but the loss of blood had rendered him pale. Gu Zhijin sat by the bedside, cradling a bowl of freshly brewed medicine, gently blowing away the steam. My dear, I am fine. Jing'an forced a smile, attempting to sit up, but Gu Zhijin pressed him back down firmly. Do not move. Her tone was cold, yet her underlying concern was unmistakable. If the wound were to reopen, I would tie you to the bed. Jing'an blinked, suddenly leaning close to her ear and whispering, Tied to the bed? What does my dear intend to do with me? Gu Zhijin's ears flushed. She shoved the medicine bowl into his mouth. Drink your medicine. Jing'an coughed from the bitterness, but still smiled as he swallowed the unpleasant concoction. He licked his lips, feigning grievance. My dear, how cruel you are. Look at my injuries, and yet you still bully me. Gu Zhijin chose to ignore him, standing up and gazing at the gradually rising sun outside the window. The events of the previous night seemed fresh in her mind. The bloodshed in the secret passage, Princess Mingyu's appearance, the Northern D's conspiracy, all unfolded too rapidly, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. What are you thinking? Jing'an's voice came from behind, unusually serious. Gu Zhijin slightly turned her head. The princess has uncovered our identities, and the Northern D schemes are deeper than we imagined. Jing'an nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It is not difficult to uncover our identities. Princess Mingyu's personal appearance in Linzhou is clearly no coincidence. She has been keeping an eye on the Zhou family, merely using us to unveil their facade. We have been used, Gu Zhijin remarked flatly. Jing'an, however, chuckled. My dear, to be utilized by the princess indicates our worth. At the very least, we saved those innocent children. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance. You are quite the optimist. Of course. Jing'an struggled to sit up, wincing at the pain but still managing a smile. Having completed many tasks in my previous life, I have grown numb to life and death. Who would have thought that in a new body, I would come to cherish it instead? Plus, I get to fight alongside my captain once more. I've struck gold. Gu Zhijin shook her head in exasperation, but suddenly he winced, clutching his shoulder and drawing in a sharp breath. She hurried to support him. I told you to stay still. If it weren't for the time we've spent training together these past 6 months, you would have... Jing'an leaned against her shoulder, looking pitiful. My dear, it hurts. Gu Zhijin was about to push him away when footsteps echoed from outside the door. In the next moment, a gentle knock sounded. The two princes are requested. It was a female officer accompanying Princess Mingyu, her tone respectful. Gu Zhijin and Jing'an exchanged glances, silently nodding in agreement. Princess Mingyu was temporarily residing in the back courtyard of the Linzhou governor's mansion. The courtyard was tranquil, adorned with a few plum trees amidst the rockeries and flowing water, starkly contrasting the bloodshed of the previous night. The princess, clothed in a pure white brocade robe, sat in a pavilion brewing tea. Upon their arrival, she inclined her head slightly. Please sit. Jing'an bowed before taking a seat, although his wound still ached. He concealed it well, maintaining a playful demeanor. Your Highness, this tea is fragrant. It must be the Snow Mountain silver needle, right? Princess Mingyu glanced at him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Young Master Jing has a discerning palate. Indeed. Jing'an proudly nodded. Gu Zhijin discreetly stepped on his foot under the table, signaling him to tone it down. Jing'an winced and, feeling wronged, fell silent. Princess Mingyu observed their little exchanges with a hint of amusement in her eyes, but her demeanor quickly returned to calm. She personally poured tea for them and remarked, "You both performed admirably last night." Gu Zhijin lowered her gaze. "Your Highness flatters us. We merely acted in self-defense." "Do not be modest." Princess Mingyu placed the teapot down, her gaze sharp. "Were it not for you, the Northern D's conspiracy would not have been exposed so swiftly." Jing'an could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, what has happened to those children?" "They have been safely returned to their homes." Princess Mingyu's tone softened somewhat. "Li Su-yi and her father have also been settled. I have ordered the restoration of the Baichao Hall." Princess Mingyu retrieved a sealed letter from her sleeve and slid it across the table. "I have just received news this morning. The Northern D envoy will arrive in Jingguang City in 3 months, ostensibly for peace talks." Jing'an raised an eyebrow. "Peace talks? They are likely here to probe our weaknesses." "Indeed," Princess Mingyu scoffed. "They intend to use the guise of negotiations to investigate the internal dynamics of Southern Shu." Gu Zhijin took the letter, quickly scanning its contents, her brow furrowing. The letter mentions a noble guest among the envoy, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery. This person is likely the Northern D's state master, Morong Zhao. Princess Mingyu's eyes turned cold. He is well-versed in sorcery and skilled in manipulating hearts. The Zhou family's collection of young boys and girls is intended as sacrificial offerings for him. Jing'an clenched his fists. "These beasts." Princess Mingyu turned her gaze to them. "I need you both to accompany me back to the capital to investigate Morong Zhao's true intentions discreetly." Jing'an responded earnestly. "Myself and Zhijin are willing to serve your Highness, but we have one condition."
Speak.
"We will only investigate the case and not engage in court matters. Once it is resolved, we ask for your Highness to allow us to return to seclusion." Jing'an's gaze was resolute. Princess Mingyu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well." She rose to leave. But Jing'an suddenly called out to her, "Your Highness, I have another request."
"Oh."
Princess Mingyu turned around, curious. Jing'an looked at Gu Zhijin. His eyes filled with affection. "When Zhijin and I married, I was not in my right mind and was in a foolish state. Later, during our escape, I accidentally hit my head on a large rock and regained my senses. Now that we have attracted your Highness's favor, I humbly request you to remarry us." Fulfilling this regret, Princess Mingyu's gaze shifted between them, a smile breaking across her face. "I see. I would be delighted to help." After a moment's thought, she continued, 5 days from now is an auspicious day. I will host a simple wedding for you at the official residence. How does that sound?" Jing'an was overjoyed, but Gu Zhijin hesitated. "Your Highness, would this be too much trouble?" "Not at all." Princess Mingyu waved her hand, treating it as a reward for your accomplishments. 5 days later, Jing'an's injuries had improved, allowing him to rise and walk. Princess Mingyu indeed fulfilled her promise, arranging a simple yet dignified wedding in the back garden of the embassy. The garden was adorned with red silk, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Jing'an wore a moon-white robe, strikingly handsome. Gu Zhijin donned a pale blue gauze gown gifted by the princess, exuding an ethereal beauty. Princess Mingyu sat at the head, personally officiating the ceremony. They bowed to heaven and earth. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin knelt together, this time without pretense or concealment, only earnest promises. They bowed to their ancestors. Although no ancestors were present, they bowed deeply towards the northern direction, as if to comfort distant family. They exchanged vows as husband and wife, standing opposite each other. Their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes. This vow carried more weight than any vow. After the ceremony, Princess Mingyu raised her cup in congratulations. "May the two of you grow old together, forever united in heart." Jing'an took the cup and drank deeply. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your blessing." Gu Zhijin also raised her cup in gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation. As night fell, the new room was illuminated by flickering red candles. Jing'an gently lifted Gu Zhijin's veil, his gaze filled with tenderness. "My dear, this time it is rightful." Gu Zhijin's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she no longer shied away from his gaze. "Yes." Jing'an leaned closer, whispering, "So can we now?" Gu Zhijin pressed down his restless hand, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Healed? After all, the bridal chamber should not be a problem." Jing'an grinned widely and suddenly swept her off her feet. Gu Zhijin was caught off guard, letting out a soft gasp and instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Chapter 34. The bridal chamber, the red candles swayed, casting a luminous glow throughout the room. Jingin's fingers gently lifted Gu Zhijin's veil, and in the candlelight, her cool countenance blushed a delicate shade of red, breathtakingly beautiful. "My dear," Jingin's voice trembled slightly as his fingertips cautiously caressed her cheek. This time, it was indeed real. Gu Zhijin's lashes fluttered as she raised her gaze to meet his. The sharpness of his eyes, usually like a blade, now glimmered with warmth, igniting a fire in Jingin's heart.
"Yes,"
she responded softly, her voice a shade more delicate than usual. Jingin swallowed hard, feeling somewhat flustered. Although he had experienced much in the modern world in his past life, at this moment, the physiological responses of a man clashed with a woman's emotional understanding within him, leaving him both excited and anxious. "My dear," he gulped, his voice hoarse, "I'm a bit nervous." Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow. "You're nervous too?" "Of course." Jingin pouted, feeling wronged. "This is our wedding night." Gu Zhijin's eyes sparkled with understanding, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I know."
"What?"
Jingin widened his eyes in surprise. "What do you know?" Gu Zhijin reached out to adjust his clothing, her movements gentle yet commanding. "I know that whether in this life or the last, this is your first time with someone." Jingin's face flushed red. I am not." Gu Zhijin had already removed the jade crown from his head, her long, lustrous hair cascading like a waterfall. Her fingers grazed his hair, sending shivers down Jingin's spine.
"Not?"
She leaned closer to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his sensitive earlobe. "Then why are your hands trembling?" Jingin felt a rush of heat at her teasing, pulling her into his embrace. "The captain has become mischievous." Gu Zhijin chuckled softly, leaning against his shoulder. "I learned it from you." They were so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. Jingin's gaze drifted from her bright eyes to her rosy lips, his throat tightening. "My dear, may I kiss you?" Gu Zhijin did not respond verbally, but instead tilted her head, placing a gentle kiss upon his lips. This kiss was tender and tentative, like a silent invitation. Jingin was momentarily stunned but soon responded with care. His hand glided along Gu Zhijin's spine, feeling her warmth through her garments. Gu Zhijin let out a soft hum, her fingers weaving into his hair. Jingin's kisses trailed down from her lips to her chin, then to her slender neck. He cautiously unfastened Gu Zhijin's outer robe, revealing an inner garment embroidered with intertwined lotus flowers. Under the candlelight, her fair neck glowed with a pearlescent sheen, and her collarbone was so exquisite that it was hard to look away. "My dear, you are truly beautiful," Jingin marveled, his fingers gently brushing her shoulder. Gu Zhijin's breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling, making Jingin's mouth dry. He leaned down to place a kiss on her forehead, causing Gu Zhijin to shiver lightly. "Shao Qi," she breathed, her voice slightly hoarse, her fingers unconsciously gripping his sleeve. Hearing his name from her lips ignited a warmth in Jingin's heart, pulling her even closer. They collapsed onto the embroidered quilt adorned with mandarin ducks, the red candles casting two intertwined shadows upon the gauzy canopy. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gauzy window into the room. Jingin opened his eyes to find Gu Zhijin still asleep, her long lashes casting tiny shadows on her face. Her lips slightly parted, appearing utterly defenseless. He cautiously leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to the corner of her lips. Gu Zhijin frowned slightly, but did not awaken. He took the opportunity to entwine his fingers with a strand of her hair that lay beside her pillow. Gu Zhijin murmured softly, slowly opening her eyes to meet Jingin's tender gaze. "My dear." Jingin smiled broadly, his eyes filled with contentment. Gu Zhijin's mind was still a bit sluggish from sleep, and by the time she reacted, Jingin had already pulled her into his embrace, placing a light kiss among her hair. Jingin, her voice husky, tried to push him away. "It's morning." "Just a little longer," Jingin mumbled incoherently, his chin rubbing gently against the top of her head.
Gu Zhijin,
amused by his childish antics, softened and ceased to struggle. They lay entwined, savoring the rare tranquility. Unlike the shyness of the previous night, Jingin now appeared more composed. His hand gently caressed Gu Zhijin's long hair, treating it as though it were a precious treasure. "Does it still hurt?" he suddenly asked, concern lacing his voice. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed, and she shook her head gently. "It's fine." Jingin let out a satisfied sigh, holding her even tighter. "My dear, I love you." Gu Zhijin did not reply, but the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her feelings. She reached out to trace the scar on Jingin's back, her fingertips lightly outlining the uneven marks. "Your injury, it's nothing." Jingin kissed her forehead. "With you by my side, all wounds heal." Gu Zhijin looked at him with a mix of exasperation and affection, allowing him to remain close. In the morning light, they exchanged smiles filled with tenderness. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted this warm moment. His Highness the Second Prince requests your presence. Outside, a maid's respectful voice rang out. Jing'an lamented, reluctantly climbing out of bed. Can't we have a moment of sweetness? Gu Zhijin had already quickly dressed, casting him a glance. Hurry up, don't keep His Highness waiting. Jing'an watched her swift movements, suddenly realizing something. My dear, you almost said something but swallowed it back, merely grinning at her. Gu Zhijin paused, her ears turning crimson. Be quiet. Jing'an grinned like a cat that had successfully stolen a fish. He leisurely finished dressing and leaned closer to Gu Zhijin, whispering, we continue tonight. Gu Zhijin pushed his face away, but a smile tugged at her lips. We'll see how you behave. Jing'an, 9 cups of milk tea, 7 small cakes, 5 burgers, 5 hours for 5 people, 3 meals in 2 hours, 25 portions finished. Let us go. Gu Zhijin, what nonsense are you talking about? Jing'an, sure, you know what I mean. Princess Mingyu's carriage was ready, with black-armored guards lined up beside, exuding an imposing aura. Gu Zhijin and Jing'an rode behind the procession, accompanied by Li Sui, who had come to bid them farewell. Sister, big brother, thank you so much, Li Sui said,
her eyes slightly red.
If it weren't for you, my father and I. Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. It's just a trifling matter. Once we arrive in the capital, big brother will treat you to the finest delicacies. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance. Don't lead the child astray. Li Sui smiled through her tears. Big brother and sister have such a good relationship. Jing'an raised his chin proudly. Of course. At that moment, the curtain of Princess Mingyu's carriage lifted slightly, and a clear, cold voice announced, let us set off. Chapter 35. The journey home. Lingzhou City gradually faded into the distance, the trees lining the official road adorned with autumn hues, golden leaves fluttering down with the wind, the wheels crunching softly over them. Princess Mingyu's carriage led the way, flanked by her black-armored guards, while Gu Zhijin and Jing'an rode at the back of the procession, heading towards Jingguan City. Jing'an's back injury had yet to fully heal, and after riding for half a day, his complexion had paled slightly. Gu Zhijin discreetly drew closer and whispered, Is your wound hurting? It's nothing, Jing'an grinned, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If my dear wife is concerned for me, why not ride together? Gu Zhijin rolled her eyes at him, but still dismounted, walking to his side.
Get down and rest.
Jing'an chuckled triumphantly and obediently dismounted. They walked to a large tree by the roadside, where Gu Zhijin retrieved a water pouch and some medicinal ointment from their pack, gesturing for Jing'an to turn around. Is my dear wife going to change my dressing herself? Jing'an's eyes lit up as he complied, loosening his belt to reveal the wound on his back. Gu Zhijin gently unwrapped the bandage. The wound had scabbed over, but the extended ride had caused the edges to redden. She bit her lip, dipped her fingers in the ointment, and lightly applied it to the injury. Jing'an winced and exaggeratedly shrugged his shoulders. Be gentle. It hurts. Serves you right. Gu Zhijin replied coldly, yet her touch softened as she continued. Who told you to be so reckless? Jing'an turned back to wink at her. Then will my dear wife carry me? Gu Zhijin smacked his uninjured shoulder. Be quiet. Jing'an grinned as he turned back, suddenly leaning in close to her ear. My dear wife looks beautiful even when she's fierce. Gu Zhijin pushed his face away. Stop fooling around. Get dressed. We need to continue our journey. They remounted their horses. But Jing'an remained restless, frequently nudging his horse closer to Gu Zhijin, subtly tugging at her sleeve or playfully pinching her hand when she wasn't paying attention. Gu Zhijin feigned indifference, yet did not push him away, occasionally casting him a glare, which only made Jing'an smile more brightly. As evening approached, the group halted at a relay station to rest. The station was modest, with Princess Mingyu occupying the main house, while Gu Zhijin and Jing'an were assigned a side room. Though simple, the quarters were clean, with freshly changed bedding laid out on the bed. Jing'an collapsed onto the bed as soon as he entered, exhaling deeply. Finally, I can lie down. Gu Zhijin set down her pack and walked to the window, pushing it open. The cool autumn breeze wafted in, carrying the scent of smoke from the cooking fires in the distance. The small kitchen at the relay station was bustling with preparations for dinner. My dear wife, come here. Jing'an called from the bed, extending his hand and grinning like a beggar dog. Gu Zhijin glanced at him. What do you want? Give me a hug. Jing'an said, unabashedly justifying his request. After riding all day, my whole body is sore. With a sigh of resignation, Gu Zhijin walked to the bedside and sat down. Jing and immediately wrapped his arms and legs around her, resting his head on her lap and contentedly rubbing against her. "You smell wonderful. Let me kiss you." Gu Zhijin looked down at him, her fingers unconsciously playing with his hair. "Does your wound still hurt?" Jing shook his head, grabbing her hand and pressing it against his face. "If my dear wife touches it, it won't hurt anymore." Gu Zhijin snorted softly, but did not withdraw her hand. They nestled quietly together, the sounds of stable hands feeding the horses and the clattering of pots and pans from the distant kitchen creating a warm, homely atmosphere. After a moment, a gentle knock was heard at the door. "Excuse me, dinner is ready." Gu Zhijin responded affirmatively and patted Jing An's face. "Get up. It's time to eat." Reluctantly, Jing An sat up, seizing the opportunity to steal a kiss from her lips. "Will my dear wife feed me?" Gu Zhijin pushed him away. "Feed yourself." Dinner was laid out in the small courtyard of the relay station, where Princess Mingyu was already seated. Upon seeing the two approach, she nodded slightly. The meal was simple: a pot of stew, several plates of pickled vegetables, and freshly steamed buns. Jing An's eyes brightened as he leaned closer to Gu Zhijin, whispering, "It's not as good as what my dear wife feeds me." Gu Zhijin expressionlessly pinched him. "Behave and eat." Jing An exaggeratedly exclaimed, drawing the attention of Princess Mingyu. He quickly straightened up, seriously offering Gu Zhijin some food. "Dear wife, eat more." Gu Zhijin stepped on his foot under the table. Watching their interaction, Princess Mingyu's lips curved slightly, but she soon regained her composure. Setting down her chopsticks, she said coolly, "We shall arrive in Jingwan City by noon tomorrow. What are your plans?" Gu Zhijin respectfully replied, "Your Highness, we wish to return to Anjin Xiaochuan first to check on the shop, which has been entrusted to a Fu to manage. We are concerned about its condition." Jing An added, "We also need to check on the Zui Xian Lu hot pot and Bing Yin Fong, especially the beverages. With winter approaching, we must adjust the menu to include hot drinks." Princess Mingyu nodded. "I grant you 10 days to rest. Return to see me in 10 days. The two replied in unison. After dinner, Jing An took Gu Zhijin for a stroll around the relay station. The autumn night was cool. He removed his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. "Don't catch a chill, dear wife." Gu Zhijin adjusted the collar of her coat and suddenly asked, "When we return, what do you want to do first?" Without hesitation, Jing An replied, "Eat, sleep, and have fat babies with my dear wife." Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow. Jing An grinned and leaned closer. "I was joking. First, we should check the shop. Then I'll make soup for my dear wife to replenish her strength. This trip has been exhausting, and you've lost weight." Gu Zhijin shot him a sideways glance. "Are you sure you're not just craving food yourself?" Jing An blinked innocently. "Am I that kind of person?" Gu Zhijin replied, "Yes." Jing An pouted in mock grievance, suddenly pointing at the sky. "Dear wife, look. Stars." Gu Zhijin looked up, the night sky dotted with stars, the Milky Way stretching like a silk ribbon. Jing An wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "So beautiful." Gu Zhijin relaxed against him, softly murmuring in agreement. They quietly admired the stars for a while until Jing An suddenly suggested, "Dear wife, let's go eat hot pot when we return? It's been ages and I'm a little bit craving it." Gu Zhijin nodded, "Yes. I also want to eat barbecue, paired with our special dipping sauce." "Of course," Jing An added. "The Bing Yin Fong can introduce hot drinks like ginger milk and red date longan tea." Gu Zhijin tilted her head to look at him. "Is there anything besides food on your mind?" Jing An beamed, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Also taking advantage of my dear wife." Gu Zhijin felt her ears flush and pushed his face away. "Let's get some sleep." Jing An hurriedly followed. "I want to sleep close to my dear wife." The next day at noon, the walls of Jingwan City finally came into view. After many days, returning to their homeland, Jing An excitedly pointed in the distance. "Dear wife, look. We have arrived." A glimmer of joy sparkled in Gu Zhijin's eyes. Princess Mingyu's carriage halted outside the city gate, and she lifted the curtain, addressing them. "Farewell for now. We shall meet again in 10 days. They bowed in farewell, watching the princess's carriage disappear before promptly spurring their horses into the city. Jingwan City remained as bustling as ever, the streets filled with people and the sounds of vendors calling out. They first visited Anjin Xiaochuan, where a long line still formed outside, the enticing aroma wafting far and wide. "Business is so good?" Jing An exclaimed in surprise as he dismounted and pushed his way to the front of the line. Inside, a Fu was busy grilling skewers and, upon seeing them, shouted joyfully, "Boss! Madam, you're back!" Cheers erupted in the shop, with several employees surrounding them, chattering excitedly. Jing'an clapped a Fu on the shoulder. "You've done well." A Fu grinned sheepishly. "It's all thanks to the boss's teachings." Gu Zhijin checked the accounts, nodding in satisfaction. "The profits are even higher than when we left." Jing'an proudly shook his head. "Of course, whose shop is this?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. "Come on, today the boss will personally cook and treat everyone to a feast." The staff cheered in delight. Jing'an swiftly entered the kitchen, deftly handling the ingredients. And before long, the enticing aroma of grilled skewers filled the air. He intentionally prepared a few skewers for Gu Zhijin first, presenting them to her with a flourish. "My dear, do try them. Has my culinary skill diminished?" Gu Zhijin accepted one, taking a bite. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, seasoned just right. She nodded slightly. "Not bad." Jing'an beamed with delight, his smile broad. Leaning closer to take a bite from the skewer in her hand, "Let me have a taste." The other staff members exchanged knowing smiles at the sight. Gu Zhijin looked at Jing and with affectionate indulgence, accustomed to his childish antics. After a busy afternoon at Jin Xiao Chuan, the couple made their way to Zui Xianlu. Upon their return, the shopkeeper hurried to greet them, eager to report on recent developments. Jing'an inspected the kitchen and new dishes, while Gu Zhijin checked the accounts, everything in meticulous order. Jing'an then visited the beverage shop to review the stock and ingredients, expressing his satisfaction. "We'll introduce a few new hot drinks tomorrow. It's time to switch for winter." Gu Zhijin added, "And prepare some warming snacks like ginger candy." The staff nodded in agreement, taking notes. By the time they returned home, it was already late at night. Upon entering, Jing'an swept Gu Zhijin into his arms, startling her into gripping his collar tightly. "What are you doing?" "Carrying my wife over the threshold," Jing'an declared boldly, striding toward the inner chamber. Gu Zhijin, resigned, allowed him to place her on the bed. Jing'an lit the candles, the warm yellow glow illuminating their faces, softening their features. Finally home, Jing'an sighed contentedly, kneeling to remove Gu Zhijin's shoes. "Are you tired, my dear? Let me prepare water for your bath." Gu Zhijin shook her head. "You are tired too. Let us rest together." Jing'an's eyes brightened. Together in the bath, Gu Zhijin promptly threw a pillow at him. Ultimately, they bathed separately, and when Jing'an returned to the bedroom, his hair still damp, he found Gu Zhijin leaning against the headboard, asleep. She rarely appeared fatigued, her long hair sprawled across the pillow, her breathing steady. Jing'an climbed into bed quietly, gently pulling her into his embrace. Gu Zhijin blinked drowsily. "Xiaoqi? Sleep, my dear." Jing'an planted a soft kiss on her forehead. "Tomorrow, I shall prepare something delicious for you." Gu Zhijin murmured in agreement, resting against his chest and drifting back to sleep. Jing'an held her close, listening to the rustle of autumn leaves outside, and gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Jing'an awoke early. Noticing that Gu Zhijin was still fast asleep, he tiptoed out of bed. After washing up, he headed straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The rice porridge simmered to a thick consistency, infused with red dates and longan, filling the air with a delightful fragrance. He fried a few eggs, sliced pickled vegetables, and steamed several buns. Once everything was ready, he carried the tray back to the bedroom, just as Gu Zhijin was waking up. "Good morning, my dear." Jing'an beamed, placing the tray at her bedside. "Look, a heartfelt breakfast made by yours truly." Gu Zhijin rubbed her eyes, gazing at the sumptuous spread. Raising an eyebrow, what a display of diligence. Jing'an leaned in and kissed her cheek. "To pamper my wife." Gu Zhijin took a bowl. Scooping a spoonful of porridge into her mouth, it was sweet yet not cloying, warming both her stomach and heart. She glanced at Jing'an, delicious. Jing'an's face lit up with joy, resembling a large dog basking in compliments. "Then, do have more." They enjoyed their breakfast in comfortable silence. Jing'an tidying up the dishes while Gu Zhijin practiced her martial arts in the yard. The late autumn sunlight bathed the courtyard in a golden hue. "My dear, where would you like to go today?" Jing'an asked, sitting on a chair in the corridor, resting his chin on his hand as he watched Gu Zhijin train. She finished her routine and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Let us visit the market to buy some winter clothing and ingredients." Jing'an nodded. "Sounds good. We can see what fresh produce is available for a hot pot tonight." A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Gu Zhijin's eyes, though she cautioned, "Don't make it too complicated." "Not complicated at all," Jing'an exclaimed, bouncing up to fetch the money pouch. "It's only right for me to cook for my dear." Once they were ready, they set out hand in hand. The market in Jingguan City was bustling with activity. The sounds of vendors calling out in unison. Jing and held Gu Zhijin's hand with one and carried a basket with the other, purchasing every delightful treat he encountered for her to sample. My dear, candied chestnuts. My dear, osmanthus cake. My dear, freshly baked flatbreads. Gu Zhijin found her hands filled with snacks, exclaiming in exasperation, "Are you trying to fatten me up?" Jing chuckled, leaning closer. A little extra weight is good. It makes cuddling more comfortable. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance, but still accepted the treats he offered, nibbling delicately. Jing, satisfied, went to buy 2 cups of steaming ginger tea, each one cradled in their hands for warmth. At the fabric shop, Jing pulled Gu Zhijin inside to select several thick materials. With winter approaching, I must make my dear some new garments. Gu Zhijin touched the fabrics, choosing a deep indigo one. This would suit you. After their shopping was complete, the couple returned home laden with goods. Upon arriving, Jing immediately dove into the kitchen to prepare the hot pot ingredients. He sliced the beef into thin pieces, minced the lamb for meatballs, carefully washed and arranged the vegetables, and simmered a pot of bone broth as the base. Gu Zhijin offered to help, but Jing insisted. Rest, my dear. I can manage alone. Gu Zhijin sighed, resigning herself to sit in the corridor with a book, occasionally glancing up at the bustling figure in the kitchen, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto her lips. As evening fell, the savory aroma of hot pot wafted through the courtyard. Jing placed the copper pot on the stone table outside, surrounding it with various ingredients and dipping sauces. The autumn night was slightly chilly, but the steaming hot pot enveloped them in warmth. My dear, try this beef slice. Just dip it for 3 seconds. Jing lifted a delicate piece of beef, swishing it briefly in the bubbling broth, then dipped it in sauce before offering it to Gu Zhijin. She opened her mouth to receive it, the tender beef melting in her mouth, prompting her to squint with delight. Jing eagerly asked, "Is it good?" Gu Zhijin nodded, rarely offering praise. "Your skills have improved." Jing beamed with pride, shaking his head in satisfaction. "Of course. I must win your heart through your stomach." Gu Zhijin huffed lightly but did not argue, allowing him to serve her piece after piece. Gu Zhijin turned her gaze to him, her eyes reflecting the flickering lights and Jing's focused expression. They exchanged a quiet glance, the steam from the hot pot swirling in the cool air, creating a mist that seemed to separate them from the outside world. Jing, Gu Zhijin broke the silence. Thank you for coming back to me once again." Jing was momentarily taken aback, then his face broke into a radiant smile. "What are you thanking me for?" "You are my most beloved captain." Gu Zhijin's lips curled into a gentle smile, quietly affirming his words. After dinner, Jing cleared the dishes while Gu Zhijin brewed a pot of tea. They leaned against the soft couch by the window, holding warm cups, sharing a comfortable silence that spoke louder than 1,000 words. "My dear." Jing suddenly set down his cup, leaning closer to Gu Zhijin. "What would you like to eat tomorrow?" Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment. "Anything you make is fine." Jing's eyes sparkled. "Then I shall prepare a lamb stew for you. It's the perfect winter dish." Gu Zhijin nodded. "Sounds good." Jing, emboldened, wrapped his arm around her waist. "Then what reward shall my dear grant me?" Gu Zhijin shot him a playful glance. "What do you want?" Jing grinned mischievously. "Tonight," before he could finish. Gu Zhijin pushed his face away. "Your injury isn't fully healed, so don't get ahead of yourself." Jing pouted, his lips quivering. "My dear." Gu Zhijin, unable to resist, leaned in and lightly brushed her lips against his. "All right, time for bed." Jing's face lit up with joy as he deepened the kiss. Chapter 36. The appointment. 10 fleeting days passed like a galloping steed, and soon it was time for the meeting with Princess Mingyu. They casually finished breakfast. Jing cleared the dishes while Gu Zhijin practiced her martial arts in the yard. Morning light bathed the courtyard in a golden hue. "My dear, how about this one?" Jing held up a deep indigo long robe from the wardrobe, modeling it in front of him. Gu Zhijin glanced over. "It's good." Jing then produced a light purple dress. "How about this one for you? I love seeing you in this." Gu Zhijin nodded, taking the dress to change behind the screen. Jing seized the opportunity to quickly change his attire, arranging his hair in front of a bronze mirror, and discreetly applying a touch of pomade. Such vanity. Gu Zhijin emerged from behind the screen and, upon seeing his reflection, couldn't help but emit a soft snort. Jing turned around, his eyes lighting up. "My dear, you look truly enchanting. Come, bestow upon me a kiss." With that, he leaned in to kiss her. After the kiss, Jing'an seemed to recall something. My dear, do you think the princess will allow us to infiltrate the envoy? I've heard the Beidi people enjoy wrestling performances at banquets. I could showcase my skills. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance of disdain. With a face like yours, you are unmistakably from Nanchu. How could you possibly blend in? Jing'an touched his face, indignant. I can disguise myself. I've done it before on missions in my past life. Gu Zhijin, uninterested, turned to gather the items they needed to bring. Jing'an followed closely, chattering incessantly about his various ingenious plans until Gu Zhijin, unable to endure any longer, shoved a piece of ginger candy into his mouth. Silence, we're leaving. As the two stepped outside, a fine drizzle began to fall. Jing'an quickly opened an oil paper umbrella, shielding Gu Zhijin on the inner side. The streets of Jingguan City appeared particularly tranquil in the rain, the cobblestones glistening, reflecting the hazy light of the sky. Watch out for puddles, my dear, Jing'an cautioned, one hand holding the umbrella while the other naturally encircled Gu Zhijin's waist, drawing her closer to him. The residence of Princess Mingyu lay to the east of the city, with 2 rows of black-armored guards standing solemnly before the vermilion gates. Upon their arrival, the captain of the guards stepped forward to greet them. Please, follow me. Navigating through several courtyards, the captain led them to a pavilion by the water. Princess Mingyu was already brewing tea inside the pavilion. Upon noticing their arrival, she inclined her head slightly. Please sit. After they both bowed and took their seats, the princess gracefully poured tea, the fragrance mingling with the sound of the rain outside, enveloping them in a moment of serene silence. Once she set down the teapot, Princess Mingyu addressed them directly. The Beidi envoy will arrive in 2 months. What are your thoughts? Jing'an and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, and Gu Zhijin spoke first. Your Highness, we must first understand the details of the envoy to formulate a strategy. The princess retrieved a sealed letter from her sleeve and slid it across the table. Here is the list of the envoy. Jing'an took the letter, quickly scanning its contents, his brow furrowing. Indeed, Mu Rongzhao is listed here, as well as Beidi's third prince, Tuo Bahong. His eyes suddenly brightened. Oh? There is a singer named Yan Cheng among the envoy? A glint of appreciation flashed in Princess Mingyu's eyes. Indeed. She is an asset I placed in Beidi 3 years ago. Gu Zhijin pondered. Do you intend for us to use her to connect with the envoy? Not entirely, Princess Mingyu replied, taking a sip of tea. Yun Chang is responsible for relaying information, but approaching Mu Rongzhao requires another identity. She turned to Gu Zhijin. I hear you possess exceptional medical skills? Gu Zhijin's eyes flickered. I have a basic understanding. Princess Mingyu's lips curved slightly. Mu Rongzhao has suffered from severe headaches in recent years and has sought renowned physicians without relief. If a skilled female doctor could alleviate his symptoms. Jing'an immediately understood. My dear can use this to approach him. However, he furrowed his brow again, but Mu Rongzhao is inherently suspicious. How would he easily trust a stranger? Princess Mingyu produced a jade pendant from her robe. This is a token from Yaowang Valley. The medical expertise of Yaowang Valley is unparalleled, yet their whereabouts are mysterious. Mu Rongzhao will not doubt it. Gu Zhijin accepted the pendant, observing the finely etched characters Yaowang and its smooth texture. Intrigued, does your highness have connections with Yaowang Valley? Princess Mingyu remained noncommittal. I have my own channels. She turned to Jing'an. As for you, young Master Jing, you have another task. Jing'an immediately sat up straight. Your Highness, please elaborate. Tuo Bahong is a martial enthusiast, particularly obsessed with the swordsmanship of the Central Plains. Princess, Mingyu said calmly. Approach him as a master swordsman and seek to gain his trust. Jing'an blinked. This is right up my alley. I once won the championship in the military district combat competition. Though Princess Mingyu did not comprehend the significance of the military district combat competition, she did not inquire further. She continued. In 10 days, I will arrange a flower appreciation banquet, at which you will present yourselves as heirs of Yaowang Valley and reclusive swordsmen. Gu Zhijin nodded in agreement, but then asked, Your Highness, should we be particularly wary of any other individuals within the envoy? A sharp glint flashed in Princess Mingyu's eyes. You must pay special attention to the deputy envoy. Yu Wenhu. On the surface, he is a civil official, but in reality, he is the intelligence leader of Beidi, deeply cunning. Jing'an thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Your Highness, my dear, and I excel at dealing with such individuals. Princess Mingyu nodded slightly, retrieving a brocade box from beneath the table. Inside are your new identity documents and some tools that may prove useful. Gu Zhijin opened the box and found not only documents, but also several vials of pills, a set of silver needles, and a few delicate concealed weapons. She picked up a vial, sniffing its contents with surprise. This is an improved version of the Qing Xian Dan, Princess Mingyu replied nonchalantly. It can alleviate headaches, but may lead to dependency. It is meant for Mu Rongzhao. Jing'an leaned in to take a look, muttering under his breath. Isn't this just an ancient version of a drug? Gu Zhijin shot him a glare and tucked the box away. Thank you, Your Highness. Princess Mingyu stood, signaling the conversation was over. In 10 days, I will send someone to escort you into the palace. In the meantime, prepare well. Both bowed and took their leave. As they stepped out of the princess's residence, the rain had ceased, and the air was fragrant with the scent of damp earth and grass. Jing'an stretched lazily. My dear, where shall we go now? Gu Zhijin contemplated for a moment. First to the apothecary. I need to prepare some medicinal herbs.
All right.
Jing'an grinned and leaned closer. How about we have lunch at Zui Xianlu? It's been ages since I had their braised pork. Gu Zhijin shook her head helplessly, but did not oppose him. The two strolled slowly along the moist street, Jing'an occasionally pointing at shops along the way, asking Gu Zhijin if she wanted to take a look inside. Gu Zhijin, weary of his chatter, seized his wrist. Be quiet. Jing'an immediately fell silent, yet his fingers subtly intertwined with hers. Gu Zhijin squeezed his hand, conceding to his whims. Upon reaching the largest apothecary in the city, Ji Shirtang, the shopkeeper recognized them as familiar patrons and greeted them warmly. Madame Zhang, it has been a while. What herbs do you require? Gu Zhijin produced a pre-written list. These, all of the highest quality. The shopkeeper glanced at the list, astonished. The herbs you seek are quite rare, especially the Shuelingji. Our stock is limited. Jing'an immediately placed a silver ingot on the counter. Money is not an issue. The key is quality. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled at the sight of the silver. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them right away. While the shopkeeper went to prepare the herbs, Jing'an leaned close to Gu Zhijin, whispering, My dear, what are these herbs for? Gu Zhijin replied softly. Part of it is for Mu Rongzhao, while the rest consists of antidotes and healing medicines, better to be prepared. The shopkeeper soon returned with several exquisite packages of herbs. Madame Gu, here are the herbs you requested. This Snoulingji was transported from the northern border last year. Its quality is exceptional. Gu Zhijin inspected the herbs, nodding in satisfaction. Thank you. After leaving the apothecary, Jing'an carried a large bundle of herbs, a piece of licorice from the shopkeeper dangling from his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. My dear, where to next? Gu Zhijin glanced at the sky. First, let's go home and sort out the herbs, then we can head to Zui Xianlu. Jing'an's face lit up with joy as he quickened his pace towards home. We must hurry. If we arrive late, the braised pork at Zui Xianlu will be sold out. Upon returning home, Gu Zhijin immediately entered the small apothecary room they had set aside to begin preparing the herbs. After an hour, Gu Zhijin emerged from the apothecary, and after a brief rest, the two set off towards Zui Xianlu. The Zui Xian Tower remains as lively as ever, filled with guests. Upon seeing the arrival of the couple, the proprietor hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Welcome, esteemed guest and madam. We have reserved a private room for you upstairs. Jing'an chuckled, appreciating the bustling business. The proprietor eagerly nodded, thanks to your patronage. Our newly introduced dishes have proven to be particularly popular, especially the spicy hot pot, which sells dozens of servings daily. The couple followed the proprietor upstairs to a street-facing private room. The view outside showcased the most prosperous street of Jingguan City, bustling with pedestrians and the sounds of vendors calling out. Jing'an ordered several signature dishes, along with a pot of osmanthus wine. While waiting for the food, he leaned towards the window and pointed at a tall building in the distance, asking, My dear, what place is that? I don't recall seeing it before. Gu Zhijin followed his finger and replied, That is the newly constructed star-gazing platform. It is said that Her Majesty has a keen interest in astronomy. Jing'an blinked in surprise. The Empress understands astronomy? Impressive. Gu Zhijin's eyes flickered with contemplation. It is said that Her Majesty is knowledgeable in many fields, including medicine. Just as Jing'an was about to inquire further, a waiter arrived with the dishes, interrupting their conversation. The culinary offerings at Zui Xian Tower indeed lived up to their reputation. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, while the steamed fish was fresh and tender, and the seasonal vegetables were crisp and refreshing. Jing'an, thoroughly enjoying the meal, did not forget to serve Gu Zhijin. With her bowl overflowing with food, she sighed. You should eat some yourself. Jing'an chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yet he couldn't resist adding more to her bowl. As they dined, a sudden commotion arose from downstairs. Jing'an curiously leaned over to glance, spotting a squad of soldiers escorting several ragged individuals across the street. What is happening? He inquired of the nearby waiter. The waiter lowered his voice. Sir, it is said they have captured Northern D spies outside the city and are taking them to the prison for interrogation. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, both sensing the unease in each other's eyes. The infiltration by Northern D was more severe than they had anticipated. After finishing their meal, the couple did not rush home but instead strolled through the city, discreetly observing the city's defenses and patrols. Jing'an feigned casualness while chatting with several vendors, extracting a wealth of useful information. My dear, the situation is not looking good, he murmured on their way home. The spies from Northern D have already infiltrated the city. Even ordinary citizens can recognize them. Burdened by their thoughts, they returned home. Night had fallen, and lanterns illuminated the courtyard, casting a soft golden glow over everything. Gu Zhijin headed straight to the pharmacy, declaring, I need to prepare more medicine, just in case. Jing'an followed her in. Let me assist you. Gu Zhijin instructed, grind these herbs into powder in proportion. Jing'an promptly rolled up his sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. I assure you I will complete the task. They worked tirelessly into the night, finally preparing various medicines, antidotes, sleeping potions, hemostatic powders, and even a few packets of potent toxins for emergencies. My dear, is this enough? Jing'an rubbed his sore wrists and yawned. Gu Zhijin organized the medicine bottles. Yes, you should go rest now. After washing up, Jing'an collapsed onto the bed, exhaling a long sigh. I am utterly exhausted. Gu Zhijin sat at the vanity, combing her long hair, and glanced at him. Is that all it takes for you to feel tired? Jing'an sprang up. Who says I'm tired? I could duel for another 300 rounds. He lunged toward her playfully. Gu Zhijin swiftly used her foot to block him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. You are quite restless after just recovering? Jing'an blinked and gently nudged her fingertips with his chin. My dear, I desire a lingering note, like a cat begging for food. As Gu Zhijin withdrew her foot, he swiftly picked her up in his arms. Jing'an buried his face in her neck, inhaling deeply. You smell wonderful. The bed curtains had been drawn down without their notice, and the candlelight filtered through the sheer fabric, casting their intertwined silhouettes. Jing'an's kiss traveled from her forehead to her lips, igniting an unexpected fervor at the moment of contact. Their tongues danced together, entwining in a soft embrace until Gu Zhijin tugged at his clothing, prompting a reluctant retreat. Slow down. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed red, but before she could finish her sentence, his long fingers loosened her garments. As her undergarment slipped away, Jing'an's lips found the hollow of her collarbone, his tongue tracing a tantalizing path downward. He lifted his gaze, noticing a hint of crimson blooming at the usually composed Gu Zhijin's eyes. She gasped, fingers tangling in his hair. You mustn't be mischievous. Every brush of his fingers ignited sparks across their skin, leading them both to sigh with satisfaction. Their fingers intertwined at the pillow's edge, each thrust filled with tenderness. Are you satisfied this time? Jing'an panted, nibbling on her earlobe, as the candle's flame crackled. He tenderly wiped away the moisture from her eyes. Beneath their pressed chests, their hearts echoed a harmonious rhythm. Chapter 37. Special training before dawn the next day. Jing'an was dragged to the backyard by Gu Zhijin. The Northern D people were skilled with curved swords and brutal in their techniques. Gu Zhijin wielded a wooden curved sword, stating, I will teach you how to counter it. She retrieved another wooden curved sword from the weapon rack and tossed it to Jing'an. The Northern D curved sword typically measures 3 feet 2 inches and weighs 4 pounds 7 ounces. This is a standard replica. Before she finished speaking, the curved sword whistled through the air as it swept towards him. Jing'an hastily raised his sword to block. The sharp sound of impact echoed as the wooden blades clashed, sending a peculiar twist through his grip that left his hands tingling. Gu Zhijin's blade glided downwards, lightly tapping his waist. First move, lonely smoke in the desert. Gu Zhijin stood firmly, explaining that the arc of her blade would neutralize his blocking force while creating a secondary angle for attack. Jing'an shook his numb hand, his gaze sharpening, just like the mechanics of a recurve bow. In their second exchange, Jing'an employed a thrust from Western swordsmanship, hoping to counter the curve with a straight attack. However, Gu Zhijin seemed to anticipate his move, her blade spinning to deflect the thrust before executing a cunning upward sweep, the tip of her wooden sword halting just half an inch from Jing'an's throat. Well done, Jing'an exclaimed, pleased rather than angry. This technique resembles the principle of leverage in Tai Chi. Golden flecks of light danced through the bamboo grove. Their figures darted across the sandy ground, the sharp clinks of their wooden swords startling a few early rising sparrows. Jing'an's capacity for learning was remarkable by the seventh exchange. He had begun to predict Gu Zhijin's sweeping trajectory. Good, she breathed lightly. Now I will teach you how to counter it. She set aside the curved sword and took a 3-foot Qingfeng sword from the rack, stating, curved swords are most vulnerable to close-range attacks and straight-line assaults. The blade glimmered like silk as Gu Zhijin suddenly altered her rhythm, executing 3 rapid thrusts as quick as lightning. Jing'an barely managed to block the first 2 strikes, but the third broke through his defenses, the tip of the sword lightly grazing his chest. Is this akin to the triple strike principle in modern combat? Jing'an pondered, realizing he could disrupt the rhythm by varying his attack frequency. Again, Gu Zhijin's eyes sparkled with approval. This time, Jing'an attempted to integrate close-quarters combat techniques from special forces into his swordplay. As Gu Zhijin's curved sword swept towards him, he suddenly crouched and charged forward, using his left arm to deflect her wrist while thrusting his sword upward at a sharp angle.
Good.
Gu Zhijin was forced to step back for the first time that morning, losing her advantage. Jing'an pressed his attack, his swordplay transforming into a bewildering blend of fierce and fluid movements, sometimes striking like a bayonet and other times incorporating the entangling elements of jiu-jitsu. At one point, he even executed an elbow strike reminiscent of Muay Thai, aiming both elbow and sword towards Gu Zhijin's face. Stop, Gu Zhijin suddenly commanded, grasping his wrist.
That move has a flaw.
She stepped closer to Jing'an's back, her right hand covering his hand gripping the sword. During an elbow strike, the sword tip will deviate 3 inches from the target. You should adjust your center of gravity. The crisp scent of medicinal herbs lingered in the air as Jing'an felt Gu Zhijin guiding his muscle memory, perfectly merging modern combat movements with ancient sword techniques. Do you understand? Gu Zhijin released him. Jing'an nodded and, with a sudden turn, embraced the person in his arms, lowering his head to capture the lips that were still articulating the moves. Gu Zhijin was taken by surprise, about to protest, when Jing'an earnestly declared, "My dear wife, I have conceived a new technique." By the time the sun reached its zenith, the two had sparred for over 100 rounds. Jing'an's black attire was soaked with sweat, clinging to his well-defined muscles. His swordplay became increasingly unpredictable, often interspersing traditional moves with modern combat variations. Behold this move. Jing'an abruptly discarded his sword, lunging forward with Brazilian jiu-jitsu ground techniques to ensnare Gu Zhijin's legs, while simultaneously drawing a short dagger from his boot to press against her throat, a modified version of modern special forces disarmament. A glint of sharpness flashed in Gu Zhijin's eyes. She impossibly twisted her waist, effortlessly locating the nerve in his arm and applying pressure. Jing'an's entire arm went limp, immobilized beneath her control. Cheating. Jing'an grimaced in pain. There's no such thing as acupoint strikes. In life and death struggles, who abides by rules? Gu Zhijin released her grip, tossing him a towel for a brief respite. Jing'an collapsed onto a stone bench, gulping for air, only to realize the sun was already high in the sky. His muscles protested, and a blister had formed on the webbing of his right hand. Yet he felt an exhilarating rush of energy. "My dear wife, how is that combination I just executed?" Gu Zhijin, examining his blister, replied without looking up, "Flashy." Just as Jing'an was about to retort, she added softly, "But it proved effective in practice." This simple praise caused Jing'an to leap up as if invigorated. "Let's go again. I've discovered that if we integrate Wing Chun's inch power into the sword techniques, first, tend to your wounds," Gu Zhijin interjected, pressing down on his injury with a medicinal powder from her waist pouch. The northern decurved blade was often poisoned, and even a minor wound could be fatal. As the powder touched the wound, Jing'an inhaled sharply. Gu Zhijin skillfully bandaged him and suddenly asked, "Did you sustain injuries often in your previous life after I died?" Jing'an was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. "You know well that special forces rarely escape unscathed. The most severe time, a bullet was merely 2 centimeters from my heart." He abruptly fell silent as he noticed Gu Zhijin's fingers tremble slightly. This revelation ignited warmth in his heart, prompting him to exaggerate. "Did my dear wife feel pity for me?" But then he thought, if he had died then, perhaps he could have met you, Captain, sooner. Gu Zhijin, her expression unchanging, pressed down on his wound, and as Jing'an cried out in pain, she stood up, Continue training. The afternoon's training was even more grueling. Gu Jin began to simulate various unexpected scenarios, suddenly throwing sand to obscure vision, creating slippery surfaces, and launching sneak attacks from behind. Once, after Jing and had successfully deflected a frontal assault, he stumbled over a trap she had set. Unfair. Jing spat out the sand in his mouth. There are too many underhanded tactics. Murong Zhao's deputy is nicknamed Scorpion. Gu Jin replied coldly. He once killed an opponent with a poison needle at a banquet. Jing immediately suppressed his playful demeanor, his eyes sharpening like a blade. Again. As the sun set, Jing finally devised a complete sequence of 12 techniques to counter the curved blade. He fused joint techniques from modern combat and wrestling with ancient swordplay, specifically targeting the curved attacks of the scimitar. The final move even incorporated parkour rolling techniques, allowing for a counterattack in the moment of falling. Try this move. Jing suddenly switched his sword to his left hand, drawing 3 copper coins from his waist as projectiles. As Gu Jin blocked, he slid closer, striking her wrist with the hilt of his sword. Gu Jin lost her grip on the scimitar but revealed a pleased expression that will suffice. The two, drenched in sweat, sat on the stone steps to rest. As the evening breeze brushed against their damp clothes, Jing suddenly laughed. "My dear wife, does this make us the pioneers of blending ancient and modern martial arts?" Gu Jin did not respond, yet the corners of her lips slightly lifted. She offered Jing a water pouch filled with a specially crafted herbal tea to quickly restore his energy. "I will teach you to identify acupoints tomorrow." Gu Jin gazed at the darkening sky. The human body has 36 major acupoints. Mastering them can yield tremendous results. Jing's eyes brightened. "Just like the neural nodes in modern medicine? I know that a strike to the temple can..." "Enough," Gu Jin interrupted. "Traditional Chinese medicine's acupoints are energy nodes, not merely nerve clusters." Suddenly, she pressed a finger on a specific spot beneath Jing's ribcage.
Ouch.
Jing jumped as if electrocuted. "What is that?" "Chiman acupoint." Gu Jin's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Starting tomorrow, we will learn acupoint identification." At the early hours of the next day, Jing was awakened by an unusual medicinal fragrance. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Gu Jin grinding a greenish ointment at the bedside. The morning light filtered through the window, casting fragmented golden shadows on her eyelashes. "This is the awakening ointment. It heightens sensitivity to acupoints," she said without looking up. "Now remove your clothing." A quarter of an hour later, Jing, bare-chested, sat cross-legged before a specially crafted acupoint chart. The human-shaped silk cloth was densely annotated with over 300 acupoints, causing his scalp to tingle. "Let us begin with the vital acupoints." Gu Jin pointed to the chart at the throat area. "Lianquan acupoint. A heavy blow can lead to asphyxiation." Without warning, she pressed below Jing's Adam's apple. His breath caught, and he reflexively grasped her wrist, only to find her other hand forming a sword-like gesture aimed at his eyes. "Qingming acupoint," she warned, her fingertip halting just half an inch from his eyeball. "A light touch can cause blindness. A heavy strike can penetrate the brain." As her words fell, Gu Jin suddenly struck his back with her palm. A sharp pain shot through him like an electric current, causing Jing to grunt. His vision darkening, yet he heard her cool voice beside him. "Lingtai acupoint. It shocks the heart's meridian." Once his sight returned, Gu Jin was in front of him, her fingertip resting on her collarbone. "This is the Shanzhong acupoint. You try." Jing hesitated, pausing before touching her skin. Gu Jin was clad in a simple white garment, the shadow of her collarbone faintly visible. He forced himself to focus, gently pressing at the indicated spot. Not enough force. Gu Jin seized his finger, suddenly applying pressure. "Like this." "Ah." Jing inhaled sharply as the acupoint she guided him to press sent a penetrating numbness surging through his body, spreading instantly to his limbs. The sensation was utterly peculiar. Neither pain nor itch, yet rendering him utterly weak. "Remember this sensation." Gu Jin released him. "Acupoints are not merely memorized locations." She suddenly grasped Jing's hand, pressing it against the side of her neck. "Do you feel the indentation beneath the pulse? This is the Renning acupoint." Jing's fingertips burned. The skin beneath his palm was warm and delicate, rising and falling gently with her breath. Compelled by an unseen force, he caressed it, only to be met with a silver needle poised at his wrist's Shenmen acupoint. "Focus." Gu Jin's ears turned slightly pink. The subsequent instruction could only be described as torturous. With each acupoint Gu Jin taught, She required Jing and to locate the corresponding spot on her own body and demonstrate its effects firsthand. By the time they reached the Jianjing acupoint, Jing and was grimacing in pain, his right arm temporarily unable to rise. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes not departing from the meridians while identifying acupoints. Gu Zhijin fetched a silver needle. Now I will teach you to recognize the meridians. She gestured for Jing and to lie flat, the cool needle tip gently touching the inner side of his arm, Tianlong meridian, beginning at Zhongfu, ending at Shaoshang. The silver needle traveled along an invisible pathway, creating a peculiar sensation of pressure and swelling where it passed. Suddenly, Jing'an recalled something. Wait, this aligns with modern medicine's neural pathways. Silence. Gu Zhijin pressed a needle into his Higu acupoint. Feel the energy flow. Do not think of those irrelevant matters. As the needles pierced in succession, Jing'an gradually sensed a subtle flow within him, as if warm water coursed through a defined pathway. When Gu Zhijin's needle halted at the Zisanli acupoint, his entire leg involuntarily twitched. Energy leads to effect. Gu Zhijin finally revealed a satisfied expression. Do you now understand the distinction between acupoints and nerves? Jing'an gazed at the trembling silver needles on his legs. A sudden epiphany struck him. So, acupressure is essentially an interference with the flow of qi? Much like a hacker breaching a system's traffic nodes? Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow, nodding in approval. An apt metaphor. As the sun began to set, Jing'an had already memorized the 36 vital acupoints. Gu Zhijin's teaching method was nothing short of devilish. After every 5 acupoints, he was subjected to practical tests, and a single mistake would result in the silver needles attending to him. At present, 3 needles still pierced his back as punishment for misidentifying the Gan Shu acupoint. The final one, the deadliest point. Gu Zhijin's voice grew solemn. By Hui acupoint. With a delicate fingertip, she tapped the crown of Jing'an's head. A blow here could prove fatal. Her fingers glided down the back of his neck, indicating the Fengfu acupoint as well. Gu Zhijin swiftly pressed 7 major acupoints on Jing'an's chest, her movements so rapid they left behind an afterimage. This was the 7 stars locking the soul technique, which, when executed in a specific sequence, could render a person immobile for 12 hours. Jing'an's eyes sparkled. This technique would be effective against Morong Zhao, provided you can get close enough. Gu Zhijin doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Now, recite all the acupoints I've taught you. As night fell, their special training came to a close. Jing'an, adorned with numerous silver needles meant to aid his memory, resembled a porcupine. Gu Zhijin was at the medicine cabinet preparing a medicinal bath when she suddenly heard a thud behind her. Turning around, she found Jing'an sprawled on the floor in a star shape, blinking pitifully. My dear, I can't feel my body at all. Gu Zhijin sighed, setting down her mortar to approach him. Just as she bent down to inspect, Jing'an rolled over and pinned her down. He wore a mischievous grin, showing no trace of weakness. Got you, my dear. Gu Zhijin narrowed her eyes, her fingertip precisely striking the acupoint at his waist. Jing'an erupted into uncontrollable laughter, rolling to the side in a fetal position. Ha ha, my dear. Help. I was wrong. Please let me go.
Ha ha ha.
It seemed he had indeed learned his acupoint recognition quickly. Gu Zhijin looked down at him from her elevated position, releasing his acupoints. Tomorrow, we will practice identifying acupoints through clothing. Jing'an's laughter abruptly ceased. Ah, no way. So soon, and the difficulty increases? Gu Zhijin had already walked toward the bathing room, casually tossing over her shoulder. One mistake, one needle. Chapter 38. Identifying acupoints through clothing before dawn. Jing'an was awakened by Gu Zhijin. She retrieved a porcelain bottle from the medicine chest and popped the revitalizing tablet into her mouth. The bitter yet minty flavor instantly cleared Jing'an's mind. Today's rules were straightforward. Gu Zhijin pointed to the hourglass by the wall. Within 15 minutes, identify 3 designated acupoints through clothing. She paused, adding, one mistake, one needle. Jing'an swallowed hard, recalling the fear he felt yesterday when the silver needles were in charge. What if I get them all right? Gu Zhijin smirked slightly. You may make one request. This promise made Jing'an's eyes sparkle. He flexed his fingers, suddenly recalling something. Wait, my dear, you wouldn't deliberately move the acupoints, would you? The human acupoints don't grow legs. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance, instructing him to start with a single layer of clothing. Jing'an took a deep breath, recalling the distribution of acupoints learned the previous day. Gu Zhijin stood with her back to him, her voice cool. First, the Jianjing acupoint. His fingertips brushed against her right shoulder through the silk fabric, and Jing could feel the warmth of her skin beneath the material. Recalling the sensation from yesterday, he gently pressed at the midpoint between the clavicle and shoulder peak. The position was correct, but the pressure was insufficient. Gu Zhijin remarked, again, the Danzhong acupoint. This acupoint was particularly clear in Jing An's memory. He placed his palm flat against Gu Zhijin's back, counting up to the fourth thoracic vertebra along the spine. Then calculated forward, stopping at the midpoint between her breasts. Through the fabric, he felt her breath pause slightly.
Correct.
Gu Zhijin affirmed succinctly. Lastly, the Huan Tiao acupoint. This acupoint resided in the gluteal region. Jing An's finger hovered in midair, suddenly hesitating. Hesitation leads to defeat. Gu Zhijin's voice was cold. Jing An gritted his teeth and accurately placed his palm on the outer indentation of her right hip. The sensation sent heat to his ears. But he heard Gu Zhijin chuckle softly. Incorrect. A flash of silver, and a needle pierced the inside of Jing An's wrist, the dull ache radiating up his arm. Isn't this the Huan Tiao acupoint? He protested, rubbing his wrist in defiance. Gu Zhijin turned, grasping his hand and pressing it against her waist. Did you feel the iliac crest? From here, guide your fingers to this indentation. This is the true Huan Tiao acupoint. Jing An's realization dawned. So that's how it is. The tactile sensation is completely different through clothing. Continue. The difficulty had evidently increased. The thick fabric entirely insulated body heat, and Jing An could only rely on his memory of human anatomy to locate it. He pressed his hands lightly on Gu Zhijin's abdomen, recalling the position of the navel from modern anatomy, then gently pressed half an inch upward. Barely acceptable. Gu Zhijin critiqued, but in actual combat, an enemy won't allow you to touch their acupoints. Suddenly, she spun around, her garments billowing as she moved to Jing An's side. Now, identify acupoints while in motion. The ensuing training was akin to torment. Gu Zhijin moved like a wraith in the practice room, and Jing An had to determine the acupoint locations in the split second she moved. At one point, he finally managed to grasp Gu Zhijin's wrist to target the Naguan acupoint, only to find himself caught in a joint lock at the Mingmen acupoint. Too slow. Gu Zhijin released her hold, stating, an enemy won't grant you such a long reaction time. Jing An shook his numbed hand, suddenly struck by inspiration. My dear, can we make a deal? Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow. If I can identify 3 of your acupoints before the hourglass runs out. Jing An's eyes sparkled. You must tell me your favorite place for me to kiss you. A silver needle whizzed past Jing An's ear, embedding itself 3 inches deep into the wooden pillar behind him. Continue training. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed slightly. By midday, Jing An had managed to accurately locate most of the acupoints through 3 layers of clothing. Gu Zhijin's teaching method was straightforward and brutal. Each mistake resulted in a needle being thrust into the corresponding acupoint, using pain to aid memory. By noon, Jing An had endured over 20 needles, resembling a porcupine. Break time. Gu Zhijin finally called a halt, retrieving a healing ointment from the medicine chest as she shed her clothing. Jing An grimaced as he removed his shirt, revealing a torso dotted with needle marks. Gu Zhijin dipped her fingertip in the ointment, gently applying it to each puncture. The cool balm alleviated the burning sensation, prompting Jing An to involuntarily sigh in relief. Does it hurt? Gu Zhijin suddenly inquired. Jing An blinked, catching a fleeting glimpse of concern in her eyes, and instantly became theatrical. It hurts so much. Only your kisses and hugs can make it better. Before he could finish, she pressed down on the sore spot, causing him to gasp in pain. Serves you right, Gu Zhijin retorted, though her hands softened considerably. After lunch, the training intensified. Gu Zhijin donned a set of Northern D-style leather armor, the heavy leather and metal plates significantly increasing the difficulty of acupoint identification. In real combat, enemies won't wear silk, she remarked, tapping the copper mirror at her chest. Let's see if you can find the Danzhong acupoint from here. Jing An studied the mirror for a long while, finally noticing a gap along the edge. He pinched his fingers together and deftly inserted them through the crevice, pressing against Gu Zhijin's chest. Cunning, Gu Zhijin commented, though her eyes held admiration, but there are no rules on the battlefield. As the sun began to set, Jing An finally faced the ultimate assessment. Gu Zhijin was clad in full Northern D commander attire, a heavy leather cloak draped over chainmail, various weapons hanging at her waist. Standing in the center of the room, she declared coldly, "The hourglass begins now." Jing and focused intently. The first acupoint was the Chu Chi acupoint, located at the outer end of the elbow crease. He grasped Gu Zhijin's right wrist, his thumb probing beneath the heavy protective arm guard, finally locating a depression.
Correct.
Gu Zhijin nodded. Next, the Qi Men acupoint. This acupoint lies beneath the ribs, shielded by both armor and chainmail. Jing'an recalled the position of the ribs from modern anatomy, sliding his fingers along the edge of the chest plate, striking heavily at the intercostal space between the second ribs. Gu Zhijin's breath hitched. You're close. The final acupoint, the Baihui, located at the crown of the head, was entirely covered by an iron helmet. Jing'an circled around Gu Zhijin twice, and a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He gently tapped the top of the helmet, gauging the position above his head through the echo, then abruptly lifted the helmet, aiming a finger at the Baihui. Just as his fingertip was an inch away from the crown, Gu Zhijin seized his wrist. You've lost. It was then that Jing'an realized the hourglass had run out of its last grain of sand. Frustrated, he flung his hand. So close. In battle, a mere moment could mean the difference between life and death. Gu Zhijin removed her helmet, her dark hair cascading down like a waterfall. But then she suddenly pressed Jing'an's hand against her Baihui, the placement being accurate. This small affirmation reignited Jing'an's fighting spirit. Let us try again. In the stillness of the night, their training finally concluded. Jing'an slumped into the medicinal bath, his body aching as if trampled by an elephant. Gu Zhijin was organizing her silver needles when she suddenly heard a splash. Jing'an had slipped behind her, his damp arms encircling her waist. My lady. He rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice hoarse with fatigue. How did I perform today? Gu Zhijin did not push him away, merely replied nonchalantly. Barely acceptable. Then, what's my reward? Jing'an pressed closer. Didn't you say I could make a request? Gu Zhijin turned to face him, her gaze meeting his eager eyes, and unexpectedly pressed her fingertip against his neck. Jing'an instantly felt a warm current radiate from the acupoint, washing away his fatigue. He was astonished as he moved his arms, feeling the smooth flow of energy. Gu Zhijin tucked away her silver needles and returned to her soak. With a splash, water from the medicinal bath spilled over the edge. Jing'an, still damp, wrapped his arms around Gu Zhijin's waist, resting his chin on her shoulder with a gentle nudge. My lady, don't leave. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed crimson, her fingers pinching his earlobe. Let go. You're soaking wet. I want tea. Jing'an stubbornly tightened his embrace, his nose brushing against her delicate neck. My lady promised me a reward. The steam from the bath enveloped them, and Jing'an could distinctly smell the faint herbal fragrance from her hair. He deliberately elongated his breath, his warm exhalation caressing the sensitive skin behind her ear. When did I ever agree to this? Gu Zhijin's words were cut off as Jing'an's lips found her earlobe, gently nibbling it.
Here, right?
His voice dripped with satisfaction, his fingers mischievously loosening the ties at her waist. My lady loves it when I kiss here. Stop this nonsense. Gu Zhijin firmly pressed down on his meddlesome hand, but due to the slick edge of the bath, she was suddenly pulled into his embrace.
Splash.
Water splattered everywhere. When Gu Zhijin regained her senses, she found herself encircled by Jing'an, both of them seated face to face in the spacious bath. The steaming medicinal liquid soaked through her thin white garment, the fabric becoming transparent and clinging to her skin. Jing'an, she exclaimed, momentarily losing her composure, raising her hand to press on the acupoint on his smile. My lady, spare me. Jing'an quickly captured her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. My shoulder hurts. Gu Zhijin paused. Jing'an indeed had an old injury on his right shoulder that had not yet healed, and this morning's training had added several new bruises. She instinctively glanced at the reddened scar, her fingers twitching slightly. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jing'an seized the opportunity. He reached for a bottle of medicinal oil from the cabinet, blinking his puppy eyes pitifully. My lady, would you help me apply the medicine? I can't reach it myself. Gu Zhijin stared at his damp, pleading eyes and after a moment's hesitation, sighed. Turn around. Jing'an obediently turned, presenting his back to Gu Zhijin, even parting his long hair to reveal his well-defined back. Water droplets slid down his shoulder blades, leaving winding trails on his muscular back. The cool medicinal oil pooled in her palms as Gu Zhijin pressed her hands onto his shoulder muscles, kneading with just the right amount of pressure. Jing'an sighed with pleasure, resembling a pampered dog, and did not hesitate to push for more. A bit lower? Yes, right there. The oil gradually absorbed, its minty coolness seeping into his skin. Gu Zhijin's fingertips expertly found every taut muscle knot, skillfully working them loose. This was her unique technique, blending modern physiotherapy with traditional Chinese massage, designed to swiftly alleviate post-training muscle soreness. My lady's technique is truly remarkable. Jing's voice grew increasingly muffled, his head bobbing as he succumbed to drowsiness. Just as Gu Zhijin was about to withdraw her hands, he suddenly grabbed her wrist. Jing'an turned, causing a splash of water, the damp white fabric clinging to her, accentuating her alluring curves. In the spirit of reciprocity, it's my turn to massage you. A mischievous glimmer danced in his eyes as he discovered he had a handful of medicinal oil again. Gu Zhijin was about to refuse when Jing'an leaned closer, his voice low and husky. My lady, you've worked hard teaching me about acupoints today. May I practice a little? The way he elongated the last word, coupled with his wet, pleading gaze, left Gu Zhijin momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment of her hesitation, Jing'an's hand found its way to her shoulder, his thumb pressing gently on the Fengqi acupoint. This one treats headaches. His tone turned serious, his fingertip applying just the right pressure. You studied medical texts until the wee hours last night. You deserve to relax. Gu Zhijin froze slightly. She had indeed not disclosed her late-night studies to Jing'an, surprised at how observant he was. Before she could respond, his fingers descended along her spine, pausing briefly at each acupoint. Jianjing acupoint, Tiansong acupoint, he murmured as he pressed. His technique surprisingly adept. Is this sore? Indeed it is. Gu Zhijin unconsciously relaxed her tense shoulders, allowing his warm hands to roam her back. Though Jing'an's massage technique was unrefined, his heartfelt effort pinpointed every ache with precision. My lady is so soft, Jing'an suddenly mumbled, his fingers unknowingly slipping to her waist. Gu Zhijin immediately became alert, about to rise, but he wrapped his arms around her waist. Don't move, I found an acupoint. His fingertips pressed lightly at her side. This one particularly sensitive? What nonsense! Gu Zhijin's voice trailed off as Jing'an's lips brushed against her nape, his hand gently pressing on that secret acupoint. A tingling sensation coursed through her body like an electric current, leaving Gu Zhijin momentarily paralyzed. Jing'an let out a triumphant chuckle, turning her to face him. I've discovered a new acupoint. Shall we call it the Zhijin acupoint? Below the water. Her hand suddenly grasped his thigh. Jing'an yelped and jumped, but due to the confined space of the bath, he ended up even closer to Gu Zhijin. Their foreheads touched, breaths mingling, steam from the medicinal bath lending a hazy allure to Gu Zhijin's cool complexion. My lady, Jing'an's throat bobbed, his voice raspy. Let us try some underwater exercises. The water rippled as his hand slid beneath her soaked garment, his fingertips gliding over every familiar curve. When his fingertips brushed against a particularly sensitive spot, Gu Zhijin suddenly bit him. Ouch! Jing'an retreated, looking pitiful, but caught sight of Gu Zhijin's ears flushed crimson. It's inconvenient in the water, she averted her gaze, her voice barely audible. Jing'an's eyes lit up, immediately understanding. Then shall we change locations? Without waiting for a response, he stood up with a splash, effortlessly wrapping her in a dry cloth from the screen and lifting her horizontally. The night breeze rustled through the window, the bed curtains swayed. Jing'an's lips and fingers seemed to possess a magical quality, igniting sparks of passion wherever they roamed. Gu Zhijin's typically calm voice was now fragmented, as she bit her lower lip to suppress those embarrassing sounds. Chapter 39. The Empress's summons. The rigorous training over the past 10 days had transformed Jing'an entirely. In the morning light of the hour, he practiced swordsmanship in the backyard, his bare torso glistening with sweat that trickled down his muscular form, splashing onto the bluestone tiles. His swordplay had evolved beyond mere ancient martial arts or modern combat, becoming a seamless art of killing, both the ethereal elegance of ancient sword techniques and the ruthless precision of special forces combat. Raise your wrist a little higher. Gu Zhijin's voice echoed from the corridor. She held a time-worn medical tome, with faint shadows beneath her eyes. Aside from accompanying Jing'an in training, she had devoted nearly all her time to studying various secret medical texts. Jing'an adjusted his stance, the sword tip drawing a silver arc in the air. Wife. I've refined this move. Flowing clouds chase the moon, incorporating the reverse cut from dagger fighting. Meichem. Gu Zhijin replied without looking up, suddenly tossing a copper coin. The sound of slicing air prompted Jing'an to instinctively roll to the side, his sword precisely striking the coin midair. With a crisp sound, the coin split in two and fell to the ground. Your reaction speed is satisfactory. Gu Jin finally closed the medical book. Today we are to attend the flower viewing event, so do not practice too rigorously. Jing unsheathed his sword and leaned closer to observe the book in her hands. Isn't this golden needle to cross the abyss a forbidden technique from the Medicine King Valley? Has it been sent by the princess? Norong Zhao's headaches were particularly severe. Gu Jin gently traced the human meridian diagram on the page. Ordinary acupuncture methods would likely be ineffective. The morning light filtered through the window, casting a gentle outline on Gu Jin's profile. Jing'an noticed the exhaustion that could not be concealed beneath her lashes, and his heart softened.
Wife.
You haven't had a proper rest these days, have you? It's nothing. Gu Jin rose to bathe and change. As the princess's carriage was set to arrive at the third quarter of the 10 hour. We must disguise ourselves first. Today you are the swordsman Xiao Jing. As she combed her hair, she added, speak less and observe more. If someone tests your martial skills, use 7 parts strength and reserve 3. Jing'an met her gaze in the mirror. What if a scout from Beatty provokes us? Use all your strength. Gu Jin secured his hair with a jade hairpin. Her tone growing colder. If it comes to that, we will not hold back. At the appointed time, the princess's carriage arrived punctually outside the door. Gu Jin wore a flowing moon-white gown, her waist adorned with a medicinal pouch and jade pendant, her dark hair half up with a silver hairpin slanted, enhancing her ethereal grace. Jing'an could not help but lean closer. Wife, today you truly resemble a fairy stepped out of a painting. Gu Jin shot him a glance and adjusted his collar. Remember, we met due to the treatment of your sword wound and have journeyed together since. We know nothing else. As the carriage passed through the bustling streets of Jingguan City, Jing'an seized the opportunity to whisper while lifting the curtain. The candy seller in the rear right has been following us since we boarded the princess's carriage. A hidden agent from Beatty, Gu Jin remarked without lifting her eyes. There are 2 more on the second floor of the silk shop to the left. Jing'an silently marveled. As expected of the captain, her acuity surpassed his own. The princess's flower viewing event was held in the renowned Ningbi Garden of South Chu. When the guards announced the arrival of Bai Ji, the fairy of the Medicine King Valley, and the solitary swordsman Xiao Jing, laughter in the garden abruptly ceased. Dozens of gazes turned sharply toward them, and Jing'an keenly sensed a few particularly piercing stares. He instinctively positioned himself protectively behind Gu Jin, his thumb unconsciously stroking the hilt of his sword. Princess Mingyu, donning a goose-yellow wide-sleeved gown and a jade hairpin that added to her dignified presence, rose to greet them. Miss Bai, young Master Xiao. We have awaited your arrival. Gu Jin performed a formal bow. My master has sent me into the world to practice medicine. It is a great fortune to be invited by the princess. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, melodious and enchanting. A richly dressed elder suddenly sneered. The Medicine King Valley has secluded itself for 100 years, yet suddenly a successor emerges. This seems rather suspicious. Unfazed, Gu Jin retrieved a gleaming white pill from her medicinal pouch. The pill ignited upon contact with the air, releasing a refreshing scent that invigorated those nearby. Calming heart pill, exclaimed the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital, standing in excitement. This is indeed a secret of the Medicine King Valley. The murmurs of doubt ceased immediately. Princess Mingyu seized the moment to smooth over the situation. Miss Bai's medical skills are exceptional. I have suffered from chronic headaches, and her 3 doses of medicine have alleviated them by 7 or 8 parts. Hearing of young Master Zhao's extraordinary swordsmanship, a young martial general stepped forward, clasping his hands. Might I request a demonstration? Jing'an recognized him as Xue Zhao, the commander of the Imperial Guard and a trusted confidant of Princess Mingyu. The princess chuckled lightly. Xue Qing is eager for a challenge. What say you, young Master Xiao? Understanding this was an opportunity arranged by the princess for him to showcase his skills. Jing'an calmly unsheathed his sword.
Please.
In the open space of the garden, Xue Zhao wielded his spear like a dragon. Executing the azure dragon emerges from water move aimed directly at Jing'an's throat. Yet, Jing'an did not draw his sword. Instead, he gracefully sidestepped, using the sheath to perfectly deflect the spear's tip. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. For the second move, Xue Zhao swept his spear in a wide arc, the sound of slicing air echoing as it came toward Jing'an. In a sudden lunge, Jing'an crouched and grabbed the spear shaft with his left hand, while his right hand sheath struck toward Xue Zhao's wrist acupoint. Your move. Jing'an stepped back 3 paces. Xue Zhao stared in astonishment at his numbed right hand as the spear clattered to the ground. Impressive skill. A Tibetan merchant applauded, stepping forward. I desire to learn the sword techniques of the Central Plains. Before a response could be given, a curved knife swung toward Jing'an. His expression sharpened. The knife technique was vicious and cunning, following a curved trajectory, unmistakably resembling the style of Beatty cavalry. Instantly entering a combat mindset, Jing'an finally drew his sword. For his first move, he employed a refined version of the broken knife technique. As the knife swept toward him, he suddenly shifted tactics. Thrusting his sword upward at an impossible angle, seamlessly blending modern military stabbing techniques into his attack. The Tibetan merchant was taken aback, hastily attempting to block with his knife. Yet Jing'an shifted the point of attack from thrusting to slicing, narrowly missing the merchant's wrist, almost severing his tendons. What a vicious sword! The merchant cursed in Tibetan, his knife techniques suddenly turning treacherous and sinister, attacking Jing'an's lower body with every move. Jing'an smirked, adapting his swordplay accordingly, deliberately feigning an opening. He executed a sudden roll as the knife approached, his sword cracking like a whip against the merchant's knee. This move, infused with Brazilian jiu-jitsu ground techniques, caused the merchant to drop to one knee. Shall we continue? Jing'an pressed the tip of his sword against the merchant's throat. Young Master Zhao's swordsmanship is exquisite. May I inquire about your school of thought? An elder stroked his beard, asking. Jing'an clasped his hands. My master has long since retreated from the world, and I cannot reveal his name. He deliberately infused his tone with a hint of arrogance, claiming that his sword techniques were insights gained from observing wolf pack hunting, lacking a formal system. The martial generals in the garden suddenly became intrigued. The deputy minister of war spoke aloud. Might we be fortunate enough to witness your sword techniques today? Jing'an glanced at Gu Zhijin, who gave an almost imperceptible nod, before he replied. I shall present my humble skills. He stepped into the center of the open area, beginning with an unremarkable stance. Yet, for his second move, he unexpectedly incorporated a sidekick from modern combat into his swordplay, executing a swift rotation that left a sharp arc in the air. What kind of sword technique is this? A martial general whispered. Gu Zhijin's lips curled upward slightly. Jing'an's move was evidently a transformation of the military dagger technique into a swordplay style, harmoniously blending with his former life as a special forces soldier, creating an oddly coordinated effect. The sword wind intensified, and Jing'an suddenly leaped into the air, executing a standard Muay Thai flying knee followed by intricate sword flourishes. As he landed, the sword tip lightly touched the ground, his entire being taut like a leopard poised to pounce. The garden fell silent, only to erupt in applause moments later. At the banquet, Gu Zhijin found herself surrounded by noble women seeking her medical advice. A young girl squeezed to the front. Sister Bai, I have been experiencing persistent chest pain. As she took the girl's pulse, Gu Zhijin felt the strong internal energy within, far beyond that of an ordinary young lady. Stagnation of qi and blood. Gu Zhijin maintained her composure, retrieving a red pill, which she consumed, resolving the issue instantly. As the young girl accepted the pill, their fingertips brushed against each other, and an exquisitely crafted scroll discreetly slipped into Gu Zhijin's sleeve. Hearing that the heir of the Medicine King Valley possessed a divination technique capable of discerning life and death, the wife of the Tai Chong Temple's minister hastily moved to the front. Miss Bai, could you perhaps take a look for me? Gu Zhijin's gaze lingered on the woman's face for a moment. Madam, have you been unable to sleep at night recently, and does consuming sweet food provoke a cough? The woman widened her eyes in astonishment. Remarkable. The tranquilizing decoction prescribed by the imperial physician has had no effect. It is not a restless heart but rather an excess of stomach fire. Gu Zhijin produced a set of silver needles. May I proceed with acupuncture? It will be resolved in a moment. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Zhijin's silver needles pierced the woman's acupoints with the grace of flowing water. As the final needle was inserted at the Zasanli point, the woman exhaled deeply. Truly miraculous. The heaviness in my chest has suddenly dissipated. Gu Zhijin calmly withdrew the needles. The stomach fire has been reduced. Simply taking bamboo sap for 3 more days will eradicate it entirely. This scene seemed to open floodgates, as noble women eagerly surged forward. Jing'an stepped forward at the right moment, crossing his sword sheath to maintain a safe distance from the crowd. Ladies, Miss Bai is our guest today. Let us not forget our manners. When the flower appreciation event concluded, Princess Mingyu retained the two of them for a private discussion. Very successful, the princess nodded in satisfaction. Now the entire city of Jingguang will reverberate with tales of the Medicine King Valley's heir and the mysterious swordsman. She handed over a list featuring those present from the Northern Dark Forces. In 2 months, they will be your guides for the envoy you'll engage with. In the carriage on the way home, Jing'an rubbed his stiff smile. That Tibetan merchant is undoubtedly a spy from the Northern D. His swordplay bears the mark of their cavalry. Gu Zhijin retrieved the scroll from her sleeve. This should be from Yunshang's contact. Jing'an leaned in to see. What does it say? Norong Zhao's headache is more severe than anticipated. He has brought the imperial physician along. Gu Zhijin burned the note. This presents a breakthrough. As the carriage turned a corner, the setting sun cast mottled shadows on Gu Zhijin's profile through the sheer window. Jing'an suddenly noticed the fatigue etched on her brow. Recalling how, aside from training with him, she had been poring over medical texts until late into the night these past few days. My dear, he said softly, you should rest well when we return. As night enveloped the city of Jingguang, the streets gradually quieted. Upon returning home, the lanterns in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, casting dappled light. Just as Gu Zhijin stepped through the door, she suddenly swayed and grasped the doorframe for support. Jing'an, quick to react, caught her waist, only to find her skin icy cold. My dear. Alarmed, he noticed her complexion was as pale as paper, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What is wrong? Gu Zhijin shook her head slightly, her voice weak. It is nothing. I have merely overexerted myself recently, and an old ailment has flared up. A brief rest will suffice. Without giving her a chance to protest, Jing'an lifted her effortlessly and strode towards the inner chamber. Gu Zhijin attempted to struggle but found herself firmly held in his embrace. Do not move. On the bed, Jing'an carefully removed her outer garment, only to discover her back was soaked in sweat. He fetched a warm cloth and gently wiped her cold forehead, his brow furrowed. During the acupuncture today, did you employ any particular technique? Gu Zhijin closed her eyes to regulate her breath before slowly opening them. Norong Zhao's headache is extraordinary. I needed to familiarize myself with the golden needle to cross-suffering technique in advance. My treatment of that woman was, in fact, a trial. Jing'an's voice rose in concern, a hint of grievance in his eyes. Why did you not inform me? Gu Zhijin met his gaze, her tone calm. If I had told you, would you have permitted me to take that risk? Jing'an was momentarily speechless, finally murmuring, at the very least, allow me to share the burden. The golden needle to cross-suffering requires precise control of inner strength. No one else can assist. Gu Zhijin propped herself up. Please fetch the medicine box for me. Jing'an quickly retrieved the medicine box, watching as she extracted a small green porcelain vial from the bottom. The moment the cork was removed, a bitter herbal aroma wafted through the air. Gu Zhijin poured out a dark pill and swallowed it with water. What is this? Jing'an asked anxiously. A foundational elixir that can swiftly restore inner strength. Gu Zhijin consumed the pill and sat cross-legged. I require an hour to recuperate. Jing'an nodded, remaining vigilantly by her side. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon Gu Zhijin's pale profile. Her breathing gradually steadied. An hour later, Gu Zhijin exhaled a long breath and opened her eyes. Jing'an promptly handed her warm water. How do you feel? Much better, Gu Zhijin replied, her fingers no longer trembling. Do not worry. Jing'an threw his arms around her. From now on, no matter what happens, whether I can help or not, you must not keep anything from me, all right? Gu Zhijin gently stroked his head. Very well. Her Majesty wishes to see you. A female official knocked on the door at the hour of the tiger, rousing Jing'an, who had barely slept for 3 hours. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he opened the door to find the purple-clad guards of the palace lined up behind the official, holding imperial robes and jade belts. Now? Jing'an's voice was hoarse, instinctively blocking the door. It is imperative that you both meet Her Majesty at the hour of the rabbit, the official replied solemnly. She slightly turned, revealing a palace maid holding a gilded basin behind her. Please, do hurry and prepare yourselves. Turning back, Jing'an noticed Gu Zhijin already standing in the corridor. In the dim morning light, she was merely draped in a plain white garment, her hair disheveled, yet her eyes radiated sharpness. Understood. Gu Zhijin's tone was icy. Please wait a moment. Once the door closed, Jing'an quickly moved beside Gu Zhijin. What is happening? We just returned from the flower appreciation event less than 4 hours ago. The imperial carriage awaited outside. 32 purple-clad guards cleared the path, while 8 palace maids carried incense burners in tow. The grandeur of it all left Jing'an in awe. The interior of the carriage was infused with the scent of dragon saliva incense, the seats lined with ice silk cushions, and even the footrests were wrapped in soft satin. As Jing'an opened his mouth to speak, Gu Zhijin squeezed his wrist. Mind your words. The carriage traversed 3 palace gates before finally halting before an intricately designed palace. Contrary to the expected opulence, Fingyi Palace featured azure tiles and white walls, with bronze wind chimes hanging from the eaves, exuding an aura reminiscent of a recluse's abode. Announcing the presence of Bai Shi from the Medicine King Valley and Xiao Jing for an audience, the official declared. Inside Fingyi Palace, the light was soft, and the walls adorned with diagrams of meridians and various herbal specimens. A woman clad in bright yellow attire stood with her back to the entrance, engrossed in a medical text. Upon hearing footsteps, she slowly turned. Little junior sister, how have you fared? Jing and distinctly sensed Gu Zhijin freeze entirely. The Empress, exuding grace and beauty, possessed a countenance as radiant as the stars, her eyes shining with an authoritative yet gentle presence. At this moment, a smile graced her lips as her gaze fixed intently upon Gu Zhijin. The Empress, or rather Gu Zijin's elder sister, approached and playfully pinched Gu Zijin's cheek. What is this? Have you forgotten to address me as sister?
Sister?
Gu Zijin's voice was barely a whisper. Empress Lin Wanra chuckled softly, stepping closer. It has been 3 years. You have changed considerably. Gu Zijin stared blankly at her, memories of 3 years prior flooding back, when she had just traversed into this unfamiliar world. Lost in thought alone in a mountain retreat. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed from outside, and upon opening the door, she found an elderly woman with white hair carrying a bloodied girl. The girl, pale yet attempting to muster a smile, had said, "Pardon the interruption. May I borrow a bowl of hot water?" Jing'an, standing nearby, interjected in confusion. Wait, do you two know each other? The Empress, Lin Wanru, finally shifted her gaze towards him, her eyes glinting with amusement as she assessed him. So, this is the rumored foolish son of the Northern Kingdom's Jingwang? You appear far more spirited than the tales suggest. As the coolness of the scene enveloped Jiang'an, he hastily explained, Your Majesty, my circumstances are rather unique. Lin Wanru gazed meaningfully at him. To have captured my little junior sister's heart, you possess quite the skill. Gu Zhijin felt a rush of warmth to her ears and turned her face away. Sister. After regaining her composure, Gu Zhijin elaborated to Jiang, and 3 years ago, my master, while accompanied by my injured sister, fortuitously took me as her apprentice at my residence. During her recuperation, we spent some time together. Lin Wanru nodded, her tone gentle. At that time, I was not yet the Empress, merely a wandering physician following my master. After recovering, I departed without the chance to reunite with my junior sister. I never expected to meet again under such circumstances today. Jiang'an suddenly understood, yet his curiosity lingered. But why did Her Majesty summon us? Lin Wanru's expression turned grave, dispelling her earlier mirth. I have heard of the flower viewing banquet and intend to investigate personally. I sent someone to look into it, only to discover. She glanced at Gu Zhijin, her eyes softening. It is you, my junior sister. She approached Gu Zhijin, lightly brushing her hair aside with a gentle tone. How have you fared these years? Gu Zhijin lowered her gaze and replied softly, Not bad. Lin Wanru sighed. My master still enjoys wandering, her whereabouts unpredictable. Should the opportunity arise, I will take you to meet her. Gu Zhijin nodded, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. Jiang'an stood by, observing the heartfelt reunion between the long-separated sisters, his heart filled with emotion. He had anticipated a solemn meeting of sovereign and subjects today, yet was met with such warmth. Well, enough reminiscing. Your appearance at the flower viewing banquet is likely tied to the Northern D envoy. You must be cautious. Murong Zhao is cunning and suspicious, while Tuoba Hong is ruthless. Do not underestimate them. Gu Zhijin nodded earnestly. Sister, rest assured, we will be prudent. Lin Wanru retrieved a jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to Gu Zhijin, in case of an emergency. This pendant will grant you direct access to the palace to see me. Gu Zhijin accepted the pendant, her fingers trembling slightly. Thank you, sister. Lin Wanru gently patted her shoulder, her tone tender. Go now. Rest well. We will deliberate on the Northern D envoy's matters at length. As they departed from Fingyi Palace, the sky was already beginning to lighten. Jiang'an held Gu Zhijin's hand and whispered, My dear, your sister is quite amiable. Gu Zhijin gazed at the distant dawn, softly replying, Indeed, I never expected she would now be the Empress of Nanchu. Jiang'an stretched lazily, a relaxed smile gracing his face. The Empress is splendid.
We now have a formidable ally.
Gu Zhijin shot him a sidelong glance, her voice cool. Do not forget the matter of the Northern D envoy. Fear not, my dear. Jiang'an chuckled, leaning closer. With me around, I assure you that Murong Zhao will be completely outmaneuvered. In the afternoon of Jingwencheng, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window frames onto the desk in the imperial study. Empress Lin Wanru was engrossed in reviewing memorials when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the hall, followed by the abrupt entrance of a figure. Your Majesty, Chu Mingyu. Clad in crimson riding attire, her hair slightly disheveled, evidently rushed. Her cheeks flushed from exertion. She fixed her almond-shaped eyes on Lin Wanru, her voice laced with suppressed anger. Why did you summon my people in private? Lin Wanru raised her gaze, calmly laying down her brush. Mingyu, you enter my study without even a formal announcement? Chu Mingyu quickly realized her rudeness, biting her lip before kneeling on one knee and bowing. I was reckless. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. However, I must clarify this matter. Lin Wanru smiled faintly, gesturing for her to rise. You are quite protective. As Chu Mingyu stood, her brow furrowed. They are my arranged people. If Your Majesty wished to see them, why not inform me first? Must I report to you about whom I see? Lin Wanru's tone was neither harsh nor soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Chu Mingyu paused, took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. That is not my intention.
Yet.
The Northern D envoy's matter is of great importance, and given Gu Zhijin and Jiang An's unique identities, if Your Majesty were to meet them impulsively, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Lin Wanru lightly tapped her fingers on the desk, her gaze penetrating. Are you concerned that I might jeopardize your plans? Chu Mingyu hesitated for a moment before finally whispering, I merely fear complications may arise. Lin Wanru suddenly chuckled, moving around the desk to stand before Chu Mingyu. She towered over her slightly, and as she looked down, her expression softened in a rare moment. Mingyu, do you know who Gu Zhijin is? Chu Mingyu was taken aback. Is she not the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister of the Northern Border? Indeed, but she is also my junior sister, Lin Wanru stated matter-of-factly.
What?
Chu Mingyu's pupils dilated in disbelief. Lin Wanru turned to gaze out the window at a flowering tree in the courtyard and spoke slowly. 3 years ago, when I was injured, I recuperated in her residence. Though she possesses a cold demeanor, she is a person of deep loyalty.
So,
Your Majesty summoned her merely to catch up?
Chu Mingyu inquit tentative.
Lin Wanru glanced at her, a slight smile gracing her lips. What? Do I lack the qualification to reminisce with an old friend? Chu Mingyu quickly shook her head. I dare not. Lin Wanru returned to her, smoothing the slightly disheveled collar of her attire, her tone soothing. Mingyu, I know your heart is set on the nation, but some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Chu Mingyu met the Empress's profound gaze, her heart racing inexplicably. And what of the Northern D envoy? Proceed as per your plan, Lin Wanru replied, returning to her seat at the desk, picking up the brush once more. I shall not interfere. Chu Mingyu sighed in relief, but could not help but inquire, and what of those two? They remain your pawns, Lin Wanru stated, her expression turning serious as she resumed writing. However, if they encounter any mishap, she paused, her eyes flashing with cold intensity. I will not be lenient. Chu Mingyu felt a chill run down her spine and immediately bowed her head. I understand. Lin Wanru waved her hand. You may leave. Chu Mingyu remained rooted in place, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her sleeve, her knuckles turning white. The Empress raised an eyebrow at her, a smile that was neither fully amused nor fully serious gracing her lips. What? Do you hesitate to depart? She stepped closer, gently lifting Chu Mingyu's chin, her voice soft. Have you finally agreed to become my favored concubine?
Dream on.
Chu Mingyu abruptly swatted her hand away, her eyes brimming with tears as her voice trembled. You caused my father's death and expect me to be your favored concubine? Lin Wanru, how dare you? The Empress's expression darkened instantly, the previous jest fading away. She seized Chu Mingyu's wrist with a grip strong enough to crush bone. I have told you, your father's death was not my doing. Then, why did he pass the throne to you? Chu Mingyu glared up at her, tears welling in her eyes. Once we were so close. And in the blink of an eye, you became his confidant. Your kindness towards me, was it merely a means to get close to my father from the beginning? Lin Wanru closed her eyes momentarily, and when she reopened them, the tumult of emotions had been forcibly suppressed. She released her grip, turning toward the dragon throne, her voice as cold as ice. The late emperor was already poisoned by the Northern D. upon secretly discovering my exceptional medical skills. He confined me under the guise of a favored concubine, compelling me to detoxify him daily. Chu Mingyu staggered back a step, her heart gripped by an invisible hand. Memories flooded back of Lin Wanru emerging pale from the Emperor's chambers, the needle marks hidden beneath her sleeves, and the days when she had blocked the palace path. Crying out in anger, only to be met with Lin Wanru's sorrowful yet mocking smile. Then why did you not tell me sooner? Chu Mingyu's voice was hoarse.
Tell you?
Lin Wanru suddenly laughed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do you think I had the chance to tell you? Even if I had, would you have believed me? Chu Mingyu trembled all over, realizing that her past self would indeed have dismissed such a claim. The Northern D envoy is approaching. I have no time to indulge in bygone matters. Lin Wanru turned her back, the bright yellow dragon robe glimmering under the candlelight. Believe it or not, but remember this. She emphatically traced a finger across the reports on the desk. The true enemy is the Northern D. A single tear fell onto the carpet, leaving a dark stain. Chu Mingyu gazed at the upright figure before her, and a flood of memories washed over her. Years ago, when they had hidden behind the rockery in the Imperial Garden, sharing a box of osmanthus cake. Lin Wanru had playfully tapped her nose with a sugar-dusted fingertip, declaring, Mingyu, you shall surely become a spirited heroine in the future, if what you say is true. Chu Mingyu forcefully wiped her face, turning to stride out of the palace. On the day we eradicate the Northern D spies, I demand you recount your words beneath the pear tree when you professed your fondness for me. How much of it was sincere? The vermilion gates of Fingy Palace slowly closed behind her with a dull thud. She stumbled down the steps, the afternoon sun piercing her eyes painfully. Her hands trembled slightly within her sleeves, as if the warmth of the Empress's fingers still lingered on her chin. Your Highness? The maid, Qingzhu, waiting outside the palace gate, rushed forward but was taken aback by Chu Mingyu's pallid complexion. What is the matter? Returning to the manor, Chu Mingyu managed to squeeze out between clenched teeth. Her steps unsteady as she made her way to the carriage. The moment the curtain was drawn, she allowed herself to collapse onto the brocade cushion, gripping her collar tightly. Change course to Anjin Pavilion, Chu Mingyu suddenly commanded as she lifted the curtain. Upon returning to the quaint Anjin Pavilion, Jing'an hurried into the kitchen to concoct new delicacies for the refreshment shop. My lady, do try this, Jing'an exclaimed eagerly, presenting a cup of pale pink beverage made with newly arrived hibiscus flowers from Liuzhou and coconut sugar from Wuzhou. I call it drunken red attire. Gu Zhijin accepted the cup and took a sip, the sweet and tangy flavor mingling with a hint of coconut. Indeed delightful. She glanced at Jing'an's expectant gaze, a subtle smile curving her lips. Not bad. Just not bad. Jing'an feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching his chest. I experimented over 20 times to achieve this perfect balance. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu Zhijin's eyes, yet she maintained a serious demeanor. You added too much sugar. It's cloying. Jing'an promptly noted it down. Understood, my lady. I shall reduce the sugar by 1/3 tomorrow. At that moment, a commotion arose from the front courtyard. The two hurried to the entrance, where Chu Mingyu's carriage stood in the middle of the street, and she was striding towards the shop, a jar of wine in hand. Your Highness? Gu Zhijin furrowed her brow slightly. Chu Mingyu, with hazy eyes, glanced over and shook the jar. Join me for a drink? The three settled beneath the pear tree in the backyard. Chu Mingyu took a large swig directly from the jar, coughing from the burn. Do you know? Back in the Imperial Garden, your senior sister loved to drink during the season too. Gu Zhijin silently retrieved 3 porcelain cups. Jing'an, sensing the heavy atmosphere, stood up. I'll fetch some snacks, she always said. Chu Mingyu trailed off, her fingers tracing the rim of her cup, her voice drifting. She despised rules and etiquette, claiming she would take me to wander the martial world. Yet now, she has become the most rule-abiding person in this palace. Under the pear tree, Chu Mingyu's cheeks flushed from the wine, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. She caressed the wine cup, her voice hoarse. Your senior sister has changed. Gu Zhijin lowered her gaze, choosing not to respond, and quietly filled her cup. Jing'an returned with several plates of snacks, and upon sensing the somber atmosphere, he cheerfully attempted to lighten the mood. Your Highness, drinking on an empty stomach is harmful. You should eat something first. Chu Mingyu glanced up at him, suddenly laughing. Jing'an, you are quite the caretaker. Jing'an scratched his head and chuckled. Of course. My lady has taught me well. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance, her lips barely curling upwards. Chu Mingyu took another gulp of wine, her eyes glazed. Did you know? Back then, I and she. She paused, a self-deprecating smile crossing her lips. Forget it. It's all in the past now. After a moment of silence, Gu Zhijin finally spoke. Your Highness, you did not come merely to drink today, did you? Chu Mingyu fixated on her cup and murmured, I simply wanted someone to converse with. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Jing'an discreetly stood up. I shall check on the soup. Once Jing'an had left, Chu Mingyu slowly raised her head, a mix of drunkenness and startling clarity in her eyes. Has your senior sister ever mentioned to you how she became empress? Gu Zhijin shook her head. She did not say. Chu Mingyu let out a cold laugh. Of course not. Why would she? Gu Zhijin's gaze flickered. But I believe she would not harm others. Tears welled in Chu Mingyu's eyes, her voice trembling. Yet she deceived me. She had said she loathed the palace, abhorred power, yet in the end, she became the most esteemed person in southern Chu. Gu Zhijin regarded her thoughtfully, speaking slowly. Your Highness, some matters may not be as simple as they appear.
Chu Mingyu spoke up.
Then tell me, what is the truth? Gu Zhijin shook her head. I do not know. But your senior sister is not one who covets power. Chu Mingyu stared at her for a long while, then suddenly laughed. Gu Zhijin, you have quite the trust in her. Gu Zhijin replied calmly, she is my senior sister. After a brief silence, Chu Mingyu lowered her voice. What if one day you discover she deceived you? Gu Zhijin raised her gaze, determination in her eyes. I would confront her personally. Chu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, then offered a bitter smile. You are more resolute than I. She tilted her head back for another drink, her intoxication deepening. But I lack the courage to ask her. Gu Zhijin observed her, then suddenly asked, Your Highness, do you hate her? Chu Mingyu's fingers trembled, almost dropping her cup. She remained silent for a long time before whispering. I do not know. I only know that every time I see her, it pains me here. She pressed her hand against her heart. When Jing'an returned with a hot soup, Chu Mingyu was already half drunk, sprawled over the stone table, still clutching the empty wine cup. My lady, is she? Jing'an inquired softly. Gu Zhijin sighed lightly. She has drunk too much. Jing'an scratched his head. What should we do now? We can't let her sleep here, can we? Gu Zhijin considered for a moment. Let's take her back to the princess's residence. Jing'an nodded, preparing to assist her, but Chu Mingyu suddenly lifted her head. Her drunken eyes hazily fixed on Gu Zhijin. Gu Zhijin, has your senior sister ever mentioned me to you? Gu Zhijin paused, shaking her head.
No.
The light in Chu Mingyu's eyes dimmed instantly, and she laughed self-deprecatingly. As I thought. She swayed unsteadily, pushing away Jing'an's outstretched hand. No need to see me off. I can return on my own. Jing'an frowned. Your Highness, how can you ride like this? Chu Mingyu scoffed. What? Afraid I might fall? Rest assured, I am quite resilient. She staggered out, but Gu Zhijin suddenly called out, Your Highness. Chu Mingyu halted in her tracks. Gu Zhijin watched her retreating figure and spoke softly.
Your senior sister mentioned you today.
Chu Mingyu tensed, slowly turning. What did she say? Gu Zhijin replied calmly. She said, Though you are stubborn, you have a good heart. Chu Mingyu stood frozen, emotions swirling in her eyes, eventually coalescing into a bitter smile. Is that all? Gu Zhijin nodded. Chu Mingyu took a deep breath, turning to leave with determined strides, her silhouette embodying both resolution and solitude. Jing'an watched her depart, scratching his head. My lady, did you just deceive her? Gu Zhijin replied coolly, some things do not need to be stated too plainly. Jing'an looked at her and suddenly grinned. Hee, my lady. You can be quite gentle at times. Gu Zhijin shot him a glare. Silence. Jing'an chuckled, leaning closer. But really, what is the relationship between the princess and the empress? Gu Zhijin shook her head. I am not certain, but your senior sister is not one to harm others. Jing'an nodded. I believe so too. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yet there seems to be a hint of. Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow. A hint of what? Jing'an grinned mischievously. A touch of love-hate entanglement? Gu Zhijin lightly tapped his head. You are quite clever. Jing'an clutched his forehead, feigning grievance. My lady, this is domestic violence. You must compensate me. Gu Zhijin, uninterested, turned and walked inside. Jing'an hurriedly kept pace, chattering incessantly. But on another note, your Highness's attitude towards the Empress is clearly more complex than mere hatred. Gu Zhijin halted briefly, glancing back at him. Are you quite idle? Jing'an immediately fell silent, mimicking a zipping motion. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. And the early tea stalls in the western market of Jinguan City were already releasing wisps of fragrant steam. Jing'an squatted beside the well in the backyard of Jin's small restaurant, washing his face with the cool water he had just drawn. The unexpected visit from Chu Mingyu the previous day had robbed both him and Gu Zhijin of a good night's sleep, leaving a faint shadow under his eyes. Is Master Zhang and Madame Zhang in? A rogue, a clerk from the apothecary, peeked through the back gate. The Chuan Bei and Snow Lotus you requested have arrived. The shopkeeper said, you must verify the goods personally. Jing'an flicked the water from his hands and called for Gu Zhijin to follow a rogue through the narrow alley. As soon as they stepped over the threshold of the rejuvenation hall, a sharp sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the second floor. The young master has been in quite a temper these past few days. A rogue shrank his neck and whispered, last night, he smashed 3 sets of tea wares. Jing'an raised an eyebrow. Lin Muyang was typically known for his gentle demeanor. It was rare for him to lose his composure. Just then, the intricately carved wooden door of the elegant room on the second floor swung open, and Lin Muyang descended the stairs with a sullen expression, followed closely by a trembling young servant. Brother Zhang, Madame Zhang? Upon seeing Jing'an, Lin Muyang forced a smile. You're here so early to collect the medicine? I heard the herbs have arrived. Jing'an shook the prescription in his hand. Madam wishes to prepare some throat-soothing pills. Lin Muyang's gaze lingered on the prescription for a moment before suddenly lowering his voice. May I have a word? At the stone table in the backyard of the rejuvenation hall, Lin Muyang's fingertips unconsciously tapped against the celadone teacup. Morning light filtered through the grapevines, casting dappled shadows on his pale blue long robe. 3 days ago, a group of spies disguised as herb merchants arrived. He spoke abruptly yesterday. While my steward was unloading goods at the dock, he discovered that their boxes contained not ginseng, but poisoned hidden darts. Jing'an paused, gripping the teacup tightly. Northerners? Lin Muyang shook his head. No, they spoke with a Yi City accent. The northern territory of the 7th prince. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Although the 7th prince had fallen from grace, his remnants still lingered. Where are they now? Gu Zhijin asked coldly. I do not know. They escaped. I have matters to attend to and cannot entertain you further. Farewell. Lin Muyang offered a wry smile. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin returned to the quiet backyard of Jin's small restaurant, where the shop had yet to open. The stillness was only interrupted by a few sparrows flitting about the stone table, pecking at remnants of sesame seeds from yesterday. Gu Zhijin placed the medicine bundle on the table, gently tapping her fingers against the surface, furrowing her brow. How could remnants of the 7th prince suddenly appear in Jinguan City with a Yi City accent? Jing'an poured her a cup of cool tea. Madam, do you suspect they are connected to the Northern D delegation? It is not a suspicion. It is a certainty. Gu Zhijin accepted the teacup, her eyes growing cold. Before the 7th prince's downfall, he colluded with the Northern D. Now, his remnants appearing in Jinguan City is no coincidence. Jing'an stroked his chin thoughtfully. But they disguised themselves as herb merchants and brought poison darts. Who were they attempting to assassinate? Gu Zhijin raised her gaze, locking eyes with him. And they both spoke simultaneously. The Empress.
Sister.
Jing'an slammed the table. Precisely. With the Northern D delegation soon to enter the city, if they wish to disrupt the situation, assassinating the Empress is the most direct method. Gu Zhijin set down her teacup and stood. We must find the princess.
Now?
Jing'an glanced at the sky. At this hour, Her Highness has likely just concluded her morning court session. Precisely because she has just finished. She would be most aware of the palace's movements. Gu Zhijin deftly fastened her cloak. Moreover, if there are indeed assassins infiltrating Jinguan City, the patrol camp must have already noticed. Jing'an nodded, swiftly preparing his dagger and hidden weapons. Let us go. We will take the back alley to avoid the main streets. Watchful eyes. At the princess's residence, in the study, Chu Mingyu was bent over reviewing military reports when she paused slightly upon hearing the guard's announcement. Let them in. As Jing'an and Gu Zhijin entered the study, they were greeted by a faint scent of blood. Chu Mingyu's right hand was bandaged, the cuff stained with fresh blood. Your Highness, are you injured? Jing'an inquired sharply. Chu Mingyu let out a cold laugh, pushing a confidential report towards them. This morning, the patrol camp discovered 5 corpses in a dilapidated temple in the south of the city. All had committed suicide by poison. Jing'an gasped. Is this directed at the Empress? Chu Mingyu's gaze turned icy. What is more troubling is that these individuals are not Northerners. They bear Central Plains features and speak with a Yi City accent. Jing and Gu Jijin exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, the remnants of the seventh prince had infiltrated Jingguan City. Your Highness, do these individuals have any other clues on them? Gu Jijin asked. Chu Mingyu shook her head. By the time the patrol camp discovered them, they had already perished. Aside from hidden weapons, there was nothing else. This is the most troublesome part. Chu Mingyu retrieved a black iron token from her sleeve, etched with a grotesque wolf's head pattern. A waist token of the Northern D Imperial Guards, found on one of the corpses. Gu Jijin picked up the token for closer inspection, her pupils suddenly constricting. This is not an ordinary guard's token. The golden inlaid wolf's eye signifies the personal guards of the National Master. The courtyard fell silent. The appearance of the National Master Morong Zhao's personal guards in Jingguan City indicated that the Northern D delegation was closer than anticipated. Your Highness, are the bodies still there? Gu Jijin suddenly asked. Chu Mingyu raised an eyebrow. What, can you perform autopsies?
I can.
Gu Jijin replied calmly. I once studied under a coroner. Jing and was taken aback, quickly realizing she was referring to the legendary forensic expert Shen Jiwei from her past life. He recalled Gu Jijin mentioning that Shen Jiwei was a legend in the field of criminal investigation, capable of discerning details that others could not perceive from corpses. Chu Mingyu regarded her thoughtfully and nodded. The bodies are still at the Yizhong in the south of the city. The coroner has just examined them, but found nothing. I will go take a look. Gu Jijin rose. The Yizhong in the south of the city was perpetually cold and damp. The air was filled with a pungent mix of decay and lime. The 5 corpses lay neatly arranged on the bluestone slabs, each showing a bluish hue and blackened blood at the corners of their mouths. Soul-requiting incense burned beside each corpse, the curling blue smoke twisting in the humid air. Gu Jijin donned a pair of lamb intestine gloves and bent down to examine the first corpse. She pried open the deceased's mouth, gently pressing on the root of the tongue, then lifted the eyelids to inspect the pupils. The first deceased was a male, approximately 30 years of age. She opened the eyelids, noting that the pupils were pinpointed, with mild corneal opacity, indicating the time of death to be around 6 hours prior. Pressing the jaw joint, she noted that rigor mortis had fully set in but had yet to begin to dissipate. This is not ordinary poison, she murmured. The onset of the toxin is remarkably rapid. Post-mortem, the pupils exhibit abnormal contraction, akin to soul-severing powder. Jing and inquired tentatively. Gu Jijin shook her head. No, it is more potent than soul-severing powder. Her fingertip grazed the deceased's neck, suddenly stopping. There is a pinhole here. Chu Mingyu leaned in. What? The poison was not ingested orally, Gu Jijin stated coolly. There are burn marks on the oral mucosa, yet the root of the tongue remains intact. She pried open the deceased's teeth and used a silver hairpin to extract some black powder from between the teeth, a ruse. The poison was administered post-mortem. She continued. It was disguised as though it had been administered before death. The true cause of death was this needle to the side of the neck, which penetrated the blood vessels, causing a rapid onset of the toxin. Jing and narrowed his eyes. A murder to silence? Gu Jijin continued examining the other corpses. Each bore the same pinhole, angled at 30 degrees, directly piercing the atlanto-occipital joint, entering the brainstem. The technique was exceptionally precise, indicating that it was the work of a single assailant. As she flipped the last corpse, she suddenly froze. The corpse's right index and middle fingers bore thick calluses, and there was an old scar at the base of the thumb. This person, she said slowly, is likely not from the Northern D nor affiliated with the seventh prince. Then whose is it? Chu Mingyu furrowed her brow. Gu Jijun raised her gaze, her voice barely a whisper. I do not know either. Chapter 42. Serpentine tattoo. Gu Jijun gently probed the side of the corpse's neck with a silver needle. The needle tip extracted a nearly invisible black fiber, glimmering eerily in the dim light. She handed the silver needle to Jing En, who observed it closely in the light streaming through the window. The needle bore a rare spiral pattern. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Chu Mingyu and asked, Your Highness, have there been any renowned needle practitioners entering Jingguan City recently? Chu Mingyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No relevant intelligence has been received. However, she paused abruptly. 3 days ago, a wandering physician claiming to be from the Eastern Sea rented a shop in the southern part of the city, reputed to be skilled in acupuncture. Gu Jijun's eyes sharpened. Address? It is at the innermost part of Wudong Alley, with a sign reading miraculous hands hanging at the entrance. Chu Mingyu produced a token from her sleeve and handed it to Jing'an. With this, you can mobilize the patrol troops. As they left the mortuary, the sun was already approaching its zenith. Jing lifted his hand to shield Gu Jijun from the glaring sunlight while naturally taking hold of her wrist. My dear, shall we first have something to eat? You haven't dined since this morning. Gu Jijun shook her head. Let us first meet that wandering physician. At least allow me to buy you something to eat on the way, Jing insisted, pulling her towards a nearby sesame cake stall. Ordering 2 meat-filled cakes and a bowl of hot soup. He carefully broke the cakes into small pieces and held them to Gu Jijun's lips. This is old Lu's secret sauce meat. You said it was delicious last time. Gu Jijun sighed in resignation, taking a small bite from his hand. The savory sauce mingled with the aroma of the pastry, melting in her mouth as she nodded slightly. It's passable. Jing En's face lit up with joy. And he offered her a spoonful of soup. Have a sip of this as well. Chu Mingyu stood to the side, observing the couple's natural interaction. A flicker of complex emotions passing through her eyes. She turned away, clearing her throat. I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. If there are any discoveries, notify me immediately. Wudong Alley lay in the most chaotic area of Jingguan City, flanked by narrow lanes filled with various shops. The sounds of sales pitches and haggling rising and falling. Jing En protected Gu Jijun as they navigated through the bustling crowd, eventually finding the modest medical clinic marked by the miraculous hand sign at the end of the alley. The clinic's curtain was half rolled up, revealing a simple interior with a diagnosis table, 2 bamboo chairs, and a well-polished medicine cabinet in the corner. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray long gown was grinding herbs, not even looking up as he said, "Please queue for consultations." Jing En exchanged a glance with Gu Jijun and stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. Sir, my mother has suddenly fallen ill, and we've heard of your remarkable acupuncture skills. We have come seeking your help. The wandering physician finally lifted his gaze, revealing an unremarkable face with a broad forehead and a shallow scar between his brows, but his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. He scrutinized the two for a moment before suddenly smiling. You both appear to be in good health, not like those with a sick family member. Gu Jijun stepped closer, retrieving the poisoned silver needle from her sleeve and placing it gently on the diagnosis table. Do you recognize this item? The physician's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers trembled imperceptibly. What do you mean by this, young lady? This morning, 5 people died in the southern part of the city, Gu Jijun stated calmly, her gaze sharp as a blade. They were all killed by such poison needles. The wandering physician slowly set down the herb grinder, his sleeve slipping back a fraction to reveal a blue serpentine tattoo on the inner side of his wrist. You have mistaken the person you seek. I have practiced medicine for 20 years, saving lives, not taking them. Jing En, quick to notice, stepped forward and seized his wrist. Then, what is this tattoo? The wandering physician's expression changed dramatically, and he suddenly drew a short knife from beneath the table, lunging at Jing En's heart. Anticipating the move, Jing En sidestepped while delivering a swift chop to the physician's wrist. The knife clattered to the ground, but the physician took advantage of the momentum, leaping backward and crashing through a hidden door to escape into the inner room. After him, Gu Jijun moved like lightning, following closely into the inner chamber, only to find the back window wide open, with the physician already vanished from sight. Gu Jijun scanned the surroundings and discovered a hidden compartment beneath the bed. Inside, neatly arranged were dozens of porcelain bottles, each labeled with deadly toxins such as heartbreak, corrupt heart, and soul lock. Her voice turned cold. These poisons are sufficient to annihilate half a city. Jing En rummaged through the hidden compartment, suddenly pulling out a piece of yellowed parchment from the bottom. My dear, look at this. The parchment contained a detailed map of Jingguan City, with a royal palace, princess's residence, and various government offices circled in red, alongside annotations indicating the changing of guards, patrol routes, and positions of hidden sentries. This is a blueprint for assassinating the Empress. Jing En gasped, realizing they had even uncovered the vulnerabilities in the Imperial Guard shifts. Gu Jijun tucked the map and several crucial vials of poison into her bosom, immediately informed the princess and my senior sister. Just as they stepped out of the clinic, a commotion erupted at the alley's entrance. Over 20 black-clad assassins surged from all directions, led by the very wandering physician who had just escaped. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Since you have seen what you should not have, do not expect to leave alive. Jing En shielded Gu Jijun behind him, whispering, My dear, on the count of 3, you go left and I go right. We will first deal with the flanks. Gu Jijun, however, grasped his wrist firmly. Do not separate. Let us stand back to back. These are no ordinary assassins. They are employing a combined attack formation. The black-clad assassins quickly closed in, their blades raining down like a flurry of snowflakes. Jing drew his long sword, the blade cutting through the air in a silver arc, expertly deflecting the first 3 incoming blades. Amidst the sparks flying from the clashing metals, he spun, delivering a powerful kick that sent an attacking assassin flying several feet away. Gu Jijun moved like a wraith, weaving through the storm of blades. When she struck, it was with deadly precision. Her silver needles found their marks in the assassin's acupoints, leaving them weak and disarmed. One assassin, underestimating her beauty, revealed a lecherous grin only to be silenced by a needle to the throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "That makes 7, Gu Jijun reported coldly, sidestepping a diagonal slash and swiftly dispatching her opponent with a counterstrike. Jing faced even greater peril, single-handedly battling 8 assassins, his swordsmanship transforming from the elegant style of the Central Plains into brutal battlefield techniques. He swept his sword in a wide arc, forcing 3 attackers back, then suddenly shifted to a lethal maneuver from modern military combat, striking one assassin's throat with his sword like a whip. "Watch your back," Gu Jijun suddenly called out. Without turning his head, Jing's left hand drew a dagger from his boot to block a surprise attack from behind, the clash ringing out as he parried the short knife while thrusting his long sword forward, piercing the chest of his immediate foe. Realizing the precarious situation, the wandering physician swiftly produced a porcelain vial from his clothing and hurled it to the ground. With a deafening crash, thick smoke instantly filled the alleyway. Jing felt a sharp sting in his eyes as his vision blurred. "Hold your breath. The smoke is toxic." Gu Jijun urgently pulled out a sachet from her waist and pressed it over his mouth and nose, inadvertently inhaling a small amount of the poisonous smoke herself, causing her to sway slightly. Jing was alarmed, wrapping his arms around her waist and retreating several steps, his long sword creating a protective barrier of light around them. As the smoke began to dissipate, they found the alley devoid of survivors. All the assassins who had not succumbed immediately lay dead, blood streaming from their orifices, clearly having bitten through their own poison pouches. "Damn it!" Jing punched the wall in frustration, another batch of death warriors. Gu Jijun pressed her temple, her complexion paling. "We must leave this place. The smoke affects our vision." Only then did Jing notice her dilated pupils, a clear sign of poisoning. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms and dashed through a shortcut toward their residence. "My dear, hold on." His voice trembled as he tightened his grip. "We will be home soon." Gu Jijun leaned against his shoulder, her breath somewhat rapid, yet she mustered the strength to comfort him. "It is merely a mild neurotoxin, not fatal." In the backyard of Jin's small residence, Jing frantically rummaged through various antidotes. Gu Jijun reclined on the couch, administering a few needles to herself to stabilize the spread of the toxin, while directing Jing to prepare the remedy from the 3rd row of the green porcelain bottles. "Take 3 drops and add them to warm water." Jing meticulously followed her instructions, carefully helping her to consume the concoction. As the liquid slid down her throat, Gu Jijun's breathing gradually steadied, though her pupils remained slightly dilated and her vision remained blurred. "Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Jing knelt before her, gripping her hand anxiously. "Should I administer another dose?" Gu Jijun shook her head, her fingers searching to caress his face. "Do not worry. I shall be fine by tomorrow." Her fingertips were cool as they gently traced his features. "You are uninjured, correct?" Jing's throat tightened, pressing her hand against his cheek. "I am fine. Not a scratch on me." His voice was hoarse. "My dear, you frighten me." Gu Jijun's lips curled into a slight smile as she found his lips and lightly brushed against them. "Fool." This fleeting kiss brought tears to Jing's eyes. He cautiously embraced her, resting his chin atop her head. "You must not do this again. You could have avoided the toxic smoke." "And what about you?" Gu Jijun leaned against his chest, her voice soft yet resolute. "I would rather endure the poison than see you harmed." Jing tightened his arms around her, unable to utter any words of reproach. He lowered his head to kiss her hair, whispering, "Rest for a while. I shall watch over you." Gu Jijun was indeed weary, and the dizziness induced by the toxins soon lulled her into slumber. Jing gently laid her down, covering her with a thin blanket, and remained vigilantly by her side, not moving an inch. The dusk light filtered through the window curtains, casting a warm hue upon Gu Jijun's pale cheeks. Jing gazed at her tranquil, sleeping face, his heart swelling with tenderness. He carefully brushed aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead, his fingertips lingering on her exquisite brow and eyes. "Captain," he softly called, filled with reverence, "you must recover swiftly." As night fell, Gu Zhijin's breathing had returned to normal. Jing and quietly lit a calming incense and checked the doors and windows before lying down beside her, cautious not to fall into a deep sleep. In a half-dream state, he instinctively checked her pulse, reassured by its steadiness before closing his eyes again. At the third watch of the night, Gu Zhijin gradually opened her eyes. Her vision had cleared, save for a slight headache. She turned her head to see Jing'an, who was not sleeping soundly, his brow furrowed, one hand tightly clutching the hem of her garment, as if afraid she might vanish. Gu Zhijin's heart softened, and she gently caressed his brow. Jing'an immediately awoke, springing up. "My dear, how do you feel?"
Can you see clearly?
"Yes." Gu Zhijin nodded, reaching out to touch the bruised skin beneath his eyes. "I am fine now. You can rest easy." Jing'an shook his head, leaning closer to scrutinize her pupils. "Are you truly all right? Is your head still spinning? Do you need to take another dose?" Gu Zhijin ruffled his tousled hair. "I am truly fine."
It is you who should take proper rest.
Jing'an shook his head, springing up. "No. We must hurry to deliver that map to the princess and the empress." As he spoke, he efficiently prepared water for washing. "You lie down for a bit. I will make some porridge." Gu Zhijin watched his busy figure, warmth blooming in her heart. She rose to tidy her clothing and retrieved the sheepskin map from a hidden compartment to study it closely. "What have you discerned?" Jing'an entered with a bowl of hot porridge, leaning in beside her. Gu Zhijin pointed to several markings on the map. They planned to act in 3 days. Her fingertips slid to a note marked near the side entrance of the palace. "Here, in the procurement passage of the imperial kitchen, the guards are the most lax." Jing'an blew on a spoonful of porridge before offering it to her. "First, eat something. I will head to the princess's residence." "And you will go to the palace to see the empress?" Gu Zhijin nodded, drinking the porridge from his hand. "My senior sister should have already heightened the defenses. But this detailed plan must be delivered to her in person." After breakfast, the two parted ways. Jing'an took the map to the princess's residence, while Gu Zhijin, bearing the jade pendant bestowed by the empress, made her way directly into the palace. Within Fengyi Palace, Lin Wanro was reviewing memorials. Upon hearing of Gu Zhijin's request for an audience, she immediately set down her red brush. "Please come in." As Gu Zhijin stepped into the hall, Lin Wanro keenly sensed something amiss. "You are injured?" "A mild poisoning, but it is no longer serious." Gu Zhijin replied after performing her greeting and presenting the sheepskin map. "Senior sister, there are those who intend to assassinate you." Lin Wanro took the map for a closer inspection, her expression growing grave. "Is this the work of the Shadow Snake?" Along with the remnants of the Seventh Prince and hidden forces from Beidi, she briefly recounted her findings from the previous day in Wudong Alley, revealing that the itinerant physician bore the tattoo of the Shadow Snake, yet the poison formula belonged to Central Plains techniques. Lin Wanro scoffed. "They have indeed allied." Rolling up the map, she retrieved a tiger talisman from the desk and handed it to Gu Zhijin. "With this, you can mobilize the dark guards of the Imperial City Division. Be cautious in your comings and goings." Gu Zhijin did not accept it. "Senior sister, you require protection more." "I have my own arrangements," Lin Wanro insisted, placing the tiger talisman into her hand, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "As for you, having just recovered from the poison, do not go gallivanting about. Return and rest well. Let Jing'an take care of you." Gu Zhijin, feeling helpless, accepted the talisman. "Senior sister, do take care as well." Lin Wanro reached out to ruffle her hair. "Do not worry. Your senior sister is not so easily done for." A glint of determination flickered in her eyes, seizing this opportunity to eliminate the lurking threats in Jinguan City once and for all. Meanwhile, within the princess's residence, Chu Mingyu scrutinized the map copy Jing'an had brought, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table. 3 days from now is precisely when the envoys from various nations will be granted an audience in the palace. Jing'an nodded. They clearly intend to incite chaos. Should the empress be attacked before the envoys, Nanchu will surely descend into turmoil. Chu Mingyu chuckled coldly. They have calculated well. Suddenly, she turned to Jing'an. "During your encounter yesterday, did you discern the methods of those assassins? The combined formations of Beidi's Shadow Snake, yet interspersed with techniques from the Central Plains sects," Jing'an recalled, "especially that itinerant physician. His needlework resembles that of Yawang Valley's golden needle to seal acupoints."
You know of it? Chu Mingyu interjet?
Jing'an was taken aback. "How did your highness know?" Chu Mingyu retrieved a confidential document from the bookshelf and tossed it to him. 3 years ago, a disciple from Yawang Valley defected, skilled in using poison needles. It is said he allied with Beidi and became an instructor for the Shadow Snake. As Jing'an opened the document, he found a detailed account of the trader's features, a scar between his brows, adept at using spiral-patterned poison needles, and a serpent tattoo on his wrist. It is him. Jing'an pointed at the portrait, the itinerant physician from yesterday. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chu Mingyu's eyes. This time, he must not escape again. Chapter 43. The temple fair. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, Jing'an returned to Jin's small residence. Gu Jijin was in the backyard brewing medicine, the rich aroma of herbal concoctions filling the air. Hearing his footsteps, she did not turn her head but called out, "There is hot soup and rice on the table." Jing'an approached and embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. "My dear, I missed you so much." Gu Jijin, feeling helpless, allowed him to cling to her like a large pendant. "We have only been apart for half a day." "Half a day feels long." Jing'an nuzzled into her neck, inhaling the scent of the herbs on her. "What did the Empress say?" Gu Jijin briefly recounted Lin Wanro's arrangements. Jing'an nodded repeatedly. "The princess's side has made similar preparations. In 3 days, the palace will bolster its defenses, yet everything will appear normal on the surface. Waiting for those assassins to walk into the trap. My senior sister gave me this." Gu Jijin produced the tiger talisman. It can summon the dark guards of the Imperial City Division. Jing'an's eyes lit up. "Wonderful. With the dark guard's assistance, we shall not do anything," Gu Jijin interrupted, turning to meet his gaze directly. "My senior sister explicitly stated that we should not interfere." Jing'an curled his lips. "But those assassins will be dealt with by the royal city guards and the patrol camp." Gu Jijin replied with unwavering certainty. "Our mission is to conserve our strength and prepare for the Northern D envoy in 2 months. Jing'an wanted to argue further, but she placed a bowl of medicine in his hands, insisting, "Drink this." "But I'm not sick," he protested as he sniffed the concoction, wrinkling his brow at its bitterness. "It's calming," Gu Jijin replied lightly. "Your nerves have been too taut these past 2 days. You need to relax." Jing'an pinched his nose and gulped it down, grimacing at the taste. A flicker of amusement danced in Gu Jijin's eyes as she magically produced a piece of candied fruit from her sleeve and popped it into his mouth. "Is it sweet?" she asked. With the candy in his mouth, Jing'an suddenly leaned in and stole a kiss from her lips, murmuring, "Even sweeter this way." Gu Jijin's ears flushed slightly, yet she made no move to push him away. The setting sun cast a golden hue over them, and Jing'an deepened the kiss until Gu Jijin gently pinched him, causing him to reluctantly pull away. As the night deepened, warm lights illuminated the courtyard of Jin's small inn. Jing'an busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner, the clattering of pots and pans blending with his cheerful humming, filling the air with a rich sense of domesticity. Gu Jijin sat in the corridor, perusing medical texts by candlelight. The night breeze rustled the pages, carrying with it the distant sounds of the night market. This tranquil evening felt as though the bloodshed of the day was merely a fleeting illusion. "Wife, dinner's ready," Jing'an called, bringing out 2 steaming bowls of noodle soup topped with a thick layer of meat sauce and vegetables. "Come and taste." Gu Jijin closed her book, took the chopsticks and sampled the dish, exclaiming, "Delicious." Jing'an slurped his noodles heartily, then suddenly remembered something. "Right, wife. There's a temple fair at the West Market tomorrow. Shall we go enjoy the festivities?" Gu Jijin raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say we needed to conserve our energy?" "It's all about balance," Jing'an grinned, leaning closer. "I heard there will be a magician from the western regions, and all sorts of intriguing snacks. Come with me?" Gu Jijin regarded his eager expression and softly replied, "All right." Jing'an's face lit up with joy as he quickly planted a kiss on her cheek. "You're the best." The cobblestone paths of the West Market still glistened with dew as Jing'an, carrying a bamboo basket, navigated through the bustling morning crowd. He deftly avoided a vendor with a shoulder pole and stopped in front of a well-known pastry shop. "Master Qian, I'd like a box of osmanthus sugar-steamed cakes and 2 bags of pine nut candy," he called out, deftly producing a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. "This is a digestive pill my wife formulated. You mentioned last time that your old lady had indigestion. Just 1 after meals will do." Master Qian beamed, his smile wide, as he packed the pastries. "Madame Zhang's medical skills are remarkable. My mother felt much better after just 2 pills." When Jing'an returned to Jin's small inn, Gu Jijin had already finished practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. In the morning light, her figure resembled a graceful crane, the sword glinting like snow, every move imbued with a fierce elegance. Jing'an leaned against the doorframe, admiring her for a moment before cheerfully approaching. "Wife, take a break and have breakfast." Gu Zhijin sheathed her sword and sniffed the air. Pine nut candy? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Jing and proudly unwrapped the oil paper, revealing the freshly made treat, still warm. The two sat at a stone table for breakfast, Jing and peeling pine nuts as he spoke. The West Market is indeed lively today. Besides the temple fair, a merchant caravan from the west has just arrived, bringing many curious items. By the time it was 1/4 past the hour, the West Market was bustling with noise. Jing and, one arm around Gu Zhijin and the other holding a candied hawthorn, looked every bit the devoted husband accompanying his wife on a shopping spree. Today he donned a deep blue long robe, a jade pendant hanging from his waist, exuding the air of a wealthy gentleman. "Wife, look at that mask," he exclaimed, pulling her towards a stall. "Doesn't it look like the deity you painted last time?" Gu Zhijin replied, her attire a moon-white ruchuan layered with a light purple gauze coat, a single silver hairpin adorning her hair, radiating elegance and purity. As they continued to browse the market, Jing and occasionally bought small trinkets to slip into Gu Zhijin's hands, be it a carved wooden comb or a fragrant sachet, embodying the image of a husband lavishing affection upon his wife. "That should be enough," Gu Zhijin remarked, glancing at the growing pile of items in her arms. "I can't carry any more." Jing and cheerfully took the things from her. "Let me handle it." Just then, a wave of cheers erupted from ahead. The crowd surged towards one direction, and Jing and swiftly embraced Gu Zhijin's waist, shielding her from the throng. "The magician from the west is about to perform," a nearby candy seller announced enthusiastically. "That blue-eyed man can pull live doves from his hat. It's truly magical." Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged glances, silently agreeing to head towards the performance area. A throng of spectators surrounded the stage, and Jing, taking advantage of his height, quickly surveyed the scene. A tall, deep-eyed man from the west, clad in a black robe trimmed with gold, was reciting incantations as he waved his arms. With dramatic flair, a ball of flame appeared out of thin air, transforming into colorful confetti that rained down, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "Illusion," Gu Zhijin whispered, he hiding phosphorus powder and colorful confetti in his sleeves. Jing nodded, but his gaze drifted to a copper plate partially visible at the magician's waist, its patterns eerily reminiscent of those found on the assassins in Wudong Alley. He discreetly squeezed Gu Zhijin's hand, speaking in a tone only she could hear. "Wife, look at his belt." Gu Zhijin's eyes sharpened as she observed carefully, concealed by the crowd. Each time the magician turned, the hem of his robe flew up, revealing a palm-sized copper plate with a faint snake pattern. "The shadow serpent," she murmured. How could they be so brazenly present at the temple fair? Jing pondered for a moment, then abruptly pulled Gu Zhijin away from the crowd. "Something feels off. The shadow serpent assassins are known for lurking in the shadows. This magician is likely a decoy." They veered into a quieter alley, where Jing quickly analyzed. The temple fair draws a massive crowd, making it the perfect opportunity for mischief. "I suspect they aim to create chaos and divert the patrol camp's attention." Gu Zhijin agreed. "The assassination is planned for 2 days from now. Their sudden appearance today is suspect." She took a copper coin from her sleeve, flicking it expertly so it arced through the air, landing precisely in a beggar's worn bowl at the alley's entrance. The beggar, seemingly drowsy, lifted his head at the sound of the coin, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. Slowly, he stood, leaning on his cane as he approached the couple, murmuring, "About half an hour ago, 6 unfamiliar faces entered the incense room at the city god temple's courtyard, all armed." Jing raised an eyebrow, realizing this was clearly one of Gu Zhijin's well-placed informants. He inquired, "Any distinguishing features?" "The leader is a scar-faced man, missing his pinky on the right hand." The beggar croaked. They mentioned a night at midnight in the Star Observatory in their conversation. Gu Zhijin flicked another piece of silver. "Keep watching. Report any unusual activity to the usual place." After the beggar's figure disappeared at the end of the alley, Jing quickly consolidated the information. The Star Observatory is personally overseen by the Empress and is heavily guarded. However, it opens to officials from the Astronomical Bureau during the new and full moons, and tonight happens to be the 15th. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, Gu Zhijin spoke coldly. "The magician at the temple fair attracts attention, while the real assassins slip into the Star Observatory." She turned to head back towards the city god temple, but Jing caught her arm. "Wife, don't be hasty. Now that we know their plan,
Why not turn the tables on them?"
He whispered a few words in her ear, and approval gradually glimmered in her eyes. "When did you arrange all this?" she asked, intrigued. Jing winked proudly. While you were engrossed in your medical texts yesterday, I visited the patrol camp. Why waste the princess's token? At noon, the temple fair reached its peak of revelry. The performance of the illusionist from the western regions entered its climax as he astonishingly conjured a giant python as thick as a bowl, eliciting shrieks of astonishment from the gathered crowd. Amidst the chaos, several figures discreetly departed, stealthily making their way toward the starlight platform in the northern part of the city. Unbeknownst to them, every move they made was under the watchful gaze of hidden sentinels. Indeed, they were on their way. Jing'an crouched atop the tea house opposite the starlight platform, squinting at the distant silhouettes that flitted about stealthily, 1, 2, 3, 6 in total, matching the intelligence reports perfectly. Gu Zhijin lay beside him, idly toying with 3 silver needles. Have the patrol troops arrived? Already in position, Jing'an replied, gesturing towards several hidden sentries around the starlight platform, 2 behind the Faux Mountain on the east side, 3 beneath the western corridor, and 4 concealed within the upper floors of the platform itself. A sly smile crept across his lips as he awaited the mice to fall into his trap. Gu Zhijin cast him a glance. You have indeed made thorough preparations. Jing'an leaned in with a grin. Did my dear wife just praise me? Focus, she retorted, flicking his forehead with her finger. I want the one-armed assassin alive. As you command. Jing'an exaggeratedly bowed, then his expression turned serious. They're on the move. As night fell, the surroundings of the starlight platform fell silent. The 6 figures clad in black, shrouded by the darkness, scaled the high walls like phantoms. The leader, a scarred man, signaled, and the 5 others immediately dispersed, leaving him to ascend the stone steps alone towards the upper level. Just as he was about to reach the grand door at the top, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A muffled thud echoed as an iron net descended from above, ensnaring the scarred man. Almost simultaneously, torches flared to life around them, and dozens of patrol soldiers surged forth from the shadows, encircling the remaining 5 assassins. There's an ambush, one of the assassins shouted. Retreat. The 5 formed a defensive circle, their weapons glinting menacingly. Although the patrol soldiers were numerous, they found it difficult to close in. Just as the assassins were about to break through, a series of swift sounds sliced through the air as 5 silver needles accurately struck the assassin's knees. All 5 groaned in unison, collapsing to the ground. Gu Zhijin stepped out from the darkness, still holding 3 silver needles. Leave one alive. Jing'an dashed forward, firmly pinning the struggling scarred man beneath the iron net. Don't bother, this net is specially designed. The more you struggle, the tighter it binds. The scarred man glared fiercely, suddenly biting at his collar, where a poison pouch was evidently concealed. Anticipating this, Jing'an grasped his chin with such force that it nearly crushed his jawbone. Wanna die? It won't be that easy. He retrieved a cloth from his waist and stuffed it into the man's mouth, then secured him tightly with rope. The torture tools of the princess's prison await you, old friend. The lieutenant of the patrol stepped forward to salute. What shall we do with these individuals? Deliver them to the princess's palace, Jing'an said, brushing off the dust from his hands. Especially this one. He warrants close attention. He kicked the scarred man on the ground, declaring him the liaison for the Northern D Shadow Serpent in Jinguan City, quite a valuable catch. In the carriage on the return journey, Jing'an beamed at Gu Zhijin, seeking praise. My dear wife, how do you find my tactic of luring them into the net? Gu Zhijin, busy polishing the silver needles with a silk cloth, raised her gaze. Acceptable. Just acceptable. Jing'an feigned a dramatic gesture to his heart. I even calculated the direction from which they would escape. A flicker of amusement danced in Gu Zhijin's eyes as she tucked the polished needles into her sleeve. Had it not been for my needles, at least 2 would have escaped. Jing'an immediately leaned closer, massaging her shoulders. That is only natural. My wife is the most formidable. His skilled hands kneaded her neck. You must be tired from tonight's endeavors. I shall prepare a calming soup for you upon our return. Gu Zhijin relaxed against him, suddenly inquiring. How did you know they would choose the starlight platform? Jing'an continued his ministrations, his tone turning serious. The starlight platform is the queen's pride and joy. Should it be destroyed, she would undoubtedly reveal herself. Moreover, on the days of the new and full moons, although the guards are numerous, officials from the historical bureau frequently come and go, making it easy for them to blend in. Gu Zhijin nodded slightly. It seems you have effectively utilized the princess's intelligence network. Indeed, Jing'an replied proudly. I even traced the lead to a stronghold they have in the western part of the city. He lowered his voice. Shall we raid it tomorrow? Gu Zhijin shook her head. Leave it to the patrol.
We should not draw too much attention.
Jing'an pouted but recognized the wisdom in her words. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. By the time the carriage entered the princess's palace, it was nearly midnight. Chu Mingyu, draped in an outer robe, had been waiting in the study for some time. Upon seeing the two return with their captive, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in her eyes. Well done. Jing'an handed over the interrogation report. Preliminary questioning indicates they indeed plan to blow up the Starlight platform tonight, luring the queen out to assassinate her. The mastermind behind it is the Northern DS sorcerer, Morong Zhao, but the funding and some personnel come from the former faction of the Seventh Prince. Chu Mingyu quickly skimmed through the report, sneering. As expected, they are colluding together. She turned to Gu Zhijin. Have you informed the queen? Gu Zhijin nodded. Senior sister has already heightened security in the palace and dispatched the Royal City Department to secretly investigate all embassies. Good. Chu Mingyu closed the report. You two should return and rest. I will handle these individuals. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. Before dawn, I will extract all that they know. In the depths of the princess's palace dungeon, muffled groans echoed in the oppressive air. Dim yellow oil lamps flickered on the damp stone walls, casting distorted, menacing shadows. Chu Mingyu sat poised in a grand chair, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest as she coldly regarded the scarred man shackled to the torture rack. His upper body was stripped bare, revealing a chest and back marred with lash marks, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained tight-lipped. Quite resilient. Chu Mingyu remarked with a light chuckle, gesturing for a nearby guard to cease the lashing. However, breaking hard bones is my specialty. The scarred man spat out a mouthful of blood, sneering. Your Highness need not exert herself in vain. Whether death or dismemberment, grant me a swift end. Chu Mingyu stood and slowly approached him, her fingertip delicately tracing the wounds on his chest, her voice soft yet laced with chilling intent. Do you think I would allow you an easy demise? Retracting her hand, she produced a small porcelain vial from her sleeve, pouring out a crimson pill. Have you heard of bone-corroding pill? The scarred man's pupils constricted sharply, his complexion turning ashen. I see you are aware. Chu Mingyu smiled with satisfaction. Once consumed, every bone in your body will feel as if it is being gnawed upon by thousands of ants, causing excruciating agony without immediately claiming your life. The effects will persist for 12 hours, until your bones shatter inch by inch, leaving you gasping in torment. She waved the pill before the scarred man's eyes. I shall ask you one final time. What plans do you have besides assassinating the queen upon infiltrating Jingguan City? Cold sweat beaded on the scarred man's forehead. His lips trembled, yet he still clenched his jaw tightly. Chu Mingyu sighed, raising her hand to signal the guard. Administer it to him.
Wait.
The scarred man finally broke, shouting hoarsely, I'll talk.
I'll talk.
Chu Mingyu halted the guard, a smile curving her lips. Now you're speaking sense. Gasping for breath. The scarred man croaked. We were merely following orders. The true plan is known only to the leader. However, I do know that after the Northern D delegation enters the city, someone will assist them. Who will assist them? Chu Mingyu narrowed her eyes. It is the people of the Seventh Prince from the Northern Frontier. Chu Mingyu furrowed her brows. The Seventh Prince of the Northern Frontier?
No.
Not the true Seventh Prince, the scarred man struggled to swallow. The real Seventh Prince was killed long ago. The current one is an impostor from the Northern D royal family, named Tuobayu. He was once a neglected prince of the Northern D royal family, sent to the Northern Frontier to hide for many years. When the situation was exposed, he escaped back to the Northern D with the help of his subordinates. Chu Mingyu's eyes sharpened. Is this true? Absolutely. The scarred man urged. This operation was ordered directly by Tuobayu himself. He declared that this operation aimed to sever all ties between the Southern Shu and the Northern Frontier. After a moment of silence, Chu Mingyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. So that's the case. She turned to the guards and instructed, take him away and keep a close watch. At the third watch of the night, the candlelight in Fingi Palace still burned brightly. Lin Wanru, dressed in a plain white robe, bent over her desk, reviewing memorials with a crimson brush that carved fierce strokes on the documents. Outside the window, the gentle rain tapped against the panes, adding a chill to the tranquil palace. Your Majesty, Princess Mingyu requests an audience, a lady-in-waiting reported softly. Lin Wanru paused her brush, the ink spreading into a dark blot on the rice paper. She lifted her gaze towards the entrance, where a figure in crimson stood straight on the steps, droplets still glistening from her hair. As Chu Mingyu stepped into the hall, She brought in a wave of damp chill. Kneeling, she paid her respects, rainwater staining the carpet with dark marks. I have urgent matters to report. Lin Wanru set down her brush, her eyes scanning Chu Mingyu's rain-drenched temples. Speak as you rise. She turned to the lady-in-waiting. Fetch her some dry clothing. There's no need. Chu Mingyu firmly rejected, pulling out a scroll of testimony from her bosom. The assassin captured last night confessed. Lin Wanru accepted the scroll, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the icy back of Chu Mingyu's hand, both startled by the contact. The Empress quickly regained her composure, unfolding the scroll to read, her brows furrowing gradually. The seventh prince of the northern frontier? No, he's an imposter, Chu Mingyu scoffed. The real seventh prince was killed 5 years ago. The candlelight crackled, casting a sharp profile of Lin Wanru in the shadows. She slowly rolled up the scroll, her voice eerily calm. Do you have proof? Chu Mingyu retrieved a jade pendant from her waist. This was found on the scarred assassin, a token of the Northern D royal family. According to him, the false seventh prince's real name is Tuobiyu, the 13th son of the late emperor of Northern D. His mother was a lowly palace maid, and he was abandoned in the cold palace to fend for himself. Lin Wanru took the pendant, her fingertip tracing the intricate wolf head pattern. She suddenly chuckled softly. A clever ploy of substitution. Tuobiyu is already arranged for a substitute and escaped back to Northern D 3 days ago. Chu Mingyu added, the northern frontier remains oblivious, believing the true seventh prince is imprisoned. The hall fell into silence, only the sound of rain pattering against the roof. Lin Wanru approached the window, gazing at the rain-washed palace walls. The tension in her shoulders revealed suppressed anger beneath her bright yellow attire. Your Majesty, how do you plan to handle this? Chu Mingyu broke the silence. Lin Wanru did not turn back. You may leave now. Chu Mingyu pressed her lips together, bowing in resignation. Just as she turned, the Empress spoke again. Change out of your wet clothes before you go. A plain white brocade robe was presented to her, with faint golden phoenix embroidery at the cuffs. Chu Mingyu stared at the garment for a long moment before finally accepting it. Thank you, Your Majesty. From behind the screen came the soft sound of fabric rustling. Lin Wanru stood by the window, her gaze lost in the rain, yet she could hear every subtle sound, the soft unfastening of a belt, the whisper of fabric sliding against skin. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the window frame, her knuckles whitening. Your Majesty, Chu Mingyu's voice came from behind her. I am changed. Lin Wanru turned, her breath momentarily hitching. The brocade robe enveloped Chu Mingyu, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone and the whiteness of her wrists. The pale fabric accentuated her complexion, save for the faint redness in her eyes from a night of interrogation. Did you interrogate all night? Lin Wanru inquired. Chu Mingyu averted her gaze. Yes. Were you injured?
No.
Lin Wanru stepped closer, suddenly reaching out to caress the side of Chu Mingyu's neck. There lay a faint red mark, as if grazed by a sharp instrument. Is this what you call uninjured? Chu Mingyu stiffened but did not withdraw. Lin Wanru's fingertips were warm, gently tracing the wound, evoking a slight sting and an indescribable sensation. It's just a small injury. Chu Mingyu's voice tightened. Not comparable to what you endured back then. Before she could finish, Lin Wanru had already turned to fetch a medicine box. She deftly applied ointment to the bruise on Chu Mingyu's neck, the cool balm melting into the skin and carrying a faint herbal scent. What happened back then? Lin Wanru asked softly as she applied the medicine, her voice delicate, as if afraid to disturb something. Chu Mingyu lowered her eyes, gazing at the Empress, whose thick lashes cast a fan-shaped shadow against the candlelight. She suddenly recalled years ago when Lin Wanru had treated her wounds in the same manner, when they were merely girls sneaking mooncakes in the Imperial Garden. You took a blade from me back then, Chu Mingyu murmured. It was far more severe. Lin Wanru paused in her actions, then continued applying the ointment. You remember that so clearly? How could I forget?
Chu Mingyu smiled bitterly.
The medicine box snapped shut with a jarring sound in the stillness of the hall. Lin Wanru turned to place the box back, her posture straight. Why bring up old matters? Chu Mingyu stared at her back, stepping forward. Lin Wanru, look at me. The Empress did not turn. You once promised to take me to see the world, to witness all its wonders. Chu Mingyu's voice trembled. Later you became the favored concubine of my father. I accepted that. Then you ascended the throne, and I accepted that too. But now, she grasped Lin Wanru's wrist tightly. Now you cannot even bear to look me in the eye? Finally, Lin Wanru turned, her eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. She broke free from Chu Mingyu's grasp but then pulled her closer, bringing their breaths together. Chu Mingyu, what is it that you truly desire? I want an answer. Chu Mingyu met her gaze. When you said I love Mingyu, the most beneath the pear tree, how much of it was sincere? The rain intensified, droplets cascading from the eaves onto the stone floor, resounding like a knock at the heart's door. Lin Wanru's hand slid from the nape of Chu Mingyu's neck to her cheek, her thumb gently brushing the faint bluish hue beneath her tired eyes. All of it. 2 words, heavy as 1,000 pounds. Chu Mingyu's pupils constricted, her breath quickening. She opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by Lin Wanru's finger against her lips. But that was the Lin Wanru of years past. The current empress cannot offer you any promises. I do not need promises. Chu Mingyu grasped her wrist. I only want to know if you would choose differently if given a second chance. I would not, Lin Wanru interrupted decisively. My choice has never changed, nor will it. The light in Chu Mingyu's eyes gradually dimmed. She took a step back, forcing a bitter smile. Very well, Your Majesty, your heart is indeed as hard as stone. Lin Wanru withdrew her hand, turning towards the dragon table. The Northern D envoy will soon arrive in the capital. You must focus on this matter. As for Tuobiyu, her voice grew cold. I have my own arrangements. Chu Mingyu cast one last deep glance at her. Bowing in farewell, I take my leave. She turned towards the palace doors, her wet outer robe still lying behind the screen, yet she no longer wished to touch it. The lingering scent of incense, familiar to Lin Wanru, clung to her white brocade robe, echoing in her senses like a shadow. Your clothing, Lin Wanru's voice called from behind. Chu Mingyu continued walking. Dispose of it. The palace doors swung open, letting in a gust of damp wind. Lin Wanru stood alone in the empty hall for a long while.
Come.
She summoned a lady-in-waiting, her voice now steady. Summon the head of the royal city department. Amidst the rain, Chu Mingyu rode swiftly, allowing the cold droplets to drench her completely. The brocade robe clung to her, heavy as shackles. She did not know where she was going, only instinctively fleeing from the palace that imprisoned all her thoughts. Your Highness! The captain of the guards intercepted her at the princess's residence. What are you doing? Chu Mingyu dismounted, tossing the reins to the guard. Prepare hot water. In the steaming bathtub, Chu Mingyu submerged herself entirely, surfacing only when her lungs burned. Water droplets rolled down her cheeks, indistinguishable between tears and rain. Your Highness, Fairy Baiji and the swordsman Xiao Jing request an audience. A maid's voice floated from outside the door. Chu Mingyu closed her eyes briefly and thought, let them wait. In the front hall, Jing and was idly toying with a teacup. Gu Zhijin sat quietly, her gaze sweeping over the newly hung bough on the wall, the half-open military treatise on the table, and the slightly wilted begonia in the corner. Every detail revealed the master's recent unease. Footsteps approached, and Chu Mingyu appeared at the door in a dark outfit, her hair still dripping with water. Is there something? Jing'an stood and bowed. Your Highness, we have come to inquire about the interrogation results. Chu Mingyu gestured for them to sit, then walked to the window. Turning her back to the two, the confession has already been presented to the emperor. She briefly recounted the matter of Tuobiyu. Her tone is flat, as if discussing the weather. What instructions does His Majesty have? Focus on addressing the Northern D envoy. Chu Mingyu gave a cold laugh. As for the rest, she had her own arrangements. Jing and Gu Zhijin exchanged a glance, tacitly refraining from asking further. Gu Zhijin took a small porcelain vial from her sleeve and placed it on the table, a calming incense to aid sleep. Chu Mingyu turned around, her gaze falling on the vial, and suddenly asked, Gu Zhijin, if Jing'an were to abandon you for some grand cause one day, what would you do? Jing'an's eyes widened. How could I possibly? I would accompany him to resolve that grand cause. Gu Zhijin answered succinctly, adding that she would reclaim him. Chu Mingyu was taken aback, then burst into laughter, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. Good, very good. She wiped away the moisture from her eyes and said, That's enough. You may return. The Northern D envoy will not arrive for over a month. There will be much to attend to then. After seeing them off, Chu Mingyu stood alone under the corridor, watching the rain. Gu Zhijin's response echoed in her mind, like a dull knife slowly cutting through an old scar. She took out the vial of calming incense and gently inhaled its crisp medicinal scent, distinct from the incense commonly used by someone else. In Fengyi Palace, Lin Wanru knelt before the commander of the Imperial City Division, investigate Tuobiyu's background and his relationship with Morong Zhao.
Yes.
The commander accepted the order and left. The hall returned to silence. Lin Wanru walked behind the screen and picked up the abandoned white brocade robe. The collar still bore the unique cold scent of Chu Mingyu, mingled with the smell of rain and rust. She pressed the robe to her nose and inhaled deeply, as if wanting to engrave this scent into her lungs. "Your Majesty." A lady-in-waiting called from outside. "It is time for your meal." Lin Wanru set down the robe, her voice as usual. "Serve the meal." "Your Majesty, the medicine is ready." The lady-in-waiting brought a dark brown medicinal soup. Lin Wanru drank it down in one gulp without even wrinkling her brow. The bitterness of the medicine was horrifying, but did not compare to the bitterness in her heart. Years ago, she had tested poison to save the late emperor. Although she survived, she was left with a lingering ailment that caused pain in her chest on rainy days. Chu Mingyu remained unaware of this to this day.
Dismissed.
She waved away the palace attendants and walked alone toward her chamber. The dragon bed was large and cold, and Lin Wanru lay down fully clothed, the white brocade robe of Chu Mingyu beside her. Outside, the sound of rain gradually ceased, and a waning moon broke through the clouds, casting a cold light across the bed, like a sigh from someone. Chapter 45. Forging iron tools. Upon returning to the Anjin pavilion, Gu Zhijin sat at her desk, her brow slightly furrowed. "What do you make of the fact that the seventh prince is disguised as Tuobiyu?" Jing'an sat cross-legged across from her, holding a piece of candied fruit, momentarily pausing. "Does the original text mention this?"
Gu Zhijin shook her head. "No."
Jing'an raised an eyebrow, tossing the candied fruit into his mouth, mumbling, "Then this plot has deviated quite a bit." Gu Zhijin met his gaze, her eyes calm. "Since you also arrived here, many plots have changed." Jing'an grinned and leaned closer to her. "What, does my dear wife think I have disrupted the story?" Gu Zhijin gave him a fleeting glance, her fingertip resting on his forehead. "Be serious." Jing'an seized her finger and gently squeezed. "A change in plot is a good thing. It indicates that a truly existing dimensional space has formed." Gu Zhijin's eyes flickered, her fingertip tracing lightly on his palm. "Dimensional space?" Jing'an suddenly flipped over, pinning her down on the soft couch, their noses nearly touching. "My dear wife, look." He casually grabbed a piece of candied fruit from the table and tossed it into the air. In the original novel, the trajectory of this piece of fruit is predetermined. The candied fruit traced a parabolic arc before landing on the carpet. But now, if he throws another one and suddenly reaches out to intercept it midair,
"We can alter its trajectory."
Gu Zhijin gazed into his sparkling eyes, suddenly pushing her knees against his abdomen. "Just like this?" "Ahem." Jing'an clutched his belly and rolled aside. "My dear wife, you are ruining the romantic atmosphere." "Speak plainly." Jing'an rubbed his belly and sat up, his expression suddenly serious. "What I mean is, this world is breaking free from the original novel's framework, forming a true parallel universe." He picked up the fallen piece of candied fruit, noting that each choice creates new branches, much like the many worlds interpretation in quantum physics. Gu Zhijin pondered, adjusting her attire. "So your existence is akin to the butterfly effect." Jing'an leaned in, gently brushing aside the stray hairs that fell across her forehead, saying, "The moment I crossed over, this universe diverged from the original text." Outside, the wind and snow lashed against the window, and the embers in the charcoal stove crackled. Gu Zhijin suddenly reached out to caress his cheek. "Do you know what this means?" Jing'an nuzzled against her cool palm. "It means we are completely free? It signifies that all prior advantages of prophecy will become ineffective." Gu Zhijin's gaze deepened. Every step into the future was shrouded in uncertainty. Jing'an suddenly laughed, using his current position to push her down on the soft couch. "Then isn't that more thrilling?" His breath brushed against her ear, stating that as long as he was with his wife, he would dare to leap into a black hole. Gu Zhijin flicked her finger against his brow. "Immature. This is called romance." Jing'an captured her wrist, pressing it against the couch, and kissed her deeply. His kiss trailed from Gu Zhijin's lips to her snowy neck, but his fingers, which were about to untie the ribbon at her waist, were suddenly halted. "Don't mess around." Gu Zhijin's voice softened, tinged with the warmth of candlelight. "Tomorrow's matters will be discussed tomorrow." Jing'an seized the opportunity to pull the ribbon free, the moon-white nightgown blooming across the couch like petals. He suddenly halted, gazing at her as though discovering a treasure. "My dear wife is particularly indulgent with me today." Gu Zhijin reached up to brush back his hair, her fingertips tracing down his brow bone. "I see you've been behaving quite well lately." Her tone remained calm, yet the light in her eyes made Jing'an's throat tighten. "Is there a reward then?" He boldly nudged her nose. only to unexpectedly see a rare, mischievous smile tugging at the corners of Gu Zhijin's lips. The moment her long legs wrapped around his waist, Jing En's breath caught in his throat. Gu Zhijin flipped him over, pinning him under the brocade blanket, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Close your eyes. 300 words omitted. When Jing En, glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, collapsed beside her, Gu Zhijin was using the cuff of her inner garment to wipe his forehead. Seizing the moment, he buried his face in her delicate wrist, playfully biting. So my dear wife has been plotting this for a long time. Enough chatter. Gu Zhijin simply covered his overly bright eyes with her sleeve, but he caught her wrist, planting a series of delicate kisses on her palm. In the wintry Jingguan city, the chill deepened. The sycamore trees lining the streets had long shed their leaves, their bare branches looking particularly desolate against the gray sky. The morning mist enveloped the entire city, laying a layer of cold frost on the bluestone roads. Jing'an stood in the courtyard, the white mist of his breath dispersing before him. He rubbed his hands together, turning to look inside where Gu Zhijin was seated at her desk, perusing a medical book. A warm cup of tea beside her, the rising steam accentuating her beautiful features. My dear wife, it's cold, wear more. Jing'an rummaged through the wardrobe for a fox fur cloak and gently draped it over her shoulders. Gu Zhijin raised her gaze, unconsciously gathering the cloak. The Northern D envoy will arrive in half a month. We need to change our residence. Jing'an nodded. The princess sent a message yesterday, stating that arrangements have been made. It will take place at Qingzhou Courtyard in the southern part of the city, conveniently located near the princess's residence for easy communication. Gu Zhijin closed the medical book and pondered for a moment. From today onward, we must present ourselves solely as Bai Ji and Xiao Jing. We cannot return to our previous residence for the time being. Understood. Jing'an smiled broadly, leaning closer. But my lady, even if you disguise yourself as an old woman, I would still recognize you at a glance. Gu Zhijin shot him a glance and retrieved a mask as delicate as a cicada's wing from the medicine chest. Let us try this. Jing'an took the mask and carefully applied it before the bronze mirror. The features of the person in the mirror gradually became unfamiliar, the brow slightly elevated, the nose more pronounced, and the corners of the eyes slightly drooping, giving him an air of coldness typical of the martial world. Not bad, Gu Zhijin commented. But try to be less conspicuous. Jing'an blinked, adjusted his expression, and lowered his voice. How about this, Bai Ji? Gu Zhijin's lips curled slightly as she donned a mask of her own. Moments later, her features softened a bit, with a touch of vermilion between her brows enhancing her ethereal demeanor. Let us depart for Qingzhou Courtyard. Qingzhou Courtyard was nestled in a secluded alley in the southern part of the city, surrounded by bamboo groves, creating a tranquil environment. The courtyard was modest, yet exquisitely arranged. Several landscape paintings adorned the main hall, and an unfinished chess game lay on the table, indicating that it had once been the abode of a literati. This was originally Lord Li's villa, which had since been abandoned. The escort explained in a hushed tone that the princess had ordered it to be tidied up, allowing the two of them to settle in comfortably. Jing'an surveyed the surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Please convey my thanks to Her Highness. After the escort withdrew with a respectful bow, Jing'an immediately took Gu Zhijin for a stroll around the courtyard. In the back, there was a small independent room, and upon entering, they discovered a rudimentary forge. Gu Zhijin raised an eyebrow slightly. Jing'an's eyes lit up as he hurried to the forge, running his hands over the anvil and hammer. The quality of iron in this era is insufficient. I have longed for an opportunity to purify and forge a new batch of weapons. Gu Zhijin walked to the side, picking up an unsharpened short dagger from the wooden rack. She flicked the blade with her fingertip, producing a dull sound. Too many impurities, lacking in toughness. Exactly, Jing'an nodded. The curved swords of the Northern D people are forged from superior iron, their hardness surpassing ours. In a direct confrontation, our weapons are prone to breaking. He continued, rummaging through a corner to find a piece of pig iron, weighing it in his hand. Over the next half-month, I intend to reforge this batch of iron and teach the princess's people to improve their forging techniques. Gu Zhijin observed his eager demeanor, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Do you require my assistance? Jing'an grinned. If my lady finds herself idle, she may assist me by tending the fire. Gu Zhijin snorted lightly and turned to leave. You can tend to the fire yourself. Jing'an hurriedly caught up, embracing her from behind. I was merely jesting. My lady, with your esteemed medical skills, why not help me concoct some burn ointment? Gu Zhijin found herself in his embrace, exasperated. Very well, release me. Jing'an nuzzled into her neck. Not until my lady grants me a kiss. Gu Zijin gently pressed her fingertip against his hand. You have once again pressed my acupoint. If you continue this way, I shall next target your laughter acupoint. Without glancing back, Gu Zijin walked away. Jing'an rubbed his hand, grinning like a cat that had stolen a fish. In the days that followed, Jing'an spent nearly all day immersed in the forge. He repeatedly hammered the pig iron to eliminate impurities, then added a small quantity of special ore to enhance its toughness. The iron gradually glowed red under the high temperature, the sound of hammering echoing throughout the courtyard. Gu Zijin would occasionally visit him, bringing a bowl of hot soup or some snacks. Each time, Jing'an would pause his work, grinning as he approached for reward. My lady, come and see the new dagger I forged. One day, Jing'an presented a short blade gleaming coldly. Gu Zijin took the dagger, lightly caressing the edge with her fingertip, nodding slightly. Quite good, much sharper than the previous ones. Jing'an beamed. This was tempered using a new method, increasing its hardness by 30%. Gu Zijin returned the dagger to him and produced a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve. This will alleviate fatigue. You have not rested properly for several days. Do not wear yourself out. Jing'an accepted the porcelain bottle, warmth blossoming in his heart. My lady is still so considerate. Gu Zijin pinched his cheek. Do not be so talkative. 5 days later, the head of the princess's guard arrived at Qingzhou courtyard with several craftsmen. Young Master Xiao. The princess has commanded us to learn the art of forging. The head of the guard bowed respectfully. Jing'an wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling. You arrived just in time. I have just finished a batch of iron and can demonstrate. He rolled up his sleeves and began to explain the forging process step by step to the gathered crowd. From ore selection, smelting, to hammering and tempering, every detail was meticulously covered. Initially, the craftsmen appeared puzzled, but as Jing'an demonstrated, their expressions gradually transformed into fervent interest. So that's how it is. No wonder the blades of the Northern D are sharper, an elderly craftsman murmured. Jing'an nodded. The quality of iron directly affects the strength of the weapons. If this method can be promoted, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in southern Chu will increase by at least 20%. The head of the guard solemnly clasped his hands. Young Master Zhao's righteousness will be deeply engraved in my heart. Jing'an waved his hand dismissively. It is but a small effort. In the subsequent days, Jing'an worked tirelessly alongside the craftsmen, ultimately forging a new batch of weapons. The swords were sharper, the hardness of the spearheads was enhanced, and even the penetrating power of the arrows was significantly improved. After the guards of the princess's residence tested the weapons, they all marveled in astonishment. This blade, when swung, would surely withstand the Northern D's curved swords. One guard exclaimed excitedly. Jing'an laughed, patting him on the shoulder. Practice diligently. When the envoy arrives, let them witness our prowess. The winter nights in southern Chu were particularly frigid. When Jing'an returned to the main house wrapped in a thick cloak, Gu Zijin was seated under the lamp, preparing medicine. My lady, I have returned. He shook off the chill from his body and moved closer to the charcoal basin to warm himself. Gu Zijin glanced up at him. Finished with your tasks? Yes, the weapons have all been forged, and the princess's people have learned the techniques. Jing'an rubbed his hands together. Now we await the arrival of the envoy. Gu Zijin set down the mortar and handed him a cup of hot tea. Drink this to warm yourself. Jing'an accepted the teacup, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her hand, which felt icy cold. He furrowed his brow and seized her wrist. Why are your hands so cold? Gu Zijin replied nonchalantly. It is nothing. Without hesitation, Jing'an enclosed her hands within his palms, gently rubbing them. On such a cold day, you still handle cold water to prepare medicine? Gu Zijin allowed him to hold her hands without struggle. I am accustomed to it. Jing'an sighed, rising to fetch a blanket from the cabinet, wrapping her in it, and adding a few more pieces of charcoal to the basin. From now on, let me assist you in preparing medicine. Do not touch cold water. Gu Zijin watched him bustle about, a flicker of warmth passing through her eyes. You have become increasingly talkative compared to your past life. Jing'an squatted before her, looking up with a smile. So, my lady, do you prefer my talkative self or my quiet self? Gu Zijin turned her face away. Neither. Jing'an did not believe her and leaned in to plant a kiss at the corner of her lips. You are being insincere. Yet I must say, I particularly enjoy the way you are insincere in bed. Gu Zijin's ears flushed slightly as she pushed his face away. Go bathe. You reek of iron rust. Jing'an rose with a grin. As you command, my lady. A few days later, Jingguan City welcomed its first snowfall of the winter. Delicate snowflakes fluttered down, blanketing the eaves and treetops in a thin layer of silver. Jing'an and Gu Zhijin stood beneath the corridor of Qingzhou Courtyard, gazing at the snow-laden sky. The Northern D envoy will be arriving soon, Gu Zhijin remarked softly. Jing'an nodded, catching a snowflake on his hand. Yes, after the snowfall, they should enter the city. Gu Zhijin glanced at him. Are you anxious? Jing'an beamed. With my lady by my side, what is there to be anxious about? Gu Zhijin replied with a faint hum, her gaze returning to the distance. Jing'an, observing her serene profile, suddenly wrapped an arm around her shoulder. My lady, once all this has settled down, shall we return to the northern border for a visit? Gu Zhijin fell silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Very well, but regarding your foolish prince persona, just say that the enchanting Bai Ji from the Medicine King Valley has become infatuated with my handsome visage and has thus cured me. Chapter 46. The arrival of the Northern D envoy. The snow in Jingguan City fell throughout the night. At dawn, icicles hung from the eaves of Qingzhou Garden, refracting the fragmented light of the rising sun. When Jing'an opened the door, a frigid gust of air rushed in, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. It was colder today than yesterday. Rubbing his hands together, he returned indoors to find Gu Zhijin already dressed and organizing the medicine box, seemingly finished in no time. Without raising her head, Gu Zhijin tucked several porcelain vials into her sleeve. Someone from the princess's residence is waiting outside. Jing'an raised an eyebrow and quickly strode to the window. Peering through a crack, he indeed saw two figures clad as guards standing at the courtyard entrance. A thin layer of snow covering their shoulders, indicating they had been waiting for some time. I shall change into another outfit. He hastily turned to retrieve his outer robe. Let them wait. It's no trouble, Gu Zhijin remarked, closing the medicine box. You should have your breakfast first. Jing'an gulped down a piece of cake and half a bowl of hot porridge in haste before donning his outer robe. Let's go. The princess must have urgent matters to discuss, sending someone this early. Outside the courtyard, the guards stepped forward to bow upon seeing them. Young Master Xiao, Miss Bai. Her Highness requests your presence at the palace. Is there news from the Northern D envoy? Jing'an asked in a lowered voice. The guard nodded. The envoy arrived at the relay station 30 miles away last night and will enter the city by tomorrow at the latest. In the princess's study, Chu Mingyu was deep in thought, gazing at a sand table. As the two entered, she straightened up and signaled for the guards to withdraw. You arrived just in time. Jing'an noticed several small flags placed on the sand table, red representing Southern Chu, black for Northern D, and several gray flags scattered around. This indicates the route and troop deployment of the Northern D envoy. Chu Mingyu pointed to the center of the sand table with a stick. The chief envoy, Morong Zhao, brought 200 elite troops, while the deputy envoy, Yuan Hu, has 50 personal guards. By convention, they can only bring 20 into the city, with the rest stationed outside. Gu Zhijin approached the sand table, her gaze sweeping over the gray flags. What are these? These are the strongholds of the remnants of the 7th prince. Chu Mingyu coldly scoffed. Our people have been monitoring them for half a month and have observed their recent increased activities, evidently waiting for the envoy to enter the city to coordinate their actions. Jing'an stroked his chin in contemplation. Where will the envoy stay upon entering the city? The relay station arranged by the Honglu Temple is located to the west of the city. Chu Mingyu indicated a model building on the sand table. It is neither too close nor too far from the palace, showing both respect and vigilance. Gu Zhijin suddenly reached out to move several gray flags. These positions are near water sources and granaries. Chu Mingyu replied coldly. The granaries and water sources are guarded by designated personnel, so there is no need for concern. However, Morong Zhao is inherently suspicious. Even seeking medical treatment will involve numerous tests. She paused. Moreover, Yuan Hu is meticulous and has already dispatched individuals to investigate Xiaojing. Jing'an dismissed this. Let them investigate. The Zhongnan mountain is vast. Can he possibly question every priest one by one? Do not be careless, Gu Zhijin spoke softly. The Northern D undoubtedly has spies in Zhongnan mountain. Chu Mingyu produced a jade pendant from her sleeve and placed it on the table. This is a token from the Qingfeng Temple on Zhongnan mountain. The temple master is affiliated with the Royal City Department and has already made the arrangements. If anyone inquires, it will prove you are indeed a disciple of the temple. Jing'an accepted the jade pendant, stating earnestly, Your Highness has considered everything thoroughly. Chu Mingyu lowered her voice. There is one more matter. The Empress has not been feeling well lately. If you have the time, it would be prudent to visit the palace. Gu Zhijin's expression remained unchanged. Very well. I shall prepare some medicinal materials before entering the palace. Outside Fingy Palace, the guards recognized Bai Ji and hurried inside to report. Soon after, a lady-in-waiting rushed out. Miss Bai, Her Majesty requests your presence. Just as Jing'an was about to follow, he was stopped by the lady-in-waiting. Her Majesty only wishes to see Miss Bai. Gu Zhijin turned back to glance at Jing'an. You wait outside the hall. Inside Fingy Palace, the scent of medicine was thick. Lin Wanro reclined against the couch, her complexion pale as paper, yet her forehead bore an unusual flush. Upon seeing Gu Zhijin enter, she forced a faint smile. Little junior sister has arrived. Gu Zhijin quickly approached, firmly grasping her wrist without hesitation. The pulse was erratic, fluctuating between strong and weak, and the skin beneath her fingertips was burning hot. When did this begin? Gu Zhijin asked coldly. Lin Wanro coughed lightly. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Gu Zhijin produced a gold needle, rapidly disinfecting it over the candle flame. Remove your outer garment. I need to administer acupuncture. Lin Wanro weakly shook her head. It's futile. I have tried that long ago. Gu Zhijin had already ignited the moxa. Senior sister, trust me. 36 gold needles were swiftly inserted into Lin Wanro's back acupoints. Gu Zhijin's technique was as swift as lightning, each needle precise. As the final needle was placed, Lin Wanro suddenly erupted into a violent cough, expelling a mouthful of dark blood onto the prepared white cloth. Senior sister, Gu Zhijin's voice was as cold as ice. The poison within you has been present for at least 2 years. What exactly happened? Lin Wanro closed her eyes, her pale fingers gripping the brocade blanket tightly. To be frank, this poison was contracted while treating the late emperor. I had to test the poison on myself to stabilize its effects for him. Gu Zhijin retracted the gold needles. The fact that you have survived this poison until now is already a miracle. Lin Wanro forced a bitter smile. Indeed, a miracle. Suddenly, she grasped Gu Zhijin's hand. Do not tell Mingyu. Gu Zhijin paused. She has the right to know. And what of it? A flicker of pain crossed Lin Wanro's eyes. It would only add to her troubles. Gu Zhijin remained silent for a moment, retrieving a jade vial from her wooden box. This is the medicine I just prepared. Take 1 pill daily. It will alleviate the symptoms. However, to cure it completely, we must find the antidote. The antidote is in Morong Zhao's possession, Lin Wanro whispered. He was the one who poisoned me back then. Gu Zhijin's gaze sharpened. So this envoy's visit is part of my design. Lin Wanro's lips curled into a cold smile. If he dares to come, he should not expect to return alive. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the palace, followed by Jing'an's deliberately raised voice. Bai Ji is currently treating Her Majesty. Your Highness should wait a moment. Step aside. Chu Mingyu's voice bore suppressed anger. I have urgent matters to report. Gu Zhijin swiftly adjusted Lin Wanro's clothing. Just as she tucked away the medicine vial, the palace door was forcefully pushed open. Chu Mingyu strode in, halting abruptly upon seeing Lin Wanro's pale countenance.
You.
She opened her mouth, but could not continue. Lin Wanro had already regained the Empress's authority, her tone faint. What is of such urgency? Chu Mingyu took a deep breath, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, the Northern D envoy has entered the city ahead of schedule. Lin Wanro's gaze sharpened. Earlier than expected by half a day? She forced herself to stand. The Rights Department should go to welcome them. Gu Zhijin calmly interjected. Your Majesty requires rest. We shall first attend to the envoy. Chu Mingyu cast a deep glance at Lin Wanro before turning and striding away, her back rigid as iron. Once the palace door closed, Lin Wanro finally shed her facade, curling up in pain. Gu Zhijin swiftly resumed her acupuncture, speaking coldly. Why endure such suffering? The emperor shows no weakness. Lin Wanro gritted her teeth. Gu Zhijin refrained from further words, focusing intently on her needles. After half an hour, Lin Wanro's breathing finally stabilized, and she fell into a deep sleep. In the outer hall, Jing'an paced anxiously. Upon seeing Gu Zhijin emerge, he hurriedly approached. How is she? She is temporarily stabilized, Gu Zhijin replied softly. It is an old poison relapse. Jing'an furrowed his brow. Can it be treated? It requires an antidote. Gu Zhijin's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. The antidote is in Morong Zhao's possession. Jing'an's pupils constricted slightly, therefore this time, I will spare no effort to obtain the antidote. Gu Zhijin's voice was as cold as ice. The gates of Jinguan City swung wide open, and the North D envoy marched in with great pomp. Leading them was none other than the third prince, Tuoba Hong, clad in a dark brocade robe. A golden curved dagger at his waist, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, dressed in black robes. His gaze as icy as a serpent's, Muru Jia, the national master of North D. On the city tower, Chu Mingyu, adorned in splendid attire, wore a smile that belied the coldness in her eyes. Flanking her were Gu Zhijin and Jing'an, both exhibiting a calm demeanor, appearing merely as ordinary attendants. The winter in South Chu was considerably milder than in North D. Tuoba Hong looked up at the city tower, his gaze lingering on Gu Zhijin for a fleeting moment before shifting to Chu Mingyu, proclaiming boisterously, "Princess Mingyu, how delightful to see you well." Chu Mingyu inclined her head slightly. "Your Highness, it has been a long journey. You must be weary." Muru Jia narrowed his eyes, surveying Gu Zhijin and Jing'an, a smirk playing on his lips. "And who might these two be?" Chu Mingyu replied indifferently, "This is Bai Ji, the fairy of the Medicine King Valley, renowned for her medical expertise. The other is Xiao Jing, a swordsman from Zhongnan Mountain and a guest of mine." Muru Jia's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Gu Zhijin. The Medicine King Valley has remained secluded for a century. It is surprising to see a descendant emerge. Gu Zhijin's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, "My master sent me into the world to practice medicine. It is merely a fortunate coincidence that the princess recognizes my abilities." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Hong turned his attention to Jing and with keen interest, "A swordsman? I wonder how your swordsmanship compares to our North D's curved dagger?" Jing clasped his fists, his tone humble yet laced with hidden sharpness. "The worth of a sword lies not in its height, but in the strength of the wielder. Should your Highness be interested, we may spar another day."
Tuoba looked artily. Excellent.
"I do enjoy straightforward individuals." The welcome banquet was held in the Linda Hall of the royal palace, with the sounds of silk and bamboo flutes filling the air and cups clinking together. Gu Zhijin and Jing'an sat among the guests, closely observing the movements of the North D envoy. Muru Jia's seat was right next to Tuoba Hong. He maintained a gentle smile, yet his gaze occasionally darted toward Gu Zhijin, as if probing for something. "He is suspicious of you," Jing'an whispered to Gu Zhijin. Gu Zhijin raised her teacup and took a delicate sip. "It matters not. The more he doubts, the more he will approach me." As anticipated, midway through the banquet, Muru Jia suddenly rose and walked toward Gu Zhijin. "Fairy Bai Ji," he said, slightly bowing, his tone warm. "I have heard that the Medicine King Valley's medical skills can cure a multitude of poisons and ailments. I wonder if that is true?" Gu Zhijin raised her gaze, her expression calm. "Does the national master wish to test the medicine?" Muru Jia chuckled lightly. "Not quite. It is just that I have suffered from severe headaches in recent years, and despite consulting many renowned physicians, I have found no remedy.
Today,
meeting a descendant of the Medicine King Valley, I wish to request a consultation." Gu Zhijin lightly tapped her fingers on the table. "Extend your hand." Muru Jia stretched out his right hand, and Gu Zhijin placed 3 fingers on his pulse point. After a moment, she retracted her hand, stagnant chi and blood stasis, with evil wind entering the brain. "Have you been unable to sleep at night recently? And do your headaches worsen on rainy days?" A flicker of surprise crossed Muru Jia's eyes. The fairy is indeed as renowned as the legends say. Gu Zhijin retrieved a gleaming white pill from her medicine pouch. "This is the Qing Xian Dan. It can temporarily alleviate the pain. For a complete cure, one must employ the golden needle technique to open the meridians." Muru Jia took the pill but did not swallow it immediately. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. "Might the fairy accompany me to the post station for a detailed diagnosis?" Jing'an's eyes turned cold, his fingers discreetly resting on the hilt of his sword. Yet Gu Zhijin nodded calmly. "Very well. I shall visit tomorrow at Chinshi." Muru Jia smiled with satisfaction and returned to his seat. After the banquet, Jing'an and Gu Zhijin returned to Qingzhou courtyard. Upon entering, Jing'an could no longer contain himself. "My dear, Muru Jia is clearly testing you. Why agree to go to the post station?" Gu Zhijin removed her cloak, her gaze steady. "If he does not harbor suspicions, that would be strange. The more composed I am, the more difficult it becomes for him to ascertain my true nature." Jing'an frowned. "But the post station is their territory. What if there is an ambush?" Gu Zhijin raised her eyes to meet his, a smile playing on her lips. "Have you forgotten what we did in our past lives?" Jing'an was taken aback, then laughed. "Indeed. A mere post station cannot possibly trap us." Gu Zhijin produced the short blade crafted by Jing'an, her fingertips brushing the blade's edge. "Tomorrow when I go to the post station, you shall keep an eye on Tuoba Hong. He is skilled in combat and will surely seek an opportunity to test your prowess. Jing'an nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Rest assured, I will leave a lasting impression. At the appointed hour the next day, Gu Zhijin arrived at the post station as promised. Muru Jia was already waiting in a private room, where a tea set was laid out, the aroma of tea wafting through the air. Fairy, please take a seat. He gestured with a warm smile, though his eyes were cold as ice. Gu Zhijin sat down calmly, producing silver needles. National Master, let us begin. However, Muru Jia did not extend his hand but instead spoke slowly before we proceed with the diagnosis. I have a question regarding the golden needle technique of the Medicine King Valley. It is said to reveal one's heart and discern truth from falsehood. Might the fairy be adept in this skill? Gu Zhijin paused, raising her gaze to meet his. What does the National Master wish to inquire? Muru Jia squinted, his voice suddenly turning icy. Who exactly are you? The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Gu Zhijin's expression remained unchanged, her fingers flashing with the glint of the silver needles. If the National Master harbors suspicions, why invite me here?
Muru Jia sneered.
Because I wish to see who has the audacity to impersonate someone from the Medicine King Valley. Before he finished speaking, several black-clad assassins suddenly emerged from behind the screens surrounding the room, their blades gleaming menacingly as they advanced towards Gu Zhijin. Gu Zhijin's eyes turned cold, her figure darting like lightning as she unleashed the silver needles in an instant. The sound of the silver needles slicing through the air was like the buzzing of bees. The two assassins at the forefront gasped, clutching their throats as they fell to the ground. Gu Zhijin spun aside to evade a diagonal slash from a blade, and from her sleeve, she slipped out 3 more silver needles, deftly piercing the wrist acupoint of the third assassin.
Ah!
The black-clad assassin screamed in agony, his weapon clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Zhijin executed a sidekick, sending him crashing into his comrade, momentarily stalling the assault. Muru Jia sat calmly at the table, leisurely pouring tea. Miss Bai's skills are extraordinary. She does not resemble an ordinary physician. Gu Zhijin scoffed, her silver needles glinting ominously. The National Master's hospitality is certainly exceptional. Just being cautious, Muru Jia sipped his tea lightly, his gaze as sticky as a serpent's. After all, the Medicine King Valley has been secluded for a century, and suddenly a descendant appears. It is only natural for me to harbor doubts. The room was rife with tension as 8 black-clad assassins surrounded Gu Zhijin, yet they dared not advance recklessly. 3 of their number lay writhing in pain on the ground, all having been struck by Gu Zhijin's silver needles, their symptoms bizarre and alarming. Gu Zhijin's peripheral vision swept across the room. The main entrance was blocked, and the seemingly fragile window frames concealed iron bars. The only possible escape was through a passage hidden behind the screens. With a slight movement of her fingers, a silver needle quietly slipped into her palm. Such a grand scheme, National Master. Gu Zhijin's voice was as frigid as ice as she picked up a fallen long blade from the ground. Is this how North D treats its guests? Muru Jia narrowed his eyes, suddenly clapping his hands 3 times. The door to the room swung open, and 4 guards entered, escorting a frail man shackled with iron chains. Bloodied and battered, the man still bore the features of a Central Plains citizen. Do you recognize him? Muru Jia sneered. This one claims to be a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, having practiced medicine in North D for 3 years, and has caused the deaths of 3 of my generals. Gu Zhijin glanced at the man, her expression unchanged. I do not recognize him. He claims that there is no female disciple named by Ji in the Medicine King Valley. Muru Jia slowly approached the man, suddenly yanking his hair. Repeat that. Does the Medicine King Valley have any female disciples? The man groaned in pain. No, there are no female disciples. The Medicine King Valley does not accept female students. Muru Jia violently slammed the man's head onto the ground, blood splattering everywhere. He turned to Gu Zhijin, a cruel smile gracing his lips. What do you have to say now, fairy? Gu Zhijin suddenly laughed. She stepped forward toward the barely conscious man, crouching beside him, her fingers pressing against his pulse. The pulse is floating and slippery, the tongue coating yellow and greasy, with bloodshot eyes. She looked up at Muru Jia. This man has been consuming soul-dulling powder for an extended period. His mind is already muddled. How can the National Master take his words as evidence? Muru Jia's expression darkened. Nonsense. Whether it is nonsense or not, we shall know upon testing. Gu Zhijin extracted a small porcelain vial from her medicinal pouch and poured a green pill into the man's mouth. Moments later, the man began to cough violently, the murk in his eyes gradually fading. Where am I? He exclaimed, looking around in confusion. Upon spotting Morong Zhao, his face suddenly contorted with terror. Master National Teacher, I shall never flee again. I beg for your mercy. Morong Zhao's face turned ashen. Gu Zhijin rose, her voice icy. This man is clearly under the influence of the national teacher's drug, coerced into confession. Now that the effects have worn off, the truth is revealed. She gazed directly at Morong Zhao. What further doubts do you have, national teacher? The room fell into a profound silence. The assassins sprawled on the ground emitted faint groans, and a strange scent of blood mingled with medicinal aromas filled the air. Suddenly, Morong Zhao burst into laughter. Well, what a fine air of the Medicine King Valley. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to drag the man away, and personally poured a cup of tea for Gu Zhijin. I've been suffering from severe headaches lately, and my suspicions have intensified. I hope the fairy will forgive me. Since the national teacher doubts my identity, she interjected abruptly. Her tone as frigid as frost. Would you allow me to take your pulse? The chi discrimination technique of the Medicine King Valley is infallible. Morong Zhao narrowed his eyes, seemingly weighing his options. He was indeed plagued by relentless headaches, having sought the finest doctors in vain. This woman before him possessed remarkable medical skills. If she truly was the heir of the Medicine King Valley. Very well. He slowly extended his right hand. But should I discover any treachery on your part, before he could finish, Gu Zhijin had already placed 3 fingers on his wrist. She closed her eyes in concentration, and moments later opened them. The poison afflicting the national teacher is known as heart-corroding powder. In the past, it has caused excruciating headaches on full moon nights. As if 1,000 ants were gnawing at the brain, but it has grown increasingly severe of late, has it not? Morong Zhao's pupils constricted. He had never mentioned these symptoms to anyone. This toxin originated from the western regions and required the blending of 7 rare flowers. Gu Zhijin withdrew her hand and retrieved a crimson pill from her pouch. This is the clear heart pill I provided to the national teacher yesterday. It can temporarily alleviate the toxin's effects. Morong Zhao accepted the pill but refrained from consuming it, instead sneering. Simply deducing from symptoms does not necessarily prove you are the heir of the Medicine King Valley. A slight smile curled Gu Zhijin's lips as she suddenly pointed her fingers like a sword, swiftly tapping several times at the side of Morong Zhao's neck. Startled, he was about to call for his guards when he felt a warm flow surging from an acupoint, and the long-embedded pain in his head remarkably subsided by more than half. He gazed at Gu Zhijin in astonishment. An entry-level technique of the golden needle to cross adversity, Gu Zhijin remarked nonchalantly. Do you now believe me, national teacher? Morong Zhao's expression shifted, ultimately waving his hand to dismiss the assassins. All of you leave. Once the room returned to silence, he scrutinized Gu Zhijin. Fairy, with such medical prowess, why do you venture into the world? I cannot defy my master's orders. Gu Zhijin sheathed her silver needles. My master, who observes the stars, has foretold of great changes to come and commanded me to seek the Chosen One. The Chosen One? A flicker of intrigue sparked in Morong Zhao's eyes. Feigning mystery, Gu Zhijin shook her head. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. She stood to take her leave, having alleviated his symptoms today, but would need to administer another treatment in 3 days' time. During that period, do not let your anger rise, lest your chi be disrupted and the pain worsen. Morong Zhao nodded thoughtfully, personally escorting her to the door. In 3 days, I shall await the fairy's arrival. Upon exiting the inn, Gu Zhijin maintained a calm demeanor. Though her back had begun to feel slightly damp, the recent exchange had been a precarious gamble where one misstep could lead to utter ruin. Discreetly, she glanced at the corner where the princess's personal guards, disguised as candy vendors, were laughing with a few children. Seeing her emerge unscathed, they subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, at the training ground in the west of the city, Tuoba Hong stood bare-chested, wielding a curved blade that shimmered like snow. Having just defeated the 10th challenger, a warrior from Southern Chu, he surveyed the crowd with pride. Who else dares to face me? The Southern Chu generals watching from the sidelines wore grim expressions. The 3rd Prince of Beatty had defeated 10 opponents in a row, exuding arrogance, yet none could subdue him. I am Xiao Jing, and I humbly request the 3rd Prince's guidance. A clear voice rang out as Jing En, clad in a blue robe and bearing a sword, stepped forward. Tuoba Hong's eyes brightened. A swordsman from the Zhongnan Mountains? Excellent. I was just eager to experience the sword techniques of the Central Plains. Jing and advanced slowly. Drawing his sword, its blade gleaming like a pool of autumn water, its cold light piercing. His initial stance appeared unremarkable, but concealed the postures of a special forces fighting technique.
Please. Tu obéis Belode.
Launching a flurry of attacks with his curved blade like a tempest. Jing and remained unfazed, his swordplay seemingly archaic, yet infused with the ruthless precision of modern combat tactics. As the blade swept toward him, he suddenly changed tactics, thrusting his sword upward from an astonishing angle. Good swordsmanship. Tuoba Hong hastily redirected his blade to block, but his arm was jolted, leaving it numb. His fighting spirit intensified, and his attacks grew even fiercer. Jing fought while retreating, deliberately feigning weakness. Just as Tuoba Hong's assault peaked, he suddenly slid forward, clawing at the opponent's wrist with his left hand while his right elbow struck toward Tuoba Hong's chest like a hammer.
Boom.
Tuoba Hong staggered back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Instead of anger, he burst into laughter. Excellent. Now, this is true skill. He wiped away the blood and continued, Xiao Gongzi. Your abilities are remarkable. Would you be willing to become my swordsmanship instructor? Jing unsheathed his sword and cupped his hands in respect. I am honored by your kindness, Your Highness. The two exchanged smiles, each harboring their own thoughts. In the Qingzhou garden, Gu Zhijin was busy preparing medicine when Jing entered. Excitement etched on his face. Darling, Tuoba Hong has taken the bait. Without looking up, Gu Zhijin replied, so has Morong Zhao. She filled a porcelain vial with the powdered herbs she had just ground. The poison he is suffering from is called heart-corroding powder, and the symptoms align with my suspicions. Jing leaned closer to inspect the powder. Is this the antidote? No, it is a concoction that exacerbates the symptoms, Gu Zhijin responded coldly. I intend to make him suffer until he willingly reveals the antidote his senior sister possesses. Jing raised an eyebrow. You're quite ruthless, my dear. Abruptly remembering something, he asked, by the way, do we have any news on that fake 7th prince Tuobiu? Gu Zhijin shook her head. Morong Zhao has not mentioned a word. One wonders if they share a close relationship. Jing stroked his chin. Should I investigate? Not yet, Gu Zhijin replied, tucking the vial into her sleeve. First, we must gain their trust. The princess is hosting a banquet tonight, and Tuoba Hong has invited you to attend. This is an opportunity. Jing nodded, but then suddenly embraced her from behind. Darling, don't we resemble characters in an undercover drama? Gu Zhijin elbowed him in the abdomen. Let go. Though he winced in pain, he refused to release her, instead daring to nip her neck. Not a chance. You took a risk at the end today. You must be punished. Gu Zhijin's ears flushed slightly as she retaliated, pressing her hand against his waist. Keep it up, and beware of your laughing spot. Jing immediately raised his hands in surrender. Please spare me, my dear. He stepped back a couple of paces, then mischievously leaned in closer. But seriously, do you think Morong Zhao, that old fox, truly trusts you? Only half believing, Gu Zhijin replied as she stored her silver needles. He tested my Medicine King Valley's Qi discrimination technique, and I employed a few tactics to deceive him. Jing frowned. If he sends someone to the Medicine King Valley for verification, the Medicine King Valley is isolated from the world. Outsiders cannot locate its entrance, Gu Zhijin stated calmly. Moreover, the token given by the princess should be genuine and withstand scrutiny. As night descended, the princess's residence was illuminated by brilliant lights. Chu Mingyu hosted a banquet for the Beatty delegation, and amidst the clinking of glasses, it appeared that both hosts and guests were enjoying themselves. Tuoba Hong seated himself with Jing frequently engaging in low conversations that exuded familiarity. Morong Zhao sat across from them, his gaze shifting between Gu Zhijin and Jing, seemingly assessing their relationship. Xiao Gongzi's swordsmanship is exquisite. I have greatly benefited today, Tuoba Hong proclaimed, raising his cup with a smile. Let us toast to you. Jing humbly lifted his cup in return. Your Highness possesses exceptional talent. You grasp concepts effortlessly. Morong Zhao suddenly interjected. It seems that Xiao Gongzi and Fairy by our old acquaintances? A hush fell over the table. Chu Mingyu lightly tapped her wine cup, a flicker of vigilance flashing in her eyes. Indeed, Jing replied candidly. 3 years ago, I fell into a trance while practicing swordsmanship, and it was Fairy Bai who saved my life. Gu Zhijin seamlessly continued. Xiao Gongzi's meridians were damaged, and I used golden needles to facilitate his recovery. It took half a year for him to heal. Morong Zhao pondered. So that is the case. He turned to Princess Chu Mingyu, inquiring, Your Highness, I have heard that Her Majesty the Empress of South Chu is well-versed in the healing arts. Might I be fortunate enough to meet her in the near future? Chu Mingyu maintained her serene smile, replying, Her Majesty has recently entered seclusion to study alchemy, so it may be inconvenient for her to receive guests.
Is that so?
Murong Zhao responded with a knowing smile. What a pity. Gu Zhijin exchanged glances with Jing'an, aware that Murong Zhao was evidently probing into the Empress's situation. As the banquet progressed, a guard hurriedly entered and whispered something in Chu Mingyu's ear. Her expression shifted momentarily before she regained her composure. Esteemed guests, I must attend to some trivial matters. Please excuse me for a moment. Gu Zhijin keenly observed as Murong Zhao signaled to a guard behind him, who quietly exited the scene. I shall take a look, she quietly remarked to Jing'an, excusing herself under the pretense of changing her attire. In the back courtyard of the princess's residence, Chu Mingyu was engaged in a clandestine conversation with a man clad in black. Gu Zhijin concealed herself in the shadows, channeling her inner strength to listen intently. Tuobayu has already reached the outskirts of the city and is lying in wait at Qinglong Temple, the black-clad man divulged. He has brought 50 assassins, poised to strike during Her Majesty's meeting with the envoy. Chu Mingyu scoffed coldly. Indeed, he cannot restrain himself any longer. Suddenly, she turned alert, asking who goes there. Gu Zhijin stepped out of the shadows with poise, stating, It is I. Chu Mingyu exhaled in relief and gestured for the black-clad man to withdraw. Did you hear everything? Gu Zhijin nodded. Tuobayu intends to assassinate my senior sister. Not just that. Chu Mingyu's eyes glinted with cold light. They plan to support Tuobayu's ascension to the throne after the assassination, making him a puppet for the Northern D. Gu Zhijin's gaze hardened. When do they intend to act? At the Grand Court Assembly in 5 days. Chu Mingyu replied solemnly. All envoys from various nations will be present. If successful, South Chu will certainly descend into chaos. Gu Zhijin pondered for a moment. Is my senior sister aware? I have already dispatched someone to inform the palace. Suddenly, Chu Mingyu seized Gu Zhijin's wrist, cautioning, You must be careful. Murong Zhao has grown suspicious of you. During the banquet, he sent someone to follow you, but my people intercepted him. Gu Zhijin chuckled coldly. He is indeed cunning. Upon returning to the banquet, they found Jing'an engaged in an arm-wrestling match with Tuoba Hong, the surrounding guests cheering fervently. Murong Zhao sat alone in a corner, his gaze darkly observing everything. Gu Zhijin took her seat calmly, raising her cup to sip. Murong Zhao suddenly raised his cup in a toast. Very Bai, I propose a toast to you. After several rounds of drinking, the banquet dispersed around midnight. Jing'an assisted the slightly inebriated Tuoba Hong out of the princess's residence, the latter slurring, Zhao, brother Zhao, come teach me swordsmanship again tomorrow. Jing'an chuckled in response, watching as the Northern D guards helped him into a carriage. As he turned, he keenly noticed someone watching from the shadows, deliberately staggering a few steps to feign drunkenness. Gu Zhijin emerged from the residence, studying him. Why have you drunk so much? Leaning against her shoulder, Jing'an seized the opportunity to whisper, Someone is watching. Gu Zhijin understood, raising her voice. I will make you some hangover soup when we return. The two departed together, a shadow trailing them for a while before retreating once they reached Qingzhou courtyard. Once the courtyard door was closed, Jing'an immediately sobered up, his gaze regaining clarity. It was Murong Zhao's people. Gu Zhijin lit a candle. He has grown suspicious, but he is not yet certain. At the banquet, he tested our relationship, and I responded as we had previously agreed. Jing'an nodded, suddenly pulling out a token from his sleeve. While Tuoba Hong was drunk, I managed to obtain this. Chapter 48. 7-Star Soul Lock. The token was cast in bronze, its front engraved with a wolf's head and the back featuring the character for feather. This must be Tuoba Ayu's insignia. Gu Zhijin examined the token closely, realizing he had close ties with Tuoba Hong. Jing'an leaned in to inspect the token. While intoxicated, Tuoba Hong let slip that Uncle 13 would soon surprise him. Uncle 13. Gu Zhijin's eyes narrowed, recalling that Tuoba Yu ranked 13th in the royal lineage. The two exchanged knowing glances, understanding that their quarry was ensnared, merely awaiting the right moment for capture. Gu Zhijin's fingertip inadvertently brushed against his hand, frowning slightly. Your hand is so cold. Jing'an seized her hand, not letting go. I don't know, I can't feel it. Will my wife warm it for me? Gu Zhijin shot him an exasperated glance, but did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she pulled him toward the inner chamber. Let's prepare a bath to dispel the chill. The inner chamber was filled with steam, a large cypress bathtub set behind a screen, the water infused with various herbs, emanating a faint medicinal aroma. Jing En's eyes lit up as he swiftly discarded his outer robe. Together? I'll wash myself, Gu Zhijin replied. If I soak too long in this hot water, what if I get dizzy? Jing En rushed over, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. What is in this medicinal bath? It smells like mugwort and chuanqiong. Yes, it invigorates the blood and muscles. Gu Zhijin allowed him to hold her while adding a few slices of dried ginger to the water. You have been out for days. The chill has entered your body. Jing En's hands wandered to her waist. Then my wife should accompany me in the bath. You used needles on Morong Zhao the other day. It must have drained your energy too. Gu Zhijin swatted his hand away. I can undress by myself, yet she turned and began to unfasten her outer garment. Jing En's face broke into a grin as he eagerly helped her remove her hairpin. Her long, dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, brushing against his hand and eliciting a slight tickle. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to inhale her scent. You smell delightful. As Gu Zhijin removed the last layer of undergarment, her snow-white skin glowed like jade in the candlelight. She swiftly stepped into the bathtub, submerging herself in the herbal concoction, revealing only her shoulders and delicate collarbone. Jing En's throat tightened as he stepped in after her, deliberately brushing against her ankle, the slick sensation sending a shiver through him. Is it cold? Gu Zhijin misinterpreted his reaction and leaned closer, scooping a handful of warm water to pour over his shoulder. Jing En shook his head and nodded quickly, his gaze fixed intently on her. It is quite cold. He grasped her wrist, drawing her closer. Wife, come warm me. The water rippled, the herbs swirling and gathering. Gu Zhijin found herself encircled in his embrace, their chests pressed together. Jing En seized the moment to lower his head, kissing her lips, his hand gliding beneath the water along her smooth back, every inch of her skin heightened in sensitivity from the warm water. Gu Zhijin instinctively clung to his shoulder, her fingertips sinking into his firm muscles. I've missed you, Jing En gasped, pulling away momentarily to kiss down her neck. These past few days I've been busy with plans, and I haven't had a chance to be close to you. Gu Zhijin tilted her head back, letting droplets of water slide down her slender neck. The steam flushed her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled. Her usually frigid demeanor softened to an astonishing degree. Jing En's desire ignited, just as he was about to advance further. Gu Zhijin pressed his hand down. Don't be foolish. The water will grow cold. Then let's wash quickly and head to bed, Jing En insisted, playfully nibbling her earlobe. As the night deepened, the candlelight in Qingzhou courtyard burned late into the night. The two, rather than feeling fatigued, were invigorated. Gu Zhijin meticulously organized her array of potions, while Jing En polished the newly crafted weapons. Wife, what is in this red vial? Jing En picked up a small porcelain bottle. Separation powder. Gu Zhijin replied without looking up. Those afflicted will lose all inner strength within 12 hours. Jing En gasped. So potent? He cautiously set it down, then pointed to a pouch of silver needles. What about these? Coated with snake venom. They seal the throat upon contact with blood. Gu Zhijin finally lifted her gaze, her eyes gleaming with a chilling light. These are prepared for Morong Zhao. Jing En whistled softly. It seems my wife is determined to take serious action. Gu Zhijin tucked the last vial into her concealed pouch. My senior sister's poison cannot be delayed. The antidote must be obtained swiftly. Jing En approached from behind, gently pressing down on her tense shoulders. Do not worry. We will surely acquire it. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear. In our past lives, we have overcome countless perilous situations. We shall do so again. Gu Zhijin relaxed slightly against him. Morong Zhao is more cautious than we imagined. Though he appeared to trust me today, he has secretly placed spies. Then let us turn his own schemes against him. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Jing En's eyes as he whispered an idea into Gu Zhijin's ear. Her gaze brightened. It's feasible, but the risks are substantial. High risks yield high rewards, Jing En replied with a grin, planting a kiss atop her head. Besides, with you by my side, what do I have to fear? Gu Zhijin turned, suddenly gripping his collar and pulling him close, kissing him firmly on the lips. No mishaps are allowed. Jing En was momentarily taken aback, then laughed like a mischievous cat. Are you worried about me, my dear? Gu Zhijin averted her face, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Be quiet. Jing En wrapped her in his embrace, resting his chin on her head. Rest assured, we are destined to grow old together. A thin veil of mist still cloaked the streets of Jingwencheng, Inside Qingzhou courtyard, Gu Zhijin had risen early, practicing a new acupuncture technique in the courtyard. The silver needles danced at her fingertips, their cold glimmer weaving an invisible net. Jing'an leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, admiring her for a moment before lazily speaking. "My dear, your skills are becoming increasingly impressive." Gu Zhijin sheathed her needles and glanced at him. "Awake now?" Jing'an cheerfully moved closer, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Awake, but I wish to linger a bit longer with you." "Less chatter," Gu Zhijin replied, putting away her silver needles as she headed indoors. "Today, we must visit the post station for Morong Zhao's acupuncture. Have you made the necessary arrangements?" Jing'an nodded, retrieving a silk map from his pocket. "Tuo Bahong has invited me to hunt on the outskirts of the city, which provides a perfect opportunity to investigate the situation at Qinglong Temple." He unfolded the silk cloth, revealing a rough sketch of the terrain. "Here is Qinglong Temple, and behind it lies a dense forest, ideal for concealing troops." Gu Zhijin examined the map closely, tapping a specific spot. "If there's an ambush, it will likely be set up here. How many people will you take?" "Just myself, Tuo Bahong, and his 2 personal guards," Jing'an grinned. "But the princess will send hidden guards to follow at a distance, so it will be quite safe." Gu Zhijin frowned slightly. Tuo Bahong's sudden invitation to hunt likely has ulterior motives. "No matter," Jing'an waved dismissively. "I wish to probe his depths as well." Gu Zhijin turned back to the room, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her medicine chest and handing it to Jing'an. "Take this. It could save your life in a moment of crisis." Jing'an accepted the vial, casually drawing her into his embrace. "Fear not, my dear, I shall return intact." He placed a kiss on her forehead. "As for you, be doubly cautious when confronting that old fox, Morong Zhao." "Understood." Gu Zhijin gently pushed him away. "It's time to depart." At the 3rd watch of the day, Gu Zhijin arrived punctually at the post station. Morong Zhao had been waiting in the guest room, where a tea set and several exquisite pastries were laid out. "You arrived just in time, Fairy Bai," he greeted warmly, as if the previous day's tensions had never occurred. "I have specially prepared some fine cloud mist tea." Gu Zhijin took her seat calmly, producing her silver needles. "Has your headache improved recently?" "Thanks to the fairy, it has improved significantly," Morong Zhao replied, pouring tea for her. "However, it flared up again last night, and the pain was nearly unbearable." Gu Zhijin's heart stirred. This was a symptom of a drug addiction. Although the clear heart pill given by the princess alleviated pain, it would lead to dependency. The more one consumed,
The more frequent the episodes became.
it seemed the toxins had penetrated deeply. She feigned seriousness, knowing she needed to intensify her acupuncture technique today. A glint of wariness flickered in Morong Zhao's eyes. "How will you intensify it?" "The highest realm of the golden needle technique is 7 stars, locking the soul." Gu Zhijin produced 7 gold needles of varying lengths, which could temporarily seal the spread of toxins, though the process would be excruciating. Morong Zhao stared at the needles and suddenly laughed. "Are you attempting to harm me under the guise of treatment?" "You overthink it," Gu Zhijin replied, her expression unchanging. "If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate on your hand first." Morong Zhao pondered for a moment before extending his right hand. "Please." Gu Zhijin selected the shortest gold needle, heating it over the candle flame before swiftly piercing it into his tiger mouth acupoint. Morong Zhao felt a warm current spreading from his hand up his entire arm, and the discomfort in his meridians, caused by years of practicing poison arts, surprisingly eased. "How does it feel?" Gu Zhijin inquired. Morong Zhao's expression turned astonished. "Truly remarkable." After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Then I shall rely on you, fairy." Gu Zhijin gestured for him to remove his outer garment and sit facing away from her. When Morong Zhao revealed his back, her pupils constricted. His back was covered in strange, dark blue-black patterns, spreading like a spiderweb from his heart. This was a sign that the toxins had invaded his heart meridian. If not detoxified promptly, he would surely die within 6 months. "The depth of your poisoning exceeds my expectations," she said gravely. 7 stars locking the soul can only provide temporary relief. To cure it completely, we must find the one who poisoned you to obtain the antidote. Morong Zhao scoffed. "The one who poisoned me has long been obliterated by me." He paused. "However, the formula for the antidote still resides in the Northern D Imperial Palace." Gu Zhijin's heart stirred. This was crucial intelligence. She began her acupuncture, the first needle piercing the Dazui acupoint, burying itself 3 inches deep. Murong Zhao let out a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
Endure.
Gu Zhijin said calmly, her hand relentless as the second and third needles struck the Lingtai and Zhiyang acupoints. Murong Zhao trembled, gripping the armrests of the chair tightly, his knuckles turning white. When the seventh needle pierced the Mingmen acupoint, Murong Zhao suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Lurching forward, Gu Zhijin was prepared, catching him and pressing a finger gently on a specific spot on his neck.
Master? She called.
Murong Zhao slowly opened his eyes, and the murky look in his gaze had cleared significantly. He moved his shoulders, astonished to find the heaviness that had haunted him for years had vanished. He looked at Gu Zhijin in disbelief. The toxins were temporarily sealed outside the 7 acupoints. Gu Zhijin withdrew her needles. But this state could only be maintained for 7 days. After that, she would need to re-administer the acupuncture. She deliberately paused, knowing that each subsequent effect would diminish. Murong Zhao's expression darkened. Is there no way to cure it completely? There is. Gu Zhijin met his gaze directly. We need to find the complete formula for the antidote. She began packing her medicine chest. You might want to ponder where that formula could be hidden. Murong Zhao flexed his wrist and suddenly asked, Fairy, your relationship with that young Master Xiao seems quite profound. Gu Zhijin's hand faltered slightly as she collected her needles. Her tone steady. He was once my patient. Now he can be considered a friend. Murong Zhao smiled meaningfully. Is that so? I thought your relationship was more than mere friendship. Gu Zhijin raised her eyes, her expression icy. What do you mean by that, Master? Murong Zhao lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip. Nothing much. I merely find young Master Zhao's skills exceptional, not akin to an ordinary swordsman of the Zhonghu. A recluse from Zhongnan Mountain is naturally distinct from an ordinary warrior, Gu Zhijin replied indifferently. Murong Zhao smirked, about to say more when hurried footsteps were suddenly heard outside. A guard rushed in, kneeling on one knee. Master, the third prince has been attacked. Murong Zhao's expression changed abruptly as he sprang to his feet. What happened? The guard spoke in a hushed tone. During the hunt, assassins appeared suddenly. The third prince was struck by an arrow in the shoulder and has been sent back to the post station. Murong Zhao cast a dark glance at Gu Zhijin, his voice cold. Fairy, your medical skills are exceptional. Why not accompany me to take a look? Gu Zhijin's heart sank at the thought of Jing and being with Tuo Bahong. If Tuo Bahong was attacked, could Jing be in danger as well? She maintained her composure and nodded. Of course. In another room of the post station, Tuo Bahong lay on the bed, the arrow from his shoulder already removed. Yet blood still seeped from the wound. Jing stood nearby, his clothes stained with blood, his expression grave. Upon seeing Murong Zhao enter with Gu Zhijin, Jing stepped forward, cupping his fists. Master, it is my failure to protect him that led to the prince's injury. Tuo Bahong struggled to prop himself up, waving his hand. Do not blame Brother Xiao. Had it not been for his timely intervention, I would likely have perished. Murong Zhao cast a cold glance at Jing and as he approached the bed to inspect Tuo Bahong's injury. Is there poison on the arrow? Tuo Bahong shook his head, stating that the physician had examined him and found no poison. Gu Zhijin stepped forward and softly said, Let me take a look. After inspecting Tuo Bahong's wound and confirming its safety, she retrieved a vial of medicine and sprinkled the powder onto the injury. This remedy will hasten healing. Within 3 days, a scab will form. Tuo Bahong expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Fairy. Murong Zhao fixed his gaze on Jing and abruptly inquired, Young Master Xiao, what is the origin of the assassin? Jing replied in a low voice, dressed in black and masked, they demonstrated agility akin to that of trained assassins. They lay in ambush within the forest, targeting His Highness specifically. Were there any survivors? None. Jing shook his head, explaining that upon realizing their failure, the assassins immediately took poison to end their lives. Murong Zhao ceased his inquiries and turned to Tuo Bahong, saying, Your Highness, please rest well. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. After exiting the chamber, Murong Zhao intercepted Gu Zhijin and lowered his voice. Do you not find it peculiar that the assassins chose to strike while Xiao Jing accompanied the hunt, and he emerged unscathed? Gu Zhijin's eyes grew cold. Is the National Master suspecting Xiao Jing? Murong Zhao smirked. I merely find the coincidences too numerous to be mere happenstance. Chapter 49. The Grand Court Assembly. Gu Zhijin met his gaze, her tone calm. If Xiao Jing truly harbored ill intentions, he would have no need to save Tuo Bahong. Murong Zhao narrowed his eyes, falling silent as he turned to leave. Upon her return to Qingzhou courtyard, Jing En awaited her arrival. As she stepped inside, he immediately approached her, whispering, "What transpired on your end?" Gu Zhijin nodded. "He is probing into our relationship and suspects the assassin may be connected to you." Jing En scoffed. "The assassin was sent by him. He merely seeks to test my skills." Gu Zhijin's eyes sharpened. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Jing En replied, lowering his voice. The techniques employed by those assassins were unmistakably those of the Northern East Shadow Serpent, and I recognized them immediately. Gu Zhijin produced a note from her sleeve. "A messenger from the princess delivered this. Tuoba Yu has infiltrated the city and is hiding in Qinglong Temple." Jing En took the note. It seems this play is becoming increasingly intense. On a winter night in Jingwencheng, the wind howled. Inside Qingzhou courtyard, candlelight flickered, illuminating the map spread across the table. Gu Zhijin lightly tapped the location of Qinglong Temple with her fingertip, her brow furrowed. Tuoba Yu's presence here, yet remaining inactive, surely indicates a hidden agenda. She lifted her gaze to Jing En. "Your encounter with Tuoba Hong during the attack is likely part of their scheme." Jing En crossed his arms, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Tuoba Hong's attack elicited an intriguing reaction from Morong Zhao. While he appeared anxious, his eyes were filled with calculation. He suddenly leaned forward, pointing to a small path behind Qinglong Temple on the map. "This route leads directly to the grain depot south of the city. If I were Tuoba Yu, I would certainly lay an ambush here." Gu Zhijin's eyes narrowed. If the depot were to be destroyed, chaos would ensue in the city. Yet the princess previously expressed no concern regarding the depot. Jing En chuckled coldly. On the day of the Grand Court Assembly, with envoys from various nations entering the palace, if the empress were to be attacked at that moment, Southern Chu would inevitably descend into turmoil, allowing Northern D to take advantage of the situation. Gu Zhijin unconsciously rubbed the silver needle between her fingers, suddenly remarking, "Morong Zhao tested me today, inquiring about the location of the antidote's formula within the Northern D palace." Jing En raised an eyebrow. "He took the bait?" "Indeed," Gu Zhijin replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. "The poison on his back has spread to his heart's meridian. Without an antidote, he will not survive beyond 6 months. Thus, he is more anxious than we are." A spark of brilliance lit up Jing En's eyes. "If that is the case, we might as well add fuel to the fire." Gu Zhijin looked up at him. "What do you mean?" Jing En leaned close and whispered a few words in her ear. Gu Zhijin's eyes brightened as she gently nodded. "It is feasible, but it requires the princess's cooperation." The following morning, Jingwencheng was rife with alarming news. The grain depot in the south of the city had been set ablaze last night. Fortunately, the patrol camp arrived in time to extinguish the fire, preventing disaster. Within the princess's residence, Chu Mingyu slammed a confidential report onto the table, spread the word.